A wealthy young lady threw an embroidered ball to choose a husband, but it hit a boatman's apprentice perfectly. Everyone thought this poor boy would be happy to marry into the family, but to everyone's surprise, he just glanced at the embroidered ball and left, asking a vegetable vendor, "How much is this piece of ginger?" 3 people were standing on the corridor not far away. One of them, looking like a steward, said, "This young man is named Chen Jian, living on Chihuang Street. Half a year ago, he went to the government office and became a painter's apprentice, painting portraits for the government. There is no mother at home, only him and his father relying on each other. His father is a private school teacher with a good reputation on Chihuang Street. It's also strange that 2 years ago, this young man Tang suddenly fell into the water, was salvaged with a pale face and fainted. He happened to encounter a black-robed Taoist passing by, who used immortal methods to save him. Looking back now, this young man also has great luck, survived a deadly disaster and now has the embroidered ball of the young lady in our Su family. He won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future." The maid Shintong nodded and said, "Although it's better than those hooligans and rascals, or the unrestrained knights-errant, but my father is a private tutor. Yet he doesn't study well and instead goes to work as a menial servant at the palace gate, which is not very progressive." Su Xia shook her head slowly and instructed the steward Zhao Er, "Don't bother them too much. Just let the master make arrangements. I do not know that I will be watched by people just by going out to buy some vegetables." At this moment, all my attention is focused on a piece of ginger on the vegetable vendor's stall in front of me. The piece of ginger is stained with soil, but when I look closely, I see a completely different aura emanating from this piece of ginger. This stream of air slowly rose up, turning into mist on the surface of the ginger, making me somewhat entranced. At the same time, in my mind, along with the awakening memory of that painting, a scene has quietly lit up, and next to that painting, a few lines of poetry shimmer, clearing my thoughts. In the heavenly white jade capital, 12 towers and 5 cities, immortals caress my head, my hair tied up to receive eternal life. The 4 lines of poetry seem to contain an inexplicable mystery, also illuminating one of the cities in the 12 cities in this painting. There is a city named Kunlun's. The marsh is Kunlun of heaven and earth. Seeing the spirit and hearing its spirit nourishes the mist, and the mist reveals its divinity. Several lines of text slowly appeared on the painting, and the short lines made me take a deep breath. After quickly buying the ginger, I returned home, but when I reached into my pocket again, the piece of ginger was nowhere to be found. Looking back at the celestial map in my mind, the Kunlun marsh was shining brightly, and I saw the strange sight of the ginger growing in the painting. The next day, I only felt my head heavy and aching. In the season of spring equinox, the pear blossoms planted by my father in the courtyard were already as white as snow. On the stone table under the pear tree, my father had prepared a large pancake and a bowl of hot soup. I turned my head and saw my father still wearing that simple white outfit, sitting on the mat in the room, preparing for today's teaching and guidance. A smile appeared on my lips. I finished the pancake in a few bites, drank the hot soup, and waved my hand. "Dad, I have already divided the medicine. Don't forget to take it at noon. I will be back later today. There is a wanted poster for an escaped criminal in the Huangmen." Chen Shuijun turned around and waved at me, then fell silent and prepared to teach. I was already used to my father's silence, so I cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks before heading to Sunan Baigon Huangmen. Shortly after I left, visitors came to the humble courtyard. The man appeared to be in his early 40s, with a noble air about him, followed by several martial artists. The man expressed some regret. "Chen Jian has a good nature and intelligence. Even if you don't let him practice martial arts, you shouldn't prevent him from studying. What good is a court painter? When you leave, he will be alone, without any skills, and without any achievements to protect him. He may end up being taken advantage of by the world." Chen Shuijun didn't even lift his head. "How to teach my son is my business. Teaching your son is naturally your business." The visitor finally stepped into the East Hall, with a hint of lament in his tone. "But when Li Bodu comes to Sunan Mansion this time, you should temporarily avoid him. He is here to search for one of the 9 steals and 13 characters warriors. But who knows if he will recall the past and come to step on you again. In my opinion, you should leave Sunan Mansion early. The abbot of Desai Temple wants to pass on your mantle. This is a blessing that many practitioners cannot achieve in several lifetimes. Why do you need to be bound by Sunan Mansion?" The man spoke with great emphasis, apparently having a deep relationship with Chen Shuijun. But when Chen Shuijun heard this, he frowned, slowly stood up, looked at the visitor, and said, "Shu Mai, are you here today to persuade me to leave Sunan Mansion? The power of the Li family has grown so much that even if I come to Sunan Mansion, I will be driven away by the authority of General Sunan Xuanzi? You have been demoted, and even your courage has been demoted together? Ungrateful." The middle-aged man referred to by Chen Shuijun as Chu Mai was immediately furious at his words, coldly snorted, "The reason I came to advise you is that I don't want to see you suffer. We have known each other for more than 20 years. And I still don't know what you are thinking. When Li Bodo comes to Sunan Mansion, even if he doesn't come to see you, you will definitely go to see him. With Li Bodo's arrogant personality, even if he is restrained by the Li family's promise to Li Yinxin, he won't take your life. But you may still end up lying in bed for 3 to 5 years. What's the point of that? If you are bedridden, what will Chen Jian eat? You can't rely on the meager wages of the palace gatekeepers to support you and your son. In my opinion, you should go straight to Desai Temple. Learn the Desai Dongting technique. Even if you can't achieve the mysteries of creation, you can still attain a jade terrace cultivation level, reflect the divine appearance, and then ask someone to mediate. The Li family will have to acknowledge you as their son-in-law. Shumai spoke with great emphasis. Chen Shuijun seemed to have not heard his words, but instead looked up at the sky and said, "My students are about to arrive. You might delay their lessons here." Shumai shook his head with his hands behind his back. Be careful. Li Bodu's fleet will arrive at the latest in 2 days. Now Sunan Mansion is changing rapidly, and there are several strong individuals coming. Whether it's the swordsman who once flew with a sword in the sky, startling the old dragon in the blue pool, or the warrior who overpowers mountains and rivers, dominates the world, or Li Bodu who commands the 90,000 Songhuai army in Suwu Prefecture, or those who call themselves the Iron Horse Mud Snakes in Zaipanglai Mountain. You must not provoke them. With that, he walked out of the East Hall and picked a pear blossom from the courtyard. Pear blossom wins the snow. Beautiful. Chumai suddenly remembered that early in that Yenkong Academy, the Li family Miss Lianxi will be the most favorite pear blossom. He sighed in his mind and was just about to leave. Chen Shujun's cool voice, however, suddenly fell into his ears. It is rumored in the streets and alleys that the court is going to reinstate you, and you have come in haste today, but are you going to join the court as an official? Shumai did not turn around, just waved his hand towards him. I know you are disappointed in the court, just now the Song Prime Minister is in power, bold innovation, better than a few years ago too much, when I went to hanging Heavenly King, will be able to realize you're in my ambitions. Chen Xiaojun looked at Shumai far away, he looked at the pear blossoms in the courtyard and suddenly whispered to himself. Imchi, wait for some more days, Deaconin will be able to completely digest the medicinal power and change his roots to build bones. At that time, I will be able to come to see you. How did this man get so fierce? Chen Jianan stood in the Yellow Gate Painting Academy and looked at a portrait on the table in the center of the academy. There were 2 others beside him, these 2, an old man and a young man. The old man was the main worker of the Yellow Gate Painting Academy, named Lu Siqi. He was currently dressed in yellow, holding a brush in his hand, also carefully looking at the portrait. Another teenager in Chen Jianan's similar age, explained, I went to the government to receive this wanted portrait. Carefully asked, this person is the West Penglai 24 generals in the 12th ranking of the mountain swallowing tiger Qi Tianchong. He has come roaming to Sunan province, but I don't know what he's going to do. This teenager was named Wang Huan, and was also a junior worker at the Yellow Gate Painting Academy just like Chen Jianan. The yellow door is subordinate to the workroom of the government office in Sunan, which is divided into 100 work courtyards and doors, where Chen Jianan's work is located. These West Penglai brigands do all the bad things, robbing homes, killing people, and setting fire to all kinds of evils. He came to the Sunan province. The big families in the Sunan province are all on tenterhooks, but his luck is not good. In a few days, Xianzi General Li Bodu is also going to come to the Sunan province, and he, the heaven-swallowing tiger, dares to venture out, and inevitably, he will have to be cut down by the Xianzi General to remove the tiger's head, peel off the tiger's skin, and become a dead tiger. Wang Huan grinned broadly. Next to the main worker Lu Siqi knocked his head, said, hurry up to paint, today to come out the whole 96 portraits, plastered all the 96 streets of the Sunan province. Late cannot hand over the work, and will be chastised by the yellow door chief. Wang Huan rubbed his head and muttered, there are only 3 painters in total, their salaries are incredibly low, and they have to paint so many portraits. This is a job that really isn't for people to do. The main worker Lu Siqi sneered, eat the official food, then to go to the street to sell paintings and words to the good. I used to sell paintings on the street in the Westjing, even 7 or 8 days do not open the time there. The whole day cannot eat enough to eat, and now into the yellow door, monthly 1.5 hangs of the wages of the thunder, is not better than you go to the street to beg for food or better? Wang Huan's voice was even smaller, only you get 1.5 cents for your work, and Chen Jianan and I don't get more than 1 cent. Lu Siqi burst into anger, you brat, if it is not your aunt to intercede. Quickly draw, if you're late, you won't be able to deliver. Chen Jianan interrupted Lu Siqi's scolding, spreading out the hemp paper first, and took out the unique carbon pen from his arms to draw. Wang Huan and Lu Siqi were Chen Dianan's colleagues, and naturally they had seen Chen Dianan painting many times. But even so, when Chen Dianan's slender charcoal pencil landed on the paper, a few simple strokes had already drawn the rough outline of that Qi Tianchong. The carbon pen rubbed against the linen paper, rustling, but in a few moments, under the simple lines, a portrait of a man jumped on the paper in perfect resemblance. The 2 of them sked, but did not dare to be slow, holding the same brush to draw. And so a white day passed. A curved moon gradually rose high into the sky, illuminating a transparent gray cloud. and the gray cloud blocked out the moonlight, making the sky look a little gloomy. The mansion has ordered that Chen Jianan go forward to hand over the painting. One day of painting, Wang Huan looked at a portrait on the table and rubbed his wrist breathlessly. Lu Siki is old, only painted more than 10 paintings have rested, he is the main worker, naturally have this power. But when he heard Wang Huan's words, he couldn't help but frown and glance at Chen Jianan. There are still people in the mansion who know you, Chen Jianan? Chen Jianan was confused and just shook his head. Lu Siqi lowered his head to think, nodded, and said, since you were named to send it over, you send it over, that is, on the way to be more nimble, don't be delayed. Chen Jianan also did not delay. With a thick pile of straw paper portrait rushed to Sunan government office. The yellow gate that manages the government's 100 workers is on Xingyuan Street, and if you take the main road, you have to walk up for a long time and make a big detour, but there is also a through alley between several streets, which saves a lot of traveling even though there is not much candlelight. Chen Jianan hurriedly went there, and through that secluded alley, he had come to the front of the government office. He declared himself as a Yellow Gate junior laborer, and the middle-aged sword-wielding guard at the entrance of the government office looked him up and down and inquired, the government named Chen Dianan of the Yellow Gate Painting Academy to come, are you Chen Dianan? Chen Jianan nodded. The middle-aged sword-wielding guard pointed to the concierge beside him and said, give the portrait to him, and you please follow me. Chen Jianan was a bit puzzled, he put together some smiles on his face and was just about to inquire when the middle-aged sword-wielding guard suddenly inquired him, are you the son of Mr. Chen of Chihuang Street? Chen Jianan nodded his head. The middle-aged sword-wielding guard, however, had some smiles on his face as he said, I also live on Chihuang Street, and my youngest son is studying in your father's school. Chen Jianan took a closer look at him and smiled back, so your excellency is little brick child's father. While the middle-aged sword-wielding guard led Chen Jianan into the mansion, he asked with some curiosity, how do you know that I am little brick child's father? Chen Jianan's face is simple, little brick child is an adult child at a glance, eyebrows, eyes, and knows not to say that there is a great resemblance, but also 6 or 7 points. The middle-aged sword-wielding guard had a receptive face, my surname is Zhang. My name is Zhang Yuan, I am the front yard guard of this yamen, you can just call me Old Zhang. Chen Jianan's footsteps quickened and he came behind Zhang Yuan, asking in a low voice, sir, where are we going? Zhang Yuan did not return his head, said, you are a small worker of the Yellow Gate Painting Academy, and the chief of the workroom ordered me to take you forward to the workroom, to draw a portrait for a male son. You draw a good portrait drawing? Chen Jianan modestly said, can't call it much better, it's better because of the resemblance. Zhang Yuan's footsteps slowed down slightly and turned back to him, in that case, I might as well dip into that gentleman's light, when you return to Chihuang Street, can you paint a picture for my little brick child as well? How difficult is that? Chen Jianan agreed and asked in passing, I wonder which male? It's Zhou Xiujing Zhou Gongzi of the Zhou family. Chen Jianan naturally heard of the name of the Sunan Zhou family. At this time the two have passed through the front yard, passing through the center hall. Zhang Yuan walked here, footsteps are a little light, and whispered to urge Chen Jianan, do not be noisy, the Lord Tongji is meeting with the major celebrities in the house of Sunan today. The governor is even inviting important guests in private, so don't disturb them. Chen Jianan nodded and followed Zhou Yuan through the center hall to the courtyard of the 6th house, where he saw that the door of a green brick and green tile house not far away was wide open, and a few people were sitting inside. From a very long distance away, Chen Jianan noticed a brocade-clad and gorgeous gentleman at a glance. That male also looked across the foyer at Chen Jianan, his eyes somewhat shady. Chen Jianan raised an eyebrow, he had read countless people in his previous life, so he naturally saw the disdain and disgust in that male's eyes. What the hell? He said to himself in his mind, how did I, a commoner, mess with this noble gentleman? Chapter 3, The High Prince and the Ants on the Ground. The water will come and go, the soldiers will come and go. Chen Diamond already understood in his heart that this Zhou family's son had summoned him here, not for the sake of the portrait as simple as that. But since he traveled to this world, he had already been accustomed to being indifferent, and his heart could not claim any apprehension or fear. He followed Zhang Yuan into that room. The house is not large, furnishings are very elaborate. A few chairs and tables are made of heavy sunwood, exuding a natural aroma. The north wall of the hall wrote a few big words, 100 workers to be prosperous. It is not necessary to think that this is the place where the government office workshop is located. The workroom and the 6 rooms of the government office is in charge of the government office's hundreds of workers, and the entire Yellow Gate is subordinate to the workroom. In addition to the Yellow Gate, the workhouse also has 3 other gates, the field section, the construction section, and the water conservancy section. Put in the ordinary county government office, the workroom is just a dry labor work, but this is the government office of Sunan Province, is the most prosperous place in Suzhou Wuzhou, the population of Sunan Province millions of people, in charge of a government of hundreds of workers to create water conservancy. You can imagine how much the right of this workroom. When Chen Jianan entered the room, he saw that on the main seat, there was a middle-aged man with a short stature, thin face, and a small goatee. Chen Jianan naturally knew that this person was the head of the workshop, Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu had also come to inspect the painting academy on weekdays, and Chen Jianan remembered his appearance. In addition to Zhang Lu and the Zhou family's son, another person Chen Jianan was even more familiar with was the Yellow Gate prefect, Wu Pailan. At this moment, Chen Jianan walked into the room, and Zhang Lu, Wu Pailan, and Zhou Xiujing all looked at him. Chen Jianan took a deep breath and bowed to the three. The Painting Academy's junior workers have met Lord Zhang and Lord Wu. This teenager is the Painting Academy's Chen Jianan. Wu Pailan was a bit older than Zhang Lu, already in his 50s. At this time, he was calm and smiling, a far cry from when he came to the Painting Academy on weekdays to reprimand and give orders. Zhang Lu nodded and said to the Zhou Gongzi at the side again, "It seems that I have some capable people in my workhouse who were able to make Zhou Gongzi interested." Zhou Xiujing was wearing an exquisite satin robe, embroidered with a cloud pattern of gold silk on the robe, and tied around his waist was an emerald green jade pendant, which had a strange flower engraved on it, making it look noble and extraordinary. When this Duke Zhou heard Zhang Lu's words, he turned his head and said with a smile to this workhouse officer, "It was only by chance that I came to know that it was the name of the Painting Academy's small worker, and I heard that he painted with a carbon brush, and that his portraits of people were not only extremely fast, but also exquisite, and coupled with the fact that there was an incident yesterday that made a lot of noise, and that this yellow door worker's good fortune came to be, and it was only due to my curiosity that I asked His Excellency to summon this person, and wanted to take a closer look at what this kind of good luck man, what kind of appearance was born." The head of the workhouse and the head of the Yellow Gate were instantly interested. Zhang Lu looked at Chen Jianan and asked with some curiosity, "But I wonder what is the fortune in Mr. Zhou's mouth?" Chen Jianan lowered his head, so he couldn't see his expression. Zhou Xiujing smiled and replied, "Yesterday, the Su family Miss Su Siye embroidered ball to invite marriage. This yellow door small work will receive the embroidered ball, in a few days will be into the Su house as a son-in-law, is also regarded as a loach turnover, although it is inevitable that all the mud, but also have to see the sun." The chief of the workhouse froze, and then burst out laughing. Zhou Xiujing, the son of the Zhou family, has expressed his feelings to Miss Su Siye of the Su family several times, and most of the famous families and dignitaries in the Sunan province know about it. It is a pity that the Su family misses a proud, as Zhou Gongzi such a character to show her heart, but she did not care, but came up with embroidered ball marriage, this kind of ridiculous idea. This Zhou Xiujing naturally could not run to the street of Xiqing to grab the embroidered ball, but also by no means give up the identity of the son of the Zhou family into the Su family as a son-in-law, and probably therefore cheaper than this painting yard workers. With a twinkle in his eye, Door Chief Huang also naturally figured out why Zhou Xiujing had summoned Chen Dian in to come to the Yaman's workshop. This Zhou Xiujing had long regarded Su Siye and even the entire Su family as his own, but now that he was plucked by this humble little worker of the Painting Academy, how could he not be angry? Is this out of breath? The Yellow Door Chief laughed in his heart and said, "This Miss Su was really absurd, with her looks that shook the Sunan province, with her Su's rich family capital, what kind of husband can't be found if she wants to find one? How dare she find such a yellow door junior laborer?" When Zhang Lu heard this, he naturally understood that his man Wu Pailan had hit on the idea of befriending this son of your family in his mind. So he also said along the way, "Su family master is seriously ill, unable to take care of the Su family's herbal medicine business, and no male heir at his knees, can only let that Su family miss to take care of the business in the house. So recruiting his son-in-law to recruit a normal, or even incompetent is good. If you have recruited a talented, I'm afraid that in the future the Su family will not be surnamed Su. There's no need for Mr. Zhou to be hurt. Your son's talent and martial arts skills will lead to a good match in the future." These two old men. Chen Daimen was a little helpless and felt a little surprised. He naturally saw that his top officer, the Yellow Gate prefect, was fawning over this Zhou family's son, which was not surprising. The Yellow Door Chief in charge of the Yellow Door, but in the Yamen workroom is just work. Although the oil and water is quite rich, but also cannot be called what dignitaries. But Zhang Lu, a government workroom governor, although no rank, but the power is very great, equivalent to a provincial capital of the latter half of the water, housing, natural resources, and so on, the leader of the major power sector. Although the Zhou family is a large family in the Sunan province, but in today's Dayu, the weight of the merchants of the large family compared to the scholars, compared to the government officials, but I do not know how much lighter. The chief of a government's workhouse is not so pleasing to a merchant's son. Unless there is someone else in this Chao family who is an official in the dynasty. Chen Jinan thought like this in his mind, but his face did not move and was silent. Zhou Xiujing lightly laughed, shook his head and said, "Miss Su family is a real famous lady, and she is different from the unusual women who are waiting in the boudoir. She had practiced martial arts on Mount Qixia, and has divine embracement, cultivation, and in this context is also considered a wizard, and can hold up the large Su house family business. It is not that you, the Yellow Door small work, can be a high climber. How about this? I give you silver too. This yellow door in front of you, Wu Pailan Wu adults think will also give me 3 face. After today, you may be able to do that. Yellow Door Painting Academy master worker, monthly receive 3 hangs of salary silver. And don't worry, the silver I give you is also enough for you to live a rich life and enjoy the rest of your life in peace, even with your father who has no merit." Zhou Xiujing Su opened his mouth, his tone revealing some confidence and overbearing, "and you only need to rebuff the Su house. Is On the side, the Yellow Gate chief, Wu Peilin, also turned his head at the words, and the look on his face gradually became solemn, finally changing into the same strict Yellow Gate chief from the past days. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Jianan, said, I will naturally give Zhou face, the Su family such a big family, but also not your ordinary workers can climb, is strong to go, but also to suffer more than 100 of the Su family of large and small mouths of the cold eyes. As far as I know, you are the only son of the Chen family, you go to be a son-in-law, is to give you the Chen family extinction. Moreover, even if into the house of Su family, naturally and your ordinary children against the evil, if you catch any evil disease, do not know can live. What's more, even if you enter the door of the Su family's mansion, the big family naturally with you this ordinary child offenders, if it is infected with any evil disease, I do not know how long I can live on. As I see it, the Zhou family gentleman is willing to give you silver, you take it is, why bother to get into that kind of muddy water? The Kobo officer didn't say anything, but just picked up the cup on the table and took a sip of tea for himself. A wisp of tea fragrance wafted away, not ostentatious, but flowed in the air, rich and fragrant, elegant and pleasant. However, as he drank his tea, his gaze still fell on Chen Jianan with naked scrutiny. Chen Jianan finally raised his head, his gaze roving, sweeping over the three people from above. Zhang Lu was a little surprised that this yellow door worker did not have much nervousness. Wu Peilin, however, frowned and was about to speak out, but then he heard Chen Jianan finally open his mouth. Mr. Zhou, if I am not willing to accept your silver and the monthly salary of 3 dongs of silver, I would like to enter the Su mansion as a son-in-law, but I wonder how Mr. Zhou would treat me? Zhou Xiaojing likewise looked at Chen Dianan carefully. He about never thought that Chen Dianan would ask this question. For a moment he did not suppress his expression, and a trace of gloom flashed across his white and handsome face. He turned his head to young Ryu. This workhouse officer smiled at him and said, Mr. Zhou is a guest of my Zhanglu seat. I invited you to come and drink tea, and since you have honored me with your presence here, naturally, you should say whatever you have to say, so you need not concern yourself with me and the Yellow Gate chief. On the side, Paran Wu was also busy nodding her head. The marriage of a great house has always been characterized by a great deal of delicacy and etiquette, and even if everything were to be simplified, I am afraid that it would take more than a month. Zhou Xiaojing picked up the cup on the table and gently blew on it. There are many redeemable and irredeemable things in the world, and in a month's time, both can happen. The embroidered ball thing can be undone, but if something irreparable happens, like you fell into the water again like 2 years ago, and for example, the bandits from West Penglai entered the city and just happened to bump into you. These things are irreparable things that really happened, and I'm afraid that you'll have to regret it is too late. It was already the hour of midnight, the sky was already dark, and there was a moon hidden in the dark clouds. The light of the moon penetrated on the clouds, some black and some white, and actually looked like a hideous face. Obviously it was springtime. A gust of wind blew into the hall, like an arrow through the heart, making Chen Jianan feel a little bit extra cold. He wants to kill people. Chen Jianan thought this in his mind. Where his gaze reached, Zhang Lu was still sipping tea. Wu Peilin's gloomy eyes clashed with his, and the Zhou family's son, Zhou Xiaojing, looked calm and relaxed, revealing an exaltation. It's as if he, Chen Dian, is an ant on the ground, and this Zhou family's son is a passerby. People passing by look down and tease the ants. If he doesn't want to tease anymore, all it takes is a stump to pulverize him. He disliked the feeling. What an unmitigated disaster. Chen Jianan cursed inwardly. At this exact moment, he vaguely felt that the ginger planted last night in the Kunlun Zhe in the heavenly jade capital diagram grew out of the dense atmosphere therein, with an exotic aroma that invigorated his spirit. Chapter 4, A city folk who has been studying for 2 years. The clear and quiet aroma seems to be directly from that heavenly jade capital figure into Chen Jianan's mind. The onlookers do not smell, but let Chen Jianan consciousness gradually clear up. He raised his head and looked at Zhou Xiaojing. Zhou Xiaojing was holding a cup in his hand and was drinking tea slowly, and the mirthlessness revealed in his eyes made Chen Jianan a little annoyed. I've died once, and I thought I'd be able to live out my days in this life, but I'm still going to be bullied by this rich boy? He thought this in his mind, but as the thoughts in his mind became clearer and clearer, he gradually calmed down again. That one ginger wrapped in a dense atmosphere in the jade capital diagram in the sky must be very precious. Maybe I can also step into the legendary cultivation path? To die in this kind of thing is rather worthless. As for those silver tails, I don't know how much this rich gentleman wants to give. Chen Jianan had a series of thoughts in his mind, but when he once again saw the contempt and condescension revealed by Zhou Xiaojing's hands and feet, the obstinate nature he had carried over from his previous life made his heart grow more and more disgusted with this Zhou Gongzi. Since he likes to pretend, let him spit out more. So Chen Jianan took a deep breath as he buried his head and finally spoke, Mr. Zhou has been overly concerned. Zhou Xiaojing raised his head. All people have their own aspirations as well as their own demands. There is no need for Mr. Zhou to promise heavy benefits. I have already rebuffed the Lotus Boat Su family as early as yesterday, and am not willing to go to the Su family as a son-in-law. Chen Jianan had a smile on his face, but his tone was somewhat terrified. Zhou Xiaojing had yet to speak, but Zhang Lu and Wu Peilin, who were on the side, both had a change in their complexion. Zhang Lu's expression became a bit serious. This little boy of yours is somewhat interesting. Do you not know the name of the Lianzhou Su family? Do you not know the name of the Su family's Miss Su Siye's appearance? Wu Peilin but only thought that this painting yard worker is afraid of the heart, but also coveted the promise made by the Zhou family's son, to lay a step for themselves, so that they are good to get off the stage some, but it is a juvenile mentality. He laughed and nodded his head and said, this is just right, people are expensive to have self-knowledge, the Zhou family prince promises you heavy benefits, so that you will not worry about food, clothing, and use in the future. If you do not know what is good and bad, I'm afraid that you will have to eat your own bad consequences. Lord Wu is mistaken. Chen Jianan suddenly opened his mouth, interrupting Wu Peilin's words. Wu Peilin was interrupted by such a small worker, his heart suddenly became irritated, and he was about to yell. Chen Dianan said, although Chen Dianan is just a painting yard workers, neither the merit in the body, nor have practiced martial arts, but the heart but also have something to ask for. That Lotus Botsu family's name I have also heard of, the rich side of the business of medicinal herbs all over the whole of the state of Suwu, but the big house has big house of the worries, there are big house of the worries of me. I am so ordinary people into the big house is just a better food just not much better than me in the Chihuang Street. This kind of unusual people into the big house is just eat better just, not better than me in Chihuang Street. It's because of this that I turned back to the Su family. This is not a lie, Zhou Gongzi promises me silver, promises me a position as the main worker of the painting academy. Naturally very good, but I have long returned to the Su family, Zhou Gongzi does not come to find me also nothing, I naturally cannot afford these silver. Zhang Lu became more and more amazed, only feeling that the young man in front of him had actually raised some backbone in the mercenary like Chihuang Street. He had the heart to praise a few words, but then he glanced at the side of the Zhou family's son's face and fell silent, just watching with interest. Zhou Xiujing finally put down the cup in his hand. You don't want the silver I gave you? Zhou Xiujing asked as his body leaned forward. Chen Jianan shook his head and said, my father is a scholar, and he has taught me since I was a child to accept no reward without merit. My rebuffing the Su family was my intention, and how can I receive silver from Mr. Zhou because of it? What's more, yesterday Miss Su family came to see me, maybe I many silver too, led me into the Su family into marriage, I also did not accept her silver too. I did not love wealth. There are still people in the world who don't love money? Zhou Xiujing let out a laugh and asked, you, a small worker in the painting academy, are too shallow to know what kind of luxury the big mansion is, and you don't know how much silver is too much. How much silver did that Miss Su family give you? 50 taels of gold. Chen Jianan answered bluntly, and then his eyes more confused, no longer that resounding, and some emotion in his tone, 52 gold. This is Miss Su's family promised me private money, body money, this much silver, not to mention that I've seen it, I am listening to it has not been heard. 50 taels of gold? Zhang Lu and Wu Peilin in the hall looked at each other, their eyes growing more and more surprised. 50 taels of gold can be exchanged for 400 taels of silver at the official bank, and if you quietly go to those private money changers, you can exchange for 500 taels. 50 taels of gold, 500 taels of silver, roughly equivalent to Chen Jianan this painting academy small workers big decades of salary silver. Is this Chen Dian stupid or does he truly hold something? 50 taels of gold are indifferent? Wu Peilin swallowed his saliva. And listen to Chen Jianan continued, I rejected the 50 taels of gold, also rejected the Su family miss. Su family miss only said that the day to come back to find me, but she did not know that although I have never seen the world, but I will never for the sake of the district of 50 taels of gold to go to the house of Su to be a son-in-law. After all, my old Chen family I just a seedling, I went to be a son-in-law. I'm the Chen family will not be extinct? At this time, Chen Jianan seems to be talking to the three people in the hall, but also seems to be resisting the temptation of the 50 taels of gold, talking as if murmuring. I'll give you 100 taels of gold. Zhou Xiujing, the son of the Zhou family, suddenly spoke up, the corners of his mouth still containing some smiles, the arrogance revealed in his eyes clearly visible. 100 taels? Chen Jianan's eyes grew more and more mesmerized, but in his heart, he was a bit surprised, so simple to take the bait? At that exact moment, Chen Jianan's ears heard the sound of a wind blowing over and the hem of his clothes rattling. Zhang Lu and Wu Peilin also looked beyond the foyer of the workhouse, not knowing who had come outside. Chen Jianan, however, was still muttering, 100 taels of gold? If I accept this money? Wouldn't it go against my father's teachings? Not to mention Miss Su's place. 200 taels. Mr. Zhou seemed to be a bit bored, and his tone became a bit impatient. Chen Dian. Wu Peilin, the chief official of the Yellow Gate, finally couldn't hold himself back from speaking. Do you know how much money 200 taels of gold is? It's enough for you to purchase a mansion, marry a wife and 2 concubines, and enjoy the rest of your life in peace. Why don't you thank Mr. Zhou? 200 taels of gold? This so much silver. Chen Jianan really do not know this Zhou family gentleman why this so good to cheat. He a few words of art but just started ahead, not even say half. This Zhou family gentleman has been on the spot? But he still pretended to be greatly shocked. The confusion in his eyes became shocked, and he even gulped. Is Mr. Zhou not lying to me? Zhou Xiujing laughed loudly, stood up, took out a silver ticket from his sleeve, raised his hand and threw it. The silver ticket flew towards the front of the hall, and was about to land at the feet of Chen Jianan. When Chen Jianan saw the silver ticket, there was a sudden flash of golden light in his eyes, and he stepped forward and caught the silver ticket in the air. When he looked closely, the silver ticket was as big as the palm of a strong adult man's hand. Dayu Suzhou Money Bank. Take 200 taels of Sunan official gold flat-footed gold cake with the ticket. A silver check for 200 taels of gold? Or official gold? Chen Jianan's heart laughed and bloomed, but his complexion became more and more infatuated, until that Zhang Lu laughed out loud and said to Zhou Xiujing, who was at the side, "It seems that gold and silver do have their effects," and the father of this youngster in front of him taught him full of reasoning, and seeing 200 taels of gold, this reasoning is not worth mentioning anymore. I'm most annoyed with these city folk who have read for 2 years. The sneer on Zhou Xiujing's face became more and more intense. He did not look at the two adults in the hall, but instead looked straight out of the workshop's doorway. For example, this painting academy's small workman, a look of money is done, claiming that there is no reward for no work, claiming that mediocrity is the real thing. But wherever you see some silver or gold, the light comes out of your eyes. It's really laughable. How can such a small folk be worthy of Miss Su? You're right, M.S. Kazuki. Miss C.A.? Chen Jianan, who had earnestly put the silver ticket into his sleeve, was slightly surprised, and he also turned his head, and saw that beyond the doorcourt of the public room, under that one candle flame, there were 3 people standing. The one on the far right, wearing a blue official's uniform, was like Zhang Lu, the chief official of the workhouse in the hall. The leftmost is a head-combed long braid, with a few gold hairpin beads and bracelets, wearing a peach-red 100-carving silk silver rat jacket, green ponjing color embroidered brocade skirt, holding a scarf and handkerchief of the young girl. This young girl is about 15 or 16 years old, with an extraordinary appearance. Placed elsewhere, the young girl is like a lady in the boudoir, but this night here, Chen Jianan can see at a glance that this extraordinary appearance, dressed in the same expensive young girl, is a maid. For in front of this young girl, there was another woman. The woman stepped lightly, wearing a dress embroidered with golden peonies of emerald smoke, the hem of her skirt swaying gently in the night spring breeze, just as the spring breeze whisked across her face, sending up layers of ripples. At this time her hair bun pulled up high, wind bundu temples, hairpin inserted a delicate jade hairpin, a few strands of green silk hanging over the shoulder, with her fine moist skin, with her delicate if the drop, and then with her skin like snow, about the only one icy skin and jade bone can describe. With the 2 women walking in one place, an onlooker could tell at a glance who was the real young lady. This is the Su family's young lady? Chen Jianan then reacted. He just originally thought to say a few more words, carefully shaping some of his own mouth said grandiose, but tomorrow if the Su family increase the price, he will be in the Su family as a flunky image, so as to induce Zhou Xiujing increase the price. But he didn't expect that he had just swindled a few sentences, and the Zhou family's son had already thrown out 200 taels of gold. I think this M.S. Su is listening in here just now, and Zhou Xiujing probably wanted to desperately poke through my mask of holding something in my heart, which is why he was so dry. Chen Jiamin thought this in his mind. Perhaps he still wants to pretend in front of M.S. Su. Miss Su also stopped looking at this workshop and walked towards the door. Zhou Xiujing, Zhang Lu, and Wu Peilin watched her leave. Accompanying Miss Su is the treasury chief official. It seems that the Su family has gotten through to Lord Tongjian to supply medicinal herbs to the government treasury. Zhang Lu stroked his beard and laughed. Mr. Zhou still has to be quick. Even in my Sunan province, women like Miss Su are few and far between. Chen Jianan, you and go back. But don't forget what you promised, Mr. Zhou. Promising others and going back on your word will inevitably lead to trouble. Paran Wu spoke up at the right time. Zhou Xiujing didn't even look at Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan took the silver ticket as he wished and left the government office. He walked out of the palace and down Middlegate Street. At this time, the time had already reached the midnight. Even though the Sunan province was prosperous, except for a dozen or so smoky willow streets and alleys, most of the streets were already devoid of people. Chen Jianan was carrying 200 taels of gold in his arms, and his heart was a bit jittery. He naturally understands the reasoning behind harboring a jade ring. If Zhang Lu and Wu Peilin have bad intentions, Zhou Xiujing is going to keep me to show Miss Su family, not to make a move on me. I'd better take a detour, from the government office go through the 5 straight gates, then take Luoshang Street, Smoky Lane, Gongjiang Street, Drum Tower, and finally go around to Chihuang Street. It's a lot farther away, but I don't believe that outlaws would dare to kill people in the street. Mr. Chen. While Chen Jianan was being suspicious, from the shadows not far away, a person slowly walked out. It was the well-dressed maid. My lady has an invitation. Chapter 5, Red Chinese Ginger in the Kunlun Zephyr. The dark clouds that had covered the sky drifted away, leaving only thin clouds hanging in the sky. The moon is like a maiden, graceful and elegant. There was a wind that brushed Chen Jianan's cheeks and swept up his long hair. Xintong watched from afar as Chen Xianan walked towards her, and it was not until today that she could clearly see Chen Xianan's face. The young man had a smile on his face was somewhat fair, and his appearance was quite circumspect. What made Xintong feel most surprised was that this teenager actually had a pair of extremely good-looking eyes. Eyelashes flickered, and her eyes gleamed like a burning fire beneath her dark, neatly furrowed eyebrows. Xintong was a little pleased. Luckily it's not something ugly. When she thought of this, she also suddenly remembered the greedy appearance of Chen Xianan collecting money in the workhouse of the government office, and in her heart, she was a little disgusted with Chen Xianan again. What's the use of having nice eyes? A city boy who doesn't know that there are things in this world that are worth more than 200 taels of gold. Thinking this way, Anton, seeing Chen Jianan approaching, turned his head as well and took the lead into a secluded alley. A sedan chair was parked inside the alley. Chen Jianan saw that the 4 people carrying the sedan chair were quite burly, with eyes revealing a ferociousness, standing like 4 iron towers in the alley, standing in front and behind the sedan chair. The aura of those who practice martial arts is really different, you can tell their aura at a glance. Chen Jianan was a little envious. Back in the months when he had just crossed over to this world, he had once watched 2 martial arts practicing ranger children fight on the streets of Qi. He still remembered that the swords held in the hands of those 2 rangers were wrapped in a faint layer of qi, and that the qi was so sharp and abnormal that it cut through the stone lions at the entrance of Qi Huang Street as if they were slicing through paper. There was also a ranger among them, who, by bending his knees, leaped 3 feet up and down, and fell so violently that he smashed the ground a foot square. From then on, Chen Dian, who found this place uninteresting, became interested in this world. Just practice martial arts. This kind of thing is not interested in can. Hurriedly more than a year time passed quietly. Chen Jianan so far have not come into contact with the so-called martial arts. With these 4 guarding us, even if someone has bad intentions, there should be no major harm. The reason why Chen Jianan was so quick to accept the invitation was because he was carrying a huge amount of money and his heart was anxious, while this lady from a high family was not so much as to look at his 200 taels of gold. He came closer just like that. The curtains of the sedan chair were lifted, revealing the person inside. Eyebrows like emerald jade, muscles like sheep fat, is indeed an extremely stunning look. At this moment, a beam of moonlight broke through the clouds and fell right on this Miss Su's face, lining her face with glowing light. So Chen Jianan logically thought of 2 sentences. The so-called beauties have flowers for their appearance, birds for their voices, the moon for their gods, willows for their manners, jade for their bones, snow for their skin, and water for their posture. This Miss Su Siye of the Su family really lived up to her reputation for beauty. Su Shiyu also saw Chen Dianan. Chen Jianan was dressed in a long gray coat, and his long hair was tied into a ponytail behind his head. At this time, Chen Jianan was looking at her, but his eyes were not as good as Su Shiyu thought, and there was no greed and fascination that he had when he saw the silver tickets in the workshop just now. Instead, there were also a few points of clarity. Su Siya eeped lightly in her heart, spinning her pole and remembering Chen Jianan's years, remembering that he was even 3 years younger than herself. At the age of 17 or 18, not having studied, and having come out to beg for a living, it is natural to be a little more fond of money than of women. Thinking this way, Su Shiyu took a few more steps forward and pointed to the secluded alley. Past here is Xingyuan Street, and further on is Shiqing Street. Mr. Chen, walk with me for a few steps? Su Shiyu spoke extremely politely. But after she said this, without waiting for Chen Jianan to agree, she walked forward on her own. Chen Jianan knew that this was about the authority she had developed now that she was in power in the Su family, and he had been prepared for it. After all, a woman who had not been married would naturally not easily invite him to her sedan chair. So he also followed Su Shiyu, not lagging behind, and walked alongside her. Su Shiyu's body exuded an aroma that smelled quite good, causing Chen Jianan to involuntarily shrug his nose. This Miss Su frowned, but still opened her mouth and said, Mr. Chen's father was a scholar, why didn't Mr. Chen ever study for the imperial examinations? Su Shiyu is a free bodyguard. Chen Jianan naturally do not mind chatting with her more, said with a smile, I have read before, but then fell into the water once, although lucky to save his life, before making the learning has been forgotten. Plus my father said, today's world reading when the official cannot be called a way out, give up also give up, do not give up important things is, so I do not read. What is something important? Su Shiyu's head turned slightly sideways. Chen Jianan said with a smile, I don't understand either. He only said that there are 2 things that I should never throw away, one is called conscience and the other is called courage. Su Shiyu finally turned his head completely to look at the teenager walking beside him. Chen Jianan didn't look at him, just looked at the way to go. The 2 people beside Xintong carrying a lantern, also feel that Chen Jianan's father is indeed a scholar, with the perseverance of a scholar. They just walked around for some time. Chen Jianan seemed to have little interest in the luxurious and rich Su family, in the beauty in front of him, or perhaps it was because of timidity, and did not say a word. Su Shiyu didn't say a word either. Anton clever, break the silence, said Chen executive. Chen Gongzi, 200 taels of gold a lot, but in fact not much. You took the embroidered ball, if you have some more courage, you can take a big step forward to go, the district 200 taels of gold, and what is it worth? Small family, have not seen so much gold as due, good to teach you know, I Su family business throughout the entire Suwu state, and even in the Jianghuai state, New Mountain state, Xinchuan state, and even the capital city have business, you for that a little small profit, but do not know that they give up a C. If you want me to say, Mr. Chen, you then return the 200 taels of gold to Zhou Xiujing. 200 taels is enough. Chen Jianan waved his hand, interrupting Shintong, his face full of satisfaction. 200 taels of gold, I will be able to buy a few more concubines after my marriage is enough, and besides, I have already promised Mr. Zhou. How can I go back on my word? Zhou Xiujing threatened you? Shintong said, don't be afraid, my Su family has a lot of martial artists, send a few to protect you. You just said that you can't lose your courage. Why are you so timid when it comes to things? Your father taught you in vain? Chen Jianan was a bit anxious at that moment. Collecting the smile on his face, he said angrily, you guys are so rude. Do you still want to force people to get married by force? At this time they have been out of the secluded alley, to the Xingyuan Street. The street has also been some sparse pedestrians, and then forward is the Xixing Street, through the Xixing Street to the Qihuang Street. Chen Jianan finally put down his heart. If Zhang Lu or Wu Pailan really fancy this 200 taels of gold, even if there is an evil intention in his heart, about not dare to commit murder on this street. Since the neighbor of the state of Dayu, as the day of the Great Rest fell apart, split into 3 countries, Dayu absorbed the talented people from the Great Rest into the Yu, the national strength more and more powerful, ranked second in the 7 countries. Even if the world today, the Great Qian country is still the hegemony, but the prosperity of the state of Dayu Suwu is also the world's rarely seen. Prosperity has its own law. Sunan province is not a border place, not the barren land of the northwest, even if Chen Jianan witnessed a big fight between the 2 ranger children, but also by the government to catch the case. Zhang Lu, Wu Pailan, even if there is evil in their hearts, but they are not the West Pinglai that shook the whole of Dayu bandits, should not be able to do on the street to kill and rob the treasure of things. Wait until you get back to Qihuang Street. Across the street from your home is the residence of the Iron Arm General of Suzhou. Give them 10 guts and you won't dare to find your home. That's why Chen Jianan was thinking of getting out as soon as possible. Shintong couldn't help but sigh when she saw Chen Jianan's annoyed defense. Settling for mediocrity, such a boring person. Not worthy of a lady. With this thought in her mind, the always silent Su Siye also finally spoke up. Since Mr. Chen has no intention of doing so, then this matter will be put to rest. Just, Mr. Chen took the 200 taels of gold, must know the reasoning of harboring a jade, but also as soon as possible to get rid of it. Su Shiyu gave a heartfelt advice, making me, Chen Jianan, a little surprised at the kindness of this rich lady's heart. Chen Jianan couldn't help but be skeptical in his mind. This Miss Su family is waiting outside the government office on purpose. Could it be to give me a ride? He stood still and watched as Miss Su and Shintong got into the sedan chair, and the 4 burly men carried the sedan chair away without looking back. Chen Jianan did not do anything else, still carrying a huge sum of 200 taels of gold, hurriedly rushed to the road. On the sedan chair, Xiantong put down the curtain and sighed. This Chen Jianan is really a strange person. He looks at 200 taels of gold. Silver tickets are full of light, but my Su family clearly seems to be indeed an unseen, not knowing the lesser of the 2. She said here, and carefully looked at her own young lady. He is still a blind. Want to marry the young lady's good young man. Good male can be lined up from the door of the Su house to the Qingchuan state. He this hairy boy, even still not willing to get on. Don't say any more. Go back and tell the master that this son-in-law recruiting matter will be thought of again. Su Shiyu spoke. Xiantong was worried. This is good. Being refused marriage by the person who received the embroidered ball. The other families will inevitably laugh at us after tea. Miss Sunan house is full of young talents, and there are not a few who are willing to join the family for you. Why don't you pick more carefully? Su Shiyu did not answer Shintong, but instead asked, where has General Xianzi arrived? Already at Roman's Ferry, about tomorrow evening. Shintong replied, it should be rushed, a little faster than expected. Su Siya muttered to herself, the seeds of the Qinan leaf have yet to find a better one. The Zhou family wants to eat my Su family. Shintong stopped talking. She suddenly remembered the despondency on Mrs. face when she went to pick her up from Mount Qixia. Compared to the cities and Yuan collusion, the young lady should prefer the days of cultivation on Mount Qixia. She is so unconcerned about the marriage, and wants to find some street folk, probably because she wants to settle the Su family's affairs and then give enough compensation as a way of making peace, and then go back to Mount Qixia. Chen Jianan did return home peacefully. He went back to his room and closed the door without taking out the silver ticket of 200 taels of gold. Gold and silver, he saw too much in his last life. The heart is not too rare. The reason why the fraud that Zhou Xiujing is but is holding the idea of seeing a fool, to earn him some money so-called. Tonight, Chen Jianan's mind appeared in the sky Jade Beijing map 2, the map of the clouds and mist turn. The dark light obscured the vast majority of the Jade Beijing map, only, Kunlun Zephyr, a dense. When Chen Jianan's attention fell in that dense atmosphere, the Kunluns began to enlarge until a ginger with some reddish color through it appeared in Chen Jianan's consciousness. This ginger. Chen Jianan thought to this point. The dense atmosphere in the Kunlun Zephyr suddenly had a burst of clouds and gas turbulence. A message suddenly fell into his consciousness. Red ginger, dyeing Kunlun dense atmosphere, slice to make tea, have a clean root and bone, wash the flesh and sinews of the miraculous effect. Wash the roots and bones, cleanse the flesh and sinews? Chen Jianan was a bit overjoyed. Chapter 6, Cleansing the Roots and Bones. Chen Jianan looked at the cup of ginger tea in front of him and fumed. There were 12 slices of ginger neatly cut out of the side of that cup. This piece of ginger from Kunlun's, cut out in 13 slices, I don't know if it's thin or thick. Chen Jiamin thought in this way. He picked up the cup with anticipation. The tea has long been changed into ginger yellow, which obviously put a piece of ginger, but that ginger into the water has been melted clean, quite magical. He took a sip of ginger tea. The ginger tea entered his mouth, accompanied by a burst of warmth that covered his mouth and tongue and merged into his throat until it entered his gut. Immediately afterward, Qin Jianan was surprised to feel his entire body warm up and his body began to sweat in a very short period of time. He didn't hesitate and drank the remaining ginger tea in one go. So he was getting hotter and hotter, and even felt that the pores of his whole body had opened up, from which sweat continuously pattered out, and the grey long coat on his body was soon soaked through, and even dripping downward. But Qin Jianan did not feel any difficulty, but instead felt that his body was light, more and more relaxed. He spread out his hands and looked at the backs of them, but realized that his skin was surprisingly much finer and fairer. This kind of white is not that kind of sickly pale, but very warm, just like a diamond. This strange ginger really works, and it works extremely well. Chen Jianan couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked down at the remaining 12 slices of ginger on the tabletop. It's just a pity that there are only 12 slices of this ginger. Can't be drunk for a few days. As he thought about this, he suddenly had another sudden thought, and his mind visualized the heavenly Yujing diagram. As the Yujing diagram in his mind slowly unfolded, Kunlun-zai enlarged one after another, turning into a dense mass, and Chen Jianan brushed his palm over the 12 slices of ginger. Of the 12 slices of ginger, at once the leftmost one disappeared. Sure enough, Chen Jianan's eyes lit up, and his consciousness clearly saw that the piece of ginger that had disappeared had appeared in the Yujing to Kunlun Zephyr, having been shaded by the divine densities in it. Even his consciousness clearly perceived that this piece of ginger that he had planted into the Kunlun Zephyr was like a piece of seed that began to take root in the Kunlun Zephyr. The dense aura in this Kunlun Zephyr is like a good field in which I can plant things, like this, red medium ginger. In that case, leave only one piece to drink tomorrow, and plant the rest of the ginger pieces in the Yujingtu. With this thought in his mind, his palm once again brushed the desktop. In a moment, the ginger on the tabletop began to disappear piece by piece, while in the Yujingtu Kunlun-zai, there was one more piece after another, filling Chen Jianan with joy. Until, after the fourth slice of ginger disappeared from the tabletop and appeared in the Kunlun's. Chen Jianan only felt himself getting sleepier and sleepier, his body getting more and more tired, and his thoughts started to get heavy, causing him to think more and more sluggishly. At the same time, all sorts of information from the jade capital diagram came one after another, and Chen Jianan understood that this inexplicable drowsiness was not because of the cup of ginger tea, but from the jade capital diagram. The jade Kyoto and Kunlun-zai seem to be directly correlated to my physical strength and sharpness of mind. I planted red center ginger in the Kunlun Zephyr, and 3 slices are already my limit. Beyond 3 slices, I get more and more sleepy and labored, and I simply can't carry the load. When Chen Jianan thought of this, he hurriedly flicked his mind, and the 4th slice of ginger in the Kunlun Zephyr quietly disappeared and reappeared in the palm of his hand. In a matter of moments, however, Chen Jianan immediately felt much more relaxed, and the tiredness in his body and the slowness of his mind disappeared for the most part. This heavenly jade capital diagram is too divine. Just Kunlun-zai, one of the 5 cities, is able to cultivate such exotic medicinal herbs. It's just a pity that there is an upper limit to the number of medicinal herbs that can be planted into it. However, this upper limit is directly linked to my physical fitness, the degree of sensitivity of my mind. Does this mean that if I drink ginger tea every day, wash my roots and bones, and cleanse my skin and flesh, the upper limit of what can be planted in Kunlun-zai will increase? Chen Jiamin analyzed it in his heart. It was past the hour of dawn, but his body was getting hotter and hotter, and he was sweating more and more. So Chen Jianan simply stripped off his clothes and lay naked on the ground, unconsciously entering dreamland. He dreamed that in the haze, a woman in spotless white was looking down at him, and that the woman, with a kind smile on her face and tears in her eyes, was reaching out her hand toward him. The tears dripped down and dripped on Chen Jianan's face, and Chen Jianan realistically felt a coldness. He woke up in this real cold, and when he opened his eyes, the harsh sunlight made him feel a little sick. What time is it? Chen Jianan was startled, and as he sat up, he saw that the sunlight outside the window had already climbed over the high courtyard wall and struck straight into his room. It's only noon, and I've slept so long? Chen Jianan was a little surprised, so that this room of his was close to the courtyard wall. No one would see this naked body of his through the window. He got up in a hurry and put on a change of clothes before going to wash up. After hurriedly washing up, he saw Chen Shujun walking through the door carrying 2 fish. Your Wang family's aunt caught 2 carp from the clear water river, and met me on the way and gave them to me by force. Chen Shujun was also wearing a white dress, and Chen Jianan felt that this white dress was somewhat similar to the white dress worn by the white woman in his dream. Having spent 2 light years living with Chen Shuijun, plus the fact that there seemed to be some consciousness left in this skin of his, these realizations had already fused with Chen Xianan during the 2 years of light, plus during these 2 years of light, Chen Shujun had taken care of Chen Xianan in a silent and pragmatic manner. From the very beginning when Chen Xianan was bedridden after falling into the water to now when Chen Xianan has taken full control of this body, Chen Shuijun is as usual. he is indeed a good father. Because of all these things, I don't know whether it was because of the missing father's love in Chen Jianan's previous life, or the gratitude for Chen Shujun, or the remaining consciousness in this body. Chen Jianan easily shouted out that one word. Father, I think these 2 fish are the tuition given by the Wang family's eldest wife this month. Chen Jianan skillfully fetched a bucket of water from the well as he spoke, making light work of it. It was just that today, it was overly easy for Chen Jianan to fetch water, his arms didn't tremble in the slightest, and when he raised the bucket, there wasn't any splash of water. This caused Chen Jianan to go slightly out of his mind, and then he instantly remembered the cup of ginger tea that he drank yesterday. In just one night, the strength has become so great? This red-centered ginger is truly strange. Chen Jianan was pleasantly surprised at the changes in his body while lightly boiling water and taking out a kitchen knife, pot and bowl, and salt from the stove. Chen Shujun, on the other hand, skillfully disemboweled the 2 large carp in the courtyard and beat away the scales of the carp again. Ha! Watching Chen Shujun tending to the carp, Chen Jianan suddenly let out a light eep. A little distance away, Chen Jianan was surprised to clearly perceive another stream of qi on the belly of those 2 carp. It's as qi as ginger in red. These 2 fish are a little strange. Chen Jianan was suspicious. Are these fish really from the Wang family's damsel? Don't just stand there, cut the garlic and scallions. Chen Shujun greeted. Chen Jianan came back to his senses and sliced onions and garlic. It's just a pity that these 2 fish are already dead. If they weren't, I don't know if they could be planted in the Kunlun Zephyr. He no longer dwelled on it. Chen Shujun did the cooking while he played the role, and this pair of father and son spent many leisurely days like this. Only today, Chen Jianan suddenly remembered the dream he had last night, and as he cleaned up the scales on the ground, he casually said, Father, how come you've never mentioned my mother to me? Chen Shujun was chopping up the fish, the white clothes on his body still spotless, and the movements of his hands were methodical and quite sharp. But when he heard this inquiry from Chen Jianan, the cleaver in his hand fell off course and landed on the head of the fish. The fish's head was severed, and its eyes burst out of the head and landed in the dust on the ground, glaring at the sun in the sky. Then, Chen Shujun was still silent, still didn't say a word, and didn't answer Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan had long since gotten used to Chen Shujun's silence and vaguely guessed that there should be some more twists and turns in it, but he stopped asking. Chen Shujun made the famous dish of the Sunan province, clear water carp from the clear water river, and stewed in clear water, only with some salt, eat the original flavor of the fish. 2 people, one old and one young, were eating in the yard. The spring sun was not to be called poisonous, and it shone warmly on my body. You didn't go to the Yellow Gate today? Yesterday I drew so many portraits of important courtiers that the master worker allowed me to take a day off. That's not bad, just in time for a good day's rest. Father, why don't you let me study? Chen Jianan suddenly asked again. The more Chen Shujun went to clip the fish, the more his chopsticks paused somewhat. This time he did not remain silent, and while chucking out a large piece of fish and placing it in Chen Jianan's bowl, he said, When did I not allow you to study? Didn't I get you all those books in your room? I mean, why don't you let me take the science test? Because I don't like it. Chen Shujun was straightforward, his voice surprisingly thumping. The imperial court is full of demons and monsters, the lowly ones clinging to the powerful and noble ones, the weak ones sucking out to the strong ones, the gate valve families holding the imperial government, marrying each other to exclude the cold family, the commoners and bureaucrats, preventing the cultivation method from spreading all over the world, and some of the ones who want to do something are sidelined and can only leave the scene in the dark. Not to mention whether you can take the high school examination, even if you win to become an official, it is only to be eaten by those gate family bones are not left. Rather than so, it is better to do some of their own favorite. Chen Shujun said here, silent for 2 or 3 breaths of time, and said, if you insist on wanting to go to the imperial examinations, I will not stop you. Life is valuable in self-possession, but also in the line of their own desires, and do not have to pay too much attention to. Chen Jianan shook his head, ate a large mouthful of fish and said with a smile, I'm not interested in becoming an official, life is quite good now, wait for some days, I'll marry another daughter-in-law, and the 2 of them will honor you together. Between his inquiries, he was keenly aware of a strange qi hovering in the coils of his body, clearly the effect of this mouthful of fish. I'm going to go on a long trip in a few days, and I might not be able to return without a year and a half. Chen Shujun suddenly spoke. Chen Jianan was about to inquire with a frown. At that exact moment, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open. Chen Shujun and Chen Jianan turned their heads to look, but they saw that the alley where people used to come and go was already devoid of pedestrians. Outside the door stood many figures dressed in black with long swords at their waists. 2 men were standing in the distance, looking out over the plain courtyard. Chen Jianan looked carefully, but saw that the person was dressed in purple, long hair spread over his shoulders, his face was majestic, his figure was lofty, standing there from afar, surprisingly giving a feeling as if a high mountain was close at hand. He had his hands behind his back, and his eyes were as sharp as a falcon's as he swept in, and Chen Jianan only felt that he had nothing to hide. And this only one person was accompanied by a teenager, silver-robed and handsome. He stood behind that purple-clothed person. The corner of his mouth contained a smirk as he looked straight at Chen Shujun beside Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan opened his mouth and was about to stand up, On the side, Chen Shujun, however, said softly, "Don't pay any attention to them, eat first." Chen Shujun's voice was as calm as ever, and Chen Jianan glanced at the door and then at this cheap old man of his. What the hell is this old man of mine? Chapter 7, Riding a Whale to the Clouds, Treading on the Clouds and Realizing the Creation of Nature. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd outside the door, Chen Shujun and Chen Dian really finished the meal. After eating, Chen Jianan cleaned up the dishes, and Chen Shujun stood up and gently smoothed his sleeves before he stepped forward and walked out of the small courtyard. Outside the courtyard, the purple-clad nobleman always waited peacefully without urging. It wasn't until Chen Shujun walked out of the small courtyard and came to his side that he turned around and walked away shoulder to shoulder with Chen Shujun. In this alleyway, the young man wearing a silver robe and with an imposing demeanor saw the two of them walking away, and with his hands behind his back, he walked into the courtyard again. He saw that Chen Jianan was busily packing up the dishes and chopsticks, carefully looked him up and down, and suddenly snorted. "I originally thought that Chen Shujun did not let you study for the imperial examinations, and should have also taught you the method of cultivation, and originally thought that at the age of 17 or 18 years old, even if you did not reach the realm of true element, you should have transformed your chi and nourished your chi, but I never thought that there was not a single trace of blood chi in your body at all." Chen Jianan straightened up, turned his head and frowned at the visitor. He saw that this person had a human face, but the sneer in his tone was clearly visible, so Chen Jianan's obstinate nature was guilty. He also remembered that his own cheap old dad could let the purple-clothed man outside the door wait for them to finish their meal, and that the purple-clothed man roughly would not take his life because of one or two words. Plus, these rich kids can be so rude. Yesterday's Zhou Xiujing was like that, and today this silver-robed teenager is like that too. Chen Jianan was sick of thinking about it in his heart, so he planned to stop holding back and coldly snorted, "None of your business." The silver-robed young man's expression stuttered, then he frowned as he stepped forward. "Good guts." When he spat out the two words in his mouth, the airflow around his body seemed to have changed violently. The flow of his breath was like a gale that swept up the pear blossoms on the ground and rolled straight towards Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan only felt that the air around him had become thin, making him a little breathless, and his body seemed to be pressed with a big stone, making his body unable to stop hunching down. To have no strength and yet hold back. "If I were in the capital, I would have smashed your face long ago." That silver-clothed teenager laughed, squinting his eyes at Chen Jianan. "But when I came to this Sunan house, I sold Uncle Li a few points twice, so I won't let you kneel down and beg for forgiveness. All you need to do is to give me a bow, and I'll forgive you." This teenager slowly opened his mouth, but his voice seemed to explode in Chen Jianan's ears like a thunderbolt. Chen Jianan dead support, not letting himself bend over, staying at home also have this woe? These rich sons can really not take people as people. His heart was unsettled, and he remembered the words his own father had just spoken to him. If people are expensive, they are prone to become demons and monsters, and they love to swallow people's skin, flesh, bones and blood. But I've died once, and I'm still afraid of you? Chen Jianan's bullishness from his last life was aroused as he took a deep breath and straightened his body with force. Bow with you? Dream on. The strange and peculiar pressure on his body made him gasp a little as he made up his mind. But just at this time, from his navel a warm breath suddenly flowed out, spread all around him. Chen Jianan suddenly felt the pressure suddenly reduced. This warm breath is exactly the same as the airflow in the ginger tea. Chen Jianan instantly understood the source of this warm breath. Instead, the silver-clad boy let out a soft eep. It seems that I have gone astray, unexpectedly has already transformed blood chi, but the 17 or 18-year-old chi transformation realm is really not able to take the hand a little. The teenager laughed and took another step forward, the aura around him snapping even more swiftly. Just as that gale-like breath rolled towards Chen Jianan's heart sank, and just at that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Third Duke C has come to my Chi Huang Street, and it's disrespectful of me not to have greeted him from afar. That voice came, and the gale-like breath instantly disappeared. Chen Jianan immediately felt a wave of relief and a wave of dizziness, staggering a few steps and nearly unsteady. He turned his head to look, and saw that at the entrance of the alleyway, at some point, there came a crane-haired old man, and beside the old man there was a young girl. This old man's hair was snow-white and his face had the appearance of old age, but his spine was straight and his eyes revealed a kind of determination. And the young girl beside the old man was wearing a white velvet pattern cloak with two braids. Her face was red and very cute. She was somewhat curious as she looked at the two teenagers in the small courtyard. My late generation has met General Iron Arm. The young man that the old man had called Third Prince C turned around, a smile on his face at some point, and saluted the old man. Uncle Li and I arrived at the Sunan house unexpectedly, and we had wanted to come back later to pay our respects to General Iron Arm. How is your family's General C Yuanjian? The old man interrupted the young man and laughed. When he was young, he and I used to fight side by side at Iron Buddha Mountain, and I still remember that the heirloom famous spear in his hand, Qingtian, was wide open, killing off the 13 Hu armors of the Northern Kingdom, making the Northern Kingdom generals lose their nerve. While killing the enemy, he released a song in anger, which was heard for hundreds of miles. The enemy can be destroyed, the banner is extinguished, and the bowels of Hu are involved in Hu's blood. The enemy can be destroyed, the banner is destroyed, and the blood of the Hu is involved in the blood of the Hu. It's been more than 10 years since this happened, but it's still fresh in my mind. The old man walked slowly until he reached the door of Qin Jianan's small courtyard. C3 dukes heard this more and more humble, said, "My second uncle also often talk about the iron-armed general," he said in the frost winds, desert grass withered, the north country 10,000 cavalry over the Iron Buddha Pass, the Iron Buddha Pass and no Iron Buddha, only the iron-armed general, with 900 armor strength to resist the greatly 10,000 cavalry. If not for that battle the iron-armed general injured the foundation, my Dayu will certainly be one more UK consummation of the strong man. Jade K perfection. The old man squinted his eyes seemed to be reminiscing the past few breaths of time, before he shook his head slowly. Jade K perfection cultivators are rare in the world. I am already old and decrepit, and it is difficult for me to move an inch further in my cultivation, and the reflected divine phase I have also aged with me, but there is only one old bear left. On the contrary, it is far from the general courageous and refined, the world-famous iron gun Qing Tian. These years I do not know how many heroes stained blood. He is in the world riding a whale in the 100 people, has been ranked 42, perhaps a few more years, he will be able to ride the whale good to the clouds to go, step on the clouds to understand the creation of the opening, completely and thoroughly to prove the creation of the realm, from now on a step to the sky. There was still some sighing in the old man's tone, not knowing if he was sighing about his years or his increasingly weak cultivation. Sisan Gongzi heard the famous iron-armed general praising his own elders so much, then he was also honored with it, raised his head and laughed. On the world's whale riding list, my family's second uncle has already gone one step further, ranked in the 41st line of the Wei country's great artisan Wu Yuqin, casting the sword of thunder and fire for the great man of creation, Su Yuchan, and exhausted his own true essence. And although he created the famous sword that was ranked 9th in the line of the Husheng ancient monument swords and weapons, his own cultivation has greatly diminished, his divine phase, furnace fire, has died. He himself, but the cultivation is greatly reduced, his divine phase, furnace fire, has died, no longer riding a whale on the list of people. Admirable and stifling. Although he mentioned the word sigh in his words, the smile on his face was so wide that he could not be called sighing. There is this matter? Iron-armed general eyes do rare bring up some lonesome to Wei great craftsman once traveled the world, seeking the world's great craftsman. I met with his Xingzhou, he said with me that there will be a day he will create a really strong famous weapon, get into the fuse list, from now on the name Flo Chang history, posterity will no longer forget his name, so that he has already accomplished his long-cherished wish. It's just that he is not small in age, and when he died in the divine phase, he thought that he would not have long to live, but he did not know whether it was worth it or not. The iron-armed general's voice lamented, but the young girl beside him who had tied up two ponytails and was exceptionally cute suddenly glanced at Chen Jianan who was not far away, and suddenly spoke out, since General Yuan Jian has already ridden the whale ranking 41, and with his age, the Sea family will be able to go even further in hanging heavenly kingdom, and the third prince of the Sea family will be nobly rewarded for it, and with the third prince's identity and third prince of the Sea family's ranking on the fledgling tiger monument, I am afraid that in a matter of days, he will also be enrolled in the army as a school captain or 1,000 household. I'm afraid that in a few days, he will also join the hanging heavenly capital's army and become a lieutenant, or 1,000 households, so why make things difficult for such a youngster from an ordinary family? This young girl's voice was quite crisp, and her tone even had some sneers in it as she stared straight at the third Duke of C. Sisan Gongzi looked up at the iron-armed general, but saw that this general seemed to be immersed in memories, and did not hear the words of the young girl beside himself, so Sisan Gongzi suddenly understood. How could a man like General Iron-Arm not hear what the man beside him was saying? He thought in his heart, his face did not have the slightest displeasure, also looked to Chen Jianan, smiled and said, Hogue is not intended to make things difficult for him. My father and the Chen family's Shueijun uncle many years ago was a good friend. I and General Xianzi came to visit today. I was curious in my heart and gave birth to a test of his mind, but I did not expect that his cultivation is not necessarily a weak. I was a momentary lapse of concentration. He made too much of a mess. It is indeed me. It's really my responsibility. Miss Goodyear and I are also considered half-siblings in the capital. Don't you know that I've never been much of a bully to the weak? See Hogue, don't put gold on your face, who is the same family as you. Shin Xiaoxing frowned and laughed coldly. I heard in the capital that your C family entrusted a matchmaker to the Li family, and you came all the way to Sananfu with General Xianzi, so who doesn't know what you're resting on? Nothing more than wanting to find the Chen family uncle to ask for a desperate letter. Fine. The iron-armed general on the side seemed to have finally come back to his senses and lightly scolded. That Shin Xiaoxing immediately let out a cold snort and said no more. That Division 3 Duke's silver robes and the spring breeze slightly rippling, his pretty face, still not half a bit of anger, not even to pay attention to his outburst of Shinwell, just towards the iron-armed general salute, this time by chance to see the iron-armed general, really a lucky thing. Just today some abrupt, not prepared properly, wait until tomorrow, late generation and Uncle Li will certainly pay a visit. Late generation farewell. After receiving General Iron-Arm's reply, Sihu Gui did not even look at Chen Jianan before walking out of this small courtyard's gated courtyard and leaving with those black-clothed men. Iron-armed General Shinyu was about to hear the news that Wei's great craftsman's life would not be long, pushing himself and others, his heart also had some despondency, he shook his head, and only instructed Shinshin to go home early, and waved his hand towards Chindian, who saluted him, and also turned to go out of the door. At this moment, the only people left in the courtyard were the bewildered Chindianen, and Shin Shaoxing, who was looking up and down at Chindianen. Shinshin looked at Chen Jianan for a long while. His baby fat face finally had more consternation, and asked, "The breath is so disorganized, you don't practice?" Chen Jianan shook his head. Shin Shaoxing was greatly surprised. "Then how did you transform the qi?" Chen Jianan keenly thought of the cup of Akanaka ginger tea water that he drank yesterday. As he thought about it, some smiles appeared on his face and he asked, "What's a chemo gas?" Chapter 8, 8 Great Passes of Cultivation, Great Snowy Mountain Ginseng Chi Posts. Shin Shaoxing frowned at the plainly dressed teenager in front of her. This teenager's eyebrows were exceptionally good-looking, and his expression and speech revealed the same simplicity, not like those domineering noble dukes in hanging heavenly capital. This young man is 17 or 18 years old, but only the chi cultivation, not to mention that compared to those sons in the capital, even in this Sunan province, I'm afraid that it cannot be on the stage. But, how did this Chen Jianan transform his blood chi without practicing? Shin Shaoxing was a little surprised in his heart, but when he heard Chen Jianan's careful questioning, his tone was sincere, and there was no hint of teasing in his eyes. He patiently replied, "Today's Dayu is both a flourishing literary world and a flourishing cultivation world. The world's famous literati do not practice martial arts, cultivation, the world's families and valleys of the literary lineage and cultivation of the same weight. I heard people say that you do not read the science exams. I thought you have already cultivation into the door. How do you even do not know what the transformation of gas is?" The so-called chi transformation is the first of the 8 gates of cultivation, that is, to boil the body and transform the blood chi. The blood chi then feeds back to the physical mortal body, and the body to raise the blood chi, then it can enter the second gate to raise the chi gate. Nurturing chi also nourishes the body. Blood chi spreads throughout the limbs and bones, and the skin, flesh, bones, sinews, and organs all benefit from it, getting stronger and stronger, and ultimately can nourish 1,000 kilograms of enormous strength. I saw that you resisted Siho Gui's chi suppression just now, and blood chi surged out of your body, so it seems that you have already transformed out of your blood chi. Just why do you know nothing about it? Chen Jianan listened carefully, silently digesting the words of the neighbor in front of him in his mind. The 8 great gates of martial Dao, transforming chi and raising chi. It seems that these are the first 2 realms of martial cultivation, and the second realm, the realm of raising chi, is capable of raising 1,000 pounds of enormous strength? It seems that the red medium ginger grown in the Kunlun Zephyr is truly strange and extraordinary. I merely drank a cup of ginger tea, and without realizing it, I've already transformed my blood chi. Chen Dianan pondered in his mind, then thought for a moment, and then saluted the 16 or 17-year-old girl in front of him. "Miss Shen solved the confusion for me." Chen Dianan is extraordinarily grateful. "I just don't know that the 8 gates of cultivation mentioned by Miss Shen, in addition to transforming and nourishing the chi, which 6 gates are there?" Deaconin has lived his entire life on this Chi Huang Street, and has never come into contact with people who practice martial arts, so his heart is really curious. Shin Shaoxing asked, "Uncle Chen has not spoken to you about it?" Chen Jianan shook his head. Shin properly frowned, and learned adults generally drooped eyebrows and sighed. It seems to be like what Uncle Chu, who came to the house as a guest only yesterday, said. Chen family uncle seems to be really disappointed in this court. The adults in the hall never want to have anything to do with hanging Heavenly King again. Chen Jianan's body lived, not just 17 or 18-year-old hairy child. What happened in the courtyard today, all made him realize that his father, who had been teaching monks for more than 10 years on the streets of Chihuang, seemed to really have some origin. The purple-clad general who had just left with his father outside the door, or the flighty and domineering Sihu K, both seemed to be rushing towards his own father. "Since you asked, casually, I'll talk to you about it." Miss Shen sighed a bit, and saw Chen Jianan bowing his head in thought, so he replied, "The path of cultivation. For those who cultivate the martial arts, it is like going over a mountain. There is another mountain to go over, and the cultivator who steps into the martial arts is like regaling to ascend to the heavenly ladder, and a mountain is hard to get to. Transforming chi, nurturing chi, is just the introduction. After nurturing chi there are 2 realms, true yuan, and divine embodiment, polishing chi and flesh, transforming blood and chi into true yuan, which senses the mud pill, nourishes the spirit, and transforms it into the divine embodiment of the martial arts. And then after that, is the diamond, innate, realm. Physical body God is like a diamond, a mouth of true essence into the innate. Into the innate can communicate with the world's 100 chi, every move, a breath, can grow the cultivation of the body. The realm of the innate even in the land of a state, is considered to be really strong. Innate realm of martial arts cultivators, even if they come to this prosperous Suzhou Wuzhou main capital of Sunanfu, go to the Sunanfu prefecture government office, easily become the governor's guest of honor, go to the military, even if there is no military service, the minimum is a general of the same knowledge, and does not lead the army, but has from the 6th rank of the military salary, and so on. When there is a military service, or try out the general talent, immediately is a 6th grade general. When I say that, do you realize the preciousness of the 6th level of the martial Tao, innate, true element, divine embodiment, diamond in the rough, and innate? Innate into the army, you can have a military salary from the 6th rank. Chen Jianan scared. With his current eyesight, he really didn't know what realm the two high coming and going rangers he had once seen were in. Also do not know how strong the innate realm is, but no. From the 6th rank of the capital General Tongji is how high the military rank. To be able to hold such a high position as soon as one enters the military, this shows how extraordinary the innate realm is. Miss Shin, what realm was that third prince of the Sea family just now again? Chen Jianan sighed while inquiring. He recalled that Siho Gue did not make a move, but with his chi alone, he was able to press down on his body, causing his breath to be as weak as a candle flame encountering the wind, and he could not help but feel curious. Shin properly glanced at him, said, "See, family third son Siho Gue is not some uneducated official son, he in that road under one of the 9 monuments, the world's young tiger monument, ranked 347, is a real young wizard, the age of just a year longer than you, already body like a diamond without dust, the spirit of the natural towers of the gods. He is a true diamond in the rough martial arts cultivator, and he has entered the 5th level of the martial arts path. He wasn't the strongest among the younger generation of the Sea family, yet he had a considerable amount of prestige. Today, if Grandpa and I hadn't come at the right time, and you dared to talk to him like that, I'm afraid you'd only have to kneel and break a few bricks on the ground." The world fledgling tiger tablet? Ranked at 347? Chen Jianan mused. Shinshin good to know Chen Jianan did not have any concept, so he took the initiative to explain. "You do not want to see this ranking ranked outside the 300, you have to know, the 9 tablets under the Tao is a famous treasure, from the sky, non-creation cannot get a glimpse of it. The heavenly fledgling tiger monument encompasses the entire world's 7 big country throne, dozens of small countries, all the Shenmen sects, academies and gate valves of the countless young strong. The entire world's name can be engraved in the fledgling tiger monument on the number of young practitioners is only 1,000, my Dayu into this list of people is only 100. And my Dayu population of 80,000 million. Do you know what this means? It means that there are only 346 young people in the entire world whose cultivation can beat him?" Chen Jianan swallowed his saliva. Shin Shaoxin shook his head properly. The Daisy Tiger Steel does not look at just cultivation, it also looks at age, it also looks at cultivation talent, it even looks at background, heritage, the technique he cultivates, and the weapon he holds in his hand. Because the cultivation of the original fight is nothing more than talent, age, family wealth, heritage, treasures and weapons, the whole world can outperform Siho Gue's of course not only more than 300 people, but a combination of all kinds of things, coupled with Siho Gue behind the behemoth of the Sea family, the division of the third son of the word is indeed called extraordinary. Chen Jianan fell silent for a moment. This world fledgling tiger monument is quite realistic. I have just mentioned the first 6 levels of the martial way. As for the 2 levels after the innate, they are the Jade K and creation realms, so I won't go into details. Shen properly said here, and then added a sentence. These 2 passes of the subtle, not I can say clearly in 1 word or 2 sentences. In fact, I also do not know how profound the characters of these 2 realms are. There is a Jade K great cultivator once said with me, cultivation 8 realms, in fact, only 3-fold realm before the Jade Queer, the creation, step into the Jade Queer, is considered to have really climbed the first high mountain. As for the creation of the realm, I only know that the characters who can go on the road under the creation of the monument sometimes even able to decide the rise and fall of a country, the reason why the big interest suddenly fell apart. But also because of the past big interest in the royal family of the creation of the cultivator inexplicably died of its too, the big interest in this way, the royal family is powerless to suppress the 3 big families, which led to the former mighty hegemony of the world is divided into 3. These are all things that have not been recorded in books. Chen Jianan finally sorted out the so-called 8 gates of martial arts. Transformation of Qi, nurturing Qi, true origin, divine embodiment, diamond in the rough, innate, Jade K, and creation. I drank a cup of ginger tea yesterday and dissolved the blood today. Shen Daimin could not help but get excited. He clenched his fist, not knowing if it was a psychological effect. He could even sense the blood flowing in his veins surging a few more points. Until today, 2 years later, Chen Dian, who crossed into this world, really felt that this new world is more somewhat interesting than the previous life. Shin Haohao looked at the Chen Dianin who was vaguely different between her eyebrows, and remembered the sister who treated her very well in hanging heavenly capital, and remembered the aggressive and superior manner that Siho Gue showed to Chen Dianin just now, and she couldn't help but feel more than a few flavors in her heart. So she suddenly said to Chen Jianan, "Wait here." Not waiting for Chen Jianan to answer, Shin Shaoxin turned around and went out of the small courtyard, but a few moments, Shin Shaoxin came stepping, red face in the eyes of Chen Jianan, but also more anxious. She took out 2 yellowed books from her sleeves and shoved them into Chen Dian's hands. "This young lady is in a good mood today, so I'll reward you with 2 introductory secret books. The Dezetsu's and Ginseng Chi Patch. The Tiger Clutch Change. These 2 are cultivation techniques and martial arts secrets." Chen Jianan opened his mouth, looked to Shinwell but splashed cold water. Cultivation is not hard labor, not have the strength on the line, into the cultivation of the way is equal to enter the gold grotto, into the bitter prison, money perseverance talent time is indispensable, I can only give you 2 books, let you have a look at the addiction, you 80% is not practiced, and do not want to thank me. She finished her sentence and wanted to leave. Chen Jianan looked at her back and suddenly said, "Why did Miss Shen give me these 2 tomes?" Shin Shaoxing did not answer and walked straight towards the courtyard door. Chen Dianan also did not pursue the question, just said, "Dianan remembered the Miss Tu's secret books of kindness, he will be rewarded in the future. Now I have no wealth and no power. Just will only draw some paintings. Allow me to draw a portrait for Miss Shen, it is also considered a token of appreciation." Shinshin properly waved his hand, walked out of the small courtyard, and entered the opposite side of the Iron Arm General's residence. Chen Jianan color does not change. In the courtyard of the table spread he usually cannot afford to use the Luoshan house produced Luoshan paper, and took out the homemade charcoal pen, closed his eyes and thought about Shin Shaoxing standing under the pear blossom tree appearance, pen. It is a pity that there is no paint, otherwise there would be no need to only draw sketches, if you can draw some oil paintings, although it is not as atmospheric as the Danqing, but the colors are more intense and the faces resemble each other, it should also be able to curry favor with the women. He thought darkly in his mind. Chapter 9, A Weak Dog in the Mud. How can he try to get his hands on the flying yuan? There are spring rains again. The east wind blew through the fine spring rain sprinkled over the Huqiu mountain outside the Suzhou mansion, bringing up the cool mist drifting to the mansion. Suzhou house in the grass color leisurely, houses stacked, worthy of being the capital city of the Sunan state. There are indeed a few points of prosperity in the form of Jiangnan. Side by side, Chen Shuijun and General Xianzi from Hanging Heavenly Capital walked across the Liuwu Bridge in the middle of the city, walking on the green stone streets under the green bricks and green tiles. The two of them were silent for a long time, and in the end, it was the 9-foot-long, purple-clad general with an awe-inspiring look between his eyebrows that opened his mouth. 18 years ago, if you did not resign in anger, and brought your son to Suzhou Road, perhaps long ago into the capital as an official, Chen Shuijun, at that time, I said with you, you were a few real material, that year's Yenkong Academy, the only one who can get into my eyes is you and Shumai. The purple-clad general stepped over the hollow bricks without stepping on the water beneath them. Chen Shujun remained silent and just walked forward. The purple-clothed general also ignored Chen Shujun's silence, carrying his hands and said, in fact, seriously think about it, your current age is not too old, less than 40 years old, if you are an official, you can still go on for a good period of time. Instead of hiding in the alleys to teach the little children, why don't I write a letter for you, and then you go to Lianzhou, Taisher, Shenma, or Jiutong as a county official, and in a few years, you will be able to enter the government office. How rare! Chen Shujun suddenly interrupted the purple-clothed general, the Xianzi General Li Baodu, who has always been famous for being brave and straight as a tiger, not only spoke to me in a consultative tone today, he also wanted to curry favor with his official position. Li Baodu stopped and looked sideways at Chen Shujun. He saw that Chen Shujun in the spring rain did not use the true essence in his body to separate the fresh rain, but instead allowed the rain to fall on his body and dampen his lapel. But Chen Shuijun in the rain was not in a sorry state. He stood in the rain, letting the wind and rain come straight at him and become one with him. Li Baodu suddenly recalled the several meetings he had with Chen Shujun over the past 10 years, and then recalled the autumn night 18 years ago when Chen Shujun came to his Li family's lintel to propose marriage with 2 baskets of wedding cakes. So he couldn't help but feel anger welling up again in his heart. Without him, Chen Shujun, how would his Li family have become the laughingstock of the nobles in the capital? Without him Chen Shuijun, Inshu would not have been living in deep seclusion for 18 years, and would not have been unable to speak to him, his older brother, for the rest of his life. Thinking about this, the anger in his heart turned into a raging tiger, just like his name. Berto is a fierce tiger. He was known as the Li family's fierce tiger in Hanging Heaven's capital, and how could a fierce tiger suffer the wrath of a mortal? Chen Shujun, 18 years, you should have known that people like you, compared with the gatehouse nobles in the Hanging Heavenly capital, it is just like the mud abyss, clanking iron even if it is plated with a layer of silver, it is also nothing more than a clumsy cheap thing. I originally thought that you were haunted by poverty for 3 to 5 years, and would always recognize these, but I didn't want you to hiding in the alley for more than 10 years, the disposition has not changed at all. Still so insouciant, always want to take the body of a mortal and go up to the sky to pick a round of bright moon. Li Baodu voice morose, eyebrows are slightly wrinkled, the surrounding rain seems to be scared by his aura, have evaporated in mid-air, half of the street actually did not rain down. Inchi is the moon in the sky, shining in the water. By your lowly bones stained has been your eternal fortune, now the moon and the sky always rise to the clouds, you cut no more obstruction. Chen Shujun turned his head, calmly looking at Li Baodu, as if he had not heard Li Baodu's words full of threats, except that there was still a probing look in his eyes. Li Baodu straightened up his chest, see family Si Yuan Jian personally came to the door to propose marriage, he and Inchi are playmates since childhood sweethearts, if you hadn't intervened, the two of them wouldn't have waited until now. Crossing a foot. General forgot what I did for the Li family, set up a merit, forget the promise of Lord Shangshu. Chen Shujun tone is calm, like saying an insignificant thing, the Li family owes me a lot, just now, the general who came here today or not, the capital of the Shangshu adults also, only afraid that they have forgotten. Li Baodu glanced at him, and his tone was as usual, just as mother said, blame it on your humble origin, blame it on your shallow bloodline, Blame it on the fact that even if you do have a few talents, but with just you alone, it's impossible to grow up to be on par with such a great family as the C family. Blame it on the fact that you're just a commoner, and you're born to have a world of difference with Miley family. This is irreparable. As for the credit you have done for Miley family has already repaid it without beating you to death. A few impossible. Chen Shujun's shoulder did not know when a cicada fell, the wind blew and blew away the things of the world, and who can know? He no longer complained about what the Li family owed him. Inchi didn't agree? He spoke straight to the point. If Inchi had agreed, with General Shenzi's status and arrogance, he wouldn't have come to my small courtyard on Gawine Street. Li Bodo said, division family head of the family in the Ministry of War position, and Miley family is exactly the right family. The second son of the division, far from the division general, is expected to ride the whale into the creation of a cultivation, has always been valued by the sacred emperor, the Iron Buddha Pass, the Ledge River under the two great achievements. He has got to kill the Buddha Marquis of the knighthood, the command of the Jade Armor Army, in the dynasty as the day. It's a blessing for Yumihai to be married to the Marquis of the Killing Buddha. Li Baodu tone resonant, but Chen Shujun frowned. Si Yuanjun has long been married, and even has a son and a daughter at his knee. His hair wife does not seem to be deceased. You want Inchi to be a concubine? Li Baodu's face does not change color. Inchi's reputation has long been ruined by you. She can marry into the C family is already a good thing, and General C naturally will not treat her poorly. It is better than hiding in my Li house and being criticized for the rest of her life. Chen Shujun, who was always as calm as water, finally showed her anger on her face when she heard these words from Li Baodu. Inchi and I were originally in love with each other. Your Li family rejected me with the opinion of the gatekeepers and scholars, and it also made me and Inchi regret it for the rest of our lives. And now, you guys want Inchi to go and become a concubine? So what? Li Baodu snorted coldly. It is better to go to see Yuan Jian as a concubine than to marry you, and from then on to see you working as a county official in a barren land, reproducing mediocre mongrels such as those in the courtyard of Fonkai, and toiling for your whole life from then on. Chen Shui-jun, you and Inchi are not the same kind of people. You insist on climbing. It is only to see that Miley family's power in the dynasty is enough to help you up to the green clouds. It is a pity that your origin is too humble, a weak dog in the mud. How dare you try to get your hands on the soaring green Luan? It is really self-defeating. One day, you'll know that he's not some mediocre bastard. His name is Chen Dianan, and he's also Inchi's child. Chen Shujun took a deep breath and spoke word by word, his eyes like knives, piercing straight into Li Baodu's eyes. Li Baodu was in a bit of a trance in this moment. He vaguely sensed a hint of sharpness from Chen Shujun's body, which was very different from Chen Shujun's usual character. Chen Shujun is only at the cultivation level of the Puyu realm. How can he let me feel his sharpness? Li Baodu thought like this in his heart, and his words became sharper and sharper. He is not Miley family's blood, but is just an accident under Miley family's momentary inability to investigate. He is your Chen Shujun's son, who just happens to be living a mediocre life together with you on this Chihuang Street. I can also give him a future and keep him safe for the rest of his life, as long as you write a letter to Yumshur. Chen Shui-jun. Don't be too selfish. You then consider it for the sake of Inchi, also consider it as finding a way out for your mediocre son. I'll find my own way out of deaconessin. Chen Shujun interrupted Li Baodu. General Xianzi, I'm preparing to travel far away. When I come back, I'll look for you to carefully write the word bastard. Li Baodu suddenly lost his voice and laughed. Chen Shujun, you have remembered my revenge and will be looking for me to settle the score in the future? If I hadn't promised Yumshur, I would really like to crush your head today. Chen Shujun lightly stroked his sleeve and another cicada fell on his shoulder as he looked at Li Baodu with cold eyes. How about you try? Spring is here again. The river wind is piercing. Chen Jianan sat in front of the table and looked at the two martial arts texts placed in front of him. Shen Shaoxin is the granddaughter of General Iron Arm. I think these two secret books he gave me should have some origin. Chen Jianan took a deep breath. As he inhaled, he vaguely felt a quiet flow of qi in his belly, which in turn diffused into his body without knowing where it was. Chen Jianan knew that this was the so-called blood qi. He drank the ginger tea brewed by the ginger in the red, and in his ignorance, he transformed the blood qi, but he did not know how to harness the qi. De Shui Mountain Ginseng Qi Post. Looking at the name, it's probably a technique for harnessing blood qi. Chen Jianan slowly opened this secret book, only to see a line written above the title page of the secret book. Iron Buddha Pass year-round snow. You listen to the snow. Watch the snow to realize the way to raise qi accumulation of Yin into a big snow. Falling messy, blood qi sound cold night. Phi body to raise the yellow bell. He lowered his head to carefully read this De Shui Mountain Sin Qi post. Unknowingly 2 hours passed quietly. When it was already evening, the sun set. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the wall, leaving only a weak light. Chen Shujun had long since returned. He made dinner and greeted Chen Jianan out for dinner. Then he went out again, but he didn't know where he was going, only saying that he was going to see an old friend. Chen Jianan hurriedly grubbed up a few mouthfuls of rice and went back to his room, studying the Great Snow Mountain Ginseng Qi post until midnight. While I can't say it's a waste of time, it's been a different kind of focus. Next to the secret book of the Great Snowy Mountain Ginseng Qi post, there was also a cup of ginger tea, and Chen Jianan read the secret book while drinking the ginger tea made from ginger in the red. Late at night, Chen Jianan finally closed the Great Snow Mountain Ginseng Qi post and stood up to stretch. Watching snow and participating in qi, transforming qi, and nourishing qi until the true essence and divine essence are both taken into account, it is truly a good technique. Chen Jianan's eyes flickered with a flash of light. This tome described in detail the way to participate in the qi. What was even more valuable was that there were many notes in it. It seemed to be used for people who practiced to open up their minds, and it wasn't obscure and difficult to understand. Many of the terms used in cultivation had detailed explanations. This mission is meticulous. If she gave me other canonical books without annotations, with my background I would only be afraid that I wouldn't be able to read them. While he thought to himself, he took out the silver ticket that he got from Zhou Xiujing from under the bed again. No wonder the way of cultivation could not spread out in a big way among the people. Apart from the meat-eating lords who did it deliberately, the economic base of the folk people could not afford to cultivate in a systematic way. Chen Jianan looked at the 200 taels of gold and the silver ticket, and his heart became somewhat grateful. The Great Snowy Mountain Ginseng Qi Post contains a detailed record of a medicinal formula called Huangzhong Xing Qi Soup. Although it is possible to take the medicinal soup without taking it, if it can be taken day after day, it can greatly accelerate the progress of transforming and nourishing qi, and speed up the accumulation of blood qi. As he thought about this, he looked to another book of boxing secrets. Tiger clasped his fist and changed it. But I don't know if this tiger-hugging fist should also be accompanied by a soup? Chen Jianan flipped through the tiger-clutching fist secret book and searched carefully, and he found a set of prescriptions. Bloodhouse by Bruce San. When practicing tiger-clutching fist, the beginner's whole body muscles are in severe pain, fascia is twisted, bones are dislocated, and bruises and blood build up. This tiger-clutching fist has been improved. The degree of damage to the muscles, fascia, and bones has been greatly reduced, but it is still necessary to take this blood palace scattering to alleviate it, and then supplemented with manganese to move the qi and disperse the knots, so that it can be a sudden and dramatic improvement. Just these 2 prescriptions of soup medicine, I'm afraid it's worth a lot of money. Taking it day after day, even if it's a small rich family, I'm afraid it's going to be dragged down. These 200 taels of gold can be a real blessing in disguise. Chen Jianan drank the rest of the ginger tea in the cup in one gulp, only to feel that the flow of blood qi in his body had become much more pronounced, and only then did he sit cross-legged on the bed, sitting cross-legged, with his hands falling on his knees, closing his eyes, and sensing the blood qi in his body with the teachings in the Dashua Mountain Ginseng Qi Post. In just a moment, Chen Jianan seemed to have fallen into a chaos, in which a flash of blood color coalesced and floated around. I've sensed the blood qi in my body here? It is clearly written in the Dashua Mountain Qi reference post that in order to capture qi, one must be spiritually and physically immersed in order to sense blood qi, and that for those who are new to the path of cultivation to get a glimpse of the doorway, it will take anywhere from 1 month to 3 months. I have already succeeded in sensing it in just a moment. Could it be the work of that red center ginger? When Chen Jianan thought of this, his spirit suddenly perked up. Or am I born to be a genius in cultivation? He was complacent in his mind, and the splash of blood color in the chaos began to slowly drift away along with his mind, filling an entire chaotic land. Chen Jianan clearly perceived that his limbs and organs began to blaze, and the speed of blood flow began to accelerate, followed by the birth of a thicker blood color, transporting blood to nourish qi. This is the qi-nourishing realm. Chen Dianmin was startled, remembering the description in the Great Snowy Mountain Ginseng Qi Post. He became more and more convinced that his cultivation talent seemed to be truly extraordinary. It was at this moment that the blood color of that chaotic land in his senses suddenly tightened up, and his thoughts regrouped, revealing a clear picture in his mind. It's exactly the Jade Palace map in the sky. Chapter 10. I am the southern streamscape, and the chick who meets my king. The Jade capital diagram unfolded in Chen Jianan's mind, and the blood qi in his body began to vaporize, while another location in the Jade capital diagram was no longer shrouded in darkness, and gradually revealed light. Chen Jianan's consciousness landed in the Jade capital diagram. He looked sideways and his gaze traveled through an unknown number of miles to see a large swamp with a dense aura. It was none other than the Kunlun Zephyr. He looked back in a trance, looked up, and saw a high platform coalesced by clouds hanging in the sky, with clear water gurgling on the platform and clouds like a fairyland. Where is this? These thoughts had just risen in Chen Jinan's mind when the clouds in the sky suddenly piled up and transformed into a line of large characters. I am the view of the southern stream, and I will see my king in the light of the galloping light. With this line of big words hanging in the air, the high platform condensed by the clouds and mist violently turned crimson, and the blazing radiance shone out, illuminating the clouds and mist. The golden crow flies at the bottom of the clouds, and Zhu Hui scatters and shoots the green haze to open. A round of golden sun rose from that cloud, shining high in the sky and breaking through heaven and earth, and all sorts of visions appeared in the golden sun. Among the visions, the Xian Hui is steep and clear, the emerald clouds are lofty, and there are Xian bird and golden crow appearing and disappearing, which is not too strange to be true. The white jade capital in the sky, 12 floors, and 5 cities. In addition to that kind of out of the red in the ginger of the Kunlun Zhe, there is another city in the white jade capital that is revealed in front of the eyes of Chen Jianan. The eastern city in the white jade capital, Nanliujing. Nanliujing is one of the 5 cities in the white jade capital, and the sun that hangs in the sky, illuminating the vast heavenly white jade capital. Chen Jianan saw the burning sun in the sky, and as he sketched out the shape of the sun in his mind, the blood qi in his torso boiled violently. When he followed the method in the great snowy mountain ginseng qi post, mobilizing the blood qi in his body, guiding the blood in his body to flow and run the circumference of the sky, an even more bizarre change occurred. When I saw Nan Lu Jing, the blood in my body was as heavy as lead in mercury, and as hot as magma. Lead in mercury and magma are transformed into one whole, and even the speed of raising qi is much faster. Chen Jianan was greatly surprised. De Shuishan Sin Qi post in the notes recorded, the world of law in the world there is a method of visualization, if you can get the strange visualization map, on their own cultivation greatly beneficial. This East City South Stream view ran rising, indeed, like a magnificent and wonderful picture. I think of the South Stream view, my own cultivation of the benefit of the start? Chen Jianan was greatly delighted until a dizzy spell went through his mind. The magnificent scenery in the white jade capital also suddenly blurred and distorted, and then disappeared. Chen Dian, who was originally sitting cross-legged on the bed, woke up and fell headfirst onto the bed. Oh no, the blood qi has accumulated too quickly and is too heavy. The body hasn't been transformed by the blood qi yet. It's a bit hard to carry. Chen Jianan's consciousness was fading, and his last thought was, tomorrow, we have to go out on the street as soon as possible to buy some medicinal herbs to boil the medicine before we can do so. In the spring of the 23rd year of the Great Yu Dynasty, on the 9th day of the 2nd month, Xin Shaoxin stood in the small pavilion of the Iron Arm General's residence, looking down at a painting sent over by the houseguard, feeling exceptionally special. Not far outside the pavilion, on the path between the gurgling pools since, a lady in white with a plain skirt was walking with an oil paper umbrella, followed by a maid. It was none other than Su Shiyu and the maid Xin Tong. Su Siye walked into the pavilion. Xin Shaoxin, who was in full divine embodiment cultivation, unexpectedly did not notice, still looking down at the painting, with some delight in her eyes. The maid of the Shen mansion serving in the pavilion had wanted to remind her own young lady, but she was stopped by Su Siye raising her hand. Su Shiyu took a few steps forward and didn't get closer, but just stood on her tiptoes to look. Xin Shenhausen's body is small and delicate, but Su Siye is very tall. Even if the two people are separated by some distance, Su Siye still saw the painting in Xin Shenhausen's hand. The painting is about 1.5 feet long, although the paper is delicate, but slightly yellowed, should come from the Luoshan house, but not one of the best Luoshan paper, Luo River paper, but a little inferior, but much cheaper Luo Mountain paper. On the paper was a portrait of Xin Shaoxing. This portrait is unusual, not outlined with ink brushes, a single color on the paper, a lot of lines, but also just right to draw the appearance of Xin properly. Su Shiyu was very surprised, because the painting was really too much like Xin Shichang. Xin Shaoxing's eyebrows, Xin Shaoxing's wry smile, and the innocence inherently carried in Xin Shaoxing's lovely face were surprisingly all drawn in. Such a similar portrait was really the only one Su Shiyu had ever seen in her life, making her, who had always been well informed, feel a little surprised. It was because of this lighting that Xin Shaoxing, who was originally focused on looking at the painting, finally noticed, and when she turned her head and saw Su Siye, the smile on her face grew wider and wider. A red face with a long braid and her arched eyebrows were pathetically cute. Sister Shiyu. Xin properly put away the portrait, a few steps forward, and a light humming, said, I arrived the day before yesterday in the Sunan house, but also deliberately went to the Su house to look for you, pounced on a blankets okay, you only came to see me today. Su Siye seems to know the character of Xin well, laughed, I would have you so free and happy. Yesterday Xian Zi General Li Bo have arrived in Suwu state, not to mention a Sunan province, even the entire Suwu state, and even the surrounding Jianghuai state, Zhangding state, Jingchuan state, large and small business in the sale of medicinal herbs, big government. The family are in the front of the courtyard where he stayed and respectfully waited for him to be open to see them. The following is a list of the most important things that he has done. We'll just have to go and wait. Only then did Xin Shaoxing collect the feigned anger on her face and looked at Su Siye with some sympathy. I know that what Sister Siye dislikes the most is hooking up and flattery, so it seems that having a wealthy family and a prosperous business is not a good thing. Su Shiyu shook her head and said, now that no one in the family is qualified enough to grovel before those nobles, it's just me. Xin Shaoxing greatly admired Su Siye's frankness, and then he said, early this morning, General Li came to visit my grandfather, and my grandfather did mention the name of the Su family to him. I just don't know if it can have some effect. She said here, and sighed, my grandfather is old, reputation is not there, cultivation in the Iron Buddha Pass after the battle is also greatly inferior, and away from the court for more than 10 years, Li Bo can come to see him probably to see in the grandfather and the Li family head of the past friendship of the share. His words are actually no longer useful. Su Shiyu instantly frowned, well. I met you at Mount Chisha, I didn't know your identity at that time, and I only befriended you because of similarities in temperament, and not to use the Iron Arm General's prestige for gain. What would the old general think of me if you let General Ironarm put in a good word for me without consulting me? Xin Goodgood suddenly went forward to hold Su Siye's arm, accompanied with a smile, let Grandpa say and no harm, probably does not play a role. I certainly know sister is not what tends to influence people, not to mention. In the eyes of those officials and nobles, my grandfather is not considered to be what is powerful people. Su Shiyue raised his hand and flicked Shin Haohao's forehead, said, "Don't say these again, the Iron Arm General's contribution to my DU has its own Qing history records, not overnight can be rubbed out, plus you worshipped into the return to the Cloud Room, became a disciple of the Cloud Big family, in the future, if you can be able to Daisy Tiger monument on the engraved name, the whole do you no one dares to underestimate Qi Huang Street of the Iron Arm General's house. What about Sister Siye?" Shin Shaoxin followed Su Siye's words and said, "The words in the waterfall in Qixia Mountain, you obviously read most of them, so why do you still want to go down the mountain and go back to the Sunan prefecture in pursuit of some gold and silver mundane things?" Su Siye fell silent, after a long time before saying, "Can't, my Su family big house no mail, can only I top up, I can go to Qixia Mountain cultivation, can travel hanging Tianjing, can know you, in fact, I'll rely on the family's a few thin silver, with the family's silver, naturally have to take up the responsibility of the family, for my father, he worked hard to lay down the family business is heavier than everything else." Xian Tong, who was waiting quietly outside the pavilion, couldn't help but feel a little distressed when she heard her own young lady's words. And Shin Goodwell but stomped his foot. "That is not to the embroidered ball to invite marriage, this is really too childish some." Shiyu's sister, exactly who received the embroidered ball? Su Siye did not answer, just turned her head, smilingly looked at Shin Shinwell. "Speaking of which, you and I are both Sinanfu people, but Qixia Mountain before not seen, after that, you and I several times to meet in hanging heavenly capital, you were not in the Sinanfu since you were a child, I will take you to have a bite to eat next door in the alleyway of the rice cake, tasty it." Shin Shaoxin knew that Su Siye didn't want to talk about it much, and also knew that Su Siye was in a hurry to embroider and recruit, probably because she wanted to leave an heir for the Lotus Boat Su family and do her part before returning to Qixia Mountain. She glanced at Su Shiyu's side face, as bright and transparent as jade, and felt even more that this idea was child's play. I wonder who's so lucky to receive Sister Shiyu's embroidered ball. Shin Xiaohao thought this in his heart. Su Shiyu at this time to go to curiously asked, "You just hand the portrait is interesting, painted with you too similar to some, just does not seem to be to Inca's material." Shin Shaoxin was still thinking about Su Siye in her mind and casually replied, "I also took a closer look at it, it should have been drawn with a carbon brush." Su Shiyu also casually asked, "Carbon pen? That's really peculiar, hanging heavenly capital can really be full of capable people." Shin Shaoxin shook her head, "This portrait was newly painted by my neighbor, and it was only sent over today." "Neighbors?" Su Shiyu frowned. As soon as her words fell, Shintong behind her suddenly whispered, "Miss, you are too hasty on weekdays, you should not have seen the portraits of the fugitives posted in the streets and alleys, and there are carbon pen drawings in them. The only one in the Yellow Gate who paints with carbon pens and lives on Guang Street is Chen Jianan." Su Shiyu froze slightly. "Chen Jianan?" Shin Shaoxing was a bit surprised. "You guys know this neighbor of mine?" Su Siye originally wanted to talk about the embroidery ball throwing, but then remembered that Chen Jianan was not willing to enter the Su family as a son-in-law, and lied to Shin Shaoxing, who was close to her, and then overreacted, and did not know how to answer for a moment. "We've met your neighbors a few times before at the government office workshop." Behind her, Xian Tong was intelligent and took the initiative to relieve Su Siye of her worries, saying, "Miss Shin has been away from the Sunan prefecture since she was a child, so I didn't expect that she would still recognize her neighbors. I met them yesterday, too." Involving the feud between the Li family and the Chen family, also involves the Chen family uncle's personal affairs. Shin Goodwell also abide by the etiquette, Molding said. "I helped him drive away the door of the evil guest, he painted a picture to thank me. Chen Dianan's paintings are quite good." Su Shiyu recalled the Chen Dianan who had spoken to her that night, carrying 200 taels of gold, but do not know the reasoning of the treasures in the bosom. "If not for her kind-hearted escort, I am afraid that the long dark alley, there will be one more body." Naturally, she didn't know that Chen Jianan actually wanted to take a detour that night. This Miss Su only marveled at the fact that ordinary teenager had such a peculiar craft. Ordinary people also have extraordinary things. Su Shiyu thought in her heart, when a young man gets a heavy amount of 200 taels of gold, there are few who can hold on to it, and when he loses all his silver, with a craft like this, he will probably be able to support himself. Chapter 11, Nurturing Qi. In these few days, Chen Shujun was always away from the small courtyard on Shihuang Street, except for teaching the monks in the morning. Chen Jianan felt very strange, and vaguely guessed in his heart that the reason why Chen Shujun was so abnormal probably still lay in the General Shenzi that he had visited some days ago. Just Chen Shujun every evening as always carry some food back to cook for Chen Jianan, 2 years of time, never like this. So Chen Jianan is not worried, Chen Shujun is not in the daytime, he does a lot of things without having to cover up, more free. Like boiling medicine. Perhaps because of the plague many years ago, because of the doctor who cured the sick and saved lives, or because of the word Chihuang, there is no shortage of pharmacies on Chihuang Street. Almost the entire Sunan prefecture's oldest businesses have opened stores on Guang Street. Chen Jianan went to the money changer on Xingyuan Street, not to mention the 200 taels of gold and silver to the money changer. Boy, how much of a shock. He went back to Chihuang Street in just half an hour. He had already found the Huangzhong Xingqi San and blood-chasing blood stasis soup, 2 sets of prescriptions for all the medicinal materials. He had already found all the herbs on the 2 sets of prescriptions, Huangzhong Xingqi San and blood mansion and blood stasis soup. The cultivator who wrote the Great Snowy Mountain Ginseng Chi Post and Tiger Hugging Fist was quite considerate. The herbs on these two sets of prescriptions were not out of the way. Chen Jianan had already bought all the herbs after walking through 3 medicine stores though. After an afternoon of fiddling around, Chen Jianan was able to obtain 2 sets of medicines. He looked at the blackened medicinal powder in front of him and hesitated a bit. Let's see. Yanawijuo, tulip, safflower, angelica, blazing shell, gulnanching. Dosage of 6 baht, 1 heap, 6. There is no mistake in the herbs or the dosage, and it is also fried in an iron pot over medium heat, so even if the effect is not as good as the one fried in the pharmacy, it should not be poisonous. This blood mansion chasing stasis soup is much simpler, always simmered over high heat, nothing can go wrong. Thinking of this, Chen Jianan no longer hesitated, packed up the iron pots and stone pots in the courtyard and went back to his room, drank up the cup of red Chinese ginger tea, and then washed down the Huangzhong Xingqi San with lukewarm water. He sat on his bed with his knees crossed and followed the method in the Great Snowy Mountain Ginseng Chi Post, sensing the blood chi in his body and guiding it to travel within him. However, after burning incense for an hour, Chen Jianan only felt that the blood chi in his body had become a few points thicker, and the dry heat that was born on his body due to his inability to withstand the blood chi had also eased for a few points. This medicine really works. Chen Jianan exhaled a long breath, his eyes bringing out some brightness. It's just a pity that although these herbs aren't hard to find, a few of them are really expensive. He felt very funny in his heart. Zhou Xiujing's 200 taels of gold can really be of great use. Without these 200 taels of gold, even if I have a prescription, the 2 hangs of money I have saved in these 2 years is not enough for a dose of Huangzhong Xingqi San. With this in mind, Chen Jianan no longer thought about anything else and took out the Tiger Clasping Fist secret book and walked out of the room. He had already familiarized himself with the tiger holding starting style, and today, after he had looked at it for a long time, he earnestly put the secret book into his arms. He took a deep breath, raised both palms flat, clenched his fists, and slammed out a punch. For a moment, the blood chi in his body actually ran slightly into his arms with this punch. Chen Jianan was calm and collected himself, and continued to strike. Tiger Clutching Fist is but only 24 stances, only the stances are very different from each other, a stance sat a stance, and there are many other variations in conjunction with each other. Many of these moves were extraordinarily complex, and counted as extremely difficult for initiates who hadn't toughened their physiques. However, the most difficult part of it was not the rehearsal of the stances, but the traveling of chi when transporting the stances. Mere stances are but mere flourishes, luck is by the heart, and blood chi can only be truly powerful if it can point and hit anywhere. But that luck doesn't seem too hard. When Chen Jianan first practiced Tiger Clasping Fist, he only felt that the moves were cumbersome and complicated, and it was quite difficult to rehearse them. However, the blood chi in his body was like an arm's length, always running to his limbs and bones as he moved his mind. This style of luck and blood transportation to the palm and limbs, palm claws like iron, quite lethal, but the practice of the arms and muscles. This style's back and waist contain chi, like a tiger pouncing to kill. The shoulder is as heavy as a stone, crashing and killing normal people is no big deal. This leg sweep is like a fierce tiger's tail whip. Chen Jianan practiced in the courtyard for a long time until he felt a huge pain in his tendons and bones, and his skin and flesh seemed to be separating. He stopped practicing boxing and boiled the bloodhouse blood stasis repelling soup until it was piping hot again and drank it. De Shuesin Chi Post, Tiger Clutching Fist. This one technique and one boxing technique is not difficult. Chen Jianan lay on the bed, grimacing in pain while applying mana compresses to his arms and thighs. It's just that. Dashua Ginseng Chi Post in the notes, a flavor of Huangzhong Xingqi San can be effective for 3 days to 10 days ranging from the line of chi and blood, nourishing chi to nourish the body, warming the fire to cultivate the. But I just served the Huangzhong Xingqi San for less than an hour, the drugs the effect seems to be gone? The traveling chi has become much more obscure again. Chen Jianan was very puzzled, he thought about it, gritted his teeth, took out another dose of Huangzhong Xingqi San and took it, then closed his eyes and practiced chi. That familiar sense of relief was definitely back. It seems that this high-level person who compiled the secret book also has times of negligence, and the medicinal effect of Huangzhong Xingqi San can't last that long. Chen Jianan found out the negligence in the secret book, and in his heart, he was more and more glad that he had cheated 200 taels of gold from Zhou Xiujing. The time has reached the end of the Shen hour, and there should still be half an hour before Chen Shujun comes back. The effect of the hematopoietic blood stasis expelling soup also came to the fore, and the aches and pains on Chen Jianan's body became much lighter. Slowly Chen Jianan set up the iron pot medicine stove again, boiled and fried a few doses of medicine. He looked at the neatly divided doses of medicine, felt the blood chi flowing through his body, felt the pain in his body, and clearly perceived that his body was getting stronger. The chi nurturing pass nourishes the physical body, accumulating a full, fierce blood chi. Until the blood chi is sufficient, then it will be able to break open the yuan pass in one fell swoop, transforming the blood chi into true essence. At the true element realm, it is considered to be a true denizen. As he thought this in his mind, a sizzling sound came from the courtyard. When Chen Jianan went out of his room, he saw Chen Shujun still in the same familiar white clothes, with a gentle smile still hanging on his face. He carried a rabbit in his hand, which had already been slaughtered, with snow-white fur and slender ears, and was carried in Chen Shujun's hand. When Chen Shujun saw today's Chen Jianan, his complexion was not that different, and as always, he raised the rabbit in his hand and smiled. I bought a rabbit today as well. Chen Jianan raised an eyebrow. Today, a picture of the heavenly jade palace loomed in his mind, and he clearly saw a unique kind of qi emanating from the rabbit in Chen Shujun's hand. Dan Orange. Chen Jianan was no stranger to this kind of rabbit. In the past 2 years, he and Chen Shujun had at least eaten no less than 20 of them. Only today, on this rabbit, there is this Dan orange color emanating from it. Chen Jianan skillfully built a fire. This rabbit, like those two fish, is somewhat special. As he thought of this, his thoughts flashed violently, and the scene of Kunlun Zhe in the jade capital diagram appeared in his mind. In the Kunlun Zephyr, Chen Jianan planted 9 slices of red center ginger. It was a tremendous increase from a few days ago, when he could only plant 3 slices. He saw those 9 pieces of red center ginger grow into complete red center ginger in the Kunlun Zephyr and suddenly had a different guess. Or maybe, the food that father brought back in the past was originally special. It's just that I didn't cultivate, so I didn't see those qi. Chen Jianan built a fire and glanced at Chen Shujun who was skinning a rabbit. That rabbit was already a bloody mess, but Chen Shujun's body remained spotless. Chen Jianan had obtained the great snowy mountain ginseng qi post and stepped into the qi nurturing realm, and finally saw some clues. My father, who teaches, is unusual. The two of them, as always, make a fire to cook. Dayu spices are expensive. The 2 rabbits are boiled and fried, both only put a little salt, but Chen Jianan felt that this rabbit meat is too fragrant. Eat in the mouth, tongue, and teeth fragrance. Aftertaste is quite strong. You haven't been to the yellow door in days. Chen Shujun wasn't chastising, but instead said, if you think the yellow gate is bad, don't go and don't go. Chen Jianan served himself another bowl of rice and was about to speak. Chen Shujun, however, added, I'm going out tomorrow. Chen Jianan froze, suddenly remembering that Chen Shujun had told him the other day that he would be going out and would only not be able to come back for a year and a half, so he could not help but frown. Chen Shujun explained, this time, I went out to look for a deceased person, not a long trip. If there are no accidents, I will be back in a month's time. As he spoke, he took out an envelope from his sleeve and handed it to Chen Jianan. When you have finished your meal, take this letter and go to Dongfeng Street. Seek the small courtyard next to the private school under the willow. There is a ginkgo tree in front of the courtyard gate, and deliver this letter to that courtyard. Chen Jianan took the letter and saw that the envelope was blank and unwritten. He vaguely guessed that the reason why Chen Shujun had left the Sunan mansion was only because he was still afraid that Xianzi General Li Baodu had come to the Sunan mansion. He looked at the white clothes in front of him, perhaps because of the long time he had spent together, perhaps because of the residual information in his own mind that made him quite reluctant about the upcoming separation. But Chen Jianan did not say much, silent for a few breaths of time, only said, Father, I have some silver there. Chen Shujun smiled, you just have to take good care of the pear blossoms in the courtyard, and in the future, if you come across something you can't solve, you can also go to the courtyard where the letter was delivered today and ask the master of the courtyard for help. Chen Jianan pursed his lips and suddenly asked, but you're going to look for my mother? Chen Shuijun didn't answer. Perhaps it was the soul that was fused with Chen Jianan that was at work. He suddenly felt a pang of despondency and said, separated from each other and not seeing each other for years, perhaps my mother has long forgotten about us. Father, why do you need to go and be humiliated? Chen Shujun frowned at Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan calmly said, I am not a little cutie. While you were speaking with General Xianzi, the son of the Xi family from the capital entered and spoke with Miss Shin from General Iron Arm's residence. Miss Shin said that the Xi family in the capital went to the Li family to propose marriage, and that General Xianzi is also surnamed Li, plus that the third son of the Xi family is making a fool of me without the air of a prince. It's just that while it's harder to see the whole picture, I've already made some guesses. Chen Shujun frowned and asked, did Si Hogui give you a hard time? Chen Jianan said, he wanted to make things difficult for me. It just so happened that General Iron Arm was passing by. Chen Shujun put down the bowl in her hands and stood up. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Chen Jianan looked at Chen Shujun with some surprise. He came to this world for more than 2 years. Chen Shujun's temperament was modest, but he was always kind to people, never clashing with others, let alone getting his hands dirty. Only today, Chen Jianan clearly saw some hostility in Chen Shujun's brows, making him feel a little strange. According to reason, that Si Hogui and I are peers, I was embarrassed by him. So what's the matter with my old son teaching him a lesson for me? Chen Jianan also stood up, keeping the letter close. Wait for me to find my own way back later. The hostility on Chen Shujun's brow slightly dissolved, and his face brought up a hint of a smile. Ambitious, but do you know how extraordinary that Si Hogui is? Miss Shin spoke with me. Chen Jianan said, Si Hogui is very powerful. Chen Shuijun no longer mentioned this matter, but only answered Chen Jianan's earlier query. He turned his head to look at the pear blossom tree on the side and said, although we haven't seen each other for years, but your mother and I share the same shade of clouds, rain and dew, and are under the same pear blossom tree, so how have we ever been in 2 places? I went to see your mother, just to bring her some food, no harm done. Chen Jianan looked up at the sky. By now it was dark and a moon hung in the sky. The green hills are together with the clouds and rain, and the bright moon has never been two hometowns. He went out and went forward to deliver the letter, but in his mind he suddenly remembered the dream. In the dream, the woman dressed in white looked down at him with tears in her eyes, and the reluctance and grief in her eyes were clearly visible. No matter where you go or where you're going, you're a dreamer. Mother should be the obsession of my former life that died in the water. It's probably become my obsession nowadays, too. Chen Jianan walked all the way out of Chihuang Street, and then walked along the brightly lit Yin Chao Street past the banks of the Qingshui River to Dongfeng Street. Father has seen that I am practicing. He knew that Chen Shujun had some origins, and Chen Shujun also knew that he was practicing, a father and a son unspoken. Then practice to be more powerful. After coming here, there is only one family member like Chen Shuijun, and taking care of me like this, in the future, if he needs it, I will be able to help in some way. Chen Jianan heart this thought, and that Willow private school appeared in front of his eyes. He looked forward again. Just next to the private school, a ginkgo tree was planted in front of a two-entry mansion. The tree seems to be extremely old. In spring, the ginkgo tree's leaves are still green, but they are already very bushy, with thick, coiled and vibrant branches. When Chen Jianan saw this ginkgo tree, there was a sudden flash of the heavenly jade capital map in his mind, and in the next instant, the dense atmosphere of the Kunlun Zephyr fell into his eyes. Immediately after he saw this ginkgo tree, there was another stream of Dan orange-colored gas rising and brewing, just like the smoke curling up. The rising gas went straight up high into the clouds. Chen Jianan subconsciously looked up, and in the next instant, his pupils contracted violently. He saw that on the clouds, a warrior in armor and helmet about 3 feet tall was hidden, sitting on his knees and gulping the chi of the ginkgo tree. Chen Jianan pursed his lips. He suddenly remembered the only words in the Great Snow Mountain Ginseng Chi Post. This is the divine phase, unique to the 7th realm of cultivation, the Jade K realm. Chapter 12, the Li family's bloodline. The dense aura of the heavenly Yujing Tu Kuan Luanzhe rises. It was because of this mysterious aura that Chen Jianan looked up and clearly saw that the armor-clad godly figure was sitting cross-legged on a cloud, bowing his head and exhaling the chi emanating from the ginkgo. The thick and tall ginkgo trees exude an amazing beauty, even in the springtime. The lush green leaves even covered that half of the compound, giving the yard a sense of mystery. Chen Jianan was shocked beyond words by the armor-clad god general that was 3 feet tall, but the courtyard door suddenly opened. A noble middle-aged man in his mid-40s, wearing a crane-feathered robe with a handsome appearance stood just inside the door, raising his eyes to look at Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan didn't dare to look at the ginkgo tree or the armor-clad god general in the sky anymore, and took a few steps forward and was about to salute when the noble middle-aged man frowned and asked, "Your father is leaving?" Chen Jianan was slightly stunned, and immediately replied, "My father said that he was going to visit a deceased person, and would return in January, and ordered me to come and deliver a letter." As he spoke, he took out the letter from his sleeve and handed it to the middle-aged man. The noble temperament middle-aged man took the letter but did not open it. He just glanced at Chen Jianan. Suddenly his eyes moved, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled again, even his voice was no longer so calm, instead he was a bit surprised. "When did you turn your chi?" Before Chen Jianan could reply, the middle-aged man instead walked out of the courtyard door and looked Chen Jianan up and down with extreme seriousness. Chen Jianan didn't know what to say. The middle-aged man, however, suddenly poked out a hand and clasped Chen Jianan's arm like lightning. His 2 fingers landed on Chen Jianan's veins, and after 3 breaths of time had passed, the middle-aged man's eyes became more pleased, nodding his head and saying, "I've seen you several times, but I was too far away from you, so I think I didn't look at a real one. You have a strong physique and your blood chi is up to par, so it's no wonder Chen Shuijun isn't in a hurry. My name is Chumai, your father has 2 or 3 points of favor with me here. You call me Uncle Chu, that is. Today you have come at the right time. There are a few guests who are coming, so you can pour tea in my hall." Chumai's words to this point, completely disregarding whether or not Chen Jianan agreed, he turned around and went back to the courtyard, not forgetting to wave at Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan quietly raised his eyes to look at the armor-clad god general on the sky. The armor-clad god general had dissipated at some point, and even the gas on the ginkgo tree had become hidden. That father of mine even has friends with such strong cultivation. With curiosity in his heart, he pondered slightly for a few breaths of time before he also followed Chumai and walked into the small courtyard. Walking past the stone screen blocking the door, Chen Jianan was feeling surprised because of the phoenix engraved on that screen, when he saw that the courtyard floor was actually a piece of white jade-like floor tiles paved. At a glance, there was a total lack of vegetation and flowers, and there was surprisingly only a stone table and a few futons in the middle of the courtyard. Even the stone table and futon were pure white, without the slightest impurity, and it was empty and silent under the illumination of a few lanterns. Instead, the houses on this compound were dark blue, standing in a pure white color with a unique beauty. Most of all, when I look up the river after the rain, the white clouds are heaped with thick blue. This courtyard house, surprisingly, looks like the river after the rain. Chen Jiman was slightly surprised, and felt more and more that this Chumai was extraordinary. At this time Chumai has already sat on the futon in front of the stone table in the courtyard. The charcoal stove on the stone table burning fire, has already boiled tea fragrance. Chen Jianan again saw drops of reddish denseness and the gas rising out of the tea. This kind of character, the tea he drinks on weekdays is the same as the precious red center ginger grown in the Kunlun Zephyr. While he was pondering, Chumai beckoned toward him and pointed to the futon on the right side beside him, saying, "Come and sit." Chen Jianan did not hesitate and sat down on the futon. "Now that I'm in, it's not like I'm squirming and shy." It was already completely dark, the clouds obscured the moon in the sky, and only a few lanterns in the yard were emitting a faint light. Chumai suddenly pointed towards the sky, and when Chen Jianan raised his head in uncertainty, he saw that 8 or 9 feet in the sky, there was actually a long sword hanging in the air. This long sword flew here at an unknown time and hung high in the sky. The owner of this sword is named Wang Wash Box, from the Langya Wang clan, under the master of Jingtsong Sword Pavilion, on the Shenmen Monument in the 9 monuments under the Dao. Jingtsong Sword Pavilion is ranked as the 61st in the world, and is the 9th of the Shenmen sect in Maidayu. Chumai also raised his head to look at the sky together with Chen Jianan, but carefully introduced to Chen Jianan, Wang Wash Box. This person has a sword chi like a rainbow that hangs long in the clouds. Although he has never been on the whale riding monument, he is also a number of masters in Dayu. Jingtsong Sword Pavilion, the 9th of the great Yuxian clan. Chen Dianmin silently memorized it in his mind, while the sword in the sky moved at that moment. Just see that the long sword slightly trembling, since the darkness, a hand suddenly probed out to hold the sword, the long sword lightly turned into a stream of light, flying to the courtyard. Chen Jianan looked down in a trance, and in the courtyard there was unexpectedly an additional figure dressed in brocade clothes and wearing a scabbard at the waist, and the sword that was originally hanging in the sky had been held in his hands. The man sheathed his sword and saluted between silences, and sat down across from Chumai and Chen Dian without saying a word again. "Chen Jianan, pour the tea." Chumai's eyes cleared and he smiled. "A guest comes from afar. Maybe it's my creation, maybe it's yours." "My creation?" Chen Jianan was a bit puzzled, but he still supported himself, set up the cups, picked up the teapot from the stove fire, and poured 2 cups of hot tea. Chumai glanced at the stone table and barked, "Pour yourself a cup as well." So Chen Jianan poured himself a cup of tea as well. And that Wang Wash Box finally opened his mouth. Lord Chu has been hidden in the world for a long time, but his cultivation has not stopped. The sword aura on his body has instead become sharper and sharper. The pavilion master said that with your sword intent, you should be matched with a good sword, and my Jingtsung Sword Pavilion has hidden swords. The Mountain 42 precious sword, adults can take one of them. Treasure swords have spirits, and being able to follow Lord Chu is the best place for these swords to go. Chen Jianan listened silently. Chumai signaled Wang Wash Box to drink tea, but he did not raise his cup, but his voice was a bit rejected. 42 treasured swords in the hidden sword mountain, but they are all thousands of casting, 10,000 forged swords, I cannot see. Wang Shufflebox frowned. Chumai was unconcerned, and continued, "I heard that there are 2 heirloom swords enshrined on the Jingtsong sword stage, one is Xin Jing, and the other is Yuan Tsong. I wonder which of these 2 famous swords your honor thinks is more worthy of me." Wang Shufflebox pursed his lips. It was at this moment that the door ring on the courtyard door suddenly knocked gently. Clunk. Another person came to this courtyard. Chen Jianan was about to go and open the door when Chumai tapped on the stone table, and immediately a black-clothed man walked out of the room and went to open the door. The visitor was a young man wearing a long robe and a high crown, with a Confucian demeanor. When he walked into the courtyard and saw Chumai, he stood still in the courtyard and saluted Chumai from afar. Chumai invited him to take a seat and introduced Chen Jianan beside him. "This is Lord Zhao Qingzheng Zhao, a disciple of the Dongbi School of Study, with an official rank of Tong Jilong, who is usually the left arm and right arm of His Highness the Crown Prince." Zhao Qingzheng is not as silent as Wang Shuibox. He took his seat with a smile on his face and said, "Lord Chu is about to go to the capital. I was ordered by the Crown Prince to make a special trip to the south, and I want to ask Lord Chu if he can have a place to stay after he enters the capital. The Crown Prince has specially prepared a mansion in front of the East Mirror Gate, so if Lord Chu doesn't mind, I will prepare slaves and servants to wait for Lord Chu. In addition, Chu adults into the capital. I do not know how many pairs of eyes are staring at the Sunan house, staring at the Qingshui River. I naturally know that Chu adults' cultivation is not extraordinary, but plotting to misbehave in the generation there is no lack of cultivation of deep people. This matter the Crown Prince has also been arranged properly." Chen Jianan poured tea for this Zhao Qingzheng, but Zhao Qingzheng did not drink the tea, but just spoke eloquently, confident speech, "Ice come." Chumai also spoke with Zhao Qingzheng, but did not answer Zhao Qingzheng's words, but only inquired whether Zhao Qingzheng came all the way here safely, and asked when Zhao Qingzheng would return to the capital. Chen Jianan quietly listening to the side, more and more feel that this Chumai seems to be a meat and potatoes. Dayu 9th of the Shenmen sent the best disciples to come to send the sword, and even the Crown Prince in the capital sent around the officials to come to hush up. Chumai, however, is like a swimming fish, swimming recklessly in the water, but without a speck of dust. Zhao Qingzheng was quite patient, chatting with Chumai about these trivial and idle matters, and Wang Shuibox stroked the scabbard on his waist, not knowing what he was thinking. Half an hour passed. Chumai added to Chen Jianan, "Pour another cup of tea, another guest is coming." Chen Jianan poured tea, the black-clothed man in the hall went to open the door again, and another person walked through the screen and came to the courtyard. The visitor was a richly dressed young male. When Chen Jianan saw the visitor, his complexion changed at once. He had already this person a few days ago, and this person was none other than the third son of the Si family in the capital, Si Ho-gue. That day in Chen Dianan's courtyard, Si Ho-gue's flighty and domineering demeanor, Chen Dianan still remembered it clearly. Si Ho-gue also saw Chen Jianan. He was a little surprised, probably surprised that Chen Jianan had appeared in Chu Mai's courtyard, and was even sitting right beside Chu Mai serving tea. But at this point in time, Si Ho-gue was too late to be surprised, too late to speculate. He came to visit Chu Mai. Naturally he did not dare to lose his etiquette. Lord Chu, Si Ho-gue said, when I came to Sunan Prefecture, my family had specifically instructed Ho-gue to make sure to come and visit Lord Chu to offer the greetings of my family's elders. In the future, Lord Chu will have to work with my family head, and call himself Ho-gue's actual elder. Lord Shangshu is too polite. Chu Mai's expression remained the same, unable to tell if he was happy or angry. Are you the Si Ho-gue whose name is on the fledgling tiger tablet? The bloodline of the Si family is truly extraordinary, and young geniuses come and go. Si Ho-gue's expression didn't change, and with a slight hint of humility in his tone, he laughed and said, Lord Chu is too kind. When it comes to bloodline talent, the several brothers and sisters of the Li clan who have befriended me are the ones who are considered extraordinary. Among them there is the son of General Shen Zili Fushu, ranked in the fledgling tiger monument on the 301 line. There is the daughter of the head of the Li family. Li Qingren is still young, although not on the fledgling tiger list, but has been worshipped in the Bright Moon Terrace, under the tutelage of Gue Puizhenjinjin. For the real person to hold the sword must moon. Si Ho-gue said here, the tone of voice more than a part of the emotion, not to mention the Li family's 7 uncle Li Chaobai, but also learn the law of the world's metaphysical sex of the 8th of the Yanglong Guan. The future is expected to raise the dragon to raise the potential, is expected to understand the true dragon god phase. The whole of Daiyu can be compared to him. Very few geniuses. The bloodline of the Li family is a marvel to Ho-gue. Si Ho-gue's tone was sincere, and there was admiration in his eyes. But when he finished his last sentence, his gaze swept over Chen Jianan with a glance. Chen Jianman instantly realized in his heart, this person is connoting me. Chapter 13, Holding the Sword. Chu Mai roughly also heard the implied thorn in Si Ho-gue's words, and he smiled, pointing a finger at Chen Dianan and saying, speaking of which, the son of this close friend of mine actually has a bit of talent as well. Just stuck in a small place, never been to the famous mountains and rivers, never seen the strong and high people, and never been taught by a famous family. Perhaps if he was born in hanging heavenly capital, born in a famous family of the world, and taught by the inheritance, he might have achieved something as well. Chen Jianan's expression changed slightly. He turned his head to look at Chu Mai, who had already sat back down in front of the stone table with a calm demeanor, and said to Wang Shuibox, who was sitting opposite of him, I invited the son of a good friend of mine to come and pour the tea, and I actually have some personal feelings. Jing Sang's sword pavilion has the art of sword talisman. Holding a sword can tell the talent of the sword path, but I don't know if this son of my late husband can learn the sword? Si Ho-gue had a smile on his lips. Just a few days ago, he was in the courtyard where Chen Jianan was known to have transformed his blood qi, but he didn't know how to get lucky. At 17 or 18 years of age, how can you talk about sword talent? And that Wang Washbox heard Chu Mai's words, but did not hesitate in the slightest. He drew the long sword at his waist, and with the 2 fingers of his left hand together as a sword finger, he pointed towards the snow-white sharp blade of the long sword. Immediately, a thick aura flowed out and instantly merged into that sword and disappeared. Immediately Wang Washbox gently flicked finger, the sword flew up, suspended in the stone table in the air 3 feet glittering. This sword of mine is called Box Light. It is a 10,000 forged sword that is quite prestigious. The precious sword has its own spirit, plus the art of sword charms. If you can hold this sword of mine without being blocked by the sword qi, in the future, you can expect to have a glimpse of the sword path, and even realize the sword intent. The King's Shuffle Box pontificates. Expect to realize the sword intent. Sword intent. I don't know how many swordsmen in the world who have cultivated the sword want to realize the sword intent. Chen Jianan, you give it a try. Chu Mai opened his mouth. Si Ho-gue finally looked at Chen Dianan and said, the 10,000 forged treasure sword has its own sharpness. Chen Dianan's blood is weak. If he holds the sword, he will definitely be injured by this box-like treasure sword. This Chu Mai's cultivation is extraordinary, but he would be so negligent. He was happy to see it happen in his heart, especially when he thought of his own world-famous second uncle regretting half of his life, but unable to fulfill his obsession because of Chen Dianan's father, Chen Shujun. He was vaguely uncomfortable in his heart. Chen Shujun, from a humble background, a scholar, even had the guts to go to the lintel of the Li family, and even had such a bastard as Chen Jianan, which made his own second uncle's divine embodiment not to be consummated. It's really, damn it. It was a pity that his own second uncle had too big a belly and didn't bother with Chen Shuijun. Si Ho-gue thought in his heart, if Chen Jianan dares to hold the sword, he will certainly be injured by the sword. Before his thoughts could fall, he saw that Chen Jianan had already stood up, casually resting his hand on the precious sword, and then holding the box light sword. Just hold the sword? Chen Jianan snapped as he held his sword. Chu Mai, Wang Shufflebox, and Zhao Qingzheng who were present had not yet reacted, and even Si Ho-gue frowned slightly. Wang Shufflebox scared inside as he was about to open his mouth. But then I saw that Chen Dianan. who was holding the sword, suddenly gripped the box light, and his arm gently moved. At once, an amazing scene ensues. It's like plucking a star from the sky. The sword talisman in the center of the boxlight sword flashed with a hidden light. Chen Jianan stood in front of the stone table, standing in front of these extraordinary figures, and took off this 10,000 forged treasure sword. The boxlight sword did not reject it in the slightest. Chen Jianan only felt that the moment he gripped the sword, the blood qi in his own body became a little sharp, piercing him with some raw pain. But other than that, there was no more discomfort. The boxlight treasure sword did not move differently, and the sword talisman on the treasure sword did not have the slightest abnormality. The sword and the sword talisman are not moving. Lord Chu, what is the origin of this young man? It's actually a good embryo for learning the sword. Sword Dao also has a spirit. Learning the sword cannot just be diligent, talent is absolutely indispensable. The black clothes on Wang Shuibox's body moved lightly, and there was more surprise in the original wooden expression. Shumai stroked his palm and laughed. Not bad. Not bad. My good friend is also a sword learner, only his sword path has been deserted for a long time. Since he resigned from the government he has not learned the sword, so I guess that this son of his also has a few points of the sword talent, but I never thought that I guessed it. Chen Jianan looked at the rather happy Chumai, and suddenly felt in his heart that this father's friend did seem to be sincerely feeling happy that he possessed a talent for sword Dao. He put down the boxlight sword in his hand and added more tea for Chumai. Sihu Gui's face was a little hard to see. He really couldn't figure out that the Chen Jianan of a few days ago was still unable to carry his overflowing aura. But a few days later, not only did Chen Jianan grip the sword pavilion sword and hold the sword talisman, even the box light sword was removed from the void by him. Chen Jianan himself, on the other hand, didn't seem to be hurt by this. Without knowing how to utilize qi and blood, how can one easily remove the 10,000 forged sword? Siho Gui took a deep breath. This Chen Dian was playing me that day? He has long since nourished his qi and refined his flesh with his blood qi. That day, Siho Gui was merely feigning anger, only to take advantage of Chen Shuijun's absence to tease his son. But now it seems that the one who was teased in the courtyard at that time was himself, which made Siho Gui's heart burst with anger. If not for the fact that he had been mixing and hanging heavenly capital for a long time, I'm afraid that he could not suppress this anger. While Wang Shufflebox was still a bit excited, he looked down and thought about it, took out a jade pendant from his waist and placed it on the stone table, saying, after I have met Lord Chu here, I still have to rush off to Wei, and I won't be able to return for a year and a half. If you are interested, you can hold this jade pendant and go to the Jingsong Sword Pavilion on the banks of the Helu River in Nanshan Prefecture. My Jingsong Sword Pavilion sword Dao takes the word sharp, like the peak of a broken cloud. The sword chi can go straight up to the clouds and cut away 10 miles of heavenly public floss. The fact that you can hold my box light sword is enough to prove that you are in tune with the sword pavilion's sword Dao. He said here, looked up and down at Chen Jianan for several breaths of time. It's a pity that the cultivation is a bit weak, and should not have been transformed into true essence. But both the sword Dao talent, cultivation, and then catch up some is. Thank you, senior. Chen Jianan thought for a moment and picked up the jade pendant on the table. For a moment, the heavenly jade capital diagram in his mind flashed violently, and Kunlun's effort densely rose out. When Chen Jianan looked closely, he saw that there was a faint bright yellow aura buried in that jade pendant. The aura emanating from the ginger and the red is red, the fish and rabbit meat brought back by my father is Dan orange, and I don't know what the origin of this jade pendant is, but it actually has a stream of such a thin bright yellow color. Or perhaps, with my current cultivation, I am not yet able to see more of the bright yellow aura in the jade pendant. As he pondered in his mind, a scene that surprised him happened violently. The heavenly jade capital diagram in his mind no longer flickered, but suddenly unfolded. The mysterious breath in the jade pendant in Chen Xianan's hand, as if it was attracted by the heavenly jade capital diagram, slowly drifted away from the jade pendant in Chen Xianan's hand, and went straight into Chen Xianan's forehead. Chen Jianan shrugged his throat and looked up at the people in this courtyard. However, these extraordinary powerhouses seemed to be completely oblivious to the fact that there was qi emanating from this jade pendant. And yet, the heavenly jade capital diagram in his mind was undergoing subtle changes. Another part of in the Yujing map has been illuminated, he muttered in his mind. At this time, Zhao Qingzhang and Wang Shuibox in the courtyard got up one after another, and each left. The two had not said a word to each other since the beginning. For Sihu Gui to come to Chumai's courtyard, it shouldn't be as simple as just a greeting. But now that Chen Jianan is in the courtyard, Siho Gui can only get up and leave. It was just that when he left, he coldly glanced at Chen Jianan, making Chen Jianan feel quite amused. It was already late at night, and at this time, Chumai and Chen Jianan were the only two people left in the courtyard. Chumai looked at Chen Jianan with some emotion. I came to the Sunan province but half a year of time. I just feel that the tide of Jiangnan is going to enter my bone marrow, but I don't know how your father has been living here for 18 years. Chen Jianan vaguely understood, so the dampness was not the dampness in the air. It seems like father should have gone through a lot before he came to the Sunan mansion at that time. Chen Jianan thought in his heart. Chumai looked at Chen Jianan's eyes and suddenly said, your eyes are very similar to your mother's eyes. Your mother's beauty was once famous in the world, and she was another strange woman. It's just a shame that things don't work out, and that change destroyed both your father and your mother. Shumai said this and gestured for Chen Jianan to drink tea. Fang has a guest here. Chen Jianan cup of tea or cold. He drank the cup of cold tea in the mouth, only to feel a fragrance from the tea bloomed, straight into the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, bringing up many qi and blood. For a moment, the speed of the qi and blood running in Chen Jianan's body became much faster. This tea is really not bad, Chen Jianan thought in his heart. Shumai mentioned Chen Jianan's mother, and Chen Jianan's face did not change, and his expression was somewhat surprised. Your father told me that he did not tell you of your birth. Chen Jianan smiled, helplessly said, adults, my father really did not say much with me, just a few days ago, that Xianzi General Baodu and just now Si San Gongzi came to Chihuang Street. To see what they did, listen to what they said, and then associate it with a few things. In fact, it is not difficult to guess. It's just a story about a poor boy and a rich girl. I've heard many of them. I think Xianzi's General Baodu is probably my mother's family. He is your own uncle. Shumai asked curiously, in today's Dayu, the views of the gate and valves are better than clouds and mud, and unless one is a genius of the world, one simply cannot break the rules therein. It's not often that a woman from a large family matches a poor scholar, so where did you hear that? Chen Jianan was momentarily speechless as he thought for a few breaths of time, and a strong desire suddenly came to his mind. He knew that this longing was the obsession left behind by the original owner of this body, but he still couldn't help but ask, Lord Chu, my mother, what is her name? Her name is Li Yinxi, and she was once the most special woman in hanging heavenly capital. Shumai narrowed his eyes, seemingly recalling those events many years ago. Chen Jianan wanted to ask something else, but Shumai suddenly shook his head and said, since your father is not going to go into detail with you, if I were to tell you, he would blame me instead. And hanging sky in the capital brewing a lot of things, and you are too far away, too much for you instead of good. Since you have already cultivated, then carefully cultivate is, I also have to stay in the Sunan house for a period of time. If you encounter anything, you can come to this small courtyard to find me. And the jade pendant that Wang Washbox gave you should hold it well. Jing Tsung Sword Pavilion is extremely extraordinary. It is the 9th rank Shinmen in Dayu. In the future, if you have the opportunity, go to Jing Tsung Sword Pavilion to take a look at it. If your talent is really able to impress a certain sword master of the Sword Pavilion, it will be a good thing for you as well. Shumai carefully admonished. Chen Jianan heard the concern in his words and asked a question. My lord, you and my father are close friends? Call me Uncle Chu is. Shumai looked up at the lush ginkgo tree. Yes, I still remember when your father was very young. He once got drunk with me for 3 days, and in the haze of drunkenness, he said to me that for the time being, he would only get drunk for a while, and when his wish was fulfilled one day, he would then come back to find me, and drunkenly laughed and accompanied the public for 30,000 matches. A turn of 18 years passed and he never drank with me again. What is father's wish? Chen Jianan spoke in a trance. Shumai turned his head to look at him. Chen Jianan understood. Well, it's his mother. Chen Jianan returned home at night. Along the way, his thoughts raced. In the 2 years of his life, he always dreamed of that woman in white, of the tears in that woman's eyes. Gatekeepers, scholars, gatekeepers. Chen Dianmin chanted these words in his mind as he returned home. Chen Shujun should already be asleep. He went back to his room and shook his head to throw away the chaos in his mind. As his mind moved, the heavenly jade capital map slowly unfolded in his mind. When Chen Jianan's thoughts fell, he saw that there was an additional temple in the East City's south streamscape, which was suspended in midair by the heavenly jade capital diagram. The bright yellow breath and the jade pendant should be on this temple. What's in here? Chapter 14, I am the Lord of the White Jade Palace. The southern stream of scenery is on a par with the sky and shines high over the entire white jade capital. It is like a big red and gold mirror, eliminating clouds and fog to illuminate the universe. And the same was true of the palace on the southern streamscape, its silver-colored halls brilliantly dazzling in the light of the crimson sun's radiance. When Chen Jianan's mind landed on the palace, the blinding sunlight immediately converged, revealing the large plaque on the palace. Loosening of the Yangke. Loose Yangke, the main hall of the South Stream view in the East City. Loosening the sun and spreading the gas, Jinyao dropping bright, the big sun to see the world. Loosening the sun in the morning to wear the purple breath, the dawn descends to the yellow court. Chen Jianan's intention gradually became clearer as he digested the marvels implied in the Lozan Yangke in his mind and couldn't help but be surprised. Loose the sun, and the great sun. Nan Lu Jing was originally the son of the White Jade Capital, and this Lu Xiangke seems to be able to communicate with that sun hanging in the sky beyond the Jade Capital map. The great sun observes the world, and in the morning it is clothed in purple qi, and in the dawn it descends to the yellow court. Descends to the yellow court to where? Chen Jianan thought carefully for a long time, and the heavenly Jade Capital diagram in his mind slowly dissipated. Then let's wait until tomorrow morning and see what happens when the Nan Lu Jing in the White Jade Capital and the sun in the real world communicate with each other. Chen Jianan made up his mind. At this time it had already reached the hour. He drank another dose of Huangzhong Xingqi soup, and poured himself a cup of red Chinese ginger tea, before sitting on his knees on the bed, mobilizing the blood qi in his body according to the method in the Dashua Mountain Ginseng Qi post, and simmering his own physical body. However, in a few days' time, the luck method in the Great Snowy Mountain Ginseng Chi post was already very simple in Chen Jianan's opinion. The blood chi in his body was like an arm's length, mobilizing it very easily without any obscure feeling. He even realized that he could walk his chi while contemplating the Nanlu scenery in the heavenly jade capital diagram. Huangzhong Xing Chi Tang, Red Metal Ginger, De Shuishan Ginseng Chi Post, and Guanyuan Nanlu Jing. This set of processes down, Chen Jianan only felt that the blood chi in his body was exceptionally high, impacting all parts of his body, simmering the 5 viscera and 6 internal organs, and simmering the skin, flesh, sinews, and bones. He was even able to clearly perceive that the blood chi within his body was becoming thicker and thicker. And so the night went on until the break of dawn. The sky was brightening up, as if some celestial being had smeared a golden color on the dark sky. Chen Jianan closed his eyes, and his thoughts once again fell into the heavenly jade capital map, landing in the Luxian Quay on the south streamscape of the eastern city. This moment, Chen Jianan only felt that on Nanlu Jing, he didn't know how much light had fallen down and landed on his intention. Thus Chen Jianan's idea materialized into a silhouette filled with golden light, standing in front of the loosening Yang Quay. At this moment, Chen Jianan raised his head and looked up, finally realizing just how majestic and brilliant Luxian Quay was. The 100-foot silver-colored hall reflected the various colors of light on the Nanlu Jing, as if it was an immortal palace in the sky. Chen Jianan looked down at his own body, which was also radiating a brilliant light that even he couldn't really see. It's marvelous, he muttered to himself, followed by taking a deep breath and stretching out his hand towards the tens of feet gate of the Luxian Quay with a gentle push. Click! The door to the loosening Yang Quay was thus opened. The incomparable splendor instantly flooded Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan only felt that he was one with these brilliant lights, blooming in the skies of the two worlds. In his vision, everything was engulfed in light, too white to see. Until, in the distance, there appeared a brown glow that Chen Jianan's intention subconsciously landed on that piece of brown radiance. Is that a person? Chen Jianan mumbles. Luwu ordered, Tuoba, wake up, today it's your turn to hang up the saddle. The chief of the army is about to leave for patrol. If you don't go to hang up the saddle and delay the patrol, you'll have to eat the whip again. Tuoba Morning woke up and stretched his arms. You disturbed my beautiful dream. I just dreamed that I became the king of the grasslands, riding an armor-clad steed, leading a tidal wave of brothers, and striking down a great territory. Luwu life, ha, what kind of king is a mud-leg life? If you kid can be the king, I can be the emperor of Dashi. Don't dawdle. At night someone from Heibao town 20 miles away comes to treat the army. It's said to be Mr. Zhang. I don't know what kind of goodies he'll bring. Tuoba Morning, I heard from my brothers who went to Black Fort Town to pick up goods that the daughter of Elder Zhang is as beautiful as the heavens, so when we're done fighting, it would be great if we could marry her back home. Heavenly King! Heavenly King! Huyan Guang's shouts pulled Tuoba Morning's mind back to the grasslands of Shachichuan in the northern kingdom, and the thick, pungent smell of blood in Green Big City again brought the already aged Tuoba Morning to his senses. This is not the time to reminisce about the past. Heavenly King, tomorrow I will gather my men and horses again, walk across the Wusu field, and attack once more. The sun in the sky reflected Huyan Guang's cold and handsome face. No need. Tuoba Morning shook his head and closed his eyes as he lay down on the grassland. Retreat tomorrow. The blood of my Udenda people has already been shed too much. I'm already old and decrepit. I can no longer renew my life, and I can't take the green bick of my forefathers. Huyan Guang fell silent, his head lowered, his body trembling slightly. Takumi Morning opened his bloodshot eyes as the sun in the sky blazed hot and harsh. He stared at the sun and vaguely saw an additional golden point of light in it. This majestic lord of the steppe gazed at the point of light and at some point had fallen into a deep sleep. Claptrap. The sound of the waterfall woke up Takumi Morning. Tuoba Morning opened his eyes only to see a magnificent sight. He saw a silver palace standing in the middle of the vast, endless denseness. Tuoba Morning stood up and ghostly set up a cloud and flew to the palace. The palace door has been opened. Tuoba Morning walked into the palace, and saw the large palace blank, only a throne at the end of the palace hanging in the air. And on that hanging throne sat a man. The man was glowing with light, and Tuoba Morning couldn't see his appearance clearly. He only felt that the breath of the person on that throne was like a great sun, burning and unfathomable. What makes him even more happy is that he was born in this temple, and he only feels that his divine embodiment is clear, his thoughts are clear, and his thoughts are more spiritual. If one can attend the great confession of eternal life, in this temple, one will have great refinement. Tuoba Morning has been on the warpath for decades, and he has witnessed the disintegration of the Great Rest, the rise of the Northern Kingdom, and the rise of the Great Yukaxing. He led his troops to unify the everlasting plains, he separated himself from the Northern Kingdom, and was just one step away from recapturing the Green Big City where his ancestors had made their fortune. He has seen extraordinary things in his life, has seen hundreds of thousands of armies fighting, has seen real people discussing with Buddha, has seen the old dragon in the blue pool, has seen the 9 tablets in the sky, and has also drank wine with the powerful person who carved the words on the 9th tablet in the Shichikawa River. But he was the only one who had never seen such a figure or such a temple. Gazing at the man on that throne is like gazing at the sun. Tuoba Morning cannot even gaze for too long, only feel that the person on the throne is like a sunrise, generally round and solemn. The sunlight is brilliant, put on the grassland can be bright for thousands of miles. The man on that throne was resting on his head and closed eyes. Tuoba Morning was silent for a few breaths of time before finally inquiring, "Where is this? And who are you?" The person on the throne opened his eyes, and his eyes were dyed with magnificent crimson and gold, and his gaze, which was like a ray of light, fell on Tuoba Morning. "This is the White Jade Capital, and I am the Lord of the White Jade Capital." The old man's inquiring voice woke up Chen Jianan, who opened his eyes and saw himself sitting on the throne of loosening Yang, with a person, an old man, standing in front of him. That person was the figure in the point of light, surrounded by the stars of thousands of military tents. At this moment, that old man's eyes were burning as he was gazing at Chen Jianan. The afterglow of Chen Jianan's eyes saw that he was still emitting a dazzling light, and he wasn't sure if the armor-clad old man had seen his face clearly. But when Chen Jianan saw the moment of this old man, perhaps it was the addition of the blazing light on the Nanlu Jing, Chen Jianan clearly saw that this old man's body seemed to be brewing a vast sea, thick, powerful, and indescribable. This armor-clad old man is bound to be a world-defying powerhouse. Chen Jianan sat on the throne, looking down on the old man whose status was bound to be extraordinary, and realizing that he was radiating light, realizing that he seemed to have some unique power of his own on this Nanlu Jing, this loosening of the Yang. A thought snapped into his mind. So he raised his head and gazed straight at the old man. "This is Bai Yu Jing. I am the Lord of the White Jade Capital." Chapter 15. What year is it this evening? Pai Yu Kin. Tuoba Morning chewed these 3 words in his mouth as he recalled his long life. But in any case, he couldn't recall that there was such a mysterious place in this vast world. He had been to the top few mountains on the Shinmen Monument, he had also been to the Great Rest Imperial Palace, he had been to the Great Qinshan Mountain, he had seen countless magnificent sights, and he had seen countless mysterious places, but he had never heard of the White Jade Capital. Thus, Tuoba Morning could not help but wonder whether the consecutive years of conquest had confused his thoughts and given him hallucinations, or whether he had been hit by the North's strange art. But then he remembered his own cultivation, remembered the countless nights of running with a sword, the countless heads of the strongest northern countrymen he had beheaded. He was old and decrepit, but he was far from confused. His divine phase was still topsy-turvy, and his cultivation was still strong enough not to be silently controlled by strange arts. What's more, he was in this palace and only felt that it was divine and unspeakable. It even gave him hope to go further. Tuoba Morning thoughts flickered, his heart is about because there is hope, not as calm as before. He took a deep breath, once again inquired, "Dare to ask your excellency. A certain person has never heard of the White Yujing, but I don't know where this White Yujing is? And why did a certain person come here?" Chen Jianan sat on a high place, loosening everything in the Yang as if it was under his control. He was able to clearly perceive every time Tuoba Morning's eyes flickered, perceived the subtle shrug of his face, and naturally was able to perceive the gradual clearing of his eyes. Clad in purple in the morning, the dawn descends to the yellow court. The loosening Yang is an excellent place to refer to martial arts texts, with the purple qi and yellow court filling it, and the stronger the cultivation and the deeper the realm, the stronger the effect. Chen Jianan understood more and more that this Nanlu Jing loosened the extraordinary in Yang. The heavenly jade capital diagram is truly mysterious, and this loosening Yang is truly precious to powerful people of all colors. Thoughts ran through his mind, he remained seated on his throne and did not speak. Tuoba Morning was in the palace, he stretched out a hand and gently clasped it, and the void at his palm suddenly distorted. Chen Jianan seemed to be connected to the Lozin Yang at this moment, and the Lozin Yang was as if it was alive, sensing a certain unique power emanating from Tuoba Morning's palm. This power was too subtle, so subtle that the equally mysterious and extraordinary Luzin Yang could not even clearly parse it. This armor-clad old man's cultivation is unknown to what extent. Chen Jianan recalled the 8 gates of cultivation that Qin Shaoxin had once spoken to him about. Perhaps the armor-clad old man in front of me has reached the Jade K consummation, and even stepped into that legendary realm of creation. But this cloaked old man wants to use his own power to test Nanlu Jing and test Luzin Yang. Chen Jianan had a sudden thought, I'm in the Looseness K, sitting on this throne, and I'm one with the Looseness K, so is it possible to harness the Looseness K's mysterious purple qi and yellow court? As he thought about this, Chen Jianan, who was sitting high on the throne, suddenly reached out and gently pointed. Originally, Tuoba Morning had condensed the divine embodiment, wanting to make the divine embodiment spread out, exploring this mysterious temple, and also exploring where it was outside of the temple. But when the divine embodiment coalesced in his palm, when the divine embodiment transformed into thousands of threads and was about to run out like water, this heavenly king who had spent his entire military life killing all over the everlasting plains then saw the person on that throne, who was covered in golden light and whose face could not be seen, pointing towards his hand in the void. Between one finger, Tuoba Morning only felt that the void in his palm likewise began to distort, followed by an indescribable, unmeasurable force bursting forth, and the thousands of divine embodiments that he had condensed all faded away between these fingers, disappearing without a trace. With his cultivation into the heavenly monument is enough to look down on the world, but in this loosening of the young K, in that mysterious person under a finger, he did not know how to resist, can only allow him to condense out of the divine charm dissipated. Chen Jianan, on the other hand, was happy in his heart. It really works, loosening the young K where I sit on the throne, even such a strong person can't resist me. He was elated in his heart, but then he remembered that this armor-clad old man came to loosen the young K, and what he came with was just a piece of his consciousness, and his physical body was still in that one real world. The reason why this old man would use his own thoughts to condense the divine embodiment, rather than resorting to blood chi or true essence, was naturally because the consciousness came here, and he was only able to condense the divine embodiment. If he comes to the white jade capital in his physical body and comes to the loose young K, I don't know if he can defeat him with the power of the loose young K. The smugness in Chen Jianan's heart diminished slightly, but between Tuoba Morning's silence, his heart grew more and more surprised. A single finger to dissipate my divine embrace, how far has this person's cultivation reached? How is he ranked on the creation tablet? Or perhaps a character inscribed on the ninth stele? Tuoba Morning extraordinary insights, long years have made him witness too many strong people, but he racked his brain really cannot think of the world there is such a person. He suppressed the awe-inspiring storm in his heart and was about to raise his voice again to inquire. The man on the throne finally spoke. The deep voice brought up echoes of the looseness K, and the entire looseness K even shook, the vibrations going straight into Tuoba Morning's ears. What year is this? Tuoba Morning heard the mysterious man's inquiry, his heart no longer guessed, replied according to the Great Rest's year number, this year should be the Great Rest Shinwu 88th year, just that the Great Rest no longer exists, and each country has each country's year number, I don't know. Which country's year number the senior is inquiring about? 88th year of the Great Resting Divine Martial Arts? The mysterious man on the throne chewed on this year number, and there seemed to be many more questions in his tone. Ogaki perished? And when was Great Rest founded? Tuoba Morning only felt the hairs of sweat on his body stand up, and his eyes finally changed. The consecutive years of conquest, stepping on the high places of cultivation, and climbing the peaks of the world. Tuoba Morning thinks that he has heard countless hidden secrets, and thinks that he has insight into and understands this world. But when the mysterious person in the loosening Yang K asked when the Great Rest would be founded, Tuoba Morning only felt that the person on the throne was no longer unattainable. He was already old and decrepit, having lived through 120 years of age, and the countless injuries were like a life-saving talisman, trying to take his life and that of his divine phase. And the whole world longevity of the people, can be tested in the record is only that big dream of 800 spring and autumn of the nest ancestor. The Great Rest was founded 13 eons ago, and the kingdom lasted more than 700 years. The fact that the man in front of him had not heard the great breath meant that he had at least lived through close to 800 years, but the mysterious people of the Ogaki, Tuoba Morning has never heard of. Counting the more than 10 dynasties that preceded Dahi, there was never any record of Ogaki either. Does this mean that Ogaki is still before those 10 or so dynasties? Does this mean that this person in front of me has attained true immortality? Does this mean that this white jade capital, this loosening Yang K is the real land of eternal life? When Tuoba Morning thought of his old, decrepit body, his unfinished business, the Shichikawa River, the green big city beyond Wusa City, and the blood that the Yuta people had shed, his straight, upright body finally bent. Tuoba Morning cupped his fists and saluted, former seniors, the Great Rest was founded for 13 eons, but now it has fallen apart and split into 3 countries. And Ogaki, Takomi has never heard of such a kingdom or such a dynasty. The mysterious man on the throne was silent. A full dozen breaths passed, and Tuoba Morning, who was used to seeing storms and waves, was even able to hear his own heartbeat. He was a bit nervous at this moment as he sensed a certain unique chi flowing in the loose Yang K as well as the rich power that filled it. It was this chi, this power, that made his thoughts clearer and clearer. That stream of thoughts in his mind also grew stronger. If I can cultivate in this white jade capital, this loose Yang K, even if I only come here with my thoughts, I can still contain the divine embodiment, and I can also delve into the great confession of longevity. The great confession of longevity is one step further, and I will be able to live and breathe for another 12 years. His thoughts were on that mysterious chi and power. In the loose Yang K, Tuoba Morning was beside him, but a stone tablet suddenly rose up. The stone tablet was as white as jade, only 3 feet tall and large. Heaven and earth are the adversaries of all things, and time and light are the passers-by of 100 generations. The mysterious man's voice was as thick as ever. I have been withering in the white jade capital for many years, not being able to see heaven and earth, nor the light of day, only the Tao and the law are enough to witness the high green sky and the thick yellow earth. Why don't you write for me about the Tao and the law in the world today, and I'll come and see how far the world has changed. All things travel in reverse, 100 generations of passers by Tuoba Morning and remembered the jade dendrobium people for thousands of years of the native land of Green Big City, remembered the only pearl on the gobi, his heart sighs, more and more feel that the mysterious person in front of him is unfathomable. So Tuoba Morning stepped forward, and then he was going to write down a tome on a martial art. When another divine rhythm coalesced in his hands, the mysterious man's words resounded once again, the Tao and Dharma don't need to be lofty, it's only in the weak realm that the changing of the ages is visible, so you can just write the true truth about the Tao and Dharma of Yuan up to the point of being reached. Tuoba Morning's outstretched hand gave a slight lurch, and then the divine embodiment fluttered, carving the secret book on that white jade tablet. It's the great rest chiaroscuro text. Fortunately, Chen Jianan just sat on the high ground, speculating in his mind. But don't write something that is in a high realm. I've just started cultivating. If the cultivation methods and martial arts secrets are too profound, it will be counterproductive for me to practice. It would be best to write down a method of true essence cultivation and another martial art that is more powerful than the tiger clutching fist. With this thought in his heart, his expression did not change in the slightest, but he calmly gazed at the white jade tablet. The divine embracement was like a sword, falling straight onto the white jade tablet, until two brand new dharmas were engraved on the white jade tablet. The Tao and the law, detailed, thorough, and even a matching introductory elixir, caused Chen Jian to breathe a sigh of relief. The White Jade Cicada Chapter. The 8 capitals go north to the 12 heavens. A true element realm cultivation technique and a sword technique. Chen Jianan couldn't help the fluttering in his heart, only feeling that the one text on the white jade steel was exceptionally subtle, yet it wasn't called unattainable. It was only the marvelousness implied in it that allowed Chen Jianan to clearly perceive that this cultivation technique and sword technique in front of him must be extremely precious. When my great snowy mountain chi gathering post is complete in raising chi, I will be able to switch to the White Jade Cicada Metamorphosis chapter, thereby stepping into the true element realm, and completely and utterly ascending on the path of cultivation. And this sword technique. Chen Jianan took a deep breath. Killing intent is a downright murderous method that has inevitably been honed through countless actual battles. Good, excellent. Chapter 16, Shin Shaoxing, the dog. Tuoba Morning saw that the mysterious person on the throne was staring at the secret books of feats on that white jade tablet. He didn't doubt it, he just waited quietly. It wasn't until a dozen or so breaths of time had passed that the mysterious person finally turned his head, and it was as if the purple chi in the Lucian K was condensed in his gaze, falling straight onto his body. Tuoba Morning only felt that same mysterious aura merge with the Lord of the White Jade Capital, as if this mysterious person was originally transformed into the mysterious violet chi. Where exactly is this White Jade Capital? It's fine that I've never heard of it, but why is there never the slightest hint of it in the 9 heavenly monuments either? If I want to cultivate in the Lucian K, will this Lord of the White Jade Capital actually agree? He thought this in his mind. That Lord of the White Jade Capital, who radiated a brilliant light all over his body, made another move. It was as if he had read what was going on in Tuoba Morning's mind, the longing in Tuoba Morning's heart, and snapped his fingers. In a flash, a purple gas condensed out of the loosening Yan K, flying straight away like a ray of light and landing in the center of Tuoba Morning's brow. The purple chi coalesced in the center of the old man's brow, transforming into a purple mark, then gradually faded away again, completely disappearing. In the future, every 7 days, you sense the purple chi mark in your brow, you can come to the White Jade Capital loosening Yang K, although you can't come here in the flesh, but the divine embodiment can also come here to help cultivation. You write down for me the Tao and the law of today's world, and go in and out of the loosening Yang K even if it's a thank you gift from me to you. Chen Jianan slowly spoke. The longer he was in the Lucian K, the more he sensed the purple chi, the more he was able to perceive all the subtleties contained in the Lucian purple chi, and giving this old man in front of him the power to enter and exit the Lucian K was one of those subtleties. Loosening the yang violet gas consumption, regeneration also has its own law. Every 7 days allowed this old man into the day, violet gas just enough, can still remaining some for me to enlightenment. He didn't understand why he only sensed this old man among the beams of light that filled the sky after he transformed into light, and he didn't get an answer when he tried to communicate with Lucian K. But he always felt that Nanliujing and loosening Yang K had allowed him to transform into light, and that there must be a reason for drawing in this old man. Letting him come to loosen the Yang K to cultivate, in the future, this old man will definitely play a role. He thought silently in his heart while Tuoba Morning had sensed the strange purple chi mark in his brow. He closed his eyes and tried to communicate with the purple chi seal, which immediately responded. Tuoba Morning's eyes snapped open, his eyes shining. It really worked. This Lucian K is incredibly mysterious. Practicing 1 day every 7 days is enough to help me advance further before my lifespan nears. Thank you, Lord of the White Yujing. Tuoba Morning was about to salute, but he looked up and saw that the incomparably mysterious Lord of the White Jade Capital on the throne had silently disappeared. The throne was empty, leaving only the flowing violet gas. After thinking about it, he still saluted towards the empty throne, and then sat down on his knees, and behind him, a tall divine figure was vaguely revealed, sitting on his knees with him. Chen Jianan opened his eyes. At this time, it was surprising that it was already daybreak. He looked through the window toward the sky, where the sun was high in the center, shining its light and falling on the pear blossoms in the courtyard. When the aroma of pear blossoms comes from the 90 springtime bucket of daylight, you know it's another good spring day. Chen Jianan suddenly felt something strange. I don't realize it's already noon. Why hasn't father called me up for dinner? He stepped out of his room. The yard had been swept and was spotless, with only a few fallen leaves dotting the landscape for a little extra spring. A piece of paper with bits of writing pressed into a paperweight on a stone table in the courtyard. This is a letter from Chen Shuwei-jun. Chen Jianan understood at once, and he took a few steps forward to pick up this letter. Eat on time while I'm gone. There was only one sentence on the letter, but Chen Jianan sighed. After 2 years of light, he was really used to this cheap father of his being by his side, preparing food for him day after day. Chen Shujun is quiet and never shushes him, but the only thing that reveals how much he cares about him is the carefully prepared daily meals. Even though Chen Jianan turtled up, he felt that this kind of concern was quite deep and thick. So Chen Jianan decided to listen to Chen Shujun's words, and burned the pots and stoves in the courtyard again, and went to the cookhouse to find half a piece of marinated mutton and white flour. My old father's small treasury is so deep that he obviously can't collect more than a few taels of silver for a bundle, but the family is hardly short of meat. Such a standard of living was not uncommon even in the rich Suwu state. Chen Jianan lamented a bit, set up a tablet on the stone table, put down water and flour, and then found a mallet to roll the dough into a thin skin and cut it into round shapes. Mutton has long been blanched by him. Blanching, he remembered the Deshueshan ginseng chi post recorded in the yellow bell cheese soup, and a flavor of the herb called stopping the yellow leaf has the effect of removing fishy to remove the stink. Chen Jianan simply took out a few stop yellow leaves and blanched them together with the mutton. Su Wuzhou local mutton is actually not good, the stink is too heavy, the meat is also on the side, steamed and eat for the previous life to eat all the 8 dishes of the Chen Jianan, naturally not good. So he decided to take this piece of lamb and make dumplings. After blanching, Chen Jianan was surprised to find that the effect of stopping the yellow leaves from stinking was surprisingly good. He even sniffed close to his nose, he could hardly smell the stink. Not bad, expensive for a reason. Chen Jianan nodded his head with satisfaction. Stopping the yellow leaf is one of the more expensive herbs in the 20 or so flavors of the Huangzhong Xingqi soup. On weekdays probably no ordinary people would use stopping the yellow leaf to remove the fishy smell. His first attempt, he achieved excellent results. Since we have the luxury of indulgence, it's a good idea to indulge. Chen Jianan also took out a few slices of red Chinese ginger, brought onions and garlic, chopped the mutton into finely chopped meat, mixed with the ginger and garlic to make a meat filling, and wrapped up 40 or 50 dumplings. He placed dumplings in the pot, and as they cooked, the scent of onions, ginger, and garlic with mutton hit his nose. Chen Jianan swallowed. It's a pity that Pops isn't here. He had just served the dumplings on a plate when there was a sudden knock at the door. Chen Jianan was a bit surprised. Who else would come to the small courtyard of theirs? He went forward to open the door, but saw Shin Shaoxing with her hands behind her back, probing towards the inside. Chen Jianan, what kind of food did you make in your yard? Shin, properly dressed in a large red dress tassel embellishment, hair pinned with bead flower hairpin, obviously body petite, but the waist is not a handful, the body posture is moving. Coupled with Shin Good's skin is very white, skin like fat, white red crystal clear, like a white sheep fat jade general. The red dress with the mild sheepskin jade and her witty turning eyes were really beautiful and watery. I have a neighbor who is a dog. Chen Jianan was a little bit crying and laughing. Then he remembered that this neighbor of his had a not bad background, and was also a person in the cultivation, and was able to choke with that Division 3 Duke Siho Gui, so his cultivation should not be weak. Cultivating the Tao, simmering the 5 senses of the physical body, it's not really surprising that she can smell it. I made dumplings. Chen Jianan thought in his heart and told the truth with his mouth. He was not a stingy person, not to mention that Shin Shaoxing had spoken out righteously in front of Siho Gui, and sent him the Dashue Mountain Ginseng Chi Post and the Tiger Clasping Fist Cultivation Secret Book. Even if Chen Jianan followed up and sent a painting over, the value of a painting is really not able to return Shin's good affection. Oh, Shin Shaoxing's upturned nose shrugged slightly again. Then you eat it, I happen to be passing by. She said this, and reached out toward the courtyard again. Chen Jianan cried and laughed, saying, would Miss Goody like to have some? Good. Shin Good immediately walked into the courtyard. I love to eat in the capital as the mutton dumplings, only Su Wuzhou mutton is too stinky, not on the stage, also cannot be said to be delicious. How do you do this dumplings? The aroma of the nose, but also no nasty taste. Shin was not stingy with his praise. The two of them came to the stone table, and Chen Jianan found a plate and gave her a portion of 24 dumplings. Shinhausen's petite size, but she ate her meal in a windy manner, which could not be called elegant. The soup splashed all over her face, but in a few tens of breaths of time, more than 24 dumplings were eaten up by her. There were even a dozen or so dumplings left on Chen Jianan's plate. Shinhausen only felt delicious when she ate the dumplings, and only after she finished eating did she realize that a wave of heat rose out of her stomach and traveled all around her. At the base of the tongue, there was even a strange ginger aroma coming from the aftertaste. It's really delicious. Shin Shaoxing thought this in her heart. This neighbor of mine has a knack for cooking. She naturally does not know, Chen Jianan's cooking skills are actually general. The reason why this dumpling is so delicious, the reason is also in the stop yellow leaves to go fishy, but also in which added the precious red in the ginger reason. Chen Jianan looked at Shin Shoucheng with some amusement, and then looked down at his own plate, and said out of politeness, if I had known earlier that Miss Shoucheng loved to eat, I would have shared some more with you, but it's just a pity that these dumplings are already on my dinner plate. No harm done. Shin Shaoxing laughed, and surprisingly, she really did divide another 5 or 6 dumplings from Chen Jianan's plate. Rather some manners, not picking off all of them. Chen Jianan only felt that the young girl in red in front of him was really interesting. Shin Goodyear ate 5 or 6 dumplings, touched his stomach, and sighed again. The dumplings are delicious, it's just that you've packed too few, not enough for 2 people to eat. Chen Jianan honestly replied, this is all the mutton we have at home. My home has. Shin Shaoxing stood up and walked out of the courtyard door, and came back in a short while, as she had brought the 2 secret books before. This time Shin Shaoxing was carrying 2 legs of lamb upside down in her hands. She picked up the leg of lamb and handed it to the somewhat dazed Chen Jianan. If you still make dumplings next time, come next door and call me. Shin Xiaoxiao licked her lips with intent. Chen Jianan stood up helplessly. I'll make you some more. Half an hour passed. Chen Jianan was somewhat dumbfounded as he watched Shin Shaoxing eat hundreds of dumplings in one gulp. After Shin Shaoxing had eliminated several large plates of dumplings, and seeing the look in Chen Jianan's eyes, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. People who cultivate, it's inevitable that they eat more. After all, they need to dissolve blood qi in true essence, and they need to eat more to toughen their body. Shin came out to explain, and then remembered that he had given her this neighbor's cultivation method, so he digressed and asked, have you read that great snowy mountain ginseng qi post? Isn't it a bit difficult to understand? You invited me to eat dumplings, where you do not understand come to ask me, I will solve the confusion for you. Cultivation can be careful, no matter whether the practice is not practiced, always fully understand the cultivation of the law, in order to begin to cultivate, too impatient cannot be, anti-injury to themselves. There's nothing I don't understand. Chen Jianan cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks while saying, I also have to thank him as Shin, without these 2 secret books, the word cultivation would only be irrelevant to me. Shin Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, you've already started practicing? Chen Jianan nodded casually. Shin Shaoxing looked Chen Jianan up and down with some suspicion, and couldn't help but urge, since you have started practicing, you should also be more diligent, and try to sense your own blood qi every day, and gradual and step-by-step progress on the path of cultivation is the real truth. This time Chen Jianan didn't say much and only smiled and nodded at Shin Shaoxing. Got it, thanks MS. Shin. Chapter 17, A New Elixir. With Chen Shujun out of the picture, practicing cultivation and boiling and frying soups no longer needed to be carried on Chen Shujun's back, but for Chen Jianan, it was still a bit uncomfortable for a while. For example, today, when Chen Jianan went out shopping and bought 2 fish from the Qingshui River, he realized that Chen Shujun's weekday ingredients were mostly extraordinary and did not seem to come from the vegetable market. This carp, the meat is obviously not as good as the one father brought. He shook his head. His heart already had some guesses about Chen Shujun's origins, except that Chumai said that after Chen Shujun suffered a change of heart, he no longer practiced the sword and fell flat on his face, and even hid in the Sunan prefecture, which was extremely far away from Hanging Heavenly Capital. It seems that this father of mine has not wasted his cultivation, and to be able to find these precious ingredients day in and day out, he must have some skills. Chen Jianan finished eating this carp, practiced tiger clasping fist in order, and took 2 more doses of tonics before returning to his room for luck. The Great Snow Mountain Ginseng Qi post had long been memorized by him. Often the mind moves, and the luck method recorded in the Qi reference post will be able to manipulate the blood and Qi up and down the body, flushing the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and torturing the bones and flesh. Chen Jianan practiced for 7-8 days in a row, only feeling that his breath was getting longer and longer, and the Qi in his body was so big that he could not even think about it in the past. On top of that, Chen Jianan realized that he was getting whiter and whiter. He originally thought that people who practiced martial arts should be more rugged in appearance and physique, but he did not think that he was indeed much taller, and his physique had become robust, only to become more and more fine skin and tender flesh, just like a scholar who had never been through the wind and rain. It won't work. Chen Jianan thought in his heart, this appearance is too civilized. A person who cultivates should have eyes like bronze bells, majestic and furious eyes, and a glare that scares people to death. So Chen Jianan decided that it would be good to get more sunlight on weekdays and tan himself to a bronze color. So instead of returning to his room today, he moved Chen Shujun's recliner and let the spring sun fall on his body. He closed his eyes, and the jade capital map of the heavens slowly unfolded in his mind. Dongcheng Nanlu Jing high in the sky, loosening the Yangtze stands in the south of the flow of the scene, looks very majestic. The light from the Nanlu scenery shone down and landed in the Kunlun Zephyr, transforming into a humanoid figure that carried Chen Jianan's consciousness. Chen Jianan looked at the aura steaming, endless Kunlun Zhe, and vaguely saw that the aura in Kunlun Zhe was no longer translucent crimson as before, but instead had more of a dan orange color. When he looked down, he saw 10 slices of red medium ginger buried beneath the aura-heavy Kunlun Zhe. What brought a smile to the corners of his mouth was, these 10 slices of red medium ginger slices were surprisingly hooked up through the dan orange-colored Kunlun aura. The roots and stems were intertwined and connected to each other, and finally broke out of the Kunlun Zhe aura earth, but it was no longer an unusual red medium ginger. 10 slices of red Chinese ginger connect with each other and grow a new elixir? Chen Jianan looked with some anticipation at the newly grown root sapling and at the tender green leaves that had already grown on the root sapling. It should grow in a few more days. Red Chinese ginger was already very precious and had extraordinary effects. Chen Jianan drank red Chinese ginger every day and was able to clearly feel his blood qi becoming more and more full, and felt that his blood qi was running more smoothly. Cleansing the roots and bones and cleansing the blood is quite a miraculous effect. I wonder how effective this new elixir is. Some smiles appeared at the corners of Chen Jianan's mouth, and then he looked towards another location in the Kunlun Zephyr. It was amazing how many herbs were planted there as well as many unusual vegetables. Yanhuasua, tulip, saffron, angelica, gallbladder. This variety of herbs is exactly what Huangzhong Xingqi Sandan formula needs. Those veggies, on the other hand, are the unusual onion, ginger, garlic, bok choy, and cabbage. The Kunlun Zephyr is too divine. As long as there are seeds, anything can be planted in it, and after rising the aura of the Dan Orange, unusual medicinal herbs will also be able to be planted in the Kunlun Zephyr. It's just a pity that I can't plant too much at once, or my consciousness will still be a bit unable to carry it. However, if all these herbs grow and boil out the yellow bell Xingqi San, it should be enough for me to take a dose for 3 or 4 days, and then I'll plant it again, not enough to take it and sell it for money, and enough for me to eat it myself. What's more, the medicine that grows in the Kunlun Zephyr is infused and nurtured by the aura, so it must be more effective. As Chen Jianan thought about this, his gaze fell back to the loosening of the Yangtze on the south stream view of the East City. His gaze was like a ray of light, going straight for many miles and falling through the blinding light in which it fell. Today was the day that Tuoba Morning entered Loose Yangtze to cultivate. Tuoba Morning looks old, but his eyes are very resolute, and his spine is straight, just like a lion that grows old but never fails. He sat down in the loosening Yangtze and closed his eyes to cultivate. The purple qi in the loose Yangtze coalesced and wrapped around him. But I don't know what the origin of this old man named Tuoba Morning is. His aura is truly appalling. Chen Jianan no longer looked at Tuoba Morning. His gaze instead fell on the white jade tablet that stood in the middle of the loosening Yangtze. On the white jade steel, a cultivation technique and a sword technique were engraved on it. After practicing for days, I'm getting closer and closer to the true element pass. Maybe in a few more days, I'll be able to try to break through the element pass and turn my own blood into true element. In the White Jade Cicada Shedding chapter, there is a method of punching the barrier, which is even more obscure than the method of punching the barrier in the Great Snowy Mountain Ginseng Chi Post, but the effect is much stronger. By dryly punching the barrier, one's own blood chi will be able to transform into true essence faster and more often, without having to suffer day after day. In the future, when the true element becomes a tree, outstanding fruits will be even easier. Chen Jianan carefully looked at the White Jade Cicada Shedding chapter and silently pondered. It's just that the elixir cicada shedding pill required for this method of punching the barrier is too precious. He had a few days of leisure, has long been walking through the Chihuang Street many medicine stores, refining cicada shedding pill herbs a total of 67 flavors, which turned out to be a whole 19 flavors of herbs. Dozens of medicinal herb stores on the Chihuang Street cannot be found. No wonder it is written in the White Jade Cicada Shedding chapter that the jade cicada was only caught to become a Taoist, and that one must ask for the pill of eternal life to cultivate. That day on the 9 monuments and the Daisy Tiger monument engraved name, but also depends on their own background family. If ordinary people want to practice martial arts, where can they catch the jade cicada and get the elixir of immortality? As Chen Jianan lamented, the heavenly jade capital map in his mind slowly closed. The days are warming up, spring is late, and the flowers and trees are lush. Chen Jianan sunbathed for a while, not forgetting to take care of the pear flowers in the courtyard. Perhaps in this Sunan prefecture, what this cheap father of mine is most attached to besides me is only these pear blossom trees. Chen Jianan carefully weeded and watered the pear trees and pruned the stumps. After only half an hour of work, he heard another knock on the door. Chen Jianan didn't need to think much to know that the one knocking on the door was Shen Xiaoxing. Ever since Shen had eaten a meal of dumplings, he had always come to Chen Jianan's place to rub his nose in the food. Especially after Chen Jianan Kunlun Zhe rises out of the Dan Orange aura, and he plants the onions, ginger, and garlic needed for cooking on weekdays, and even some unusual vegetables into the Kunlun Zhe. Shen came more frequently. This young lady from the general's residence seemed to be completely unconcerned about the gossip on the streets. 3 meals a day, and even 2 of them were settled in the Chen Jianan courtyard. Chen Jianan knew how to repay his kindness and naturally wouldn't get tired of Shen Xiaoxing for 2 meals. After all, he also had to eat, and having more than one Shen Xiaoxia was just adding an extra pair of chopsticks. What's more, Shen Haohao never came empty-handed, and always brought many ingredients. Just like yesterday night, she also brought several kinds of spices. Since the northerly state has become stronger and stronger, it has become more and more difficult for merchants from Dayu to travel through the 3 dangerous mountains ancient road and go to the western regions to buy and sell spices. Over the years, the value of spices has been strangely high, and even an ordinary landowner cannot afford to eat spices. Chen Jianan, who was used to eating high oil and high salt in his previous life, misses the food cooked with various colors of spices in his previous life, even if it's not too healthy, but he can't afford to eat so lightly every day. So in a way, Chen Jianan actually quite welcomed Shen Xiaoxing to come, and it was not bad to get what one needed. There just seems to be something wrong today. When Chen Jianan opened the door, he saw Shen Xiaoxing standing in front of the door, and not far away there was a master and a servant. Two women were walking towards here. The two women couldn't help but pause and stand still when they saw the teenager who opened the door.
Shin Shaoxing smiled towards Chen Jianan. You don't mind if I bring two guests here, do you? Chen Jianan had yet to speak.
Good. The white-clothed woman standing in front in the distance, but some helpless sighs, out of the voice inquired, the excellent dish
you said is made by this neighbor of yours?
For Su Shiyu, her intersection with this alleyway teenager should have stayed on that night, stayed on the time when Chen Jianan said with a red face, how come you guys still want to force people to get married?
The time. But there are always many wonders in the world.
Just today, for example, the always gluttonous Shin Shaoxin said to her with a mysterious face that he was going to take her to a good place for dinner.
Do you remember on Mount Qixia, the fasting rice made by the great Taoist nun? It was even better than that fasting rice.
Shin Shaoxin squinted her eyes to talk to her, and before Su Siye could speak, Shin Shaoxin slipped forward to lead the way. Su Siye thought she was going to take a sedan chair, but she saw Shin Shaoxin running across the alley in a flash and knocking on the door. Then it was the money-grubbing teenager who came to open the door.
Ha! Shin Shaoxin remembered mentioning Chen Jianan to Su Siye before, forgot you guys even met?
Chen Jianan, however, smiled and said, I was previously a small worker in the Yellow Gate Painting Academy, and when I went to the government office to deliver paintings, I did meet with Miss Su. One day when it was late, Miss Su was kind and took me for a walk.
Shin Shaoxin's eyes brightened slightly. It's really fate. In that case, you don't mind if I bring her over to rub her nose in it, do you?
Chen Jianan suddenly remembered where Su Shiyu came from. This Su family operates a medicinal material business, opened not many drugstores, but to the land of several states many stores, and even the military supply of medicinal materials, but I do not know that this Miss Su family cannot find the medicinal materials required for the cicada shedding pill prescription? He put a smile on his face as he thought about it. Naturally, I don't mind. Chapter 18 The Spirits and Monsters in the Hanging Heavenly Capital. Under the pear blossoms in the spring, Su Shiyu actually did eat a dinner at the home of this teenager who had received her embroidered ball. The only thing left of the duck on the stone table was the duck rack, and even the two vegetarian dishes were eaten up by the three people on the stone table.
Shinto blinked as she reminisced about the dinner.
She remembered that her own chef had said that the ducks in Su Wuzhou were not really suitable for stir-frying, and that the duck meat would easily become old and tasteless. But today, this young man fried duck. From the start of the pan, Shintong felt that the smoke from the pan, and the smoke of the firewood on the ground are fragrant. She knew that her own young lady was bound to like it as well, and coupled with the bowl of hot, dry, but not astringent, smooth and pliable noodles with strength in the mouth, Shintong suddenly felt a little pity. If this Chin Dian takes the embroidered ball and comes to the Su mansion, he should be able to take care of Miss as well. Xiantong unconsciously smashed his mouth, and then woke up, and quickly shook his head to himself, and said in his heart, it is not a good skill to know how to cook, a gentleman is far away from the kitchen, and in order for me to eat delicious food, how can I think that the lady should be matched with a person like Qin Jianan, who is only greedy for some small fortune? The evening breeze of spring is a little cold, blowing the pear blossoms on the trees clattering. Shin Goodyear ate to his heart's content, and looked at Su Siye with some complacency. See, this neighbor of mine made the meal. It's not a waste of Siye's sister's time to come on a trip, right? Su Shiyu turned her head to look at Qin Dian who was watering the pear blossom tree in the courtyard. The teenager's back seemed taller than the previous days, and not so thin. The upright stance was surprisingly a bit out of place. Sister Siya, have you ever seen that General Xianzi? Shin Shinhaohao still misses Su Shiyu's business in her heart. The supply of medicinal herbs for the 90,000 Sung Wai army is not trivial. I think that the Zhou family in Sunan province has already sought out a number of lobbyists, so you can tighten up a bit. Su Siya naturally knew that Shinshin was not interested in buying and selling, in business, and the reason why she asked was roughly because she was concerned about herself. So she seriously replied, General Shenzi seems to be quite hurried these days, few people can see him, daily go to his place to wait for the clan's big house, he but only saw the Zhou family head a person, I also went to. General Shenzi did not see me, only people took the medicinal herbs that I presented to him. Shinshin is worried that if the Su family's business does not get better, when will Su Siye be able to get free again and return to Mount Qixia to live in the blue sky and sleep in the smoke at night? Su Siye saw Shinshin's worry, so she said, good need not worry for me, my Su family several kinds of medicinal herbs in fact, the quality of non-extraordinary, compared to the Zhou family, the only 3 military cultivation of high level of people used in the medicinal herbs have some gap. I've already sent people to search for it, and if we can find other even more superior medicinal sources, the Su family actually has a chance this time. What's more, there are still half a year left to agree on the purchase with the military, and if the contract really can't be renewed, half a year is enough time to find another way out. Shinshin nodded her head plausibly. On the side, Shintong couldn't help but feel a little panicked in his heart. If the supply of medicinal herbs in Song Wai's army stops, with the Zhou family's rate of expansion, it may not take half a year to completely drive out the Su family's share of medicinal herbs in the land of the 3 states. She thought this in her mind. Shin Shaoxin asked again, I wonder which 3 herbs? I'll write and ask the senior brothers and sisters in the returning cloud chamber, perhaps they have some news.
Su Siye thought for a moment and didn't reject Shin Xiaoxiao's kindness. It's the 3 herbs of Buddha's armor, Jinan leaf, and lantern gold silk.
Shinshin Good seriously note down, Su Siye about because finally can be in front of others to talk about, rarely sighed out of breath, worried. These 3 kinds of medicinal herbs in fact is not what precious and rare medicinal herbs, just the military requirements are too high for the 3 kinds of medicinal herbs of the quality of the requirements. I do not know where to look for the superior medicinal source of the Zhou family, they serve these 3 kinds of medicinal herbs,
really better than me.
Su family's much better. Shinshin Good for the medicinal herbs but half knowledge, but still persuade, the world's karma is wonderful, the turnaround may come only in a day or even an instant, sister do not be discouraged. Su Shiyu gently nodded, in a few days, the medicine in the Songhai army needs Langjun to give all the big government presented to the medicinal herbs rating, at that time and then see. She thought for a moment and then looked to the side of Shintong, who instantly understood and took out 5 taels of silver to place on the stone table. Shin Xiaoxing froze, subconsciously wanted to pick up the silver and return it to Shintong, and said, Sister Siye doesn't have to be so. But she suddenly thought, she hastily brought 2 people to dinner, cooking is Chen Xianan, is the refusal should also be Chen Xianan refused, their own for days to rub the meal is taken advantage of many benefits, and how can do Chen Xianan favor? She's hesitating. Su Siye, however, had already stood up and said to Chen Dian, who had twisted his head to the side to look at her, thank you for
Mr. Chen's hospitality, my master and servant have bothered me today.
Chen Jianan saw the silver on the table, but did not excuse himself, just nodded his head and smiled, no harm done, ms.
Su has time to come often. Shinto skimmed.
This Chen Jianan really greedy money, give then take it is right, but at least polite. The master-servant duo walked all the way to the courtyard and were about to walk out of the courtyard. Su Shiyu couldn't help but turn back and take a closer look at the pear tree in full bloom in the courtyard. This courtyard full of pear blossom trees is so beautiful, just like the white mist flowers on Mount Chisha. Su Shiyu thought this in her heart. Not far away, but Chen Jianan suddenly picked a branch of pear blossom like snow. At this time, the branches of the trees in the courtyard fluttered, the cold crows cried in the sky in the spring, the clouds dispersed, and the long moon in the sky had long since scattered its moonlight. Chen Jianan then gently picked a branch of pear blossom under the cold moonlight that was like gray. If Miss Su likes it, why don't you pick one and stick it in your room for decoration? Chen Jianan said this and did not go forward, but just threw this pear flower to Shintong. Shintong's hands were busy with this branch of pears. Su Shiyu looked at Chen Jianan under the moonlight, not knowing what was in her heart. The master-servant duo said goodbye to Shin Xiaoxin and left there, disappearing under the dim night curtain of Chihuang Street. Shin Xiaoxin looked at the back of the duo and also skimmed his lips. Charging people a whole 5 taels of silver for a meal is also a bit too greedy for money. Chen Jianan frankly said, for the Su family, 5 taels of silver and 5 cents or 50 taels of silver there is no difference. Miss Su left the silver, is not want to eat my things for nothing. Why should I sympathize with polite refusal? Why don't I just accept the silver and give Miss Su a peace of mind? What's more, there's an old saying in my old country. Shen Haohao became curious, what old saying? There is money not to be made. Chen Jianan said. Shin Xiaoxiao left as well. Chen Dianan then practiced tiger clutching fist in the courtyard. Now the thick blood qi in his body rolled and moved. The great snowy mountain ginseng qi post luck was extremely fast, and between all the moves of the tiger clutching fist, the blood qi was running, filling Chen Dianan's circumference up and down. A punch, a leg, a lean, all filled with raw force, even bringing up a raging strong wind. Half an hour passed, and Chen Jianan calmed the blood qi in his body and stood still, before letting out a long breath. There was some surprise in his eyes. Tiger clasping fist 24 stances, he is thoroughly integrated, called handy is not too much. Even the blood qi in his body in conjunction with the tiger clasping fist could be instantaneous and move with his thoughts. This tiger clutching fist is simple. I wonder what grade of fist is considered in the Jianghu. Chen Jianan stood in the moonlight and muttered. This tiger hugging fist is the Iron Buddha Pass soldiers must be practiced, put in the Jianghu, is a superior boxing, unusual county land sitting big clan gate inherited martial arts, roughly the level of this tiger hugging fist. A voice suddenly came from Chen Jianan's ears, answering his doubts. Chen Jianan broke out into a cold sweat and hurriedly looked up following the sound. Instead, he saw a man sitting cross-legged on the roof of his house at some point. At this time it was already late, even if there was moonlight shining, the courtyard was very dim. Placed before Chen Jianan had cultivated, he would never be able to see the figure on the roof. But now, Chen Jianan transformed his qi to nourish his qi, and his qi and blood not only toughened his body bones and internal organs, but also practiced his 5 senses sensing, so that with a glance, he could see the person on the roof. The man already had gray hair, and his face had a few highly visible wrinkles, except for a pair of eyes that shone with a golden light, which appeared to be exceptionally bright under his long eyebrows. The visitor was pale and tired, except for his 2 eyes, which were stern and glowing. Iron Arm General. Chen Jianan recognized the person on the roof. The old man on the roof slowly stood up and casually stepped forward again, suddenly stepping into the void in front of the roof. His body crashed down and landed on the ground without bringing up a speck of dust. General Iron Arm was standing not far from Chun Jianan, looking Chun Jianan up and down many times, the tiredness in his eyes a few points more intense. He thought in his heart, a year old, nowadays the world, has been the world of these fledgling tigers, especially this Chun Jianan.
Cultivation speed is simply unbelievable.
Chun Jianan did not know that in the Iron Arm General's mind, he was praising him for bending down and saluting the Iron Arm General. That day, Shin properly brought these 2 secret books to you, and I didn't expect that in just a dozen days, you had already practiced tiger clutching fist. General Iron Arm had his hands behind his back and his tone was somewhat emotional.
But after lamenting, he changed his tone and asked, "Do you know who created this great snowy mountain ginseng chi and tiger hugging fist?"
Chen Jianan shook his head and respectfully said, "Please also ask the general to explain." Iron Arm General eyes bring out some scrutiny. Right on the Great Snow Mountain Sin Chi Post in Tiger Cuddling People, named Si Yuan Jian, is today's Great You Kill Buddha Marquis. Today's Rongtian General is writing the whale monument on the engraved name of the character. He was still young when he wrote these 2 secrets, which he created specifically for the soldiers of the Iron Buddha Pass. Chen Jianan's eyes had more admiration and some delight as he was about to speak.
Not far away from the Iron Arm General, the voice came again, "You do not have to rush to be happy. Your father this time to go to hanging heavenly capital, in addition to see your mother, is to go to see this prestigious Kill Buddha Ho. If you can see this Kill Buddha Ho, your father even if not dead can only be wounded in return. You know this matter earlier. The heart is also prepared, not too much shocked and angry." The joy and admiration in Chen Jianan's eyes immediately disappeared, and without hesitation, he once again saluted the Iron Arm General. "Please also inform me of the reason for this, General. Si Yuan Jian wants to take your mother as a concubine, and the wedding date is in September of this year, and your father hurriedly went to hanging heavenly capital just for this matter." Chen Jianan's mind couldn't help but recall the woman in white that he had dreamed of, and remembered Chumai's mouth, his own father's dream. So, Chen Jianan stopped inquiring about anything else and simply inquired, "The Li family, where General Xianzi is from has agreed?" "Agreed," the Iron Arm General said quietly, "a strong person who was expected to achieve the realm of creation. There is no power that is unwilling to befriend it. The Li family is also considered to be as strong as the sky in hanging heavenly capital, but there is no character who has gained access to the world's riding whale of 100 people. Si Yuan Jian is at the top 40 lines on the whale riding monument, and the Li family is climbing up to him. In order to climb up to this marquee of killing Buddha, General Rongtian, so my mother has to go to his general's residence as a concubine?" Crossing over, Chen Jianan had no reason to be angry. His heart was indignant, but he still suppressed his voice and said, "I think my mother in the hanging heavenly capital doesn't agree with it, otherwise how would that General Xianzi come to see my father?" As he said this, he suddenly remembered the passage Chen Shujun had said to him. The imperial court is full of demons and monsters, the lowly clinging to the powerful and noble, the weak and small flattering the strong and powerful, the family of the gate valve holding the imperial government, marrying each other to exclude the humble family, the common bureaucrats, preventing the cultivation of the law spread all over the world, and some of those who want to do something have been sidelined and can only leave the scene in the dark. Not to mention whether you can take the high school examination, even if you win to become an official, it is only to be eaten by those gate family bones are not left, rather than so, it is better to do some of their own favorite. Chapter 19, the old body is now free, the heart is free of guilt, and I can spend my spring and autumn as I please. What do I like to do? Chen Jiamin asked himself in his heart. He crossed over and lived again, only wanting to live a more relaxed life, without having to talk about those plainly trapped. However, Chen Shuijun, who has been taking care of him for 2 years, seems to be in the midst of the most distressing situation. Dare I ask General Ironclad, what realm should one's cultivation be when they are famous on the whale riding monument? He murmured his inquiry. General Ironarm replied without mincing words, the sun and the moon are like grinding ants, and everything is floating. There is a theorem for the sun and the moon to walk and for everything to die, and the most obvious theorem in the world is the 9 tablets in the sky that descend from the heavens. Among them, those who are young and gifted are allowed to enter the fledgling tiger monument, and when they ascend the fledgling tiger monument, they will receive the attention of the heavenly duke, and will be able to gain access to the mysteries of the divine powers. There are also characters who have gained access to the realm of the Jade K, and who are expected to ride a whale into creation, are admitted to the whale riding monument. Riding a whale is a good way to go to the clouds, treading on the clouds to realize the opening of creation. Under the sky 7 big countries, dozens of small countries, many Shenmen, the Jade K realm of the characters are not few, may ride the whale on the monument engraved name, but only a few hundred people. This 100 people is to ride the whale of the 100 people, no need to say more, also know how strong they are. General Ironarm's words reached this point, and then shook his head. Chen Shujun loves you too much, and only wants to carry everything on his shoulders, not letting you think about much. But since you have already practiced, you should naturally know about this matter, not to experience the hardship and frost, not to see some disease and abuse. And when can you raise the wings of the clouds, and bend down to make a clear sound? Fledgling tigers, riding whales. Chen Jianan pursed his lips, carefully digesting the information. General Xianzi came to the Sunan prefecture this time, in order to find your father to ask for a jeshu. Your father is unwilling to write it, and even have to go forward to Hanging Heaven Capital. Hanging Heaven Capital. I do not know how many eyes are watching him, and how many people want to make him compromise and give in. It is a pity that I have done more than 10 years with your father as a neighbor, know his nature. He cannot write the Book of Extinction, but also cannot let go of your mother, Chen Jianan. You have since then to stay in the Sunan house, to do a life of leisure. City people would be just. But if you want to practice martial arts, if you want to reach higher, if you want to step into the Hanging Heavenly Capital, or to go forward to the wider world, you must bear these difficult diseases. The Iron Arm General's voice was a little low, and the night spring breeze blew on Chen Jianan, chilling him a little. Chen Xianan did not know that the reason why Iron Arm General specially came to say this to him, because he is Chen Xianan's neighbor, with his cultivation naturally able to perceive Chen Xianan's daily practice of martial arts and cultivation, to see Chen Xianan's rapid improvement, the heart of the heart of the heart of the heart of the love of talent. He couldn't bear to see Chen Dian when his cultivation was more advanced, and then knew about this matter, which gave birth to a demonic barrier in his heart, and then he couldn't set things right, so he came here on purpose, and said these salacious past events to Chen Dian in advance. The world rides a whale 100 people. Chen Daimin was still worried in his heart. My cheap old man, alone, traveling to Hanging Heavenly Capital, looking for such a character, will not it be more or less fierce? General Iron Arm about saw the worry in his heart. Your father should not be in danger of his life. Li Yinchi is originally a strange woman, very rigid. Both the Li family and the Si family where that Si Yuanjun is from know that after killing Chen Shuijun, Li Yinchi will never live alone. In his heart, Chen Jianan suddenly felt more admiration and goodwill towards his mother, whom he had never met before. September wedding date, less than half a year's time from today, half a year's time. I don't know what kind of level I can cultivate to. Will I be able to go to Hanging Heavenly Capital to take a look at her and help my cheap father? Chen Jianan thought like this. General Iron Arm said at the right time. Some of my old friends are still in the Hanging Heavenly Capital, encountering this matter, whether it is your father or your mother who thinks that your heart has been exhausted, since you have already become an adult. Why don't you write a letter to your mother? Your mother might have a clearer mind when she sees the letters. Chen Jianan took a careful look at the Iron Arm General. He saluted for the third time and asked. Chen Jianan thanked the general. I just don't know why the old general wants to help me. The Iron Arm General turned around and said, there is no other, but I am willing. I have long since gotten away from the whirlpool in Hanging Heavenly Capital and acted openly and freely. I am willing to help you. Do I still need a reason? In Chen Jianan's eyes, this old general suddenly became incomparably taller, and immediately went into the room to take out a pen and paper to write a letter. General Iron Arm blinked his eyes and stood aside, his back turned to Chen Jianan and his face looked a little heartbroken. This Chen Jianan doesn't know his cultivation talent yet. Maybe when he steps into the divine embodiment realm, he'll be able to be famous on the Daisy Tiger Monument, and by then he'll fall short of befriending him instead. I'm already old and decrepit, and there's no one else among my descendants besides good, so it's always not wrong to get in touch and make friends with such a gifted teenage character. General Iron Arm thought this in his mind. Chen Jianan had finished writing the letter, and found an envelope from his room, carefully sealed it, and handed it to the Iron Arm General. And please, General Iron Arm, send this letter to my mother. General Iron Arm took the letter and found a piece of straw paper in addition to a letter. You wrote 2 letters? General Iron Arm casually inquired. Chen Jianan said sincerely, General helped me today. Chen Jianan is unable to repay me. I suddenly remembered that I read a sentence in an ancient book, which happens to match General Iron Arm's disposition, so I wrote it to give it to the general, and I hope that the general won't mind the shabby verses. The Iron Arm General turned over the piece of paper and looked at it, but saw a sentence written on it. The old body is free today, with no guilt in her heart, and she spends her spring and fall as she pleases. It was exactly the same as when he had described himself. For a moment, General Iron Arm's old face slightly reddened as he looked at Chen Jianan, whose eyes were exceptionally sincere, and gently coughed a few times. These 3 verses are extremely well written. I happen to have a good friend who is traveling to Hanging Heaven Capital tomorrow. The letter you wrote down, I will ask him to bring it to him, and at most 2 or 3 days will also arrive at Hanging Heaven Capital. Chen Jianan was greatly surprised. Sunan Province is thousands of miles away from Hanging Heavenly Capital, 2 or 3 days straight to Hanging Heavenly Capital. This speed is really amazing. When Chen Jianan was surprised, General Iron Arm reminded again, now that you have cultivation, your guts may have grown a bit, and when the cultivators in the Sunan Province have guts, they always want to go to Tiger Hill to find some fierce beasts to practice on. Just this half month, you don't want to go out of the city. West Binglai's Chi Tianchong is around Sunanfu. If you are unlucky enough to be bumped into by West Binglai's bandits, I'm afraid that it won't be easy for you to take your life under their swords. Thank you for your concern, General. I'll be practicing here in my courtyard and not going anywhere. Chen Jianan has drawn the portrait of Chi Tianchong. Naturally know that this is a top murderer, murder and arson countless and have not been caught. Visible this person cultivation is not extraordinary. Avoid some is always right. General Iron Arm left with the letter, and instead of going over the door of his room, he walked out of the courtyard and into General Iron Arm's house across the street. This neighboring family of mine, they're all good people. Chen Dianmin lamented in his heart that Shin had sent him 2 precious secret books,
and that General Iron Arm had come to inform him of his own father's predicament, and was even willing to help him send a letter. In that case, I'll make something nice for Shin tomorrow. Shin Daimin secretly thought to himself, tomorrow, when I go out to pick up some food, I will have to visit more medicine stores to see if I can find the seeds of those 3 herbs. His mind calculating. Kunlun's mysterious and unusual, has grown into a medicinal herb if there is still active, put into the Kunluns, the medicinal effect will be able to enhance a lot of cabbage, bok choy, green vegetables, onions, ginger and garlic, such as fresh vegetables into which, not much time to take out will be able to the aroma of a different nose, which is the secret of the Chin Jianan made to make the Shin good eating. This is the secret of Chin Jianan to make food that will make Shin's mouth water. However, if the seeds of medicinal herbs are planted into the Kunlun Zhe, the Dan Orange Kunlun aura in the Kunlun Zhe will moisturize the seeds, causing them to mutate and become more precious. If I can find the seeds of the 3 medicinal herbs that Su Siya said, Buddha armor, Chinan leaf, and lantern gold silk, and plant them in the Kunlun Zephyr, it will only take a few days for these seeds to greatly enhance, and I don't know what kind of light it will be if I don't wait for them to take root in the Kunlun Zephyr, and have them taken out by that time. Chen Jianan already had a plan in mind. In the 67 flavors of herbs needed to refine the cicada shedding pill, there are 19 flavors of herbs that are precious and rare, and they are not sold at all in ordinary pharmacies. Chen Jianan in a pharmacy asked one of the herbs royal silkworm silk news, the shopkeeper said, the royal silkworm silk within the territory of Dayu, only the Tianshan state only have the production, but the production is very small, but also a very precious spring dan must be medicinal herbs, so the price of the royal silkworm silk is very expensive, but a penny portion, often to be sold to 300 or 400 taels of silver. Sold to 300 or 400 taels of silver. Such an exorbitant price for a single herb made Chen Jianan, who was still harboring 145 taels of gold, a little less confident. If the seeds of Buddha's armor, Chinan leaf, and lantern gold silk can really take out the Kunlun Zephyr and survive, I'll then ask Su Siya to find those 19 medicinal herbs for me, and Su Siya thinks that she'd be very willing to do so. The Su family has been running the herb business for 2 generations, and it's not easy to find precious and stable sources of herbs, seeds of higher quality of equivalent herbs, and it's not difficult to find channels to buy herbs, I think. And the letter. As Chen Jianan thought about this, his eyes became more and more determined. There's also a need to cultivate quickly, lest I won't be able to help when the time comes for my cheap father to be beaten up and fleeing all over the streets. Hanging heavenly capital, Shiluli Mansion. Li Qingran carried that letter in his arms and walked into the backyard. From a gap in the wigwam in the backyard, one could see a green mountain mounted under a cloudy haze in the distance. The pool water flowing under the wigwam brought up water vapor and wrapped around this cool courtyard. It's so quiet here, so quiet there's only a bird song or two. March rains come and go, the air washed a lot of cool, the yard also planted a lot of small flowers, beautiful purple and red, quite lovely. And that before the flowers and plants, the most favored in a white dress of the woman left behind, and those flowers and plants, the courtyard of the rockery, the pool at the foot of the water, as well as the distant clouds and green mountains together into the picture. Auntie, there's a letter. Li Qingran stepped forward and spoke softly. Chapter 20, Am I a Genius? Li Qingran actually hesitated for a long time when he got this letter and saw the signature on the envelope. Jianan Chen. This name, which was very unfamiliar to the vast majority of the Li family, looked exceptionally familiar to Li Qingran. One of her aunts, who had been sitting in a solitary courtyard for more than 10 years, would often recite this name in her mouth, and there was a picture of a character hanging on the wall above her bed when she entered her room. There is only the word peace. A little bit of the word deacon is a small handprint. This is a simple word is not from what everyone, their aunt has treated as a treasure, specially framed and even added a layer of gauze, lest the dust fall on it. Therefore, Li Qingran, who was very familiar with the word dean, naturally knew from whom this letter came. Only, what Li Qingran hesitated to do was that the wedding date of her aunt, who was once a beautiful woman, had been set, and she was going to be married in a short while. If this letter is taken to her aunt, who is already a bit miserable, may have to be gloomy for many more days. But after much hesitation, Li Qingran still took this letter to the old Ji Yuan. Aunt with her wait for many years, waiting for grandpa to change his mind, but now, she is afraid that she can't wait. This letter is right to leave a thought for her, let her know. In the past her infant in swaddling clothes, has now grown up, and has even been able to write to her. Li Qingran thought this and looked up at Li Yinqi's back. Li Yinqi's back was slim, and her long, shoulder-length hair fluttered with the spring breeze. She gently put down the shovel and casually said, about Princess Shangqiu again, she invited me several times to go forward to her yard to enjoy the flowers, and I am not willing to go. To that letter. How should I describe the voice of Li Yumhe? Bai Xian, a member of the dynasty, once commented on the young Li Yinqi, his voice was as gentle as a string of black pearls, and he did not need a musical instrument to move the clouds and haze. Just like her name. Li Qingran knew that the reason why her aunt was unwilling to go to Princess Shangqiu's courtyard was probably because her highness had planted pear flowers in her courtyard. Her aunt still doesn't want to see Pearly. Auntie, this letter is not from Princess Shangqiu. Who is that again? Li Yinqi turned her head to casually inquire. There was not a trace of curiosity on her pale face, and the crimson Shinmen seal on her brow set off her overwhelming beauty too.
The envelope says, Chun Jianan.
Li Qingran replied. Li Yinxia's original casual countenance was violently stunned, and then she seemed to be somewhat at a loss, asking again, Chen.
Deacon?
Her voice trembled lightly, like a dead leaf being blown up by the breeze and slowly falling to the ground. Instead, her slender shoulders shrugged violently, and her body seemed to falter.
Li Qingran rushed forward to support Li Yinxi.
Li Yinxi, however, just reached out her hand and took the letter from Li Qingran's hand.
There were only 8 words written on the letter.
The Mother Superior opens gently.
Deacon.
A single 8 words, but Li Yinxi was like a treasure, forcibly pressed down the trembling hand, took out the letter from the envelope.
She opened it slowly. There was only one line on the letter.
Mother Superior sees the word as if it were a meeting, and eat regularly, cherish your health, and we will see each other in the coming day. The short line of text was just like the letter that Chen Shuijun had left for Chen Dianan when he was leaving. But Li Yinxi had long since burst into tears at this point, and even choked out a sob. Her voice trembled and wavered, as if a large bird, dispersed by a downpour, were searching for its young between whimpers.
Li Qingran helped Li Yinxi to the octagonal pavilion on the side. Li Yinxi just sat in the pavilion, stroking the handwriting on the letter between choked sobs, and stroking the name on the envelope. 17 years apart. Today, she received a letter from Deaconess Anne. Li Qingran silently exited the pavilion and walked out of the old Qi residence. However, he saw that outside of the old Qi residence, a gentleman about 20 years old with a sword at his waist was waiting. The side of his face was like jade, his eyes under his long eyelashes revealed faint shadows, and his raven-green thin robe matched his single thin lips, making his entire person appear somewhat cold. Brother Fuzhu. Li Qingran saluted this male. This person was none other than General Xianzi's son, Li Fushu, who was the character on the Daisy Tiger tablet. What was written in the letter? Li Fushu inquired.
The letter was but a line of text. Li Qingran did not hide it and told the truth. You shouldn't have sent that letter, and when Auntie sees it, she will inevitably feel resentment towards my Li family in her heart, and will be more resistant to the Si family.
Li Fushu turned around and looked at Li Qingran reproachfully.
Li Qingran's face did not change, and only said, I also do not know who this deaconess is. If I had known earlier, I would not have taken this letter to Auntie. Li Fushu seemed to know that Li Qingran would say this, but he did not criticize further. He turned away with a cold snort. The mudblood of the Sunan mansion has learned of his birth. Perhaps he is thinking that he can rely on his aunt for a good life?
Li Qingran didn't answer. Li Fushu carried his hands behind his back and walked towards the front yard. His voice was a bit cold. These people with unusual origins always love to exploit these loopholes. His self-important father did so, and now his son is doing the same. But they don't know, my Li family's big hand cover can also cover the Sunan province. Now Chen Shuijun is not in Su Wuzhou, still need to make that Chen Jian and can no longer messy letter is. Li Qingran's complexion suddenly changed. She frowned and couldn't help but say, Brother Fushu, that Chen Jianan is ultimately aunt's bloodline, counting as you're and my aunt's cousin, so why be so unforgiving? Li Fushu took a deep breath as he suddenly stood still, turned his head to stare at Li Qingran and said, General Si said that if Auntie marries over, he will take a disciple among the younger generation of my Li clan and take care of and teach him like his children. He is a character on the whale writing list, Li Qingran. If one day, General Si steps into the realm of creation, and my Li family has a direct disciple of his, what kind of light will it be? Li Qingran was silent for a few breaths of time, suddenly shook his head. Grandfather is the minister of the household department of the current dynasty, the second uncle is the Xianzi general of the current dynasty, in charge of 90,000 Songhui army. The Great Yu dynasty has a number of characters, according to the lintel of the family lineage, compared to the Si family is no less than. What's more, the seventh uncle has already worshipped the dragon nurturing temple and is also expected to become a creation. Why does brother value General Si's legacy so highly? Creation everyone is really extraordinary, but the cultivation is ultimately others. With the talent of elder brother, if you can advance another 100 lines on the Daisy Tiger tablet, and get the gift of heaven and cultivation, the realm of creation can also be far away from. Instead of pouring your heart and soul into others, you might as well enhance yourself to be more practical. Li Qingran narrated. Seeing that Li Fushu did not respond to her, she also only shook her head and left. Li Fushu stood in place for a few breaths before he shook his head and muttered to himself. Grandfather is the minister of the household and father is General Xianzi, but I'm not. He went back to his own courtyard, and after a little thought, he remembered the Zhou family of the Sunan province who had once come to Hanging Heavenly Capital to pay a visit to his own father. The Zhou family has supplied the Songhui army with as many as 100 medicinal herbs, and now they want to supply more. Li Fushu pondered in his mind. Shall we meet in the coming day? When ordinary people have injuries and illnesses, they naturally can't travel far, so they can't come to Hanging Heavenly Capital and meet with Auntie. He was not stupid and naturally understood that as long as he let Chen Jianan stay in the Sunan mansion for the rest of his life, it would be fine. If he killed Chen Jianan, it would cause a lot of trouble, and if his aunt knew about it, it would not be a good thing for Li Fushu. Even if Li Yinxi's cultivation had stagnated and she was no longer the talented woman she once was,
But she is ultimately going to marry the killing Buddha Marquis Si Yuanjian, the world's most powerful person, cannot withstand the pillow wind of people close to him.
Just let him live peacefully in Sunanfu. Li Fushu penned a letter,
wanting to easily set the fate of the future for Chen Jianan, who was far away in the Sunan province.
Chen Jianan had clearly traveled to this world.
Come to think of it, Li Yingxi in the capital was not considered his mother.
But Chen Jianan didn't know why he had written that one letter.
The reason for this was probably because he had dreamed of his mother in this body many times over the past 2 years. Chen Jianan knew that while he had traveled across and entered this body, there were certain marvelous things remaining in his body.
These marvelous things fused with his memories.
Even if his mind and consciousness are dominated by himself, these memories, in some way, still affect him. For example, he was able to call Chen Shuijun father very easily. For example, when Chen Shuijun left, he was very upset and sometimes missed it. Another example is that he very much hopes that Chen Shuijun will be reunited with his mother in the capital and not be separated from the world. So Chen Jianan really wrote a letter, even if the most common words on the letter, by and large, should be able to give a mother some relief. Since he had written the letter, Chen Jianan decided to practice a little harder. After all, he said in the letter that there would be a time to meet each other in the coming days. This was probably already considered an agreement, and Chen Jianan did not intend to break it.
Fortunately for Chen Jianan, cultivation was not considered a difficult task.
At 3 rods of sunrise, he nevertheless sat cross-legged in his room, his mind visualizing the streaming scenery of the southern part of Dongcheng, and running his blood qi with the great snowy mountain ginseng qi post, only to feel that the blood qi up and down his body was getting more and more dense. When flowing through the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the bones around the body, and even has been able to send out the sound of big waves lapping at the shore, clattering and clattering. The qi-nurturing realm, which refines the body and can grow 1,000 pounds of strength, is indeed true to what it says. Chen Jianan opened his eyes, only to feel that his body was filled with lack of energy, and he casually snapped his fingers, even popping out a strong wind. He came back to the courtyard and stood in front of the stone table in the courtyard, taking a deep breath.
The tiger clasping fist luck technique worked in an instant, and Chen Jianan's arms were instantly filled with blood qi between them.
He stepped forward, crouched down, and grabbed the center pillar of the stone table with one hand. Up! Underneath the robe, Chen Jianan's left arm was gnarled with muscles, sinews were exposed, and the flesh and sinews were somewhat reddened. But who knew that the stone table, which was 400 or 500 pounds, was lifted by him with one hand? After 10 breaths, Chen Jianan put down the stone table. In addition to the ground raised some dust, the stone table was not bumped into the touch, still intact. I have only 1,500 pounds of qi in these arms. Chen Jianan frowned. He was really a bit puzzled in his heart. The Deshui Mountain Sin Qi Post says that an ordinary person practicing qi nurturing and refining themselves can obtain more than 1,000 pounds of gravity when qi nurturing is complete. I lift the stone table of 400 or 500 pounds with one hand, and still have the strength left to put it down gently. Both arms have at least 1,500 pounds of qi, and the whole body's blood qi is running, and it should be able to carry 2,500 pounds of heavy things. Moreover, this qi nurturing realm of mine has not yet reached perfection, and there is still room for progress. Could it be that the Great Snowy Mountain Qi Participation Post was written incorrectly? Chen Jianan pondered this, then shook his head, some smiles appearing on his face. The one who wrote the Great Snowy Mountain Ginseng Qi Post was the Marquis of Killing Buddha. Even if the Marquis of Killing Buddha was still young at the time, it would not have been a mistake. It seems that I'm not considered unusual. Chen Jianan's eyes glowed. Could it be that I'm a genius? He whirled around and remembered the red middle ginger he drank every day, and the Huangzhong Xing Qi Tang with bloodhouse evacuating stasis scattering he drank as water. Plus he observes the southern flow of the landscape every day. It's not something unusual to have. As he thought of this, his heart was relieved, and the heavenly jade capital map slowly unfolded in his mind. In the twinkling of an eye, in the white jade capital, the light shining out from Nan Lu Jing spilled down, condensing a human form to land in the Kunlun Zhe. Chen Jianan walked in the thick dan orange Kunlun aura of Kunlun Zhe. His light-constructed eyes glowed. 10 red Chinese ginger hooks, coupled with the washing and nurturing of that dan orange aura, a new elixir has grown. Chapter 21 Blood-Burning Ginger Fruit. The 10 red Chinese ginger were like separate rhizomes reaching out their branches eventually intertwining together, transforming into a thick rhizome breaking through the Kunlun aura and blossoming in the Kunlun Zephyr. Chen Jianan looked at the flowers and fruits wrapped in crimson leaves, and some more anticipation came into his eyes. He plucked the fruit, and instantly there was a gush of news from the aura of the Kunlun Zephyr floating about. Blood-burning ginger berries. Chen Jianan held this strange fruit in his hand and was more than a little surprised in his heart. When you take this fruit, your blood qi and true essence skyrocket within a short period of time, followed by burning and vaporizing, spreading to all the limbs and bones. Taking this fruit has hurt the foundation, and taking it once will give birth to drug resistance, and then take ginger fruit effect is greatly reduced, the damage to the body is greatly increased. Chen Jianan was quite happy. This blood-burning ginger fruit is extremely useful. Taking this fruit at a critical moment should greatly increase the blood and qi in my body. It's just a pity that I can't take it one after another. But I wonder if I were able to plant 10 blood-burning ginger fruits, whether the ginger fruits would hook up with each other and give birth to an even more effective elixir. He thought this in his heart, but he didn't dare to plant another blood-burning ginger fruit.
This Dan orange-scented elixir brought Chen Jianan a great burden.
Especially when the blood-burning ginger fruit was about to blossom and bear fruit, Chen Jianan only felt his head spinning and his body was quite tired, and he just wanted to take a big nap. You can't eat more than one blood-burning ginger fruit. It's good to have one spare on you, and when my flesh is stronger and my cultivation is a bit more profound, I'll plant 10 more ginger fruits. As Chen Jianan thought about it, he continued to walk forward and soon came to another place where aura was applied. Under the cover of the fairyland-like aura, the 3 kinds of medicinal seeds were buried deep within it and were gulping down the aura. Buddha's armor, chinaberry leaf, and lampshade gold silk. Chen Jianan carefully looked at these 3 kinds of medicinal seeds. They were already very different from when they were just planted into the Kunlun Zhe. The original seeds that were either pitch black or brown had already revealed a slight Dan orange color. If you take a close sniff, you will only feel a strange fragrance. Now that these 3 seeds are taken out of Kunlun's, will the seeds survive? He held the mindset of trying it out, and as the Nan Lu Jing incarnation in the Kunlun Zephyr dissipated into thin air, in the small courtyard on Shihuang Street, Chen Jianan opened his eyes and spread out his palms. When the heavenly jade capital diagram in Chen Jianan's mind closed, he already had 3 more seeds in his hand. The 3 seeds were exposed in the air, still with a strong aroma and not half withered at all.
Some smile suddenly appeared on Chen Jianan's face. Sure enough, you can.
Then I'll cultivate more seeds out of it, and the herbs needed for the cicada molting pill will have to be exchanged with you. He stared at the seed in his hand and muttered. A few more days. A young man came to the door of the Su mansion on Shiqing Street. That young man only said his surname was Chen and his name was Deaconison, and said he was requesting to see Missy. The concierge came to the hall to report, the young man dressed in general, but since some of the body temperament, perhaps Miss Su's old friend. A young man in his 20s in the hall, who was looking down at the ledger in his hand, looked up at the words. Missy has gone to the government office today and is not in the courtyard, so go out and get rid of her nicely. The young man said this and lowered his head again. But just as the concierge complied with the order to retire, the young man suddenly looked up and inquired, what did you say the man's name was? The concierge answered again, it's the one called Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan? The young man who received the embroidered ball that second butler Zhao mentioned? The young man put down the ledger in his hand, frowned, and questioned the brown-suited steward standing beside him. That housekeeper bowed down and said seriously, the person who took the embroidered ball on the street of Shiqing is indeed called Chen Jianan, just. According to Zhao, Air butler said that he went with someone to invite, but this teenager seems to be not willing to enter my Su house.
Ridiculous. The young man stood up.
He wasn't tall, nor was he slim, instead he was a bit rich. Zhao Air butler went to invite, this teenager was dead set on not coming, and now he's coming to the door again. The brown-suited butler beside him laughed, it's just a character from the marketplace, who may not have heard of my Su family's name in the past, and refused. Today he came again, probably because he learned about the luxury and affluence of my Su family, so he had the cheek to come and ask for an audience. Young Master Yuan Shou, it is from such muck and dust that I have crawled, and I know exactly what these city folk are thinking. This teenager was named Su Yuan Shou, the eldest son of the Su family's second uncle, and the only 2 male members of the Su family. Su family master's generation, as many as 6 brothers, 3 of them died young, the remaining 3 are in this Su house. Just for some reason, of the 3 brothers, only the second one gave birth to 2 males, and the Su family master has only 1 daughter, Su Xia. The third master of the Su family, however, had 12 children in a row, all women. This third master often envies the second master of the Su family, but he already has the heart and can no longer produce children. So in the second house of the Su family, naturally the Su Yuan Shou Su young master is in charge of the business. Su Yuan Shou stood up. I heard that Zhou Xiujing of the Zhou family gave this Chen Jianan a full 200 taels of gold, telling him not to bother Xie anymore.
This Chen Jianan has taken the gold, and he dares to come to my Su mansion's door? The brown-suited butler bowed his head and listened. Su Yuan Shou rubbed his brow. Let him come in. It's good to look at the ledger for a long time and find some fun. The concierge hurried forward and in a short while led a teenager. Su family wealth, the mansion was built in a dignified manner, everywhere is a rockery, everywhere there are green bricks and green tiles, both ancient and luxury. Chen Jianan had seen many Suzhou garden mansions in his previous life, yet he was still attracted to the Su family's mansion. Being in the herb business, you really do have a rich family. Chen Jianan sighed in his heart until he entered the West Hall and saw the young man sitting on the main seat. That young man. The young man didn't even raise his head and said, You are Chen Jianan? Chen Jianan was surprised, not knowing who this person was, but he responded seriously. Su Yuanshou finally raised his head and saw the roughly clothed Chen Jianan, and then saw Chen Jianan's black and white eyes. His face showed some disgust. Since you took Zhou Xiujing's silver, you should stay away from my Su mansion. Neither the Zhou family, nor my Su family, are any kind of virtuous magistrate willing to give you silver alms. Chen Jianan stood at the bottom of the stage, looking at the young man with some puzzlement. Can't any of these sons of affluent families speak properly? He thought darkly in his mind. Su Yuansho also saw the look in Chen Dianan's eyes, his brows knit a little tighter and he put down the account book in his hands with a cold snort. You came to the Su mansion for no more than two purposes. If you have not learned of my Su family's reputation and regretted refusing the marriage, then you are still trying to swindle some silver here in my Su family. His voice grew louder and louder, with a few hints of moroseness, and his body rose as he did so, standing in front of the West Hall master's seat and looking coldly at Chen Jianan. Since you've taken the embroidered ball, I won't make things difficult for you, lest people outside the house gossip. Chen Zian, go to the concierge's place and receive a hang of money, and from now on, don't ever come to loiter in front of my Su mansion again, or else I'll send someone to break your legs. My name is not Chen Zian. Chen Zian, who had been silent since entering the Su mansion, finally spoke up and inquired with a sideways glance, I don't know the gentleman's name? The butler beside Su Yuansho frowned furiously, anger growing on his dark face. I told you to go to the concierge to collect the money, so just leave. What are you talking about? My young master's name is not for you to know. Chen Jianan glanced at the butler and then looked at Su Yuansho. He didn't have much fear on his face. The entire Sunan prefecture knows that the Su family's big house is without a male heir, and at this time, the duke is sitting high in the West Hall, with the account book in his hand, so his identity is calling out to him. Your son should be the heir of the second master of the Su family. Su Yuansho stretched out his hand and waved to fly at him, and there were immediately a few more black-clad guards in that courtyard, walking towards the hall. Chen Jianan, however, still didn't shut up and said, the young master of the second house, it's normal for him to loathe me. The Grand Master of the Su family has no male heir, so it is inevitable that you, the young master, will have more unrealistic hopes in your heart. However, the Su family's eldest daughter came back to preside over the business, and even wanted to throw an embroidered ball to invite her to marry. If you really do recruit a marriage and give birth to a son or daughter, then the young master really has no half hope. Perhaps it was the lingering lust that caused a male of a great house to recruit me in and then toss me around with no graciousness. This is both to keep me, Miss Su, farther away and to cut off the possibility of me joining the Su family. And on the way to take out a little anger on the sidelines. Chen Jianan wore a smile, and his tone couldn't be described as much of a sharp one. But his words were like a sharp thorn that pierced straight into Su Yuansho's heart. His thin lips even trembled slightly because of this, because this male son who had been a brocade coat in jade food since childhood really did not think that this yellow door small workman who came from the marketplace would dare to talk to him like this. The black-clad guards in the distance had already made their way to the door of the western hall. Su Yuansho, however, suddenly said, I think you should be called Chen Zian. In the future, but someone inquires, you have to say that your name is Chen Zian, because this is the name that I, Su Yuansho, changed for you. If you do not want to, I'll break your legs. Su Yuansho poured his full of malice all over the teenager in the hall. When you get some power and wealth and force, you have to flaunt it. Chen Jianan's face did not move, but in his heart, he cursed, it's the same as those second generation in the previous life. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists, the great snowy mountain chi participation technique working quietly as he waited for the few black-clothed guards to come forward. At that very moment, someone suddenly came loudly at the door. Young master, Missy presented the seeds of Buddha armor to General Xianzi's quartermaster account at the government office. The medicine of the nuclear knowledge of the herbs the medicine needs of Lang Jun gave the grade. For a moment, even Su Yuansho, who insisted on trying to break Chen Jianan's legs, couldn't help but press down his anger and inquired in a loud voice from a long distance, what grade is the Buddha armor seed? It's B in the product. Su Yuansho instantly sat on his but on the expensive red sandalwood chair. Yesterday, the Zhou family then offered the Buddha armor seed. Grade is under the A grade. Fully separated by 2 grades, this crucial Buddha armor pill covenant, his Su family will not be able to keep it. Although only the Buddha armor this flavor of medicine, but now the Zhou family and the Su family competition between the two has reached the final stage, the last 3 important medicinal materials lost, waiting for the Su family is the final medicine contract to the Zhou family, a full plate of loss. At this moment, Su Yuansho for example, looked to the East Hall, where there was silence, thinking that the family headmaster had already been informed of this matter. The other 2 elders are only sighing now. Even if Su Yuansho, heart of the Su family's big position, has coveted the heart of Su Siya quite scrupulous, but he is ultimately the Su family if the fall of Su Yuansho couldn't help but shiver, only feeling paralyzed and weak. It was at this moment that a voice suddenly came to his ears. How about this? The young man in the rough long coat under the hall, still with a nasty smile on his face, said to him extremely seriously, you change your name to Su Jinsho, and I will come to think of ideas to let the Su family win over the Zhou family. How dare you? Before the young master of the Su family could speak, the brown-robed butler became furious and shouted in a stern voice. Chapter 22, If you make a mistake, atone for it with your name. The spring sun shines in the evening, the sky is like splashing over a sea of pure gold in the distance, flooding the wigwam there in the Su mansion, but also flooding the entire Sunan mansion. Su Yuansho heard the words of this Chen Dianan in rough clothes under the hall in great disappointment. The one who reacted first was the brown-clothed butler beside him, but he really didn't believe that in today's world, amongst the ordinary peons, there would be someone who would dare to speak to the Grand Mansion's son in such a manner. A few black-clad guards in front of the door were dumbfounded, only waiting for an order from the duke or the butler. They would strike to knock the young man in front of them to the ground. On the contrary, Su Yuansho was silent at the moment, his gloomy face gazing at Chen Jianan with suspicion and scrutiny. Even his limp body in the chair sat up straight. After a full few breaths had passed, Su Yuansho took a deep breath and looked straight at Chen Jianan. You don't seem to be some kind of open-minded, foolish person. You have to know that this kind of joke is not really funny. If I am an uneducated and unquestioning dude, you are afraid that half of the bones in your body have already been broken. Chen Jianan was a little surprised, and said with a sideways glance, young master Su specially invited me in to insult me, and to take a hang of money to send me away, and now he says that he is not some kind of wild and domineering person. Is really a little ridiculous. The butler beside Su Yuansho grew more and more annoyed. He even took a closer look at Chen Jianan's clothing, and in his heart, he felt more and more disgusted by the young man in front of him wearing a rough long coat. As he himself said, he had crawled through the mud of this world, groveling all the way to the present day. Why is it that the young man in front of him, who also comes from an ordinary background, cannot have to grovel? What are you guys waiting for? The young master said to break his legs. The butler suddenly ordered. The three black-clad guards at the door instantly stepped forward. These three black-clothed guards were extremely fast, but in a few steps, they had already crossed the doorway to the hall. As Chen Jianan stood in the middle of the hall, he could vaguely hear the rushing sound of the three black-clothed guards as they ran their blood chi. He stood still between silences, his gripped arms somehow dense with blood. Underneath the wide long coat, gnarled muscles were ready. At this exact moment, Su Yuansho in the hall as well as at the wigwam outside the door, almost simultaneously drank. Stop! A loud shout came, and immediately there was another powerful chi that rolled out of the gale and blew. A fierce force rushed straight to the back, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived behind Chen Jian. The air flowed rapidly, swirling up the tiny dust on the ground, and also swirling up the three black-clothed guards. Phew! Just as the wind blew, the three black-clothed guards were like fallen leaves being swept up by the spring wind, flying straight out of the western hall. Chen Jianan curiously turned to look, but saw a middle-aged man in a long navy blue coat standing right beside him. The man's appearance was unusual. The only impressive thing about him was that he had two long and thick eyebrows. To Chen Jianan, this middle-aged man was a familiar face. Second Butler Cho? As early as the day Chen Jianan received the embroidered ball, this middle-aged man who claimed to be the butler of the Su mansion had once come to seek him out. Su Yuansho in the West Hall also shouted out to stop those black-clothed guards just now. However, when those black-clothed guards were stopped by Zhao Air Butler, Su Yuansho had more disappointment between his brows. He glanced at the second steward Zhao, sat back on the bench, and said, Big steward, this is a guest of your compound, but he is making a big deal out of me. He said that he would help my Su family win over the Zhou family, so you come and ask how it is. Chen Jianan instantly knew more about this young master of the Su residence in front of him. Being provoked by my words like this, yet still grasping at some faint hope, the Su Yuansho does not seem to be an unusual dude. Second Butler Zhao, on the other hand, cupped his fists towards Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan grinned, his hand reached into his sleeve and took out a small oil paper bag. Without any nonsense, he opened the oil paper bag under the watchful eyes of Su Yuansho and Zhao Air Butler. Su Yuansho's eyes changed violently when he saw from afar a seed wrapped in that oil paper bag that had a Dan orange color put on it. He rushed closer and took another closer look. Zhao Air Butler beside Chen Jianan's breathing had also become much thicker by now. Mr. Chen, this is the seed of the Buddha armor. Chen Jianan covered up the oil paper bag. Sir Chen, where did you get this Buddha armor seed from? Second Butler Zhao had seen many storms and waves, and even at this point, he could no longer hide the slight tremor in his voice. Chen Jianan smiled and replied, this one Buddha armor seed, the quality should be very good. What does Second Butler Zhao think? How is it better than the Su clan's Buddha armor seed? Zhao Air Butler looked dead at the oil paper bag in Chen Jianan's hand and answered without hesitation, to be too much better, except for this Buddha armor seeds. I also have the seeds of the Qi Nan leaf as well as the lamp's gold silk. Chen Jianan fell silent after saying this, as he stood in the middle of the hall, looking towards Su Yuansho who was not far away. Su Yuansho was equally silent. Until a few breaths of time passed, Su Yuansho suddenly took a deep breath and bowed deeply with his palms folded towards Chen Jianan. He almost put his head on the ground and said, today, Yuansho trekked and hurt the decency of my Su family. It is also my dog's eyes that do not know people, Mr. Chen, do not take it to heart. Chen Jianan was instantly surprised. This Su Yuansho is quite capable of giving and taking. While he spoke like this, Su Yuansho straightened up and looked coldly up at the rest of the people in the hall, saying, from now on, I will no longer be called Su Yuansho, just call me Su Jinsho. The brown-clothed butler behind him was a bit terrified. Young master, the old master there. Su Yuansho interrupted the housekeeper, when you make a mistake, you always have to bear some consequences. I disturbed the guests of the Su mansion and nearly made my Su mansion lose an excellent opportunity. Redeeming my name is considered to be a long memory. Chen Jianan shook his head and collected the smile on his face. He once again reached into his sleeve and took out two more tiny oil paper packets to hand to Second Butler Zhao.
Miss Su is now in the government office, missing the rating in the munitions account is rather bad, butler, but also to trouble you to send it as soon as possible.
Second butler Zhao solemnly bowed to Chen Dianen and took the 3 oil paper packets and left in a hurry. Su Yuanshou and Chen Dianen were still in the hall. This young master of the Su clan's second mansion, whose stature could not be described as tall, was completely devoid of the condescension of the party, and he also bowed to Chen Jianan. Su Kenshu will serve the tea, and please take a seat on the table, Mr.
Chun. Su Yuanshou's face was devoid of any semblance of shame, and his tone of voice was extraordinarily serious, even with a lot of gratitude on his face. Chen Daimon sighed in his heart, this high family's male son does seem to have superiority, placed in the countryside and marketplace, there are really not many people who can suppress their temperament. No, there are guests coming to the house at night, so these 3 seeds will just be delivered safely to Ms. Su.
Chen Jianan waved his hand and turned around to go out of the western hall.
That Su Yuanshou followed behind Chen Dianen step by step, all the way to the door of the mansion, and even stood in front of the door watching from afar until Chen Dianen's silhouette disappeared at the end of Xiqing Street. The brown-clothed butler also followed behind Su Yuanshou. Young master, maybe it's a lucky boy, why do you need to be like this?
Su Yuanshou glanced at him, his eyes sharp and morose. You're an old man in my Su house, you're used to being a bully outside based on your status as a housekeeper, how come you can't suppress your temperament in the house today? These 3 seeds are of great importance, you understand without my saying more, go and receive a whipping yourself. The brown-clothed butler's body trembled, and his eyes became terrified. Su Yuanshou quietly stood in front of the door of the house for a long time, until the sky is drizzling or not willing to go in. He was waiting for news from the government offices. In the courtyard of the 6 rooms of the government office, many medicinal herb families from Suwo State, Qingchuan State, Zhanghuai State, Xanshan State and even Zhongding State were waiting in the courtyard. On weekdays, these big house characters with thriving businesses are quite prestigious, and everywhere they go they are campaigned for and flanked by people who pat them on the back. But today in this Suwo government office, these people can only wait patiently, and some of the grand lords of the great houses are even so nervous that their hands are slightly trembling as they drink tea. Su Shiyu was also waiting in one of the rooms. Today, she was dressed in plain clothes, her body was slender, and the bottom of her eyes were flooded with the bright and pure color of a lotus flower, which was clear and beautiful. I don't know how many of the younger heads of the great mansions couldn't help but steal glances at her under this tense atmosphere. On the table beside Su Shiyu, Zhou Xiujing, who was dressed in brocade, was not nervous. He was full of smiles, the tea light held in his hands as he patiently sipped his tea. The West Mountain Monkey Kuei in this mansion is from my Zhou Mansion's tea field in Qingchuan Prefecture. CA, how do you think it tastes? Su Shiyu couldn't help but frown when she heard Zhou Xiujing call her by her first name. Zhou Xiujing, however, did not seem to see the disgust in the bottom of Su Shiyu's eyes, and continued to say to himself, that Buddha armor, Shinan leaves, lamp's gold silk seats to get in fact is not easy to get, hanging heaven in the capital of my mother's family, even in the capital is also a few points of reputation, without my uncle, in fact, but also to find not to come to such a good seed. With the seeds, half a year is enough time to grow better herbs. CA. You and I are both from the Sunan province, when the time comes, I'll share some more seeds with you, and the medicine contract that my Zhou family supplies to the Songhuai army can be divided into 20 or 30% for you as well. Zhou Xiujing's voice was sincere, and it seemed that he really intended to share the sale with the Su family. But Su Xia is not what good to cheat the boudoir lady, she naturally knows that if the Su family really lost the city and lost the land in this medicine contract signing, waiting for the Su family is only a huge disaster. And if she really just wanted to share the medicine contract for supplying the Songhuai army from the Zhou family, what she would have to pay would only be even heavier. Su Shiyu couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She thought of the sunrise on Mount Xixia, of those cotton-like clouds, and of the fresh breeze blowing in the mountain stream, only to feel that the mundane world was rather salacious, leaving her somewhat breathless. She was a woman, and originally did not have to endure all this. However, every time she thought of her father lying on his deathbed and the longing in his eyes, she realized that she just couldn't escape from these responsibilities. And after today, this responsibility would become even heavier, and even if she had the divine imminent cultivation, she would only be unable to carry it. Such are the things of the world, and there is no long-lasting high family. Su Shiyu thought while glancing at Zhou Xiujing who was not far away. Zhou Xiujing was also looking at her, a smile on his face, and Su Shiyu could see that Zhou Xiujing was very pleased at this moment. Xintong behind Su Shiyu came out in anger and spat, villainous. But so what if the villain is a little bit more ambitious? The ambitious villain is going to crush their CO house. While Xiantong was looking forlorn and heartbroken for her own young lady, someone outside the door suddenly came to report that they were looking for someone from the Su family. Shinto went out of the room and came back in a short while. Su Shiyu looked down at Xintong with searching eyes, and Xintong blinked with a look that would have been about to overflow on her face. Miss, second butler Zhao has brought over seeds. What seed? Su Shiyu was a bit puzzled. It's the seeds of the Buddha's armor, the chitin leaf, and the lamp blossom goldenrod. As she spoke, she handed the oil paper bag wrapped with the seeds to Su Shiyu. Su Shiyu turned around and quietly opened one of the oil paper packets.
All of a sudden, a scarlet blush rose on her fair face. It's like a gorgeous red and white peach blossom. Chapter 23, it's from Mr. Chun. See yeah, the Su family has found a new seed? Zhou Xiujing still had a smile on his face, the brocade clothes on his body fluttered with the spring breeze that penetrated into the hall, and he did look like a noble gentleman. He just saw Su CS and a few more seeds into the military needs tent to be graded by the medicine needs Langjun. But he was not worried. Because herbs like Buddha's armor, chinaberry leaf, and lambskin silk, though seemingly commonplace, are military necessities. The source of medicine has long been spread all over the world, the quality also tends to stabilize, each family actually cannot pull a big gap. Only his Zhou family's medicine source this time came from Chuanyu Yaotai, which ranked 52nd on the Xianmen list, and was specially found for him by his uncle, who was an official in the capital. Zhou Xiujing really didn't know how they could find better seeds with the Su family's master's white-knuckle origins. Thus, Zhou Xiujing still had some arrogance in his tone and still opened his mouth condescendingly to inquire. This time Su Shiyu did not remain silent, she just nodded and said, by chance, I got some better seeds. Zhou Xiujing laughed, but he no longer mentioned the matter of these several medicinal herbs, instead asking about Su Shiyu's past. So yeah, the scenery on Mount Qixia is said to be quite pleasant, with a frosty autumn moon and a white sky out of the mouth, as well as green arbors out of the mountains and dazzling pines and rocks, which is refreshing and invigorating. In the future, if there's a chance, I'll also ask you to take me for a stroll on Mount Qixia. It is said that although there is no Xian sect on Mount Qixia, there is an immortal. Xia has lived on Mount Qixia for a long time, have you ever seen that immortal? Zhou Xiujing inquired. Su Xia replied with a hitch, Qixia mountain does have a pleasant view, it's just that the mountain paths are winding, and it's actually not easy to climb up high and take in the scenery of Qixia mountain. Zhou Xiujing laughed and said, I know that Xia is a divine embodied cultivation, almost second to none among the younger generation of my Sunan province. I naturally can't be compared to you, but I have cultivated my true essence, and my true essence has already borne a wonderful tree that is about to blossom into fruit. Even if the paths of Mount Suthep are a bit more twisted, they should not be able to stop me. When this is over, when my Zhou family's medicinal herbs are planted on the Su family's medicinal fields as well, and you are able to shed your shackles, then we can meet up and go to Mount Qixia for a stroll. You. Xintong heard Zhou Xiujing words in the reference, suddenly gasped not, if placed in his place, to Xintong's temperament is bound to have been exported curses. It was just that this was the government office, and today was an extremely important occasion that concerned the future prospects of the Su family, so she was only able to hold down her anger and just looked at Zhou Xiujing with cold eyes. Zhou Xiujing was actually holding a breath in his heart. He held the cup in his hand and turned the lid of the covered bowl. Ever since Su Shiyu came back from Mount Qixia, he himself had licked his face several times to please Su Shiyu. The entire Sunan mansion of the great mansion dukes and ladies knew that they were interested in Su Xie. But this Miss Su family is not taking it seriously, and even wants to throw an embroidered ball to find a bride and hit him in the face. This made the breath held in Zhou Xiujing's heart grow thicker and thicker. Yet Zhou Xiujing was waiting peacefully, waiting for an opportunity. Take today, for example. Today, it will be able to set the life and death of her Su family. Zhou Xiujing sipped a mouthful of tea, a cold light in his eyes. After fixing the Su family's life and death, I'll see how high-minded you are. When the Su family's medicine contract withers away as much as it can, and the Su family wants to live, you will have no choice but to come and beg me. Zhou Xiujing thought in this way, only to feel that his heart was free and happy, and the depression that had accumulated over the past few days had almost dissipated, making him feel free and happy. Even the speed of the true qi running in his body was much faster. It was at this moment that the silent Su CS suddenly opened her mouth and said, for Mr. Zhou to be able to find that precious seed, I think your mother's family in the capital has gone through a lot of trouble. Zhou Xiujing smiled and nodded his head, my uncle's status is extraordinary, he can find even the most expensive spirit medicines, but it's a bit more difficult to find better ones for these unusual medicinal herbs. So then, as CS said, it did take quite a bit of effort, and the Chuanyu Yaotai on that Xianmen list can't be accessed by very many people. Su Shiyu nodded and said, having a relative as an official in the dynasty, many things are indeed much better. Just. Zhou Gongzi's uncle spends this kind of effort, think also want Zhou Gongzi to seize the Songhuai army medicine contract, if Gongzi lost in it, I am afraid that it is also not good to explain. Lost? Zhou Xiujing laughed more and more freely, how to lose? Su Shiyu looked at this Zhou family's noble son with deep meaning in her eyes, Mr. Zhou has spoken to me several times, his tone full of arrogance and confidence. I've even already wanted my Su family's medicinal fields to be planted with the Zhou family's medicinal herbs. But things are unpredictable. Zhou Gongzi let his own uncle who was an official go to great lengths to find good medicine. Gongzi that uncle who was an official in the capital is also bound to expect a big return from the Zhou family. But if these rewards are a basket case because of Gongzi's loss, I don't know if Gongzi's uncle in the capital will be angry. Xan Tong behind Su Shiyu looked at her own young lady with some surprise. Then it will understand over.
These days the Su family has been suppressed by the Zhou family several times and 3 times, and the Zhou family's son has been rude in front of his own young lady several times and 3 times, and today he even blurted out that he wanted to let the young lady take him to stroll the Qixia mountain. With the gentle nature of the young lady, although not explicitly said, but the heart must have been very angry. That's why it's square. Xintong only felt very happy in her heart, and even more so, she felt that the young lady who could say these words was more and more like a big house in charge. Zhou Xiujing, however, did not feel so. His face did not change, then recovered as usual, the corner of his mouth sketched out a light smile, and asked once again, how to lose? Could it be with the Su clan's Buddha armor in the B grade? Just in time. Someone in the quartermaster's tent stepped out and sang his name at the top of his voice. Another herb made the cut. Buddha's armor, chinaberry leaf, and lampshade gold silk. Zhou Xiujing's face suddenly changed as he fiercely looked at Su Shiyu beside him. Su Shiyu's face did not change, but her heart was already very nervous. The quartermaster who sang the name said in a loud voice again, these 3 herbs are all a product on a pin-up. How is this possible? The grand prefectural palmers resting in the various rooms violently made a mess, and the cacophony of voices almost lifted the roofs of the rooms. Zhou Xiujing sat frozen in place, and the cup in his hand, which he had held for a long time, crashed down violently, landing on the ground with a crisp sound. Click! The cup shattered away, the tea in the cup splashed and splashed on top of Zhou Xiujing's brocade clothes. Someone in the room inquired in a loud voice, the herbs on this a product, from which family? From the Lotus Boat Su family. The quartermaster added. Shinto wept with joy. Su Shiyu stood up and walked out of the government office. Zhao Er Butler was waiting in front of the government office, and when he saw his own young lady come out, he hurriedly greeted her. Miss, how was it? A pin-up. Shinto replied excitedly with tears still on her face. A product. On. Second butler Zhao was also a cultivator, but at this moment, he still couldn't help his body trembling slightly. Simply because his Su family this time in front of the ghost gate, if not this a grade on the medicinal herbs, I'm afraid to fall into it, no longer have room to turn around. The second master has made a great achievement this time, and when he returns to his residence, he will have to reward the second house properly. Su Shiyu walked ahead and spoke slowly. Second master? Second butler Zhao, who was following behind Su Shiyu, was a bit confused. Su Shiyu heard the doubt in second butler Zhao's tone and said, Second master has been out searching for medicinal sources, and the seeds of these 3 medicinal herbs were not found by him? Second butler Zhao became more and more puzzled. Miss, could it be that you don't know about this? I thought that you already knew about Mr. Chen's door-to-door delivery of medicine earlier. Before Su Shiyu could ask, Xintong asked suspiciously, Mr. Chen, which Mr. Chen? Chen Dian. Second butler Zhao said, Chen Dianan from Chiwang Street? Xian Tong was incredulous, her voice was much sharper and higher pitched. You said that this medicine was sent by Chen Jianan? Second butler Zhao nodded, it was personally delivered to the mansion by Mr. Chen. Su Shiyu and Xian Tong fell silent. They remembered the Chen Xianan who took 200 taels of gold from Zhou Xiujing for his greed for money, the Chen Xianan who refused them with a red face, the Chen Xianan who drew with a carbon pen, and the Chen Xianan who cooked well. Many times, Su Siye and Xintong only thought that Chen Jianan on Chihuang Street was just an ordinary teenager who knew some ordinary skills. But today at this time, the duo had to remember another Chen Jianan. Bring the seeds of herbs on the A pin to save the Su family's Chen Dianan. Su Siye recalled Shin Shaoxing's words. The karma of the world is marvelous, and the turnaround may come only in a day or even an instant. But Su Shiyu never dreamed that the turn of events would be due to Chen Dianan. And at this moment, Zhou Xiujing was still sitting in the government office. His face was not the same as it had been before, and he was gray. This noble gentleman, who has been running the medicinal herb business for generations, really doesn't know that there are even Buddha's armor, Qinan leaf, and lantern gold silk on the A pin in this world. He slowed down for a long time, and then he walked out of the government office, and there was already a sedan chair at the door to meet him. His body was trembling a bit, and it just so happened that the boy beside him did not hold him steady, so he slapped the boy and sent him flying a long way away, and scolded in a low voice, bastard bones, they can't even do their job well. While this was going on, a guard from the house came hurriedly and presented a letter. Zhou Xiujing's anger had not subsided, and he coldly grunted, what letter is in such a hurry? Wait for me to return to the mansion before reading it. The guard bowed and said, the character who came with the letter is truly extraordinary, even the master didn't dare to be negligent and specially ordered my little one to deliver it as soon as possible. His lordship didn't open the letter? This letter is specially written to me? Zhou Xiujing took the letter and finally saw the signature on the letter. Li Fuso. It's the son of General Xianzi, 301 lines on the Daisy Tiger tablet. Zhou Xiujing remembered the majesty of his uncle in this moment, remembered that he really did not know how to explain to his uncle, so the name on this letter was as if it had become a lifeline for him. He opened the letter solemnly and read it carefully, word by word. Diana-chan? Zhou Xiujing remembered this city boy who had read for 2 years and was full of sense, but was easily knocked over by himself with 200 taels of gold.
How can such a humble citizen labor to hang the young master of the Li family of Tianjing to personally write such a letter? Zhou Xiujing only felt that this matter was strange, but then he immediately remembered what Su Shiyu had asked him. If this matter is lost, how will Mr. Zhou account for it? So Zhou Xiujing no longer bothered to think much about it, and he put away the letter with the same solemnity. The young master of the Li family Fushu labored to act on my behalf, so why should I delve into it? Just go and do it. With this letter from him, the sky can't fall. Chapter 24, Qinjianan, a young man from the marketplace. The red sun is pale, the green smoke is clear, and the warbler has 2 or 3 voices. Since the Qixia mountain in the back of this Sunan house, Su Shiyu mood is rarely good. When she went down the mountain, the master had said with her, right and wrong, fame and fortune is like a dream, the right eye to see a moment. Su Shiyu think, the world is really as the master said, right and wrong, fame and fortune are but a dream, the eyes to see but a snap of the fingers. But how can an ordinary person put it down in the snap of a finger? For example, her bedridden father, who had sold medicines all his life, was now seriously ill, and the usual precious medicinal stones could not do much. But even though she was seriously ill, her father, who started out as a white man, was unable to part with the family business he had built. Maybe it is because, in his whole life, this is the only achievement, right and wrong, fame and fortune is like a dream, he is not willing to wake up in the dream. Because of this, Su Shiyu purposely went down the mountain, purposely picked up the burden of the Su family, and then was so overwhelmed by this worldly metal that she couldn't breathe. Only today, the 3 medicinal herbs presented by the Su family, Buddha's armor, Qinan leaf, and golden marigold filament, received a grade A rating in the quartermaster's account of the Songhai army, and Su Shiyu finally relaxed a lot. She looked at this spring day again today, and only felt that Sunanthio had already been windy and warm, the ice of Qingshui Lake slowly melted, willow buds sent out new branches, and swallows took the mud to build their nests, which made her feel that there was a lot of vitality. In this rare leap of joy, Su Shiyu went to Qi Wang Street and knocked on the door of Chen Dianan's courtyard. Because of several consecutive rejections, Xintong had always been a bit annoyed with Chen Jianan, but only today, Xintong stood right behind Su Shiyu and held 2 gifts in her hands, carefully waiting for them. When Chen Jianan opened the door, Xintong still did her best to bow in greeting towards Chen Jianan even though she was carrying a heavy load in her hands. Su Shiyu looked at Chen Dian, who had an ordinary face and was not half arrogant, and said, Mr. Chen, have you eaten? Chen Jianan laughed, you guys came at a bad time, I ate earlier today and you guys didn't make it to lunch. Su Shiyu froze, and quickly shook her head, we are not here to dabble, I purposely came at lunchtime because I want to invite Mr. Chen to dinner, I have already set a seat at the Little Southern Kingdom on Dongfeng Street. Little Southern Kingdom? Chen Jianan asked with narrowed eyes, is that the Little Southern Kingdom where a meal costs more than 10 taels of silver? Su Shiyu was not clear about the price of the restaurant, she turned her head to look at Xintong behind her. Xian Tong quickly nodded and said, Xiaonangui is indeed a bit more expensive, if you order some good ones, more than 10 taels of silver is indeed required. It's just a pity that I've eaten. Chen Jianan invited the 2 in, otherwise, I must go and see what a restaurant with a meal of a dozen taels of silver looks like. Xintong, who was following her own young lady, secretly skimmed her lips. The other day she ate a meal of fried duck with 2 veggies and a bowl of noodles from Chen Jianan, and she kept 5 taels of silver. Doing the math, the meal at Chen Jianan's house was more expensive than Little Southern. Yesterday. Also have to thank Mr. Chen. Su Shiyu said, I didn't know how to thank you, so I brought 2 gifts. Xintong immediately stepped forward, handing over the 2 boxes in his hands and introducing them. The same as the Moon Envy snowbuds, Mingyu Estate produced tribute tea, only more than 10 pounds per year, the vast majority of them are sent to the capital, only this too. Or the master wants to go to the capital to beg, you can get a high price. It is a pity that later the master was seriously ill and could not make the trip, but it saved these 2 or 2 months of envying snowbuds. The other is a famous wine produced in Bailey, called Unenvious of Creation. It is said that if you drink this wine, you will be like in the clouds, and you will not be envious of the creation of real people. Xintong was carefully introduced for a long time. Chen Jianan listened for a long time, but suddenly said, these 2 gifts were prepared by Ms. Su. Su Shiyu was silent for a few breaths and finally said, I actually don't know much about these expensive teas and wines, both of these gifts were personally prepared by my father, saying that it was to say thank you on one hand and apologize on the other, and that he had already chastised that cousin of mine. Chen Jianan laughed and said, I was just entrusted by someone, Miss Su doesn't have to be like this. Entrusted by someone? Su Shiyu gazed at Chen Jianan with a probing look in her eyes. Chen Jianan's face didn't change as he said, someone entrusted me to bring those 3 seeds to Miss Su family, and within the following month, he will also prepare 100 seeds each one after another, totaling 300 seeds for the Su family, and he needs some medicinal herbs. Su Shiyu blinked. There was still half a year before the supply of new medicinal herbs. Buddha's armor and Qinan leaf were both medicinal herbs that could grow to maturity extremely quickly, and with multiple herbs, there were 100 seeds, and with the use of medicinal liquids to ripen them, there was enough to cultivate many of them. The only thing is the lamp jinx, the growth cycle is as long as a season, only 100 seeds, when the time comes is afraid that there is not enough supply.
And, who is this person?
Su Shiyu thought in her heart, then she saw Chen Jianan's face as usual and felt that the matter was a bit strange.
But she didn't ask many questions, instead she said, I wonder what medicinal herbs that high person needs. Chen Jianan was nonchalant and took out a piece of straw paper from his sleeve.
Su Shiyu took the straw paper and looked at it carefully, her face suddenly changed a bit. Water monarch, yellow essence of great qi, white snake fruit, tiger bone of Ashan, 4-leaf branches of Panglong, winter gone, demon bone amber, and first silk of the imperial silkworm. The names of these same herbs were neatly written on that piece of paper, and Su Shiyu couldn't help but take a deep breath after carefully reading through it.
These herbs are quite precious. Can't the Su family find it?
Find, if I remember correctly, there are 5 or 6 of them in my Su family coffers, the rest of the difficult to find some, but it happens to be surrounded by 5 or 6 state capitals of the medicinal herbs of the family are in the Sunan province. I ask people to intercommunicate with or without, to find all. In fact, it is not difficult. Su Shiyu looked at the names of the medicinal herbs on the paper and promised, in 7 days at most, the Su family will naturally find all these medicinal herbs.
7 days is just the right amount of time. Chen Jianan was very satisfied in his heart. What else does Mr. Chen need?
Su Siye asked again, if you need medicinal herbs in the future, just let me know, and the Su family will definitely find them for you if they can.
Chen Jianan didn't push back. He knew that this munitions medicine contract was too important for the Su family, almost concerning the life and death of the Su family.
Chen Jianan sent those 3 new seeds. It is the same as saving the Su family business in the future. Even if it is to be more ruthless, the Su family will not be able to refuse the reason.
However, he still put on an act and nodded, if the person who entrusted me to deliver the medicine needs it in the future, I will speak with Miss Su again.
Chen Jian unconsciously now cultivation cannot be called profound, the hearts of people are unpredictable, had to be on guard some, to create an unwarranted high people, even if the Su family really have bad intentions, but also always have to be afraid of 1 or 2. Xintong peeked at the seemingly ordinary teenager in front of him, and in her heart, she was a little envious that Chen Jianan was able to know such a high-ranking person.
Su Siye was silent for a few breaths of time before she suddenly said, Mr. Chen, it was the Su family's rudeness to disturb them for days before.
Chen Jianan knew that Su Siye was talking about the embroidered ball toss. He casually shook his head and said, the Su family is a large family, Miss Su should find a good match. Why would she need to use an embroidered ball to recruit a bride? I didn't intend to catch the embroidered ball that day, and I'm just a member of the marketplace, not worthy of the Su family's lintel.
A city family?
Su Shiyu looked around at the small courtyard, which was well tended, and the snow-like pear blossoms had not yet been lost. Except for the fact that this courtyard is a bit cleaner, it does look like an ordinary house.
But, is Chen Jianan really a marketplace family?
Su Shiyu thought this in her heart. At this exact moment, Chen Jianan asked with some curiosity, I heard that Miss Su originally practiced on Mount Qixia, and I also heard that there was an immortal on Mount Qixia. I wonder if that's true or not.
Su Siye nodded, not a true immortal, only because of her early years subdued a scourge of Mount Qixia evil dragon. The evil dragon every day in the Mount Qixia swallowed clouds and spit out the fog. The Mount Qixia will make the clouds and fog, like a fairyland in general. As the days went by, the grass hut in the clouds became the immortal grass hut, and the characters in the hut were rumored to be immortals. There is more than one person in the world who has been rumored to be an immortal. The 5 Thunder Monarch of the Luofusi, the Great Realist on the 2 Unreliable Mountains, and even the Kuei-Shing of Maidayu, and the Xianyi Sword Saint of Deqian, are all known as immortals.
Chen Jianan became more and more curious. Are there really dragons in this world?
There is.
Su Shiyu replied seriously, naturally there is. There is also a senior brother on Mount Qixia who has no known origin or name. He then raised a fledgling dragon. This dragon knows the method of change. It can even transform into a long sword. According to my master's father, that long sword is named Calling Rain, and it's on the Fuse ancient weapon tablet. Chen Jianan sked, his heart becoming a little more curious about this world. After the two of them chatted for some time, Su Siye sidled her head and suddenly asked, Mr. Chen, I have always felt that the day you accepted Zhou Xiujing's 200 taels of gold was not due to greed for money.
Who doesn't like money?
Chen Jianan was a bit coy. That's 200 taels of gold, 2,000 taels of silver. I'm a small yellow door worker. Even if I work all my life, I can't receive this much salary. Su Siye shook her head somewhat stubbornly. Ordinary people, not to mention the teenagers who are not victorious in the world, even if they are the characters who are in the world, at first glance, they got 2,000 taels of silver. I'm afraid that they will also squander some of it to go.
But I see that Mr.
Chen has been given silver for many days, yet he has not lived extravagantly, not even buying a single new garment, which is very rare.
I have always been petty. Chen Jianan said, but Ms.
Chen, this is a reminder to me. I will go and add a few more garments for myself when I have the leisure.
Su Shiyu carefully looked at Chen Jianan for a few moments before she got up.
She looked at the pear blossoms that filled the courtyard and said unexpectedly to Chen Jianan, I have always felt that Mr.
Chen is harboring many secrets.
For example, the meal I ate, eat in the mouth, and not to mention the mouth and teeth. A moment, the body has a heat surge, as if eating an elixir. Shintone, who was serving beside the duo, quickly nodded her head. Indeed, after eating that meal of Mr. Chen's, Shintong is even much lighter.
Chen Jianan doesn't explain.
He sent the two of them to the door, and Su Siya said goodbye to Chen Jianan, and when she was saying goodbye, she actually said, perhaps Mr. Chen's origin is not as simple as being a teenager on Shihuang Street, and perhaps the seeds of those 3 medicinal herbs didn't come from the high person that Mr.
Chen spoke of. Chen Jianan was a little surprised as he watched the master and servant duo go far away and disappear at the end of the alley.
It was drizzling in the sky and he suddenly remembered the rumors about Miss Su's family. A year ago, Miss Su clan suddenly didn't want to stay in the Sunan mansion. She went to Mount Xixia in the hidden Ding prefecture and inexplicably practiced on Mount Xixia. In just 1 year, when she returned to the Sunan mansion again, she had cultivated into the divine embodiment realm. Many people said that Miss Su had been practicing for a long time back in the Sunan mansion. However, the other day Shen Shaoxing came to the house for dinner and recalled what happened on Mount Xixia, remembering when she first met Su Siya. Shinshin said properly, at that time, Su Shiyu had already come to the mountain for more than 3 months, but for some reason, she had never practiced. Later on, I met up with Sister Shiyu again in the hanging heavenly capital, and at that time, she already had a divine embodiment cultivation. Chen Jianan closed the door and thought in his heart, it seems that this Su family's eldest lady is not simple. In the Zhou family's other residence, Zhou Xiujing rubbed his brow. He listened to the report of the black-clothed boy not far away, and his expression was a bit gloomy. What was Su Siya doing on Shihuang Street, in Chen Jianan's courtyard? Chen Jianan received the 200 taels of gold, is he still greedy? Behind him, a burly man said softly, young master, just leave it to me, why do you need to be hurt? Zhou Xiujing shook his head, since he is doing something for a nobleman in the capital, he should do it properly and look good. It's too hard to make heads or tails of an unprovoked murder in the street. I have long since made arrangements. If he receives 200 taels of gold, but does not honor his promise and remains coupled with the Su family, he will have to bear the weight of those 200 taels of gold. 200 taels of gold is enough to crush him. Chapter 25, Isn't cultivation for the sake of being a little quicker? 2 or 3 more days passed. Chen Jianan practiced cultivation in the courtyard as usual, and Shen Shaoxing still came to the courtyard to eat every day, and life seemed to remain unchanged. Only today, Chen Jianan was watering the pear flowers in the courtyard when a familiar shout suddenly came from outside the door. Chen Jianan! Chen Jianan heard the sound and went to open the door, and Wang Huan, who had painted with him for a year in the Yellow Gate Painting Academy, was standing outside the door. This teenager, who was similar in age to Chen Jianan, was still wearing that familiar yellow coat, and his face still had that familiar somewhat frivolous smile. Why are you free to come to my courtyard? The Painting Academy isn't busy these past few days? Chen Jianan inquired. How can you not be busy? Wang Huan habitually complained, you quit without a word of greeting, but it's been hard on Lu Siki and I. There are more and more bandits gathering around Sunan province, and we didn't go home for several days in a row, rushing to work all night long. Master Lu originally wanted to invite you back, but Chief Huangmen said that you had made a fortune and no longer saw the monthly one-hanging money of the loco silver, so that we should not waste our efforts and paint as soon as possible. Chen Jianan remembered that day in the government office workshop. The Yellow Door Chief Wu Pailan promised Zhou Xiujing that he would raise his salary from 1 to 3 cents a month. But after that, Chen Jianan rested every day, and no longer had time to go to the Yellow Gate Painting Academy, and there was no news from the Yellow Gate Painting Academy, not to mention no one came to look for him. The entire Yellow Gate seemed to have forgotten him. Until today, Wang Huan came to seek him out on purpose. Originally there were a lot of paintings to be done today, but today Masterworker Lu specially gave me half a day off and asked me to come over and let you know. Wang Huan said, your bed and the miscellaneous things are piled up in the courtyard. If you don't want to come to the Painting Academy anymore, the master worker will let you pack those things away. After he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step closer and squeezed his eyebrows and said to Chen Dian, Sect leader Huang said that you made a fortune. Quickly tell me what kind of fortune you made? Chen Jianan knows Wang Huan's character. This person seems to be lightweight. In fact, the shoulder is able to bear 2 points of righteousness. He initially went to the Painting Academy, and Wang Huan even took care of him a lot. So Chen Jianan said with a smile, there is an ingrate who insisted on giving me some money, and I couldn't even stop him. This person, when luck comes, he can always get rich. Wang Huan smiled and scolded him. The two of them talked and laughed in this manner and went to Xingyuan Street together. The Yellow Door is on Xingyuan Street. The two walked into the Yellow Door, but found that on weekdays the Yellow Door has always been busy with people, but today there are many fewer people. Especially the several courtyards around the Painting Academy were quiet. Wang Huan and Chen Jianan found it strange, but they only thought it was because all the small workers in the other courtyards were out on foreign affairs. Until Chen Jianan walked into the painting theater. Lord Wu. Wang Huan saw Wu Pailan from afar, standing next to the notice board of the Painting Academy with his hands behind his back. Master worker Lu accompanied the smile and carefully stood behind Wu Pailan. Chen Jianan raised an eyebrow, suddenly having some ominous premonitions in his heart. Suddenly, a soft thud came. The door of the Painting Academy was surprisingly closed by a few yellow gate guards. These yellow door guards are all holding shackles, waist also wore a long knife, look bad. Master Lu and Wang Huan's faces suddenly changed, not knowing what had happened.
Instead, Chen Jianan narrowed his eyes.
Chen Dianan, you are a small worker of the painting academy, yet you have been absent for so many days for no reason. You received the salary of the government office's workhouse, but you delayed the government office's business. Do you know the crime? Wu Perrin turned her head, her somewhat aged face showing little expression. He has been in this position of Yellow Gate chief for 5 or 6 light years. 5 or 6 years had bred him to reveal his prowess in front of these yellow door workers. Chen Jianan sensed that those yellow gate guards were approaching. He pretended to turn his head to look at those yellow gate guards and spoke quietly to Wang Huan. Wang Huan's face was pale, but he also still did not move and glanced at Chen Jianan.
Sect leader Huang, there are some trivial matters delayed at Chen Jianan's home.
Chen Jianan turned his head, only, the yellow door's wages are paid monthly, I don't come naturally have no salary in silver, I can't claim to get the workhouse for nothing.
Even if I were to miss work without cause, would the yellow gatekeeper still want to shackle me and kill my head?
The yellow door chief grinned, said to the side of Lu Masterworker and Wang Huan, you two go out as, today's matter today stop, dare to chew on the tongue, I lifted your rice bowl, but also smashed your work.
Lu's main worker was too busy to leave. Wang Huan still seemed to have some annoyance in his eyes, but in the end, he followed Masterworker Lu and left.
Only Wu Peilin and the 4 yellow gate guards were left in the painting courtyard, plus Chen Jianan who was surrounded by the yellow gate guards. Unexcused absences don't naturally lock you up or kill your head. Wu Peilin Goatee shrugged, laughed, just you stole the yellow door of the silver ticket, that is 100 workers' wages, plus the yellow door half a year's time to use, the whole 200 taels of gold, enough to kill you 10 head.
Chen Jianan reacted at once.
Wu Peilin added, after finding gold scraps on your bed, the yellow sect sent someone to go and poke around, and then found that you had cashed out a full 50 taels of gold in the official money shop on Qingyuan Street.
Chen Jianan, tell me, where did you get so much gold?
With all due respect, even if you were sold, you wouldn't be worth 50 taels of gold. But, this adult mansion is kind, you hand over the gold that you stole from the yellow door, this matter I will forget the blame, after all, you also stayed in the painting academy for some time, counted as my juniors. When Chen Jianan heard these words, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and then let out a helpless laugh. Lord Wu, I've come to ask you for advice on one thing.
Wu Perrin frowned. Chen Jianan asked, does this person's skin still grow thicker along with his age? Otherwise how can a person be shameless to such an extent? Hearing these words, Wu Peilin's tightly frowned brows stretched instead, then will you hand it over or not? Let me tell you the consequences of this matter. If you hand it over, I'll just pretend that it never happened. If you don't hand it over, there are witnesses from the money changers, and even if I beat and kill you now, I'll just say that you resisted the arrest and were killed by the yellow gate guards by mistake. Who cares if a thief who stole the official's silver dies? You want silver? Chen Jianan said, the matter is simple.
Wu Peilin thought that Chen Dianan was willing to hand over the silver ticket, but then he heard Chen Dianan slowly say again, these days, I've met many people, and I've eaten many cold stares. For example, the reason why the noble gentleman from the capital acted very rudely and looked at me coldly was roughly feigned. He wanted to humiliate me a bit as a way to humiliate my father. For example, the Zhou family's male son, Zhou Xiujing, he was cold to me because I received that embroidered ball. The Zhou family's male son thought he had an honorable status, and what he couldn't get, someone like me should get even less. Another example is the young master of the Su family's second house, who let me in and unreasonably berated me because he wanted to kick me out as soon as possible, so that I would break my mind about joining the Su family. But Lord Wu, you are the yellow door officer, sitting in this position for 5 or 6 years of light. Even if the yellow door is not much oil and water, it should be eaten with a mouthful of oil, right? Although 200 taels of gold is a lot, but it is not so much to let you risk in this yellow door against me. This is too much disregard for the king's law. Put in the border 7 states is also considered usual, but this is the Sunan province, is the most rich place in Dayu, is also the most prosperous place of the king's law. You become a long-time official, why do you need to take the risk? What's more, Zhou Xiujing gave me 200 taels of gold, and at that time there was still Lord Zhang present. Lord Wu's guts were only not so big that Zhou Xiujing just gave me gold in front of Lord Zhang, and then you backhandedly set up a trap to take it back. Then Lord Wu, you come and tell me what words were spoken to you by whoever it was that made you bold to such a degree. Chen Jianan narrated. Wu Peilin was in a trance for a moment, as he looked at Chen Jianan who was surrounded by the 4 yellow sect guards. He only felt that the calmness of this teenager in front of him was a little too much. But then anger grew in his heart. A mere grasshopper, how dare you question me? He snorted coldly and said, your body is too thin, 200 taels of gold is too heavy, you can't hold it. I'll hold it for you. If you don't want to give it, 200 taels of gold will press your liver and gallbladder. Is it the life that matters, or is it the gold that matters? Wu Peilin's words reached this point, finally breaking Chen Jianan's thought of easily handing over the silver ticket to him. Take you down in shackles and see if you have so much as a word. As soon as Wu Peilin's words fell, the 4 yellow gate guards behind Chen Jianan immediately pounced on him like vicious wolves. These yellow door guards rough through the cultivation method, practice is not what profound method, a body but they are practiced very solid, compared with the ordinary people, these people are fierce and vicious devil, large fists can easily break people's tendons and bones.
It's a piece of cake to take down a little teenager. But Chen Jianan wasn't some unusual little teenager.
When the 4 yellow door guards lunged out, a sharp popping sound came from the bones around Chen Jianan's body, just like a yellow bell ringing. Accumulated yin becomes heavy snow and falls in a chaotic manner, the blood and chi sound the cold night, and the body is clothed to raise the yellow bell. These days of diligent cultivation, Chen Jianan had unconsciously cultivated the sound of the yellow bell of blood chi.
Bang!
There was a crunch under his feet, and the bricks in the painted courtyard cracked as he stepped on them. The seemingly thin teenager turned around fiercely, tiger-clutching fist worked violently, and one fist was like a tiger's claw slamming away fiercely, just like a ghost. The blood chi on his fist surged, extremely swift and fierce, and with a headbutt he smashed into the chest of the yellow gate guard who was in the lead. Click! An extremely clear crunching sound came from the yellow gate guard. That yellow gate guard was not smashed out, but his chest was violently dented, as if he was slapped by a tiger's claw, and blood spewed out of his mouth, and in an instant, he was smashed over on the ground. This change was too fast, so fast that not to mention the elderly Wu Palin, even the other 3 yellow gate guards did not react.
But Chen Jianan's offense was all but unabated.
Only to see him retreating instead of advancing, one arm was like a tiger's tail sweeping horizontally, violently smashing on the neck of another yellow gate guard, 1,000 pounds of gravity smashing down. That yellow gate guard could not even scream in time, instantly smashed, broken neck, died. The other 2 yellow gate guards were close by now. The chain in the hands of one of the guards was thrown flying, taking advantage of the fact that Chen Jianan had broken that guard's neck and smashed it on Chen Jianan's shoulder. Chen Jianan stifled a grunt. The Great Snowy Mountain Ginseng Chi Law was in full operation, and the tiger-clasping fist luck technique scrambled to mobilize the chi and blood up to the entire body, and hardened to carry this locking chain. With a flash of light from the corner of his eye, he didn't pay any attention to the chain-wielding guard. Instead, he jumped up extremely trickily, and with his left leg bent at the knee, he was like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger, suddenly smashing into the face of another yellow gate guard. That yellow gate guard fell with a sound, and Chen Jianan landed on the ground, pulling out that yellow gate guard's long sword that he hadn't had time to pull out yet, and between the chirping of his tendons and bones, his entire body surged forward. The long, sharp blade sliced across the arm of the last yellow gate guard holding the chain in a flash.
In a moment, the last yellow gate guard's arm flew up and blood splattered. Chen Jianan kicked him down, but did not kill him, leaving him alive.
He turned his head to Paran Wu. It all happened so fast that it was as if Wu Palin had not yet reacted and was staring at him blankly. It wasn't until Chen Jianan took large steps toward him that Wu Palin screamed in a harsh voice, "Chen Jianan, don't kill me."
"Who wants to kill you?" Chen Jianan's face didn't change. Sometimes it's much easier to die than to live.
As he spoke, he took a few steps to catch up with Wu Palin, but with a single kick, he sent Wu Palin tumbling to the ground. Chen Jianan didn't have a word of nonsense. A few feet down, Wu Palin's limbs and bones were completely and utterly crushed by him, with no possibility of succession.
"Lord Wu, you said I can't afford a 200 taels weight of gold." Chen Jianan stood still and looked at the prostrate Wu Palin. "If I can't pick it up, can you?" Wu Palin fainted from the pain. Before he lost consciousness, he really did not understand how this Chen Jianan practiced a good boxing, and where did he get the courage to dare to resist him? Beating the yellow gate guards to death and maiming the head of a government official is punishable by death. But at this time, Chen Jianan felt very happy. Isn't cultivation just to be quicker? Chapter 26, The Spring Chill. Surprisingly cold today. Spring cold, originally should be warm spring wind blowing on people, surprisingly blowing raw cold. Zheng Yuan wore a long sword at his waist, and with more than 10 guards armed with swords, he waited before the Yellow Gate Painting Academy. Today's matter is strange. A teenager killed a few Yellow Gate guards, and now he is waiting in this painting courtyard. Such a matter is not rare. There are always demons in the world. What is there to be surprised about? It's just a pity that this is the Sunan mansion. He killed someone in the Yellow Gate, he's bound to walk away, and now that the Sunan Iron Teeth have already gone in, you and I will wait here, and we'll always be able to see this man who killed someone. However, this kid's courage is extremely prosperous, killing people, but also do not forget to leave a living mouth, so that this living mouth to come to report to the police. This is so rigid, I do not know that the Yellow Door Chief is how to force him. A few guards whispered. Zheng Yuan and the others were waiting in the painting courtyard. According to reason, it was not the turn of them, the front yard guards, to arrest someone. But perhaps fearing that these people might get away, the head official of the workhouse, Mr. Zhang Lu, specially asked them to wait here, so that if the murderous teenager wanted to escape without knowing his fate, he could lay a net to catch him. Head Zhang, you have the same surname as the head worker, and you're in the same family as him. Why do you think he's so shaken up this time, and is the arrest as bad as having our guards from the front yard of the 6th house come here to wait? One of the nursing committee members came over and asked. Zheng Yuan shook his head, probably because this murderous teenager was too ferocious, and the victimized Yellow Gate leader was his subordinate after all, so it was only right for him to get angry. Several of the guards nodded, and another of them said, I don't know what the murderous teenager looks like. I saw the yellow gate guard who came to report to the police. One arm was cut off by the roots, and the blood flowed straight out. It is said that the remaining several yellow gate guards were all killed by him. Should be a madman. The man had not finished. Another gust of wind blew through, ruffling the flowers and plants in the painted courtyard. A rustling sound came, surprisingly covering the sound of that painting yard opening its doors. The crowd stopped gossiping at once and looked away. When the first ones were seen, they were a few iron teeth of the Sunan province. They were clad in light armor with long swords behind their backs, their faces were cold and stern, and they naturally carried a chilling aura. The reason why the security of the Sunan province is far better than the surrounding several state capitals, the reason is also in these negative sword iron teeth, claiming to be able to bite away all the evil deeds. When these iron teeth walked out, even today's cold spring winds seemed to stop blowing, and the yellow gate became very quiet. As the crowd continued to look, they saw that after several iron teeth walked out first, several more iron teeth escorted a person across the extremely high threshold of the Yellow Gate Painting Academy. The man's hands and feet were shackled and chained, clanking, but his body was straight. It's the teenager who came to deliver the painting that day? Zhang Yuan's eyes suddenly widened. He still remembered that not long ago, Zheng Lu, the head of the workhouse who shared the same surname as him, had specially asked this teenager to deliver the painting to the government office, saying that he wanted to paint a portrait of Zhou Gongzi of the Zhou family. The reason why Zhang Yuan remembers this so clearly is because Zhang Yuan also lives on Chihuang Street, and the father of this murderous teenager is the very same Montessori teacher of his youngest child. Yes, it's the one called Chen Jianan. Zhang Yuan thought about it and felt a bit incredulous. When he looked closely, he saw that the teenager was in iron teeth, and even though his hands and feet were locked in shackles, his body was still straight, and his expression was as usual, as if he didn't have much fear. Walking through the Yellow Doors courtyard, he met his own eyes, and the teenager even gave him a slight nod. Taya took this teenager far away. These 6 houses guards were about to go back to the government office. Zheng Yuan thought about it, but did not go back together. He hurried to Chihuang Street and came to the alley where Chen Jianan's courtyard was located. Mr. Chen took a leave of absence to go back to his hometown for 10 or 20 days now, but I don't know if he's back yet today. Zheng Yuan came to the door of the small courtyard and hurriedly knocked on the door, but no one ever came to answer. This government guard knocked for a while and finally confirmed that Chen Shuijun had not yet returned. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. When Mr. Chen comes back and finds his son in jail, soon to be killed, how is this extremely kind-hearted gentleman going to get through it? Zheng Yuan was worried. At that very moment, a tall house across the street but suddenly opened the door, from which poked out the face of a young girl. Who are you looking for? This young girl shouted loudly towards Zheng Yuan. Zheng Yuan was from Guang Street and naturally knew who lived in that high gate. Thinking that he had disturbed the Iron Arm General's house by his hasty knocking, he apologized profusely. Xin Shaoxin, however, frowned, looking at him in his uniform, and asked, "But what happened? Is Chen Jianan not in that courtyard?" Once Zhang Yuan heard that the people from General Iron Arm's residence knew Chen Jianan, he couldn't help but faintly stare and hesitate for a few more breaths of time. General Iron Arm has deep prestige in the Sunan province, and Chen Jianan knows people from the general's residence, so perhaps things can still turn around a few times? With this in mind, Zhang Yuan told Xin Shaoxin what happened in the Yellow Gate Painting Academy. Are you saying that Chen Dian in this small courtyard killed 3 Yellow Sect guards and crippled the Yellow Sect chief? Xin Shaoxin's eyes widened. The Yellow Gate guards are all made of clay? How can a weak teenager kill them? Zhang Yuan shook his head. The Yellow Gate guards cannot be called much stronger, but they are all martial artists who have cultivated their chi and practiced their bodies, and they are much stronger than those strong men in the marketplace. I also do not know why Chen Jianan was able to kill people in the Yellow Gate. Xin Shaoxin had no time to say more and hurried back into the general's residence. Zhang Yuan looked at the closed gates of the general's residence and sighed again. Mr. Chen has been here on Chihuang Street for more than 10 years, and I don't know how many children he has enlightened, but he is always kind to others, and he never cares if they can't afford to pay the tuition. It is said that a family that accumulates good deeds has a surplus of blessings, but how is this Chen family? In the Su family on West Qing Street, second butler Zhao hurriedly walked past the continuous rockery and stepped over the flowing water to the inner courtyard. Su Shiyu was sitting in her room with her eyes closed. A strange dense aura rose up from her body, quite marvelous. On weekdays, no one would disturb the young lady's cultivation. But today, second butler Zhao stood in front of the door of the room and said in a loud voice, "Miss, something has happened. Chen Jianan killed someone and has now been arrested and imprisoned by the iron teeth of the government office." Su Xia snapped her eyes open, the denseness on her body disappeared. She stood up and opened the door to her room. She calmly said to Zhao Air Butler, "Please trouble the butler to prepare the silver. Let's go and meet Lord Tongji." Second butler Zhao let out a bitter smile and shook his head. "I'm afraid this matter is not something that can be solved by silver." Su Shiyu's eyes were inquisitive. Zhao Air Butler replied, "I am in the government office munitions tent today, then I heard the yamen noisy, listen carefully, then someone said,
Chen Jianan, a small worker of the Yellow Gate, killed 3 Yellow Gate guards in one breath and crippled the Yellow Gate's chief official, and now he has been apprehended and brought to justice. Su Shiyu fell silent. Chen Jianan doesn't know how to cultivate, so how could he kill the Yellow Gate guards? But she didn't think much about it, and still said to second butler Zhao, then prepare more silver and treasures, we still need to walk through the Sunan prefectural office. Chen Jianan sits shackled and coiled in a dark, damp cell. The cold, fishy air went straight into his nostrils, making him more and more awake. He turned his head to look at the cells lined up like a demonic creature's neat rows of teeth, cold and terrifying. However, Chen Jianan did not regret killing today in the slightest. Chapter 27, Where is the King's Law of Dayu? The damp cell was quiet, except for the sound of a drop of water coming from somewhere. Tick-tock, distracting. Chen Jianan sat on the ground with his knees crossed and closed his eyes to study the Great Snow Mountain Ginseng Chi Post. The blood chi in his body flowed over and over again, emitting a tiny chiming sound, the very sound of the yellow bell. When the Great Snowy Mountain Ginseng Chi Post was practiced to the extreme, the body resonating with the blood chi would make such a sound. Without realizing it, Chen Jianan's cultivation had already ascended to this level. He was carefully practicing when a voice suddenly came from his ears. To be able to practice a moderate military method like the Great Snowy Mountain Senki Post to the extreme, you kid, you have a few skills. Chen Jianan opened his eyes and saw a human face in the darkness, somehow seen from the next cell. The man had a rough smile on his face, and his dense beard almost covered his face, and his 2 copper bell eyes hung in the darkness. This kind of appearance is called a sentence of majestic appearance. Chen Jianan looked at the man in silence. The man, however, grinned and shook his head. I've learned the method of chi observation, and was able to tell that although you are only cultivating chi, your blood chi is already very thick, and like waves lapping at the shore, it claps out a sound of yellow bells, which is really rare. What's your name and how old are you? The man inquired again. Chen Jianan couldn't help but frown. Do not be afraid, you can be put into this cell, should be guilty of killing the head of the crime. This master asked you what, you will answer, naturally there are benefits for you. Maybe in a few days, you will be able to go out, it is not possible to say. An extremely deep voice exploded in Chen Jianan's ears, as if someone was shouting beside him. Chen Jianan naturally saw that this person was extraordinary, but he remained silent and did not reply to the man's words. For some reason, Chen Jianan felt that the person in the cell in front of him was all ferocious, and his every move revealed an indescribable aura. Perhaps that is what onlookers call a murderous aura. This person is bound to kill without counting, a murderer. Chen Jianan thought in his heart, it is best not to get involved with this person. With an idea in mind, he simply closed his eyes and continued to close his eyes for luck, no longer paying attention to the man's words. That person, however, did not care, but instead, the luster in his eyes was a little more full, and a meaningful smile ticked out on his face, gradually converging into the darkness. Chen Jianan stopped practicing after running his chi for a while, allowing the heavenly jade capital map in his mind to slowly open. Against those 4 yellow gate guards today, it wasn't hard to defeat them with my current strength, but I was still slightly injured. Chen Jianan looked down at Kunlun Zhe and Nanlu Jing, reviewing today's mistakes. That yellow gate guard's thick chain struck him, and even though his physique was already extraordinary, there was still a sharp pain coming from his shoulder. I've already mastered the 24 tiger clasping fists, but facing others isn't simply practicing martial arts, real-world experience is also a top priority. As Chen Jianan thought of this, his gaze fell on Nanlu Jing. In the loosening Yang Ke, it was empty today, and the old man named Tuoba Morning did not come to the loosening Yang Ke to study the Gong method. That Tuoba Morning's cultivation is incomparably high and deep, and his aura of fury is very strong. It seems that he is a member of the military, and he has experienced battles big and small. If I have him to teach me, my fighting skills should be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Only, I am the lord of the White Jade Capital, so how can I ask him for advice? As Chen Jianan thought about this, his consciousness came to loosen the Yang Ke, and a ray of light coalesced and arrived, transforming into his body. His consciousness into it. Chen Jianan spread out his palms and carefully looked at this Nanlu Jing incarnation for a long time, and he suddenly had a sudden thought. So in the next instant, the light on his body continued to fade away, revealing his original appearance, and even the mysterious and unpredictable aura of Nanlu Jing on his body had all but disappeared. I can ask for advice from Takumi Morning, as myself. Chen Jianan looked at the brilliant loosening of the Yang Ke and had already made up his mind in his heart. At that exact moment, a cacophony of sounds suddenly came from the darkness, and Chen Jianan's consciousness retreated from the heavenly jade capital diagram and slowly looked up. Zhou Xiujing held another exquisite cup in his hand, and he turned the valuable cup with a smile at the corner of his mouth. This Chen Jianan really surprised me a bit. He actually killed 3 yellow gate guards. It's really interesting. He seemed to be talking to himself and to the person beside him. In the distant sky, dim clouds pressed straight down, making the day a little depressing this evening. But Zhou Xiujing found it very interesting, and he even stood up to stare carefully at the clouds in the sky. This Chen Jianan is clearly a cultivator, and his cultivation is described as not bad, but when I met him in the workshop, he pretended to be a city dweller to tease me, so damn it. Zhou Xiujing spoke in a low voice. The tall figure beside him, however, said, "Young master, that yellow door chief official is still alive. There is always a break in this matter. Why don't we do it?" Zhou Xiaojing glanced at the person beside him and shook his head. "Junu, your cultivation is extraordinary, your martial arts are brave and fierce, but you don't know the filthiness of this world. That yellow door chief official was invalidated by Chen Dian. He didn't die in Chen Dian's hands, and now if he dies violently in his own home for no reason, he'll instead attract people to be alarmed." Junu lowered his head. "It's just that if he doesn't die, if he is tried and confesses to the young master, instead." Zhou Xiaojing laughed. "Wu Pailan, this person is greedy for money and sex, and has no talent, but he can sit for several years in the position of the Yellow Gate chief official, just because he is smart. Now that he's crippled, he won't be able to work as a Yellow Gate official. Who else can he rely on for the rest of his life? He can only rely on my Zhou family. Under such circumstances, even if he is tortured, he can still bite his tongue and only say what he should say. Besides, I didn't actually say anything to him, even if he gave me up. What does it count for?" Zhou Xiaojing seems to strategize. His eyes are full of confidence that Chen Dian has committed such a great crime. His neck cannot be avoided to receive a knife, just that the nobleman only let me seriously injure him, did not tell me to kill him. He died, but it is difficult to account for it. When this rich gentleman thought of this, he suddenly remembered Chen Jianan's feigned appearance when he was in the government office's workshop, and then remembered that he had taken 200 taels of gold but was still coupled with the Su family, and the coldness in his eyes couldn't be stopped. Chen Jianan died under the law of the king of Daiyu, so what does it matter to me? Dead is dead. Thinking about this section, the smile on Zhou Xiaojing's face became even more intense, and he took a fine sip of tea. At that very moment, someone suddenly came to report in a hurry. "Young master, the Su family's eldest miss went to the government office on purpose, begging to see Lord Tongji, seemingly wanting to bail out Chen Jianan." Zhou Xiaojing's face changed slightly, but he snorted coldly. "After committing such a big murder, you say you can protect it? A fool's dream." After a tea time, another person came hurriedly to report. "My lord, the head official of the workhouse, Lord Zhen Lu, asked me to pass on the news that Chen Jianan has been released." Zhou Xiaojing rose violently and fiercely slammed the cup in his hand on the table, the tea flowing horizontally and the fragments splattering in all directions. "How is this possible?" Zhou Xiaojing inhaled deeply. "Where are the royal laws of my Daiyu?" Chapter 28. Let's see what you want. In the front yard of the government office, it so happens that there is also a tree planted with pear blossoms, and at night the clouds are dialed to see the moon, and there is a moon hanging over the pear blossoms, which is beautiful. Susiya hurriedly came to see Lord Tongji. Coincidentally, Lord Tongji is also in the residence today. Susiya is surprisingly easy to see Lord Tongji. After the two of them talked for a moment, Sushiyu walked out of the government office with this bright moon. Second butler Zhao and Xintong were waiting in front of the mansion, and when they saw Sushiyu come out, they immediately greeted her. "Miss," Xintong asked somewhat nervously, "have you seen Lord Tongji?" "I don't know if Lord Tongji has collected that." Xintong. Second butler Zhao interrupted the eldest maid and only looked at his own young lady. Sushiyu shook her head. There was a change in the two men's faces, especially second butler Zhao, who looked much more withered. Today's Chen Jianan is still carrying the Su family's future business. In other words, he is carrying the Su family's life and death. If Chen Jianan died in prison, and the Su family had a medicine contract with the Songhua army and was unable to supply the army with medicinal herbs on time, then the outcome could be imagined. Lord Tongji did not refuse, but only said that the matter committed by Chen Jianan was too big and it spread so much that it could not be easily spared. Su Shiyu frowned and got into the sedan chair. Zhao Butler bitterly smiled. Tongji Lord has always been smooth. On the Sunan province dignified clan family never directly rejected something to ask him. He always high pick up gently put down. But today, Lord Tongji said that Chen Jianan has committed too much. This matter is afraid that there is no room for maneuver. In any case, the preparation of that Chunlu ring and first carefully retained. I can see that the Tongji Lord to that ring is quite moved. Just in the way of this matter is not trivial, not easily accepted. In case things take a turn for the worse, we'll have to send it to Lord Tongji then. Su Shiyu carefully instructed, but her brows were still worried. She really didn't know how the alley boy Chen Jianan suddenly killed the Yellow Gate guards, and even crippled the Yellow Gate chief official into the Sunan house prison. Su Xiya not long ago to look at the method of Qi has seen Chen Jianan. Obviously at that time Chen Jianan body blood Qi is all gone, is not a person in the practice. This is just a month or so. Chen Jianan and how to kill 3 into the yellow door guards to raise Qi pass? Just as I said, Chen Jianan, you really aren't some ordinary city boy. Su Shiyu rubbed her eyebrows and thought darkly in her heart. The sedan chair rises and falls, and without realizing it has already returned to the Su mansion on Xiqing Street. There were already several Su family elders waiting in the Su mansion, and when they heard the news, these elders were immediately in disarray. Su Xiya comforted a few words, only said that the matter is not yet fruitful, let these elders do not worry, but her heart is particularly worried. Perhaps, I should go and beg that Zhang Dingzhou's senior brother? Just this kind of big case in the government office, I'm afraid that the result will come out tomorrow, and I don't know whether it's too late to send a letter to Zhang Dingzhou or not. Su Shiyu thought like this. It is in the most difficult time in the Su house, she has not risen to the past to seek the idea of masters, only because their own masters idle outside, always ignore the world of fame. Su Siya do not want to thin the name of the master. But today, the Su family seems to have reached a life and death situation, and Su Siya's heart for some reason, but also not willing to let that brow-born extremely good-looking, but also some mysterious teenagers die in prison. So Su Shiyu decided to write such a letter after all, and when she came to the study, Shintome had already spread out the luaha paper and ground the ink for her. Su Shiyu was about to write a letter. Someone suddenly came to report at the entrance of the study. Miss, the house guard who was staking out the entrance of the government office came to report that Mr. Chen peacefully left the government office prison and went to Dongfeng Street alone. Su Shiyu's hand that was about to drop her pen stalled. Shintome, who was waiting at the side, was immediately overjoyed. Miss, it seems that Lord Tongji does quite like that valuable Chunlu ring. Su Siya let out a long breath. She sat down at the table, closed her eyes and rubbed her brow once again, then prepare the Chenglu ring, and have second butler Zhao walk through the government offices once more. Now that it's still early in the day, Lord Tongji thinks he hasn't rested yet. Chen Jianan didn't know that Su Siya was also running around for herself. He came to Dongfeng Street alone against the moonlight and came to the front of Chu Mai's courtyard. The ginkgo tree in front of Chu Mai's courtyard still exuded the Dan orange color. What Chen Xianan did not expect is that this ginkgo tree Dan orange aura seems to be getting thicker and thicker, and even a part of the aura has already changed, with Chen Xianan's cultivation today, but some do not really see. It seems that this world dense aura also has a grade. The lowest should be red and red ginger, all the red, and then it is Dan orange, such as the new blood-burning ginger fruit. While Chen Jianan was thinking in his heart, the courtyard door in front of him was already wide open, and a cold-faced black-clothed guard stepped out and saluted Chen Jianan. Mr. Chen, Lord Chu was already waiting in the courtyard. Chen Jianan walked into the courtyard. He saw Chu Mai still sitting on that stone table. A pot of wine was placed on the table. Chu Mai looked up at the sky, probably looking at the rare bright moon in the sky. The sluggish spring wind blew away the clouds and made the moon in the sky brighter and brighter. Chu Mai gestured for Chen Jianan to sit down. His tone was quite a bit helpless. I told you to come and find me when you have something to do, but I never thought that the moment you came and found me, you would commit the crime of killing your head. With an apologetic look on his face, Chen Jianan said, Lord Chu, if I had not resisted in the Yellow Gate that day, I am afraid that I would have been the one to die. Chu Mai nodded Su, and personally poured a glass of wine for Chen Dian. Everything has a reason. I sent people to the government office, that did not die of the yellow door guards and that Wu Peilin all confessed. Lu Jifu also made a special trip to interrogate that the workhouse chief official Zhang Lu. Your 200 taels of gold is indeed the Zhou family. Zhou Xiujing rewarded you. Wu Peilin born out of evil intentions, greed moves the heart. 200 taels of gold really makes it worthwhile to take the risk. A light flashed in Chen Jianan's eyes, and some smiles appeared on his face. Even if Wu Peilin was blinded by greed, he has been sitting in the position of the Yellow Gate chief official for 4 or 5 years, and he usually meets with dignitaries and celebrities. Deaconin felt that even if Wu Peilin was a little more obtuse, he should have learned a little bit of the city after these dignitaries and celebrities. Zhou Xiujing gave me the gold thing. There are still workroom chief official Zhang Lu, Zhou family Zhou Xiujing no. Coincidentally at that time, the library chief official and the Su family's Miss Su passed by, had also seen the matter. This many people know the origin of these 200 taels of gold, but Wu Peilin still dares to take the risk. Deaconin is a bit curious as to how exactly he became the chief official of this Yellow Gate. Chen Jianan said what he suspected in his heart. Chu Mai gestured Chen Jianan drink. So this matter is too involved. The governor of the Lord so simply let you out, is not want to look into this matter. That Wu Peilin has been beaten by you disabled, not a few years to live, workroom official Zhang Lu in this matter, at most, but a silent responsibility, turn a blind eye to just, not to say what a big crime. This is as good as it gets today. And, the person I sent to interrogate Wu Peilin also mentioned a name, which is that Zhou family Zhou Xiujing. Chu Mai mentioned Zhou Xiujing's name, but Chen Jianan didn't feel any surprise and just listened peacefully. But the trial went on and on, that Zhou Xiujing was only hinting at Wu Peilin with his words, and didn't even give Wu Peilin any promises. Just as you said, Wu Peilin Wine has become a little too smart in his position as the head official of the Yellow Gate, so smart that he is always guessing too much about the words of those dignitaries and celebrities. Chen Jianan suddenly burst out laughing as he drank the glass of wine at Chu Mai's gesture. When the wine entered the throat, it was fragrant, yet quite spicy like a blazing fire in the mouth. This Zhou family's Zhou Gongzi does have a few tricks up his sleeve, no wonder he can still cultivate to the true element realm while running the Zhou family's trade. Chen Jianan spoke in a low voice. Chu Mai's wine was not a mortal wine, and at this moment, the blood qi in his body was churning like a blazing fire, causing his cheeks to turn slightly red. This Zhou family in Hangtianjing also has some origins. Zhou Xiujing's uncle official to from the 4th rank of the Inspectorate Experience Envoy, power in the hands of. This is also a government workhouse long officials have to bow to his reason. The governor is unwilling to delve into the matter, and I'm sure there are reasons for this. Moreover, this Zhou Xiujing's uncle has had a lot of official luck over the years, and besides the fact that he does have a few skills himself, the Zhou family's gold, silver, and medicinal herbs must have played a big role. Chu Mai said carefully as he warmed the wine. The smile on Chen Jianan's face gradually converged. He was silent for a few breaths of time, and suddenly asked Shumai, this Zhou family has such a big origin, so Zhou Xiujing can be emboldened to take action against me? Now that I already know that Zhou Xiujing is the instigator of this matter, I can only allow him to remain hidden behind the scenes? Shumai laughed. In terms of origin, what is a fourth-ranked inspectorate experience envoy? Do you know the origin of your mother's family? Your maternal grandfather is the dynasty household department minister, is indeed hand in hand with the power of the main official of the second grade. Your uncle Li Badu is the dynasty Shenzi general, according to the grade, but is a general from the fourth grade, but he is not a tribute general, is not a generation of inheritance of the merits of the general, but hand in hand with the 90,000 pine acacia army of the real power of the general. In addition to your two elders, there are still a few uncles who are officials, and there are quite a lot of side touches in the clan, and even a lot of cultivation geniuses. Chen Jianan, when you do the math, you've come from a much bigger place. Shumai poked fun at Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan drank another cup of wine, his face became more and more red, shook his head and said, hanging the majesty of the Li family in Tianjing, it is not something that I, Chen Jianan, can look up to, Lord Chu. I really can't swallow this breath, and what should I do? The smile on Shumai's face gradually converged, and he looked at Chen Jianan extremely seriously and said, if you call me Uncle Chu, I'll come and tell you a truth. This character of extraordinary origin had asked Chen Dianan to call him Uncle Chu several times, but Chen Dianan had always referred to him as Lord Chu, causing him to feel some resentment in his heart. Chen Jianan hesitated slightly for a few breaths and obediently called out Uncle. Shumai nodded his head slowly and said, most things in the world are just a matter of knocking down teeth and swallowing blood. Especially in my Dayu, the background of a family is the most important thing. Zhou Xiujing in the Sunan province is a big family, rich and luxurious, the clan and keep many cultivators, the strength cannot be underestimated, in the hanging heavenly capital and have a backer. Chen Jianan, and you? Shumai asked Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan lowered his head and said, I am but a small people, the son of a private school teacher, but also hanging Tianjing Li family thorn in the flesh, neither backing, but also not much strength. Shumai agreed to clap his hands. This is right, recognize your own position, so as not to do some fool's dream, after I go, in the Sunan house, the only thing you can rely on, but your own strength, that Zhou Xiujing, and let him go, with your qualifications will always find the face of the day. Chen Jianan thought for a long time again until the moon was hidden behind the clouds. He suddenly finished his glass of wine and stood up. In my Dayu, the background of the lineage is the most important thing, but now that I am a young man with no attachments, I am still afraid of his lineage? Chen Jianan's face had a few shades of red hanging on it, and he seemed to be drunk. A mere Zhou Xiujing, I have to patiently wait for the day when I can get my face back, so what should I do about the Li family, the one that hangs in heavenly capital like the sun in the mouth of Uncle Chu? Shumai looked at Chen Jianan in silence. Chen Jianan respectfully bowed to Shumai. This matter also has to thank Uncle Chu. In the future, Uncle Chu will not have to care. There was more interest in Shumai's eyes as he gently nodded his head and said, the fact that you allowed that Wang Huan to send me a message before storming out to kill shows that you are not an impulsive person. I'm still in the Sunan mansion, so I'll take a good look at you, Chen Jianan, and what you intend to do. Chapter 29, Chen Dianan, you're full of guts. The pale moon was hazy and bright, and the sharp spring winds whipped the leaves of the sycamore trees soughing. Su Shiyu and Xintong came to Gifted Street. On Chi Wang Street, Chen Jianan's small courtyard was already lit up. Su Xia finally let go of his heart. He knocked on Chen Dianan's door, but in a matter of moments, Chen Dian came to open the door. His face was slightly surprised when he saw Su Shiyu in the doorway. How did Ms. Su come? I was about to pay a visit to the Su mansion. Chen Jianan welcomed the two inside. Su Shiyu had some inexplicable look on her face as she looked at today's Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan finally changed out of the rough clothes he was wearing and replaced them with a moon-white silver silk dark patterned grouped flower robe. The moon-white long coat set off Chen Jianan's face, and with Chen Jianan's clear eyes, it was quite extraordinary. Chen Jianan may have noticed Su Xie and Xintong's eyes, so he took the initiative to smile and said, this dress was given to me by Wang Dinyang who sells fabric on the street, and her family's youngest child is studying in my father's school. I seldom wear this garment on weekdays for fear of staining it when I paint. Su Shiyu gently nodded, having suffered a great calamity and turned the corner, it is only right to wear a new garment. And this dress is extremely suitable for Mr. Chen. Xintong poked his head out from behind Su Xia, sighed, Chen Gongzi walked in the prison, can be bitter my lady, several times to run, finally. Xintong. Su Xia interrupted Xintong and asked Chen Jianan, did Mr. Chen just say that he wanted to visit my Su mansion? Chen Jianan nodded, the blush on his face matching the clear light in his eyes. There should be many guards in the Su mansion, and I would like to ask Ms. Su to find out where a person is going for me. Spying on where others go? Su Shiyu frowned. The corner of Chen Jianan's mouth revealed some smiles. I'm going to talk about a deal. Su Shiyu asked again, who is it? Zhou Xiujing. It was already late at night when we came out of Gifted Street. Xintong was a bit indignant and whispered behind Su Xie, Mr.
Chen is really unkind. Nis even gave out that precious Chenglu ring in order to save him, but he was so nice. Not only did he not say thank you, but he even had to spy on Zhou Xiujing's whereabouts right in front of us, to do business with him. Doesn't he know that Zhou family is my Su family's life and death rival? Su Shiyu was silent. The two of them returned to the Su mansion, but they saw that Zhao Air Butler was already waiting in front of the large mansion courtyard. Have the things been delivered? Su Shiyu inquired. Second butler Zhao shook his head and carefully handed over another small box. Su Shiyu took the box and opened it, but it was that Chun Lu ring. What's going on? Su Shiyu frowned. Zhao Air Butler let out a bitter smile and said, I went to see Lord Tongji, but Lord Tongji only said that he was unwilling to accept this treasure without merit. I went out of the government office, and happened to run into the treasury chief official, and the chief official lord said that the Chen Dianan who was arrested into the prison today had a good face. It is said that two great men personally begged to see the governor, and then he was released. 2 big shots? Su Shiyu pursed her lips. Zhao Air Butler continued to reply, one of the big shots, the chief treasury official, has not been seen either, only that when this person visited, even the governor himself went to the door to welcome him. As for the second big shot, it's not a stranger, but the Iron Arm General from the streets of Gifted. The person whom the governor personally greeted? General Iron Arm also went there personally? Xin Ton behind Su Shiyu was surprised. Second butler Zhao nodded and said, indeed, General Iron Arm went there personally. Su Shiyu immediately felt her cheeks slightly red, and the always good-tempered Miss Su even gently glared at the talkative Shintong. Shintong spat out his tongue and muttered to himself, Mr. Chen can really lie to people. He also said that he is just an ordinary alleyway boy. Which alleyway boy can labor 2 big shots to go to the government office to plead for mercy? Su Shiyu thought for a moment and suddenly said to second butler Zhao, send someone to find out where Zhou Xiujing, the Zhou family's son, is now. Second butler Zhao led the order and went away, and within a short time, there were already people who went out to poke around bringing news. Su Shiyu instructed Zhao Air Butler, you personally go to Chihuang Street and inform the Zhou family's son's whereabouts to. Forget it, it's better for me to go personally. Su Shiyu went back to Chihuang Street. Jin Dianan seemed to be waiting in the courtyard. Before she even knocked on the door, this teenager had already come to open it. The night seemed extremely long, with the moon in the sky sometimes hazy and sometimes bright. Su Siye informed Chen Jianan of that Zhou Xiujing's whereabouts, her eyes again somewhat averted and said, Mr. Chen, the Zhou's family and Su's family have always been business rivals, and it's not really a good thing for my Su's family for you to do business with him. I don't know what Mr. Chen would like to buy. If my Su family can find it, there's actually no need to buy or sell it, just give it to Mr. Chen. Chen Jianan smoothed the long coat on his body, shook his head and laughed. What I want, the Su family doesn't have. Miss Su and go back, I still have to meet Zhou Xiujing for a while. Chen Jianan then bid farewell to Su Siye and exited Chihuang Street. Su Siye got into the sedan chair, originally planning to return to the mansion, but for some reason, she was vaguely uneasy in her heart, lifted the curtain again, and said to the escort carrying the sedan chair, go to Rouge Street. Suning province in the Qingshui River through the city. The river is the most narrow Su place in the south of the city, so the south of the Qingshui River built 2 streets, one said Rouge, 2 said the Willow, are Sunan province in the famous place of Smoke and Willow. At this time has passed the hour, but Sunan house and not a curfew, the 2 streets are still brightly lit, a brilliantly lit attic full of red sleeves, the air filled with women's rouge flavor, attracting people's hearts. Chen Jianan walked down the street, attracting many side glances from the women of the building. Even days of cultivation, the body is no longer thin. Chen Dian changed the bright moon group of flowers long coat, face white as jade, eyes sparse, hem like a stream of clouds. From a distance, it looks like elegant and noble son of the world. He ignored the gentle greetings of many women and came straight to the banks of the clear water river, before a huge painted boat. This boat did not travel into the river, docked at the banks of the Qingshui River. The boat comes and goes, people come and go, can be seen in the shadow of the hazy lights, many beautiful people dancing, countless rich merchants raise their glasses and drink. When Chen Jianan got on the boat, he saw that the boat was full of lanterns, and there were many potted plants decorating it, and the bow of the boat was full of red veils, and under the illumination of the bright lights, it made the boat full of a sense of luxury. He traveled all the way through the boisterous hall of the pavilion, not even bothering to look at the beautiful women who were dancing, and came straight to another slightly smaller pavilion. The river wind is warm but not harsh, the pavilion in the platform but 7 or 8 tables is the front of the boat, there is a woman dressed in red is dancing, beautiful. Zhou Xiujing, the son of the Zhou family, hugged left and right and drank a lot of wine. With him at the table, are all the Sunan house of the big families of the sun. The crowd pushed the cups and exchanged a good time. Zhou Xiujing today may be in a bad mood, ordered extremely strong Qinghe worries, a few cups down, his face has blushed. He really did not know that Chen Dianan did not know when to climb up the relationship of the Iron Arm General, but was able to ask the Iron Arm General to personally come to the government office to ask about this matter. The Iron Arm General even favors that kind of little people. Zhou Xiujing remembered this matter and could not help but feel annoyed in his heart. He drank a mouthful of wine fiercely and slammed the wine glass on the table again. Suddenly the glass splashed in all directions, attracting a burst of screams from the women beside him. But Zhou Xiujing didn't care and said with a cold snort, "Pour the wine." The few males beside him were silenced and did not dare to speak when they saw Zhou Xiujing's anger. The reason for this was that the Zhou family had a big backer who was an official in the Hanging Heaven capital, and for these merchant families, Zhou Xiujing's background was enough to support his bravado. The woman beside him poured the wine, Zhou Xiujing tilted his head and drank, and in a glance, he unexpectedly vaguely saw a familiar silhouette. When he looked closely at once, he saw a teenager on the far side of the ship, watching him from afar. "Diana-chan?" When the spring breeze blew, it immediately woke up Zhou Xiujing's wine. He looked at Chen Jianan from afar, and Chen Jianan looked at him from afar, and the two of them exchanged gazes, and Zhou Xiujing suddenly laughed out loud. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Xiujing inquired in a loud voice. Chen Jianan took a step and came to the table. A few gentlemen did not know who this person was, only saw that the visitor's temperament was extraordinary, only thought that it was Zhou Xiujing's close friend, hastily gave up a position. So Chen Jianan sat down, and the woman next to him poured wine for him, and he drank without any hesitation. "You've come to beg me for forgiveness?" Zhou Xiujing knew that this was not the intention of Chen Jianan's visit, but he still narrowed his eyes and spoke. "It's hard to see that you, the son of a private school gentleman, has changed his set of traveling clothes, but you do have a bit of a look. But, what if the person of mud and dust puts on the gorgeous clothes again, and touches the real jewels and jade, and shines out the reflection, in order to know his own grey head and face?" Several males looked at each other. They knew that Zhou Xiujing had always been used to suppressing his opponents with his words. It was only at this moment that these people reacted to the fact that the young man in front of them, dressed in moon-colored robes, was not a friend of Zhou Xiujing. Some of them were about to heckle Chen Jianan. However, he heard Chen Dian drink the cup of wine and looked up at Zhou Xiujing, saying, "Mr. Zhou, is this how the great house acts? But whenever it doesn't suit your feelings, you have to go out and kill people?" Zhou Xiujing remembered the capital Li family Li Fushu that letter, but his face did not change at all, just nodded and said, "You received my gold, but still with the Su family brow to brow, worthy of a word of death, only you were lucky, really do not know how you poor young man climbed up to the Iron Arm General, to get back alive. But, Mr. Zhou never killed me." Chen Jianan's face likewise did not change as he smiled faintly and said, "How about this, I'll come and give Mr. Zhou a chance to kill me." Zhou Xiujing was greatly surprised. "Tell me about it." Chen Dianan said, "There is General Iron Arm, you can't kill me by relying on your Zhou family's might, why don't you do it yourself? I, Chen Dianan, will make a deal with you, if you can kill me alone, General Iron Arm will definitely not blame you." Zhou Xiujing suddenly laughed, even slapping his leg and laughing. "Chen Jianan, you killed a few yellow gate guards, your guts are in full bloom." As his words reached this point, his laughter came to an abrupt end, and his complexion was violently gloomy to the extreme. "With my true element cultivation, killing you is like killing a chicken, how dare you make a date with me?" Chapter 30, Then I'll give you a chance. The bow of the floating boat was quiet at some point. Only the red-clothed book parlor on the bow did not dare to slow down. The shape is like the bright moon flooding the river of clouds. The body is like the light wind moving the flowing waves. What a case dancer Yen Ruyu. But even this beautiful dance has not attracted the attention of the guests in this pavilion. Many people sipped their wine with lowered brows, yet they still paid careful attention to the teenager sitting at Zhou Xiujing's table. The young man was a strange face, but he had a good set of guts. He poured wine for himself with a cup in his hand, his words were calm, and his look was very subdued. Even when Zhou Xiujing's thunderous voice fell into his ears, he remained calm and unruffled, as if he was accustomed to seeing big scenes, not at all like a 17 or 18-year-old teenager. Young Master Zhou, from a medicinal herb family, has been practicing for a long time and has already cultivated into the true element realm, killing me as if I were a chicken, yet he doesn't dare to make a date with me? Chen Dianan's slightly questioning voice reached the ears of the crowd, and Zhou Xiujing coldly looked at Chen Dianan and remained silent for several breaths of time. After a long time, Zhou Xiujing snorted coldly and said, "In the world of Daiyu, I am most concerned about the status of a high and low. Low status is to send to death. This son will not go to look at it." "Chen Jianan, what is your status? Can you also make a date with me?" Chen Jianan frowned and said, "But I don't know what Mr. Zhou's status is?" Zhou Xiujing slightly raised his head. "My Zhou family is the most prominent medicinal herbs family of the Suzhou province. 5 states around the land have my Zhou family's medicinal herbs business. My Zhou family's second master has already won the imperial examination, the 12th place in front of the temple, the day before the royal decree to be an official. My Zhou Xiujing mother's family is even more prominent, said with you to listen to, in vain folded their identity. Chen Jianan, you came to tell me that you are just a chicken, and with a status like mine, why do I need to personally roll up my sleeves and slaughter you? Your blood will be spilled, and you'll have to stain my brocade clothes for nothing." When this Zhou family prince's words came to this point, laughter came from the pavilion stage. Many characters who knew Zhou Xiujing's identity couldn't help but look at Chen Jianan and shake their heads with a smile. Chen Jianan, however, seemed as if he hadn't heard these shames. His eyes remained clear and his tone became much more doubtful. "Young Master Zhou wants to kill me but can't, but he's found some good reasons. Only I have General Iron Arm as a guarantor.
and as long as I'm in the Sunan residence, young Master Joe won't be able to kill me. People who cultivate are most concerned about a thought being through and through, and the eyes of a son of a great house like young Master Joe are most unable to rub sand in his eyes, but I have become a stagnant obstacle in young Master Joe's heart, and the biggest sand in young Master Joe's eyes, so how can this be? When Chen Jianan said this, he let out another long sigh. By the way, I want to hide it from young Master Joe, that day in the workshop. What Deaconin said was nothing more than a lie. Miss Su family never looked for me, and never said that she would give me gold and silver to let me join the family. The reason why I said that was just because I saw that young Master Joe was born with a foolish look, and with the idea of cheating some silver when I met a foolish person. To put it more carefully, the only reason I'm able to develop this still okay blood chi and boxing skills nowadays is because of the 200 taels of gold that young Master Joe gave me. Otherwise how could I, as a commoner, afford to practice martial arts and buy tonics? Zhou Xiujing's expression became even more somber as he stared at Chen Jianan with a deadly glare. You came here alone. Aren't you afraid that I'll come out of my anger and beat you to death with a slap? Chen Jianan laughed even more freely. Mr. Zhou, I am now alone in the Sunan province and still have many concerns. And you are the son of a government, every move has to be considered a lot. I can walk out of the government office jail peacefully. How could Mr. Zhou beat me to death in front of so many people? Zhou Xiujing was suspicious by nature. He looked around and saw that at this moment not only these 7 or 8 tables of guests on the pavilion platform, but also in the hall of the floating boat, there were already many people flocking to peek here. And where did this Chen Dianan get the guts to insist on making a date with me? When he was escorted into the dungeon, the house's offerings had already looked at him, but he's just a chi cultivator. Or perhaps, this Chen Jianan is merely bluffing, wanting to break my Zhou family's face? Zhou Xiujing heart is so thinking, but also heard Chen Dianan said, I also want to tell Zhou Gongzi one thing, that is, that the munitions account in the product on the broken Zhou family Songhuai military medicine about the medicinal herbs, but also I was entrusted to personally send to the Su family house, said. Your Zhou family business have since then fell out, which also I have a merit. There is also a credit to me Chen Dianan. Bang! Zhou Xiujing violently slammed his palm on the table in front of him, and the table with many beautiful wine cups and marigolds was suddenly split into pieces, and the wine and water came out indiscriminately, attracting several book fables and heralds at the same table to scream in bursts. Chen Jianan, since you're seeking death even at the expense of provoking me, I'll give you a chance, bring me the paper. A calm book fable beside him immediately got up and went to the cabin hall, and in a short time had returned with a pen and paper. Zhou Xiujing took the pen and paper, lowered his head to write something, and violently threw it to Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan looked down, but he saw that a line of large letters had already been written on the paper. On March 4th of the 23rd year of the Great Rule, Zhou Xiujing and Chen Xianding made an appointment to fight to the death, and 7 days later, they fought to the death on the Windstorm Terrace at the North Gate. Under this line, Zhou Xiujing had already signed his name. Without thinking, Chen Jianan was about to put his pen to his signature. But suddenly, a shout was heard, Mr. Chen, don't be impulsive. Chen Jianan turned his head to look, but he saw that Su Xie had already gotten on the boat at some point, and she stood at the side of the boat with a frown on her face, shouting towards him. When Zhou Xiujing saw the visitor and heard the concern in Su Xie's words, his brows even brought up a thick shade. Chen Dianan, you provoked me into writing this deathmatch contract, and now that it's time to sign it, you're afraid? Chen Jianan turned his head and without a word, he wrote his name on that paper. Zhou Xiujing stood up, picked up the piece of paper, looked around, and suddenly threw it lightly. This piece of paper then has as if there is a wind to send floating away, straight down in front of Su Xiu. Su Xiu probed her hand and took this covenant paper. Zhou Xiujing raised his head and said, then I'll be obliged to have eldest Miss Su as a witness. Su Xie pursed her lips. Song Fei's intends to abolish the rules of this deathmatch in my Daiyu. There has been a lot of news from around the world, you. Zhou Xiujing saw that Su Xiu cared so much about Chen Dianan, he became more and more annoyed, only coldly snorted and said, my Sunan house so far has not abolished the contract of the deathmatch. Chen Dianan has already signed his name. It is inevitable to die to fight, there is not the slightest way back. When he said this, he stood up, flicked his sleeve, and said to Chen Dianan, nurturing chi is nourishing chi, and true yuan is true yuan. You are a lucky breakthrough, and there is still a true yuan wonderful tree and a true yuan wonderful fruit within the true yuan pass. I will come to take a closer look at what you actually have to rely on. With these words, he was no longer willing to say anything more and left the pavilion. The pavilion platform became noisy once again, with an unknown number of people whispering. Chen Jianan also stood up, some smiles appearing on his face. After 7 days? Just what I wanted. Under Chen Jian's long bright moon robe, his left hand was firmly grasping a fruit. It was the blood-burning ginger fruit. The reason why Chen Dianan dared to come to the appointment to fight Zhou Xiujing today was because of this Dan orange-colored spirit fruit. When he held the blood-burning ginger fruit in his hands, when his blood chi surged into his palms, Chen Jianan was able to clearly detect the extremely thick, surging power contained in the blood-burning ginger fruit. By swallowing the ginger fruit, the blood chi in Chen Jian's body would only increase tenfold. There is a saying that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Chen Jianan had originally decided that if he was going to have to fight Zhou Xiujing to the death today, he was going to swallow this fruit. And now, Zhou Xiujing setting the day of the deathmatch 7 days later was actually exactly what Chen Jianan wanted. When blood qi is cultivated into true essence, under the fluctuation of true essence, perhaps there is a strong person in the Zhou family who can detect this fluctuation. When the time comes to make an appointment with Zhou Xiujing, with Zhou Xiujing's mostly cautious character only, I'm afraid that there won't be this deadly fight. But now, the appointment of the deathmatch has been made, 7 days of time. But I don't know if it's enough for me to break through the realm of true essence. Chen Jianan's thoughts were like flowing water, slowly going away. Su Shiyu looked at Chen Jianan's bland countenance, and she became more and more puzzled about the teenager in front of her. Mr. Chen, do you know the difference between the qi nurturing pass and the true element pass? Nurturing qi nourishes blood qi laps at the shore and rushes through the yuan pass before blood qi can be transformed into true essence. Ordinary cultivators all blood qi into real yuan, often need 2 months or even 3 months ranging. Blood qi all into real yuan is considered to be really into the real yuan off. And get into the real yuan realm, carefully boil the real yuan, can make the real yuan outstanding wonderful tree. This is the real yuan on the realm, the wonderful tree bear fruit. This is the real yuan complete. That Zhou Xiujing all the cultivation has been knotted out of the true essence of the wonderful tree, full of branches and leaves is full of true essence. True essence is very thick. How can you win if you fight to the death with the qi nurturing pass against the true elemental pass? Su Shiyu looked at the deathmatch contract in her hand and was really puzzled. Even those who are true sons of the world, few dare to use the qi nurturing realm to fight against cultivators who have formed the true elemental wonderful tree, unless they hold Xianmen exotic treasures in their hands, or have extremely extraordinary weapons. Sir Chen, do you have any Xian sect exotic treasure in your hands? Chen Jianan shook his head. And do you have in your hands a precious sword or knife of 1,000 forges? Chen Jianan continued to shake his head. Su Shiyu thought for a moment and then asked, do you know any Xian Gong Miao Fa? Chen Jianan suddenly remembered the white jade cicada shedding chapter and the 8 capitals north going 12-fold blade technique, but he didn't know if these 2 feats were considered Xian Gong Miao Shu. He was silent in thought. Su Siye thought that Chen Jianan had nothing to say, and she couldn't help but get angry in her heart. Chen Gongzi, you were so annoyed, should be that the yellow door in the calamity and Zhou Xiujing related, just, this impulsive value cannot be anything, but instead of plainly let yourself in danger, now how to be good? The people on the ship already know about this deathmatch appointment. If you don't go to fulfill the appointment, Zhou Xiujing will send his guest minister to behead you, and no one will say a word against it. Su Shiyu somewhat blamed Chen Dianan, then shook her head. It's useless to talk about this now. I'll send a few guards, so Mr. Chen can leave Su Wuzhou early. As I said just now, the Song Prime Minister has long had the intention to abolish this deathmatch contract within the territory of Dayu, at most not more than a year. The whole territory of Dayu will no longer have this expression of deathmatch, then Mr. Chen will come back again is. Thank you Ms. Su for your concern. Chen Jianan suddenly interrupted Su Siya's words as he asked softly with a smile on his face, I don't know how long it will take for the Su family to get all of those 19 flavors of herbs together? Chapter 31, I, Chen Jianan, can also carve my name on the tiger tablet. Chen Jianan asked Su Siye, and Su Siye looked at Chen Jianan somewhat helplessly. Could it be that Mr. Chen wants to use those herbs to break through the true element realm? Su Shiyu thought in her heart, those medicinal herbs really aren't something that Mr. Chen has been entrusted with, but rather, he wants to use them himself. Su Shiyu was about to reply when a sound of applause suddenly came from the distance. Then a clear voice entered the ears of the two. Su Shiyu and Chen Dianan looked up, but they saw a noble gentleman revealing his face on the second floor of the pavilion, inside an elegant seat. The man had a slender figure, snowy clothes, and black hair. His eyebrows lowered as he looked at Chen Jianan with interest. I was really out of my depth, not seeing the real you that day in the gifted street courtyard. This noble son's voice easily cut through the spring storm, through the noisy people's voices, and landed in the ears of the two, worthy of being the bloodline of the Li family. Even if you've grown up outside since you were young, there are many surprising things about you. Chen Jianan looked up and saw a familiar face. This person was none other than the Hangtianjing Si family's Si Hogue. Si Hogue was excited, his eyes even carried some surprise. Chen Jianan, you can block my eyes. I don't believe that you are a fool who would seek death on a whim. I came to Jiangnan this time, originally just traveling along the way, but I never thought that I would see such an interesting person as you. Chen Jianan looked up at Si Hogue, who was dressed in dashing brocade clothes and had a handsome and extraordinary face, but his every move was a bit deliberate, and he was a bit speechless in his heart. This man, he can pretend more than I can. He shook his head, and did not intend to pay attention to this noble son from Hangtianjing, not to mention that the past between the two of them cannot be pleasant, and Chen Dianan does not say it on weekdays. It does not mean that he has forgotten. So Chen Jianan turned around, and was about to get off this boat. But that second floor elegant seat on the Si Hogue, but the interest is not reduced, his hands leaning on the railing, still laughing, just Chen Dianan. Although I think that you are not a moment of impulse to go to seek death, but you nourish the chi cultivation of the cultivator of about the true essence of the wonderful tree, is really some unwise. You are not the qualification of any fledgling tiger list, you are not a person of the world family or shinmen, and with your wild way of practicing the chi nurturing pass, not to mention the cultivators of the true elemental realm, or even the chi nurturing martial artists of those worldly families and great mansions, you can be hammered to death at will. If you think about it, this is the result of your narrow vision, causing you to misjudge yourself and also misjudge true element cultivators. When Chen Jianan heard these words, he suddenly became interested and raised his head to inquire, Third Duke C, is it possible for a character on the fledgling tiger ranking to kill a true element with nurturing chi? The corners of Si Ho Gui's mouth lifted slightly. You let me watch a good show today, making me not be that bored, so there's no harm in me answering you. Fledgling tiger, although young, but also still is the king of all beasts, has its own extraordinary, get on the fledgling tiger tablet person, are the young generation in the first-class characters, to raise the peak of the chi to kill the unusual true essence, there is nothing impossible. Do you know about Mai De Yukui Xing? He was once the first A on the fledgling tiger list, obtained the divine power under the Tao, and had killed the Jade K with his innate nature, and it wasn't just any ordinary Jade K. From this, you can see what kind of genius the person whose name was engraved on the fledgling tiger tablet was. Complimenting yourself? Chen Jianan shook his head, suddenly remembering the truth that he had rather practiced. Meet a fool and make him a little something. Then a smile suddenly erupted on Chen Jianan's face as he looked up at Si Hogui, ignoring Su Sia's strange look, and said, since Third Prince Si is watching a good show, why don't you add some color to this good show? Si Hogui gazed at Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan said, Si San Gongzi is a character engraved on the Daisy Tiger tablet, Si people must be extremely accurate, but I Chen Jianan but I just don't believe in evil, how about this? I also gamble with Si San Gongzi, 7 days after the death match if I win, Si San Gongzi give me some lottery can be. Si Hogui raised an eyebrow and asked, and what if you lose? If I lose is nothing more than a word of death. Chen Jianan looked as usual, Mr. Si San must be extremely happy to see my head fall to the ground, if I die, that in itself is a not so small price for Mr. Si San, I think it's enough to make Mr. Si San happy for a few days. Su Sia's eyes roamed between Chen Dian and Si Hoei, she did not know what their entanglements were, but vaguely guessed Si Hoei's identity from their conversation. There are not many people with the surname Si in Dayu, and those with the surname Si and the name on the Daisy Tiger tablet would only be the descendants of the killing Buddha Marquis Si Yuanjian. This Si Third Prince is a figure of the Si family. It's just that Mr. Chen has lived on the streets of Chihuang since he was a child, so how did he get entangled with the fledgling tiger of the Si family in the capital? Su Shiyu thought darkly. That Si Hogui heard Chen Jianan words, but the smile on his face is more and more thick, said a few points of truth, just, Chen Jianan, I am not that Zhou Shou Jing, you want to empty gloves from me, I am afraid that it is not easy. If you die in a deadly fight, then you die, and I won't get the slightest benefit, but if you survive, I'll still have to give you some prizes? Your calculations are really loud. Chen Jianan was poked by Si Hogui what he thought in his heart, still not half embarrassed, said, Si San Gongzi is really extraordinary, it is not something that can be compared to an ordinary character, since this is the case, I will bet with Si San Gongzi on something other than this deathmatch, and the winnings of this deathmatch will be counted as the winnings of the second bet, how about it? Still empty gloves. Si Hogui shook his head, if you die, where will the second bet come from? He saw Chen Jianan's tricks, but still bowed his head and said, but, I am quite interested in the second bet in your mouth, why don't you say it? You were born and can only follow your father to leave the capital in despair, far to come to the people of this Sunan house, in fact, want to gamble with me somewhat? A flash of light flashed in Chen Jianan's eyes, just now, Third Prince he said, that the characters on the fledgling tiger tablet are each extraordinary, and are true geniuses, heavenly prides, and are first-class characters in the younger generation. Chen Xianan is not talented, know that the existence of this Daisy Tiger monument is only a dozen or 20 days, but I feel that the Daisy Tiger monument is not something untouchable, one day I Chen Xianan can Daisy Tiger monument on the engraved name. As Chen Jianan's words came out, Su Xie and Si Hogui all fell silent. After a full 7 or 8 breaths of time, Si Hogui laughed lowly, what a not so small amount of fun. For the sake of this fun, so what if I give you some color? If you don't die, I'll give you a long sword of 100 refinements. It's much more precious than the 200 taels of gold that what's his name Zhou Xiujing gave you. But Chen Jianan, if you die at the hands of Zhou Xiujing, that's all, if you don't die, what if you can't get on the fledgling tiger monument in the future? Chen Jianan said casually, if I can't get on the fledgling tiger monument, I won't be surnamed Chen anymore. Si Hogui's eyes lit up, as if he was thinking that this was an excellent opportunity to humiliate Chen Shuijun. At this time, however, Chen Jianan asked, if I go on the Daisy Tiger steel, what will the third prince of Si take as a covenant? Si Hogui thought for a moment and said, if you can get on the Daisy Tiger monument, I'll give you 1,000 forged treasure sword. The smile at the corner of Chen Jianan's mouth intensified, 1,000 forged sword is too expensive, why don't the third son of Si do the same as me, and from now on no longer have the surname Si? Chen Jianan and Su Siya walked side by side along the banks of the Qingshui River.
Su Siye was silent for a long time, and finally couldn't hold back the question in her mind. Mr. Chen, are you really sure that you can get on that fledgling tiger monument? However, he saw Chen Jianan shaking his head. I don't even know the height of the threshold of the fledgling tiger tablet, so how can I be sure? Su Shiyu was greatly curious. Then why do you still want to gamble with third Duke C? Chen Jianan was unconcerned. Let's cheat him out of the lottery first. How much is 100 refined treasure sword worth? The minimum is 300 to 500 taels of gold. Su Shiyu replied, and asked, then in case you can't get on the fledgling tiger tablet in the future, Si San Gongzi will pursue the matter. Then I will change my surname to Li. Chen Jianan grinned broadly and said, my mother's surname is Li, and my father used to often say that he intended for me to take my mother's surname, only that my mother wouldn't allow it. My father doesn't even care. So naturally I don't care. It's just a pity that Si Hogue only promised 1,000 forged sword, but never promised to change his last name, otherwise I will have heavenly fun to watch in the future in case I really climbed up to that Daisy Tiger monument. Su Shiyu was silent, and only after a long time did she say quietly, Mr. Chen, those 19 herbs can be gathered in 3 days at most. Chapter 32, the 8 capitals go north to 12, Dan becomes cicada metamorphosis into the true era. Tuoba morning came to Lucin Yang for the third time, only to feel that the blazing light outside the vast hall was much more intense. Since the last time he came to this white jade capital, this heavenly king on the plane of longevity found that he could no longer walk out of the loosening Yang to the wider white jade capital, and could only glimpse some of the magnificent scenery of the white jade capital from the towering gates and courtyards. He vaguely saw a large swamp with a rising aura, and saw the aura running in that swamp going straight up into the void, obscuring heaven and earth. He saw a towering building under the cover of the aura, and he saw miles of daisies circling the attic. So after Tuoba morning came to Loyola K to study the Great Confession of Longevity, he would always sit in front of the gate court of Loyola K to take a closer look at this rare and magnificent scene. The Changsheng Plain is a different kind of grandeur, with the falling moon across the western ridge at the Guanto, and the condensed clouds under the plug breaking the northern wilderness. But the wonders of the white jade capital compared to the Changsheng Plains, but it has its own kind of marvelous, always make once traveled all over the world's land Tuoba morning heart intoxicated. For example, today, the true essence in Tuoba morning's body did not know that it had blown through tens of thousands of miles of length, blowing out a bright moon out of the Tianshan mountain in his divine embodiment, and blowing out an everlasting life between the clouds and the sea. Tuoba morning knew that he was not far from the ninth realm of the Great Confession of Longevity. This all depends on the purple gas and yellow cord in this loosening of the Yang K, so Tuoba morning is even more attached to this loosening of the Yang K, this white jade capital. He squinted his eyes and looked far into the hazy Kunlun Zephyr until he saw an unfamiliar figure in the Kunlun Zephyr. Someone? Tuoba morning stood up to look carefully from a distance. Since the dense aura of Kunlun Zhe came a teenager. The young man was no more than 18 years old, with a few childish eyebrows as he walked into the hazy Kunlun Zephyr aura. Shadows in the aura fog, bring up some fluctuations too, as that fluctuation approached, as the light of the sun of the white jade capital gradually converged and went away, the teenager unexpectedly came to loosen the Yang K. When the teenager stepped into the loosening of the Yang K, an old man and a young man then finally met and looked at each other. After a long time, that teenager's face showed some delighted smile. I thought that this white jade capital, this loose Yang K was the only living person like me. Tuoba morning looked at the young man in front of him dressed in a long coat of the south, suddenly remembered that decades ago, he had also been to the south of Dayu, saw the Jiangnan smoke and rain, saw the scenery of Jiangnan, saw the spring water blue in the sky, the painting boat to listen to the rain sleep. He met the daughter of Mr. Zheng in the southern kingdom of Dayu, and when he hurriedly left, the woman gave him a begonia and said with him, there is nothing in Jiangnan, so I will give a branch of spring. Later, he became an armor-clad general on the Changsheng Plain, no longer a pawn hanging from a saddle, and he led the army of the Yuta people to recover the Changsheng Plain and the Chaur Pass, and became the renowned heavenly king of Changsheng. After a goodbye for many years, the southern kingdom of Dayu remains the same, but I wonder if the woman in the southern kingdom who gifted him a branch of spring has aged and died? Takumi morning shook his head. After old age, the only place where I can recall more of my past is in this Lozan Yang K. With this thought in his mind, he did not respond to the long-coated teenager. That long-clothed young man did not talk to him either, as he came to loosen the Yang K and stroked his chin in a rather old-fashioned manner, looking at the 2 white jade tablets. Elder, the last time I came here, these 2 tablets were not yet present in this Lozan Yang K, and the feats on this jade tablet came from the hands of the lord of the white jade pavilion? Long-clothed teenager's eyes fell on that white jade monument, softly inquired. Tuoba morning still did not answer, still looking at the white jade Beijing in the Kunlun Zephyr. Time quietly passed for half a tea. Tuoba morning divine embodiment gradually thinned out. He was about to leave loose Yang K. At that exact moment, Tuoba morning suddenly felt something. He turned his head violently, but saw that the young man from the party was still standing in front of the white jade monument. The 2 fingers of his right hand were compared to swords. Loosening the purple chi in the Yang K seemed to have transformed into blood chi in true essence in this instant, lingering on his fingers. Tuoba morning frowned, a flash of color in his eyes.
This was because he saw that the young man in front of him had used his finger as a sword, and had executed the 8 capitals north going 12 heavens that he had engraved on the white jade tablet. This young man is the consciousness descended here, not even cultivated into the realm of the divine embodiment. Not cultivated into the divine embodiment, even in this loosening of the young K, cannot be harnessed by the divine embodiment of the yellow court to participate in the study of the work of the law, then. This young man how to glance at the would have practiced this Huyen Guang sword method? So Tuoba Morning did not take the initiative to dissipate his divine embodiment and allowed it to dissipate as he stood still and carefully watched the teenager cultivate his sword technique. The violet chi erupted out from the hand of the young man in the long coat, and it was like a long sword. As the long sword fell straight down, the bata northern going blade technique was like a wave, chopping one after another. Wherever that long blade went, it chopped away the purple chi floating in the loosened yan K, bringing out gusts of ferocious intent. This blade technique, which was originally the famous blade technique of Huyen Guang under his command when he had not yet ascended to the Jade K, was a true Shen Gong, and it was difficult to read and understand it without being divinely imbued with it. But on the contrary, the young man in front of me, who has not yet cultivated the divine embrace, was able to cultivate the 8 capitals north-going blade technique by only looking at it once. Tuoba Morning was feeling surprised, but the young man standing in front of the white jade monument suddenly made another move, only to see that he withdrew one step backward and captured towards the void, and the purple chi in the void even instantly transformed into a long knife. Narrowback long knife to the direction of the light as white rainbow bright as snow, purple gas long indestructible. 8 all go to the north of the inexplicable changes in hundreds of thousands, but one by one in the light of the young man's sword. The 8 capitals go north, 100 variations in the first realm, 12 realms 1200 variations, have now passed 160. Tuoba Morning narrowed his eyes, the essence light in his eyes blazing more and more, even bringing out the color of pure admiration. 300 kinds, 620 species, 980 species, 1200 kinds. Right in the eyes of Tuoba Morning's gradual astonishment, that long-clothed teenager 8 all north to go 12 times, cultivated into the sword law change 1200 kinds, 12 realms, 1200 variations, and only 16 slight flaws. Tuoba Morning took a deep breath and suddenly spoke out. 6 inches of purple chi shook off 1 foot and 1 inch. The long-clothed teenager who was simmering his sword technique seemed to be enlightened, and the long purple chi sword in his hand vibrated violently, vibrating away the light of the sword at a foot and an inch and chopping out the cold light. The gold and iron light burns like a sledgehammer hitting water, point blank. The light of the blade is like snowflakes falling, the power of the blade is like fire burning the clouds. The rainbow forces the tree, cutting down 1,000 leaves. Tuoba Morning spoke out one after another, pointing out the long-clothed teenager's flaws. The long-clothed teenager's perceptions were extraordinary, and often when Tuoba Morning pointed out a sentence, he could easily find where the flaws were and comprehend the meaning of Tuoba Morning's words. Good. Tuoba Morning couldn't help but utter a word of praise and inquired, "What's your name?" Chen Jianan, who had come here in disguise, was about to reply, but he heard Tuoba Morning in front of him suddenly reach out his hand to stop him, shaking his head and saying, "Since we've come to this white jade capital, you and I are Taoist friends, and why should we use our real names to show our mundane trivialities? I'll see you in the future, and you can call me Old Sorghum." Chen Jianan will come to his senses. He lowered his head and thought about it, then raised his head again and saluted Tuoba Morning. "Thank you for your senior's guidance, and call me Chang'an Hack." He was originally from Chang'an and came here to be a guest of Chang'an. Chen Jianan slowly opened his eyes as he sat cross-legged under the pear blossom tree, letting the spring breeze blow against his body, but he could not feel the slightest chill. The blood chi in his body was surging, the waves beat the shore, and the sound of yellow bells ringing came from him. He stretched out 2 fingers to come and slashed in the void. The surging blood chi surged into his fingers, slicing through the air in the void, and chopping a branch of fallen leaves not far away. He felt a sudden wave of fatigue. This loosening of the yang K is really magical. My own cultivation of that 8 all north to 12 heavy knife law, I'm afraid that still need to study in detail 1 or 2 loads, but I am in the loosening of the yang K. The time is greatly shortened, but observe more than a dozen days on the understanding of the subtleties of it, coupled with that Tuatrek eulogy of the pointing out of the knife law of the degree of refinement, has been not lost to me practiced for many days of the tiger clasped fist. As for the power is more incomparable. Chen Jianan is completely unaware of is that the 8 north to go 12 is a true Xian Gong, ordinary cultivator's cultivation. The Xinyun realm below simply cannot start. Xinyun realm above want to cultivate the knife law complete, only to be more than 10 years immersion. He is now but chi cultivation, but feel that he can 1 or 2 years to cultivate into the knife law perfect. If the other side heard to go, I am afraid that will laugh at him a fool's dream. But Chen Jianan is not a fool. Even he himself at this moment, he did not notice that he who was only 17 years old and could not cultivate himself, his talent and enlightenment seemed to be far superior to the others. Just 8 all north to go 12 wait with my current blood chi catalyze, up to a knife. Body blood chi is only afraid of instantly depleted, flesh body also to exhaustion. As Chen Jianan thought about this, his gaze fell on the many medicinal herbs laid out in front of him. On the ground in front of him, a total of 67 herbs were neatly arranged. Already put together the herbs needed for the cicada shedding pill, only some of them are too precious, can't find too many, I can only refine it twice at the most, 2 times if it doesn't work, by then it's just afraid that I'll have to rely on the blood-burning ginger fruit.
Chen Jianan thought as he set up 4 fireplaces.
On the 4 fireplaces were set up, in order, clay pots, alabaster pots, large iron pots, and dan pans. Chen Jianan took a deep breath and took the first 12 flavors of herbs such as September winter, green leaf clothing, red currant, Xian Ming leaf, 9 full of worms and so on and put them into the big iron pot. He took a deep breath, transported his entire body's blood qi, and with precise control of his qi, he gently blew towards the fireplace. At once, the fire in the fireplace was very strong. Chen Jianan was the first to add the extremely expensive tiger head charcoal, and the fire cooked the pot while he fried the medicine. The fire was incomparably hot, and even wrapped around the entire iron pot. Chen Jianan kept stirring with the spatula in his hand, and every time the fire became weaker, he would run his blood qi to blow on another mouthful, and then light up the tiger's head charcoal. The herbs in the pot were fried until they were charred black, and Chen Jianan immediately put them into a clay pot and simmered them on a low flame. He took another 22 herbs, including cinnamon, tanganangsing, magnetite, red amber, and dongji, and soaked them in water and cooked them over medium heat. During the period when the spring breeze blew through, the flames fluttered. Chen Jianan placed both his palms next to the fireplace, the blood qi in his torso flowed out once again, and the tiger clasping fists luck technique was transmitted to his hands, bringing out gusts of strong winds to suppress the flames. Then there are the most valuable herbs, which need to be supplemented by purple sand with the juice of the 7-lined leaves, collected 7 times, and burned into a medicinal mud. This fire is the most difficult to master, because the medicinal properties of the earth lotus in it are too sensitive, and a small or large fire will cause the medicinal properties to be sharply reduced. Chen Jianan drank a large gulp of red Chinese ginger tea, another flavor of Huangzhong Xing Qi Tang, and put the white snakefruit, pan long April branch, and Yishan tiger bone when first into the purple sandpot. One of his hands landed on top of that fireplace every now and then, controlling the size of the fire with his blood qi. After collecting the juice once, he put in the winter no si, the first silk of the royal silkworm to continue boiling, so 6 times, and finally put in the earth lotus. Putting in the earth lotus, Chen Jianan carefully controlled the fire, his body's blood qi constantly running, constantly pressing, constantly regenerating. Earth lotus su melts in that purple clay pot. Chen Jianan made a crucial step by splashing the water that Shui Junzi had long ago boiled on the body of the pot, and the Zisha pot cooled down instantly. Chen Jianan, however, made a snap decision and lowered his head to blow towards the flame in that stove fire, which instantly turned into a large fire and continued cooking. One last time to collect the juice, it's done. Chen Jianan wiped the sweat from his forehead and opened the alabaster pot to see a cloud of dark green medicinal clay that was emitting a pungent medicinal odor. I'm extremely lucky here, the toughest step was not wrong, and in the end it was the easiest to become a Dan instead. With some joy on his face, Chen Jianan placed all of the previously prepared materials into the Dan tripod and boiled them over medium heat. It was only after a full hour had passed that Chen Jianan was surprised to realize that he had been busy for 5 or 6 hours. I think those alchemy masters must also be people with extraordinary cultivation, or else just controlling the fire would have to be exhausting. The cicada molting pill's formula also says that this pill is best refined with glazed fire, but it's a pity that the formula also says that glazed fire can only be molded if it is burned with the tortoiseshell of the demonic beast, the glazed tortoise, and it's extremely difficult to control the fire. If I want to suppress the fire of the glazed fire, I'm afraid I still need thick true essence to do so. Chen Jianan thought as he opened the medicine cauldron to take a closer look. However, seeing the white jade-like mass inside, Chen Jianan took out a medicinal spoon and could barely condense those medicinal mud into a pill shape. When the cicada molting is complete, the medicinal mud is like jade, crystal white, and the medicinal fragrance is like cinnamon flowers in pieces. Chen Jianan took a sniff and the smile on his face grew stronger. The most important step in breaking into the true origin pass, the cicada molting pill, there. He looked up at the sky just as the beat of the 5th watch sounded and faded away. In the distance, the moon shone brightly all over the city, and the lights were sparse. Tonight is truly a good time. Chen Jianan once again sat cross-legged under the pear blossom tree, then let this night be a better time. The breakthrough to the true elemental realm will be this night. He no longer hesitated and swallowed the cicada pill in one gulp. Chapter 33, The 4 Seasons Cicada. Li Qingran is a bit happy today, because the 7th uncle who has been away for a year has returned home. Just the government set up a banquet for him to wash the dust. He the 7th uncle but only took her to come to Yanjia River fishing, make specially come to the government. To see this raise the dragon view of the high disciples of the officials and nobles, I'm afraid to empty walk. The spring days in the hanging heavenly capital are a bit longer, and the banks of the Yanjiu River collect all the spring light, the swallows dance, and the butterflies are busy. Always like to wear a black suit Li Zhou Bai, no image of sitting cross-legged on the ground, holding a bamboo pole fishing, but also like to talk loudly, always scare away the fish that will bite the hook. This hanging heavenly capital is as it has always been, and those lords who came to my house today are unchanged. They are still the same as they were when I left. Qingran, what exactly does the musk moon treasure sword of that Gue Puizhenjin look like?
How about you steal it tomorrow and let me take a closer look? If you want me to say, you also come to me to raise Dragon Quan forget, Bright Moon Platform but Xianmen Monument on the 54, cannot say what high sect, come to me to raise Dragon Quan, and I together to raise a few real dragons, then you and I uncle and nephew riding dragons on the 9 heavens, how free and easy. Li Choubai has a pair of black and white eyes gleaming, when not talking between the eyebrows cannot hide the book atmosphere, but on the other hand, but grew a mouth of nonsense. Li Qingran looked at his little uncle somewhat helplessly and said, that dragon-raising sect is the 8th metaphysical sect in the world, and those who can enter the sect are few and far between, so how can they just say they can enter? Li Zhoubai shook his head, it's actually just a few broken thatched huts, especially since my master teacher, to this day, likes to go to the town below the mountain to peek at the girls coming and going. It's not that big of a deal. Li Qingran was more and more speechless. She also remembered that now the Li mansion is full of guests, everyone is waiting for her little uncle, so Li Qingran could not help but persuade, uncle, grandpa is waiting in the mansion now, the mansion has also come to a lot of big names, you now leave the seat, I'm afraid that grandpa's face does not look good. I'm waiting for someone. Li Zhoubai waved the bamboo fishing rod in his hand, I have a great benefactor who was living in exile, I was still young when he left hanging heavenly capital, yet I also still intend to wait for him by the banks of this Yanzhu river one day when he wants to return to hanging heavenly capital. Benefactor? Li Qingran was a bit puzzled. Li Choubai is the son of the Li family, although it is only a concubine-born word, but about never suffered any wrongdoing, much less any setbacks, and how come the benefactor? Li Chaopak doesn't explain, just remains dangling his fish. As the tea time passed quietly, Li Zhoubai suddenly looked up at the lower reaches of the Yin Resignation River. But see the sparse grass and trees, someone carrying a traveling bag slowly walking, Li Choubai revealed some smiles, stood up. You go and tell the master that I am not coming back from the feast today, and if he asks where I am going, you will say only that you do not know. Li Qingran left in a daze, but he also got a good look at the visitor's face. That person white clothes plain scarf, wide long sleeves fluttering with the wind, the figure is upright, between the eyebrows is some cold and arrogant color, only sideburns but dyed a few points of frost and snow. Who is this man? Li Qingran thought darkly in his heart. Li Choubai then greeted the man, and some smiles finally surfaced on the visitor's face when he saw him. Long time no see. He smiled towards Li Choubai. Brother-in-law. Li Zhoubai opened his arms in a haphazard manner, so he wanted to hug the visitor. The man sidestepped Li Zhoubai's raw pounce, and also said as helplessly as Li Qingran, I heard that you got a real dragon in the Dragon River, and on that day, the submerged dragon in front of the Dragon River was soaring into the abyss, its scales and claws were flying, and it startled the whole world. Since you have raised a true dragon, your cultivation has also been profound, now how come you are still this kind of nonsense and frivolous, as you were 18 years ago? Li Zhoubai grinned and said, 18 years ago I was but a concubine's son who was about to go to the distant South Sea state, and if it wasn't for that emperor drinking pill given by my brother-in-law, I'm afraid I would have had to live a much more troubled life. By the way, how is my nephew, Deacon, doing now? The person who came was none other than Chen Shuijun, who had come to hang Tianjing. Chen Shujun's complexion was suddenly a bit obscure, and then he seemed to have forgotten something, and just laughed, it's still going well, it's just that I don't allow him to cultivate, and he's quite vocal about it. Li Choubai's eyes were clear and bright, and he came closer and said quietly, brother-in-law, counting carefully, the imperial drinking dan to change the roots and build bones, 16 or 17 years should be enough, and now letting deaconess and cultivate, in fact, it's also time. Chen Shujun said, originally, it was still a bit worse, but it seems that Deaconin has another chance, his root bone has suddenly skyrocketed these days, and he has completely refined the efficacy of the imperial drinking dan, and now he has already begun to cultivate. Li Zhoubai colored with some joy, then looked around, whispered, brother-in-law, today is not appropriate to go to my home to see my sister, the house came many adults, my father's character you know, quite some stubborn, after many years, he is to see it too, but long in high position makes him not willing to recognize their own faults, high-powered people, mostly so. Chen Shujun took out a few oil paper packets from the parcel and handed them to Li Zhoubai. When I was at Yenkong Academy with Inshi, her favorite food was this Gia County's osmanthus cake and chunda tea cake. I know her nature, and I'm afraid that she hasn't eaten anything from Li's mansion for many years, so you can take it and give it to her. I've come to hanging heavenly capital to bring some food to Yumshire, and secondly, to come and get my sword. Li Zhoubai's eyes lit up. Brother-in-law, you're willing to practice sword again? Chen Shujun calmly said, my sword needs this hanging heavenly capital, and now that this sword has been in the hanging heavenly capital for 18 years, in a few more days, it will be able to eat enough of the spirits and monsters in the hanging heavenly capital to be enough to leave the capital. Li Zhoubai nodded hurriedly, in that case, when the time comes, I will go fetch my brother-in-law's sword. I will personally go fetch it in a few days. Chen Shujun opened his mouth, and Li Zhoubai suddenly panicked, because that one sword was still inserted in the Tsangmo courtyard of the Li mansion today. Brother-in-law, you are now but the innate cultivation, your sword dao to catch the 4-time cicada, the East Emperor cicada, the Locust Sequence cicada, the White Hidden cicada, the Yuaning cicada, you now catch a few? The 4-time sword road is not able to, you can never break through the Jade K realm into the divine phase, go to my Li house. Only afraid.
Fear not, I've been to Jiangnan for 17 springs and 70 years, and I've already sought out the Eastern Emperor and Bai Zhang, enough for me to take a walk through the household ministry. The Li mansion was abuzz with people, and many noble figures had come. Li Fushu looked at the 2 letters in his hands and frowned slightly. One of the letters came from Zhou Xiujing of Sunanfu.
Chen Jianan, the Iron Arm General.
Li Fushu snorted coldly, and that deathmatch contract. The Qi nurturing realm dead ends fighting for true essence. This insouciance does have a legacy one way or the other.
He put down the first letter and looked to the second. This letter was written by Si Hogue, who is now in Sunan province.
Li Fushu read the letter carefully, and an uncontainable smile suddenly appeared on his face.
Fledgling tiger steel?
Among the great mansions, lineages, and xianmen, few people have also been able to inscribe their names on the Daoyu monument.
This Chen Jianan has also become a nank, daydreaming?
In that case, it's good to die in a deathmatch.
In the small courtyard on Gifted Street, Xin Shaoxing frowned at the unconcerned Chen Dianan. After I went to the government office with Grandpa, I went to see one of Grandpa's old friends on Dasher Mountain. It's only been a few days since I've seen him. Chen Dianan, what kind of madness have you gone through? Surprisingly, you want to fight with Zhou Xiujing to the death today? Chen Jianan ears, Shin Goodwell still chattering. Do you know the black market? You and the Zhou family son Zhou Xiujing in this deathmatch has been moved to the gambling room. You and Zhou Xiujing's odds have been 9-1. The whole city knows. Jiwang Street there is an insouciant boy deathmatch medicinal herbs family Zhou family's son. Chen Jianan instantly came back to his senses. Has Miss Proper placed any bets?
Shin frowned properly and shook his head. Chen Jianan took out 70 taels of gold from his pocket and handed it to Shin Shaoxing. Please trouble Miss to bet all on me. Earning some silver is important. Shin took a good look at Chen Dianan carefully and suddenly asked, Chen Dianan, did you make fun of me before, that you have long practiced cultivation and have long stepped into the Qi nurturing realm, right? Chen Jianan thought for a moment and shook his head. The only reason I was able to embark on the path of cultivation was thanks to Miss Goody Goody, so I don't intend to lie to you. Deshui Mountains in Qi Post, Tiger Hugging Fist is my first glimpse of cultivation. This is a great favor from Miss Good. Chen Dianan always remember. Shen was properly silent. So you cultivated to the grand completion of the Qi nurturing pass in January, and you were even able to kill 3 yellow gate guards with a tiger clutch hammer?
Chen Jianan nodded his head. Shen properly took the silver ticket in the hands of Chen Jianan. Although I don't know where you get the guts to raise the Qi to die fighting for real Yuan. But you are indeed a rare genius, and there are few people like you within my returning cloud chamber, so I believe you can win. Chapter 34, The General, the Swordsman, and the Martial Artist inscribed on the 9th tablet. On March 4th, the 23rd year of the Daji, today is a good day for burials, sacrifices, slaughtering animals, and meditative weeping. On this day there was no spring rain, but the sky was covered with dark clouds, even blocking out the midday sun. The entire sky appeared gray, illuminating the northern gate of the Sunan mansion with some bloom. Xianzi General Li Badu had his hands behind his back, walking side by side with a swordsman dressed in an ivory white bao sang brocade robe with a light hat on his head. Li Badu was a fierce tiger in the hanging heavenly capital, with a tall and lofty figure and a majestic spirit, like a high mountain. And the swordsman who went forward with him was slim and not more than 6 feet and 5 minutes tall, and only called himself a middleman, not really tall and brave. However, this thin swordsman walked with the tall Li Baodu, but has its own some cloudy and light-hearted atmosphere, not inferior to Li Baodu in the slightest. Especially the long sword that this swordsman wore on his waist, the scabbard was white and had no pendants. It seemed to be just a usual longsword. But when the spring wind blows, the scabbard easily unfolds the spring wind, chopping it into 1,000 pieces and letting it flow away in all directions. This scabbard alone is a rare treasure. Sunanfu Shanggu gas is weak, but is a thriving and prosperous place, smoke and willow painting boat, wind curtains and green curtains, juxtaposition of millions of people. This kind of prosperous place, if there is a natural disaster, it would be too much of a pity. Li Baodu's voice was steady as he looked up at the majestic and towering mountain beyond the Sunan mansion. That one mountain, like a crouching tiger, was then named Tiger Hill by its predecessors. The Huchu Mountain, with its hundreds of turns and thousands of circles around Sunan, is one of the most magnificent landscapes in the whole of Suzhou Wuzhou. But now look in the eyes of Li Baodu, this mountain is a big harm for Sunanfu. If Huchu Mountain falls and smashes into the Qingshui River, the Qingshui River will definitely break the dike, and millions of acres of good land will be destroyed, and the Sunan prefecture will not be able to escape this heavenly calamity, and I have led the 90,000 Pinehope army here in order to stop this matter. Liberty all looked grave. He and the swordsman walked slowly through the downtown area, past the buildings and pavilions that filled the streets, but the people on the streets seemed to not see them at all. And the swordsman with the bucket hat on his head, covering his face, finally spoke. General Xianzi is actually over-anxious. That Gong Longjiu is a real martial artist. His shoulders are big enough to carry 2 big rivers, big enough to carry mountains, lakes, and seas, and he has the mindset of taking the moon into his heart. He came to Sunanfu just to heal his wounds, and how could he cause the Tiger Hill to crumble into the Qingshui River? The swordsman's voice sounded hazy and inaudible, yet the words fell on Li Baodu's ears. Li Baodu shook his head. Everyone in the world knows that Gong Longjue cultivated martial arts and went off the deep end, and everyone in the world also knows that Gong Longjue wanted to remove the divine stone on the Great Luo Mountain, and he was severely injured as a result of that, and now he is facing a great battle with the 5 thunder monarchs of the Luofu Sea. Now he goes around refining spirit veins, has already refined 4 mountains and 2 rivers. What did he come to Sunan province for if not for this Tiger Hill? That swordsman didn't agree with Li Baodu's words. Even if Gong Longjue refines spirit veins, the ones he refines are those in rare places, and even if he gets carried away, he has never harmed the lives of ordinary people. He's been addicted to martial arts all his life, but he's not someone who would do anything for cultivation, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to be so courageous and refined in the martial arts path. The swordsman in the treasure phase brocade robe said here, his words turned and said, I think the court of Daiyu also knows that Gong Longjue will not refine the spirit vein of Huqiu Mountain, otherwise it would not be General Shenzi leading the 90,000 Songhuai army to come to Sunan province, but it should be the great Yu Kueishing coming personally. With all due respect, to the large Daiyu, the person who can block the engraved name on the ninth stele under the Dao is only the Daiyu Kueishing alone. General Shenzi frowned at his words. Gong Longjue is seriously injured. I have 90,000 Songhuai army, formed into a military formation, has its own strong place. And the reason why I came to look for your excellency, is to ask your excellency to come out of the sword, with me to guard this Tiger Hill, but also considered to be the protection of the millions of people in the southern province of the Sunan. The swordsman's face was covered by a cloak, and his stance was concealed by a wide long coat, making it impossible to tell if he was a man or a woman, and naturally, it was impossible to see his face. But his voice came from the void. I came to the Sunan province, but I came to ask for a sword. How the people of the Sunan province has nothing to do with me, General Xianzi. Forgive me, Gong Longjue should not refine the spirit vein of the Tiger Hill Mountain, but if he really moves this idea, even if he is seriously injured, I also advise you to take your 90,000 pine acacia army to retreat 100 miles, don't want to cause him displeasure. Liber are silent. Unconsciously, the two of them had already walked to a high-rise pavilion, where they could look at the northern gate of Sunan province from afar, and could see the characters coming and going on the streets. In the past, a sword in the air and flew away. The blue pool startled the old dragon sleep of the swordsman. Is there no out of the sword of the spirit? Li Baodu suddenly asked. The swordsman pressed the brim of his bucket hat and turned his head. Even with the light veil covering him, Li Baodu still felt a cool gaze fall on him, causing some extra coldness to come over him. Gong Longjue is powerful, and his chi covers the great world. He once held a long spear and rebuked the 5 thunders monarch. He carved the word break on the ninth stele under the Dao, to break all the laws of the world with martial arts, and I am unwilling to strike out my sword at such a character. General Chen, you have been in hanging heavenly capital for a long time. The long time of comfort makes you feel that the world is just a big you, but the world is the world of the 7 countries and hundreds of clans. I know that you have got the chance of the dragon vein, but if you have not refined the chance, this chance is just a bubble after all. I advise you not to die on the way of refining the chance. Li Baodu bowed his head in thought, and only raised his head after the past few breaths, and with some obstinacy in his eyes, he said, Tiger Hill is the Tiger Hill of Great Yu. When Gong Longjue steps on Tiger Hill, I will certainly strike a blade at him, so that I will not be worthy of my name as General Xianzi, and I will not be worthy of the holdings of the Chi Tiger Heavenly Kung Fu. The cool light revealed in that swordsman's eyes violently dispersed as he nodded. The world says that you're not as good as that Si Yuanjian, but I feel that you're no better than that Si Yuanjian, General Xianzi. I'll be waiting quietly at the bottom of Huqiu Mountain to see how you'll strike out at Gong Longjue if he really does come to Huqiu Mountain. The duo stood on the pavilion platform of a tall building, looking far into the distance. It is also at this time, the north gate at the storm platform. Gradually people gathered, many people talking loudly about. Surprisingly, this swordsman's interest was piqued. Sunanfu even has not abolished the contract of deathmatch? The swordsman said, Song Face has said, death fight mess law, bullying not to say, and there are many killings of the reason are in this death fight. But did not think that Sunanfu affluent place, there is still a death fight said. As this swordsman spoke, Li Baodu also raised his eyes to look. His gaze traveled through the rolling crowds of people, through the many buildings of the Sunan mansion, and landed on the 4 sides of that stormy stage. He saw Si Ho Gui with a playful smile on his face holding a folding fan and coming in a sedan chair. Seeing that the sons and even family heads of many of the great mansion families in the Sunan province had already come to the several restaurants in front of the Windstorm Terrace, he also heard many people talking about it. Fighting for true essence with nurturing chi death? Li Baodu raised his eyebrows slightly. Chen Jianan? Chapter 35, the 8 capitals go north to 12 heavens, and come to chop this noble gentleman. The storm is bad in front of the storm table. Countless pairs of eyes gazed at the high platform that was stained with an unknown amount of blood. Zhou Xiujing sat in the sedan chair and slowly opened his eyes. He lifted the curtains in the sedan chair and saw many familiar faces as his eyes traveled. He saw several lords in the government offices, and he saw the leading figures of many of the great government families in Sunan province. He also saw Sushiyu sitting in the Whispering Wind lounge right in front of the windstorm stage, watching the storm stage from afar, and occasionally her gaze swept over and would fall on his sedan chair.
For example, at this moment, Zhou Xiujing's gaze collided with Su Shiyu's. There was no fluctuation in Su Shiyu's eyes, but she just glanced at Zhou Xiujing. This made Zhou Xiujing more and more irritated. When Su Shiyu embroidered the ball to invite marriage, Zhou Xiujing only thought it was a farce. When the embroidered ball marriage really have a result, Zhou Xiujing thought that the district a yellow door small workers, he in the government office through the workhouse chief official Zhang Lu and this workhouse small workers of the top boss Wu Peilan's majesty, plus the temptation of 200 taels of gold, is bound to be able to easily solve this matter. But what's the result? The result is that the name of the yellow door worker, took 200 taels of gold, and I do not know when to cultivate a chi cultivation, practiced a few hands of boxing, acquaintance with the Iron Arm General, and even crippled the yellow door of the Wu Peilan Long official, but also can be saved from the government office in the prison. If there hadn't been that letter from the hanging Tian Jingli family, would I have made a move to deal with this Chen Jianan? Zhou Xiujing secretly thought in his heart, and then remembered that this Chen Jianan took his 200 taels of gold, but still with Su Siya lotus roots. Even without that letter, this Chen Jianan deserves a death. His gaze continued to look around, finally seeing his own father in the uppermost floor of another tavern. His own father was in the prime of his life, his face was cold and stern, and there were a few hints of irritation in his eyes. Zhou Xiujing then wanted to kill Chen Dianan even more, because he himself had been on the deathmatch storm stage with Chen Dianan, a nobody, and this matter had quickly spread throughout the Sunan prefecture. Zhou Xiujing still clearly remembered his own father's eyes of extreme disappointment when he returned to the mansion. I wanted to donate an official to get you into the civil service, but with this city, you're only worthy of fighting to the death with those city folk. At that time, Zhou Xiujing still argued stiffly, he's only at the chi nurturing cultivation level, it's easy for me to kill him. His own father turned around, risking your life for nothing is not wise, you can easily kill him naturally the best. But where there is an eventuality, you are putting yourself in deep danger, you are a son of the Zhou family, you have to die in a fight to solve a teenager? Zhou Xiujing wanted to tell about the Iron Arm General, but his father waved his hand and took another box from the table. Inside that box was a long coat. Zhou Xiujing, who was in the sedan chair, looked down at the robe he was wearing. The style was nothing out of the ordinary, but it was a navy blue damask robe. However, Zhou Xiujing knew that this robe was a Shenmen treasure, and it was a Shenmen treasure that he could activate with his true essence cultivation, although it was only an elementary treasure, but it was still of extraordinary utility. As Zhou Xiujing gazed at this precious garment, the voices of many cultivators talking about it continued to fall on his ears. The Zhou family is a family of medicinal herbs, the Zhou family's son grew up eating expensive medicines, and at a young age, he is already a true element cultivator with 1,000 pounds of strength, how could he lose to a brat? Exactly. The two seem to have a grudge, perhaps the brat is really angry in his heart, this impulse to bet on life, but unfortunately the cultivation of the road, strong is strong, weak is weak, there is no such thing as luck, the brat and the Zhou family's son betting on life, I'm afraid that you will have to gamble away your own head. You saw the croupier in the marketplace? Have you ever bet on it? The betting table has already investigated the origin of that brat, but it's just the son of a private school gentleman, being able to cultivate is only by accident. Betting on that Zhou Xiujing to win is a surefire deal, so naturally I'm betting on it. I bet on it too, but the odds are mostly a little low. Why should we think less of the money we've earned for nothing? Now all we need to do is wait for Mr. Zhou to step onto the windstorm stage and beat that brat to death, then we'll go and collect the money in the marketplace. Zhou Xiujing's true essence flowed within his body, coalescing layer after layer at his yuan guan, like a large tree. The true elemental myriad tree, the 100 forged sharp sword, plus this Shenmen treasure clothes, what does it say? Zhou Xiujing matched the rapier, got out of the sedan chair, ignored the shouts of the crowd, and stepped onto the windstorm stage. He looked to the shot of the street, where the bustling crowd suddenly parted. However, he saw Chen Jianan walking in that long moon-white coat, and he was also holding a knife in his hand. Zhou Xiujing couldn't help but smile when he saw the knife. Siha Ke, who was watching Chen Jianan from afar, could not help but shake his head as well. Where did this Chen Jianan find such a handful of mortal iron? Did he buy it on the black market? In the Whispering Wind Lounge, Shin Shaoxin will come and sit beside Su Siye, frowning. Why did this Chen Jianan take a knife? Isn't he practicing boxing? Su Shiyu was also quite puzzled. Shin Shaoxin added, Sister Siya, you have practiced the Qi lookout method on Qixia. Can you take a look to see if Chen Jianan has refined a bit? Su Siya shook her head and looked even more puzzled. The other day when I looked at Mr. Chen with the Qi lookout method, I could see that the blood and Qi in his body were diverging and the yellow bells were ringing. He was already at the grand completion of the Qi cultivation barrier. But when I look at him again today, I can't really see him. As she said this, she gently shook her head again. However, Mr. Chen has always been mysterious, and the first time I looked at him before with the Qigong method, I couldn't even tell that he had practiced. Shenhausen said, at that time, Chen Dianan had not yet cultivated, so Sister Shiyu naturally could not see the blood Qi in his body. However, if Sister Shiyu knows that this Chen Jianan has only been practicing for a month and has already refined the Qi nurturing pass, I wonder what her reaction would be. I wonder if there is such a genius on Mount Qixia. Shin Haosen knew the secret that Chen Dianan was a genius in cultivation, and was quite self-congratulatory in his heart. Immediately, I heard Su Siya say, but I looked at Zhou Xiujing with the method of qi. Zhou Xiujing's true essence has become a marvelous tree, that long sword in his hand is 100 forged weapon, and even that long coat on his body is a Xianmen treasure.
Xianmen treasure?
Shin Xiaoxiu's round face suddenly turned red. This Zhou Xiujing is really shameless. Chen Jianan is deadlocked at his Xinyuan realm with his qi nurturing cultivation, and he even has to wear a Xian sect treasure to do so.
This iron-armed general's beloved granddaughter vented and couldn't help but sigh again.
Deadly Fighter is not a martial arts competition only to discuss a high and low, but where there are means, despite the show, there is no restriction, cannot be counted as unfair. The two of them exchanged glances, and their gazes couldn't help but fall on the Zhou family head who was not far away on the third floor of the tavern. This 40-something-year-old helmsman of the Zhou family held a covered bowl in his hand, the jade trigger finger on his index finger gently rubbing the rim of the covered bowl, making a slight sound. He still had some annoyance on his face, but he wasn't half as worried. He didn't believe that today's Zhou Xiujing would be defeated in the hands of the kid on Chihuang Street. Not only this Zhou family head, even Shin Xiaoxin and Su Siya held their breath, their eyes filled with worry. Sihu Gue watched with interest as Chen Jianan walked over and mounted the windstorm stage. Where on earth did this Chen Jianan get his guts? Is he not afraid of death? Sihu Gue can't help but think of Chen Shuijun, shaking his head and muttering to himself, exactly the same as that father of his, stubborn bones, only when they are broken with force, do they know to bow their heads. As he thought about this, the divine rhythm in his mud pills flowed and turned into silk threads that slowly flew out and landed on Chen Jianan's body.
At once, Sihu Gui's face stiffened. When did this Chen Jianan punch open the Yuan Pass, and when did he turn his body full of blood qi into true essence? His thoughts had just fallen. The two on the stormy stage were all but half conversational. Right in the middle of Zhou Xiujing's ferocious eyes, that 100 forged sword was sheathed, and his surrounding true element was like a blazing fire burning through his entire body, and that one true element myriad tree at his Yuanguan erupted with light. For a moment, Zhou Xiujing's figure on the stormy stage almost turned into a shadow, and the 100 forged swords were like waves in the water, cascading down and straight towards Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan stood still, as if he was taken in by Zhou Xiujing's terrifying killing intent and amazing aura, and for a moment, he did not even make the slightest movement. Many people below exclaimed.
Shin Xiaoxin and Su Siya even stood up and were about to jump off the restaurant. And Zhou Xiujing's sword was already approaching, about to land on top of Chen Jianan's neck. But at that exact moment, Chen Jianan suddenly drew the long, dull sword at his waist. This long knife was nothing more than mortal iron, not up to grade, not even the fine iron long knives that the Jianghu magnates carried with them. But it is such a long knife was Chen Jianan hold in the hand, a terrible knife like change out more than 10 kinds of changes, change out many extremely tricky possibility. Then just like chopping fallen leaves in the wind, the blade light chopped out from the bottom up. The 8 capitals go north to the 12 heavens, and come to behead this noble gentleman. Bright red blood light flew out, the true essence drifted fiercely, and Zhou Xiujing's body was thrown flying, crashing onto the windstorm platform 3 feet away.
A knife. Zhou Xiujing lost to Chen Dian.
Siha K stood up as he squinted his eyes to feel the gusts of fluctuations coming from his divine embodiment.
This Chen Jianan didn't just break into the true element. He's already borne the myriad tree and has become a true element upper realm. Harpies, trying to hide your cultivation to fool me?
And Chen Jianan on the stormy stage slowly retracted his sword, deeply surprised.
This Zhou family's male son, so unforgiving? Chapter 36, You Forgot Your Lottery. The dark clouds in the sky lightened and the light got a little brighter. Li Baodu stood side by side with that swordsman. Li Baodu narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Jianan on the storm table. For a moment, he vaguely felt that Chen Shujun's figure overlapped with Chen Jianan's, eventually merging into one. There was more than a hint of disgust in his eyes. It is this sinful seed that has harmed Yumihai. He shook his head, a silent whisper in his mind. Li Baodu beside the mysterious swordsman but slowly opened his mouth. This teenager Fong just that a touch of knife light is some interesting. True essence have long and indestructible, such as breaking the city to destroy all the spirit, as if it is in the sands have been immersed in a long time. Is really extraordinary, this a barbaric knife law. This teenager has been a great success, distance from the consummation of into the knife momentum also only one step away. Such a young man, yet he has such attainments in the art of the sword. Before the mysterious swordsman could finish his sentence, an aura suddenly came from the direction of Tiger Hill Mountain. Li Baodu's color changed violently, he took a deep breath, and behind him, a ferocious tiger divine appearance about 3 feet tall suddenly appeared, even covering the entire pavilion. Li Baodu gently nodded his head towards that mysterious swordsman, and with a bent knee, he jumped straight out a few feet and landed on top of the head of that mighty tiger divine phase. The divine phase immediately stepped into the void and left. Another spring breeze blew through, blowing away the veil that covered the mysterious swordsman's face and revealing her face. Phoenix eyes half curved to hide amber, Jew lips a point cherry. This swordsman turned out to be a woman. She also looked toward Tiger Hill Mountain. The long sword on her waist had already flown out of its clean white scabbard to bring out a few wisps of light, hovering and stopping in front of this woman's body.
The swordsman took a step and stepped on the long sword. The long sword swept by and flew straight away, like an exiled immortal in the sky. But whether it was Li Baodu stepping on the divine phase and leaving, or this swordsman stepping on his sword and flying away, yet no one seemed to see it, no one even glanced towards the restaurant. Underneath the windstorm stage, it became silent at some point. The only one who was in the restaurant was the Zhou family head, who violently grabbed the armrest of the seat with one hand, which was immediately pinched into smithereens by him. Behind the Zhou family head, 2 or 3 more martial artists stood up and were about to leap down from the restaurant to go to the windstorm terrace. At that exact moment, the Zhou family head suddenly heard a cough, and he turned his head to look, only to see that the wooden door of another pavilion loft in that restaurant was already open. There was actually a very familiar face to the Zhou family head sitting in that attic.
It's the governor of Sunan province, Lord Wei Maji Wei.
Wei Maji was not alone in this restaurant. Beside him there was another figure dressed in a long coat of embroidered cranes with an extraordinary temperament. This person was sipping tea with his head down, but the corners of his mouth showed a few smiles as he looked out the window at the storm table. Councillor Zhou. The governor's voice also came at this time. Since my Sunan province has not yet abolished the rules of the deathmatch, and the Zhou family's son has also agreed to this deathmatch, please adhere to the rules, and don't be so strong as to scorn that piece of paper agreement. Wei Maji, more than 50 years of age, looks quite rich. The body cannot be called tall, a pair of triangular eyes long in his rich looks, but also showed a few points of sharp luster. His gaze landed on the Zhou family's head, but it caused him to be somewhat on pins and needles. According to the official system of the Dayu dynasty, it is common for the governor of a state to be in charge of matters of all sizes in a state, and he is a real official from the 4th grade, although he is not a big official, but he is also considered to be in a high position of power. Among the local bureaucrats, only the court-appointed metropolitan royalty is greater than the governor, but there are only 5 metropolitan royalties in the Dayu dynasty, each in charge of a few prefectures, and it just so happens that this rich Sunan province is not under the control of any of the metropolitan royalties.
In other words, this Wei Maji is the biggest official in Suzhou Wuzhou.
Even the Zhou family, which has a rich family capital and a backer in the capital, can still only bow its head in the face of the governor of a state. Right now, for example, when Wei Maji's calm voice came, the Zhou family head could only stand up and salute from afar towards the governor in that pavilion before waving back the several martial artists behind himself. However, in just one sentence, this Zhou family head's eyes were already filled with blood, his cheeks flushed red, and he was panting heavily as he looked far away from the windstorm stage. At this moment, he wasn't just jealous of the governor, he was also jealous of that piece of paper agreement, according to which one could kill without being punished under a deadly fight. Zhou Xiujing on the windstorm stage was seriously injured, even though he was wearing that Shenmen treasure. Even though the treasure was tough, the long cold iron sword in Qin Jianan's hand did not cut through his long coat. However, everything happened too quickly, and before Zhou Xiujing had the chance to activate this Shin Sect treasure, he was defeated by Qin Jianan with a single slash. The long coat protected the blade, and although the blade did not penetrate the treasure, the terrifying force brought out by the unimaginable blade transportation method, as well as the ferocious power brought out by the majestic true essence, still knuckled down on Zhou Xiujing's body. He didn't know how many of his ribs were broken off, even injuring his organs and bowels, and was lying on the windstorm platform, spitting out blood in large gulps. Chen Jianan put away his sword and returned it to its sheath, stepping forward to Zhou Xiujing. The incomparably quiet crowd under the square storm stage finally reacted at this time, as if it was like a frying pan. Countless exclamations of surprise came in this regard. But Qin Jianan didn't seem to have heard it, as he put up a smile on his face as if it was usual, and looked down at Zhou Xiujing. Zhou Xiujing's gaze collided with Chen Jianan's eyes, and Zhou Xiujing, who had already been blurred in consciousness, snapped out of it. He revolved his true essence, suppressed his injuries, suppressed the pain, and said in a strong voice, Chen Jianan, I'm not just doing this for the 200 taels of gold, but there is someone who wants to harm you, and that person's status is honored, and he holds the lifeblood of my Zhou clan, so I'm compelled to follow. Don't kill me, I'll tell you who this person is when I'm healed. Chen Jianan seemed to be uninterested as he lowered his head and said to Zhou Xiujing, since that person's identity is so honorable, I think I have no hope of taking revenge, and since the one who plotted to take out a shot to kill me is Zhou Gongzi, I will only look for Zhou Gongzi to take revenge, and it will be considered as an explanation for myself. As he spoke, he slowly drew out his long sword, which had already been sheathed, again. On the blade of that Van Iron long knife, I don't know when there were already a few more deep openings. Even if that Shenmen treasure on Zhou Xiujing's body was not activated, Chen Jianan's blade that was mixed with surging true essence slashed up and still cracked the blade. The knife made a gaping hole, but it was enough to cut your neck. Chen Jianan narrowed his eyes at Zhou Xiujing. Zhou Xiujing thought that Chen Jianan did not believe his words, his face twisted in pain, but he also hurriedly said, I have not lied, Chen Jianan, the one who ordered me to kill you is the hanging heavenly capital's Li family, General Xianzi's son, Li Fushu, a character inscribed on the fledgling tiger monument, and I did not dare to disobey, which is why I had the salacious plot. Chen Jianan, Mr. Chen, don't kill me, I'll give you anything. If you want riches, I'll give you gold, silver, and treasures. If you want treasures, I'll give you this Shinmen treasure on me, and I'll even find better ones for you. Zhou Xiujing gasped an extremely heavy ragged breath, his eyes carrying a deep fear. He had seen an unknown number of death-defying engagements, where the life of the loser was held in the hands of the victor. This Duke of the Grand Mansion, who had never suffered much in his life, was too close to death at this moment, so close that he was terrified to the core. But even with such fear, this gentleman still did not lose his head. If you don't kill me, there are plenty of benefits, but if you kill me, even if it's a deadly fight, my Zhou family will definitely not let it go. I'm the eldest son of the Zhou family, and my position in the family needs no introduction. Zhou Xiujing said this and turned his head to look at the restaurant outside the Windstorm Terrace. In the pavilion of that restaurant, his father's eyes were bared, and his eyes were gazing at Chen Jianan with a strong killing intent. Chen Jianan seemed to be aware of something and turned his head to look at that Zhou family head. Zhou Xiujing saw his own father's eyes, seemed slightly relieved, and then said to Chen Dian, Chen Gongzi, my Zhou family has plenty of silver, if you kill me, you will surely face endless pursuit in the future. Chen Jianan completely drew the long knife at his waist. Then, in Zhou Xiujing's stunned and horrified eyes, he slashed down. Fresh blood spurted out, even staining the long, moonlight-white regiment of flowers on Chen Jianan's body. My son! The Zhou family head in the restaurant rose violently and shouted out angrily. A few martial artists behind him immediately stepped out to head towards that stormy stage. Counselor Zhou, only your Zhou family can design a murder, and no one can kill your Zhou family? The Zhou family head turned his head, but he saw the figure beside the Lord Governor, wine in his hand, not even glancing at them. But at the same time, a long gust of wind blew through, as if blowing a gale of wind and waves, blocking the path of those few martial artists. The Zhou family head stared, but he saw an armor-clad divine general standing over the pavilion platform. It's an idol. A character of the Jade K realm. The Zhou family head immediately felt a deep sense of dishevelment and sat down paralyzed, while the several martial artists flew out backwards in a matter of moments and smashed down, hitting the pavilion platform and cracking the masonry. Is this the son of the unusual private tutor that Ginger spoke of? As if he had aged 10 years, he closed his eyes. Chen Jianan put away his sword and returned it to its sheath, muttering to himself, after killing you, according to the rules of the deathmatch, this Xianmen sect treasure on you is also mine. Poof. Someone grunted softly. Chen Jianan seemed to be aware of something and looked away. He saw Si Ho Gui lowering the sedan chair curtain and 4 guards lifting the sedan chair. The smile on Chen Jianan's face grew thicker when he saw Si Ho Gui, third Prince Si, you forgot your lottery. Chapter 37, Walking in This Cool World. After a few breaths of silence in the sedan chair, he said, but I don't know if you can take it. The curtain of the sedan chair was blown up again, and in an instant, a burst of knife light flew out from the sedan chair. The knife light, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, brought out a blizzard of knife shadows, and mixed with the amazing true essence, flew straight through a distance of 200 feet, and ruthlessly shot towards Chen Jianan. A long sword, thrown over 200 feet, yet still had an extremely terrifying power. Chen Dianan frowned as he probed out with one hand. The white jade cicada shedding chapter in his body violently operated. The true element wonderful tree opened up and spread out its leaves. The true element rushed out from the Yuan Guan and coalesced in Chen Dianan's right hand. Tiger hug. Only to see Chen Jianan using his hand as a claw. The large tendons in his hand seemed to stretch out, his bones emitted chiming sounds, and the air around him seemed to have been grabbed and exploded, with explosive sounds coming from it. Bang! In a matter of moments, Chen Jianan had already grabbed the long blade. Tiger hugging? Third Duke Si lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, and his expression became heavier. This tiger-clutching fist is the creation of his family Rongtian general, killed Buddha Marquis Si Yuanjian, that is, his second uncle who was famous for writing on the whale tablet. How is it now learned by this Chen Dian? The tiger hug breaks through the air, and the bones and large tendons are like a tiger's roar. This tiger clutch is a modified tiger clutch, and Chen Jianan has already learned a great accomplishment. Ordinary children and teenagers, even if they have extraordinary talent, without 3 or 5 years of time, they will never be able to train tiger-clutching fist to great success. Si Ho Gui was more and more certain that this Chen Jianan had already practiced long ago, and that he was just playing him before. Played him once in that little pearly courtyard on Guwine Street. He was fooled once more in the painted boat on the Qingshui River. He frowned and glanced sideways to see that not far from the railing of the restaurant, Shumai stood there at some point and was looking down at him. Thus, Si Ho Gui closed his eyes and allowed the guards to carry the sedan chair far away. Chen Jianan held this bronze-colored, narrow-backed longsword in his hand. Underneath the moon-white long sleeve, his right hand was trembling continuously, and severe pain was coming from his right arm. Si Ho K threw this long sword from a distance of over 200 feet, and it was even more difficult for me to catch the long sword than it was for me to defeat Zhou Xiujing. Chen Jianan operated the white jade cicada shedding chapter to straighten out the true essence in his body. At this time the scene has been in chaos. The storm platform, there have been government offices, iron teeth and unusual soap officials to come, is cleaning up Zhou Xiujing's body. Chen Jianan turned around and looked at it, not regretting it in his heart. This Zhou Xiujing staged the farce in the Yellow Gate Painting Academy with the intention of killing him. Whoever was instructed to do so always had a great grudge against him. If we don't get revenge, what's the point of practicing? Wouldn't it be better to waste your life on Shihuang Street and work as a painter for the rest of your life?
He was in the middle of tuning up when an iron tooth came along not far away and handed over a few things. Mr.
Chen, according to the contract of the death match, these precious treasures all belong to Mr.
Chun. That Taya was stocky and was a head taller than Chen Jianan.
He offered a long sword, a jade pendant, and the long, treasure blue coat, which Chen Jianan accepted without ceremony, and tossed the jade pendant to Iron Tooth. The adults in the government offices are working hard. This jade pendant that Mr. Joe has with him should be worth a few dollars, so please take it and treat the hard-working adults. A smile suddenly appeared on the originally unsmiling Taya's face. Taking out his jade pendant, he cupped his fists and said, "How dare you labor to call us adults, Mr.
Chen?
We are but soap officials with swords, but the goodwill of your excellency, Tu Sheng has accepted it for the brothers, and thanked your excellency for the brothers as well."
Chen Jianan watched this Iron Tooth leave.
Shin Xiaoxiao and Su Shiyu greeted them.
There was something strange in the eyes of the two, especially Su Shiyu, whose deep eyes held some otherworldly meaning. Xan Tong behind Su Shiyu was shocked and hid behind her own young lady to peek at Chen Dianan. Ever since this teenager in front of me took over the embroidered ball on the streets of Xiqing, Xin Tong felt several times that this ordinary weak boy in front of him, how could he be worthy of his own young lady? But today, it is this weak teenager, pulling the knife to kill the nasty Zhou Xiujing, really makes her. Like a dream, Zhou Xiujing's body was carried away.
Xin Xiaoxin's eyes also changed to a color of suspicion.
Chen Dianan, why are you killing people so calmly?
She finally couldn't hold down the question in her heart. I do believe now that you killed 3 yellow gate guards in the painting academy. Chen Jianan thought for a moment and said, I would always dream before, and in the dream I was a vindictive villain with a few ruthlessness, and those dreams took too long, as if it were a lifetime, and I roughly learned some of the habits of the dream.
Xin Xiaoxin and Su Siye exchanged glances, not knowing whether they believed it or not. Miss Goody Goody. Chen Jianan, however, asked at this moment, do you know Li Fushu of the Li family in Hangtianjing?
Xin Haijiu nodded his head. He is the son of General Shen Zi, and originally studied under Zhao Fanjing, the preceptor of the Hanging Heavenly Capital's Heavenly Inspection Division, but then Zhao Fanjing defected out of Hanging Heavenly Capital, fell into the weeds, and became the Iron Horse Mud Snake on West Penglai Mountain, and he was then left out in the cold by the capital's celebrities for 2 years. His talent is in full bloom, and now he has been ranked on the 3000th line on the fledgling Tiger Tablet, ranking higher than Si Hogue, and has become one of the most famous juvenile characters in Maidayu.
Chen Jianan lowered his head to think and inquired, this Li Fushu, what level of cultivation has he reached again?
Su Siye suddenly spoke, I went to the Hanging Heaven capital to travel with my master, and I have also seen this Li family's son, and his true essence is like air, hazy Dao Miao, and his surrounding chi is almost flawless and undamaged. I am only afraid that he has already reached the innate realm. The innate realm, the 6th level of martial arts, one step forward is the Jade Q, enough to cultivate the divine phase.
True element, divine embodiment, diamond in the rough, and innate. Chen Jianan chewed on the names of these several realms as if he was measuring the gap between him and this Li Fushu. After the past few breaths of time, Chen Jianan suddenly looked up and inquired of Shinhausen, Miss Hausen, do you have any friends in the capital? I would like to send a letter.
Shin properly had no objection since and nodded his head in agreement. So Chen Jianan immediately find the government office of the soap official asked for a pen and paper, send pen and paper but the name of the Iron Teeth Fujimori.
Chen Jianan thanked Fujimori and put pen to paper to write a letter.
Su Siye and Shin Xiaoxin's complexion changed a bit when they saw the letter written by Chen Dianan.
Chen Dianan, are you really going to send out this letter?
Shin properly some hesitation, this Li Fushu and you have a grudge, you and remember that is, now you write this letter, in the future if you want to go to that Hanging Heavenly Capital, is not it difficult to move an inch? The Li family is also considered to be a real high family in Hangtianjing.
Chen Jianan's eyes were clear and seemed to be extremely lucid. This Li Fushu is my relative.
Chen Jianan laughed. The reason why I wrote this letter is to let him know that he cannot take my life or break my lifeline with just a letter written to Zhou Xiujing,
and also to give myself some sense of urgency as a way of spurring myself on.
His Li family is a high family, amazing power, but too cool. I wrote this letter, completely annoyed that Li Fushu, in the future cultivation will have to work harder.
How else can we walk in this cool world? Chapter 38, The Sword in the Green Mountain House.
Tonight's sky was densely populated with stars, which were even more brilliant compared to the brilliant lights in the Sunan mansion. Chen Jianan said goodbye to Su Siye, Shin Good, alone back to Chihuang Street, with him to this pear blossom courtyard, and a knife, a sword, and a Shenmen treasures. The pear blossoms in the yard are even snowier. Pear blossom wins the snow, half of the spring break. Spring is going away, not far from the month of the acacia order. Today, a day of trivialities, Chen Jianan returned to the courtyard, when the first to make a cup of red in the ginger tea, and carefully take care of some of the pear tree in the courtyard. Only then did he sit down at the stone table in the courtyard. Knives and swords and that Shenmen treasure met the starlight and quietly slumbered on the stone table. Chen Jianan picked up the sword. The long sword was about 4 feet long and short. The scabbard was engraved with dense patterns. Pulling the sword out of the sheath, the sword body was flooded with a cold light, making the night in the courtyard all the more clear and cold for a few minutes. A good sword. It's just a pity that although Zhou Xiaojing's cultivation isn't weak, he hasn't utilized the power of this sword as it should be. He couldn't help but think of the King Song Sword Pavilion's winewash box and his extremely precious and extraordinary sword that he had seen that day in Shumai's mansion on Dongfeng Street. Although this sword is far inferior to Wang Washbox's sword, but the kind of sword at Wang Washbox's waist is not owned by a very human being, and a swordsman of the true element, divine embodiment, or even the Puyu realm would only be unable to utilize the power of that kind of sword at all. Chen Dianmin thought this in his mind. The gap between the 10,000 forged treasure sword and the 100 forged treasure sword is like clouds and mud, but for me right now, the most suitable one is precisely the 100 forged weapon. He had traveled with Su Shiyu and Shin Xiaoxin for a while today, and Shin Xiaoxin had enthusiastically recounted the grades of weapons in the world for him. For example, the long knife that Chen Jianan brought to the appointment today was obtained by him from a pawnshop, and even the one who opened the blade for this long knife was still the Wang butcher in the depths of Chihuang Street. This kind of sword is cast by the mortal iron, not worth a few money, for the cultivation of successful practitioners, not much help, against the enemy of equal strength. Mortal iron sword often cannot hold out a few rounds. Above the mortal iron is the sword and soldier made of fine iron, whether it is the degree of hardness and sharpness has been enhanced by more than a few grades. On top of the fine iron swords are the swords smelted and forged by the smith. All weapons under the sky, but those that carry a killing aura, come from the hands of a master craftsman. The craftsmen collect the world's tough, heavy, valuable materials that can circulate the true essence, and then supplemented with their own true essence fire control techniques, 100 times forging and smelting to get the real true essence weapon. This type of weapon is capable of circulating true essence and can provide a huge gain for those who wield swords. The forging of a blade is heavy on the material and heavy on the smith. The precious and extraordinary material is able to exert equally precious and extraordinary abilities on the blade, while the smith is the one who presses those abilities into the blade. When Shen Jianan remembered Shin Xiaoxin's words, he put down the long sword in his hand and turned to pick up that long sword that he had tricked from Si Hogue. The long knife was quite heavy in his hand, only 12 or 13 pounds, about 4 feet and 5 inches long, not a broad blade, but rather quite slender. Some of them look like goose feather knives. Chen Jianan gripped the black hilt of the sword, which was about a foot long, with one hand and drew off this long sword. The starlight scattered and shone on the long blade, finally revealing the luster of this 100 forged blade. Half of the long knife's body was pitch black, dotted with poorly detailed lines of patterns, while the other half of the blade was dazzlingly white and polished, like heaven. Good knife. The corner of Chen Jianan's mouth showed a smile. This Si Hogue was true to his word, said that he would give him 100 forged long knife, and it was indeed the real deal. I wonder what's so strange about this 100 forged long sword. Chen Xianan waved his long blade. The 8 capitals north-going blade technique was instantly in operation, and the falling leaves on the body's true element wonderful tree, with true element flowing from more than 10 branches and trunks, instantly passed through Chen Xianan's arm and into this 100 forged long blade. In an instant, an invisible gas came out from the white blade of the long knife, and although the gas was invisible, it was very hot. Fire? Chen Jianan's heart had just been flooded with doubts when the heavenly jade capital map in his mind suddenly opened slowly. The same scorching light from the south streamscape of the eastern city, through the jade capital diagram in the sky, through Chen Jianan's eyes, and straight down on this 100 forged long sword. This true element blade soldier, triggered the heavenly jade capital diagram? Chen Jianan was stunned in his heart, not bothering to study the long sword. He immediately sank his consciousness and landed in the heavenly jade capital diagram. In just a split second, the light emanating from Nan Lujing condensed the figure of Chen Jianan in the jade capital diagram in the sky. Chen Jianan's incarnation sat on a throne in the loosening Yangke, looking up at the vast white jade capital, only to see that the white jade capital, which was originally shrouded in clouds, had a brand new change. I can only see a few buildings and platforms half hidden in the distance, and the mountains and lakes are pale. Put that pale mountain Zephyr, with the hidden building in the building, the clouds gradually disperse to reveal a tall building. The tall building is located in the depths of the clouds. The dazzling clouds seem to be on fire. It is a piece of fire clouds, and it is as if this tall building is also on fire. The white jade capital in the sky, 12 floors and 5 cities. Chen Jianan muttered the verse, but felt that this newly appeared tall building seemed to be still a bit untrue and hazy. 100 forged long sword is not enough. Chen Jianan instantly reacted to the meaning of returning to himself, picking up that 100 forged long sword again and infusing it with his true essence. In an instant, the heavenly Yujing figure in the newly revealed tall building finally clear up. That building about 100 feet, flying eaves and tiles, the roof and gold lacquer carving dragons, glaze for phoenix, for corners of the carving of the 4 burning flames is quite strange. Swords and soldiers of the Green Mountain Seed, the 4 flames nurture spiritual qualities. Green Hill House. Chen Jianan sat at the stone table silently reciting the name of this brand new pavilion in his mind. When his gaze once again looked at the long sword in his hand, the true essence within his own body was still slowly flowing into the long sword. The next moment he sensed a strange power surging from the heavenly jade capital diagram, fusing with the light shining out from Nan Lujing and lending his eyes to land on the longsword in his hand. Strange things happen. When he looked at the longsword, a strange message from the longsword lent feedback from his true essence and flowed into his mind. The wind enters into the iron, and the sword becomes sharp. The name of the sword is Rincewind, and it has been forged and smelted by 242 times, so that the wind enters into the sword, and when it is swung, the wind turns into a sword, and blows in all directions to kill the enemy. Chen Jianan grew more and more surprised as he hurriedly put down this longsword and picked up the longsword that Siho Gue had used as a colorful sword. When his true essence was injected into it, the same message arrived. Yang Flint firework is complete, can become a sword, the first out of the blazing as the flames, and then chopping fierce as the fire cooking. The name of the sword is Yang Sweer. After 331 times of forging and smelting, the bearer of the sword's true essence ignites the fire, and when swung and chopped, it can scorch the incoming enemy. Two messages that clearly and plainly stated the name of the blade and the sword as well as the strange effects. The Rincewind sword is able to bring up sword chi like a clear wind, blowing from all directions to kill the enemy. The Yang Flint blade, on the other hand, allows my true essence to burn, and that burning chi on the blade can sear the enemy as well. Moreover, the Yang Flint blade has been forged over 300 times, and the speed of true essence circulation, the speed of increase, is also stronger than this sword. Between Chen Jianan's thoughts, he swung out a blade, and several fallen leaves on the ground burst into flames. This castle peak house actually can help me see through the work of the sword, when it is mysterious. Chapter 39. What makes hanging heavenly king hanging heavenly king? Chen Jian held the Yang Sui blade in his hand, feeling the burning heat coming from the hilt of this long blade, as if it caused the true essence in his body to burn. Just like the message coming from the strange power of the Green Mountain building, the power contained in this long blade was scorchingly hot, as if it was able to burn everything with ease. 100 forged long sword is already this strange and powerful, then how strange should 1,000 or 10,000 forged sword be? Chen Jianan's eyes became brighter and brighter. Thousands of forging, 10,000 forging is said to be the category of true essence sword and soldier, even if the difference between the individual power is extremely. And 10,000 forging sword and soldier above, there is still a heirloom famous soldier. Each heirloom famous soldier is unique, such as that Rongtian general held the Qingtian lance. And the heirloom famous soldier is not the end of the line for swords and weapons. Above the heirloom famous soldier, there is the creation famous weapon. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, only to realize that the world was getting more and more wonderful. Chen Jianan sighed as he sheathed his sword, and his gaze fell back on the long, treasured blue coat. He killed Zhou Xiujing with a sword and blood splattered everywhere, but this precious blue dress was still as clean as new, not stained with a single trace of blood. But I don't know if this castle peak building can identify this Shenmen treasure. Chen Jianan picked up this long coat and slowly injected spirit energy into it. For a moment, Chen Jianan was able to clearly perceive that a thin layer of invisible qi had likewise coalesced on this piece of clothing. This layer of invisible qi is extremely tough. I'm afraid it's only not easy to break through this layer. Chen Jianan's eyes glowed, but immediately after, he realized that when his true essence fell into it, not the slightest bit of information came from the castle peak building. It seems that this Shenmen treasure is not among the swords and weapons. Green Mountain grows swords and knives, but not Shenmen treasures. As he thought about this, he suddenly wondered in his heart, what is the seat of the sword in Castle Peak House? The heavenly jade capital map is dense with spiritual qi, and the Green Mountain building towers over the cloudy place. Chen Jianan's consciousness moved, and he wanted to enter the Green Mountain building. But immediately after that, Chen Jianan realized that his consciousness landed on the Castle Peak building, but the Castle Peak building turned ethereal, as if it could not support his consciousness. It seems that this Castle Peak building is still incomplete. Perhaps I still need more true element blades to make this Castle Peak building more solid. Chen Jianan realized to exit Castle Peak House. By now the night was deepening, and the moon and stars in the sky were already hidden behind the clouds, as if they had gone to sleep. Chen Jianan felt the thick true essence in his body and was energized. He drank another cup of red medium ginger tea and sat cross-legged under the pear blossom tree, running the white jade cicada shedding chapter, practicing his gongfu, and simmering his true essence. Many days of cultivation, using red center ginger as tea every day, taking several doses of Huangzhong Xing Qi Tang every day, observing Nan Lu Jing every day, plus the extremely precious cicada shedding pill. The day Chen Jianan took the cicada molting pill, his blood qi was like a tidal wave, rushing straight through the Yuan Guan, and easily transforming the blood qi into true essence, and even thick true essence coalesced at the Yuan Guan, transforming into the true elemental myriad tree. Only by practicing diligently every day can one be courageous and refined every day, and when one encounters a figure like Zhou Xiujing, only then will one's hands not be tied and one's head not be bowed down. Chen Jianan closed his eyes and leapt out, remembering Chen Shujun again. Speaking of which, when Chen Shuijun left, he said he would be back in a month, but now that a month has passed, Chen Shuijun is still nowhere to be found. This cheap old dad of mine, did he not go to the capital and get his leg broken by that Marquis of the Killing Buddha, whose reputation is as strong as ever? Chen Jianan's breath leaked out, and the true essence running under the white jade cicada shedding chapter became a little disorganized, and then regular again. He had been with Chen Shuijun for 2 years, and with that if nothing else memory from his previous life, he didn't think that Chen Shuijun would go to hanging heavenly capital to take a beating for nothing.
Plus, over the past few years, Chen Shujun wouldn't have been able to give him the food with dense spiritual qi that he was supplied with on a daily basis if he didn't have a few skills. Thinking of this, Chen Jianan finally let go of his heart a little. It should be fine, just wait a few more days. Chen Jianan's heart was filled with thoughts. Tomorrow I will go visit Uncle Chu again. Speaking of which, the reason why I was able to kill the Zhou Xiujing with such impunity was still due to the majesty of Chu Mai and General Iron Arm. He asked Shinwell today, the Iron Arm General is still at his late friend, has not returned to Sunan House. Speaking of which, Uncle Chu will be leaving the Sunan mansion soon. I need to intensify my cultivation during this period of time, otherwise without a backer, the demons and monsters under the mountain will inevitably give birth to evil thoughts. In the Hanging Heaven capital, Li Qingran had another letter in her hands. She looked at the signature on the envelope, and her eyes unexpectedly came to her with more than a little curiosity. It's Diana-chan again. Li Qingran did have some curiosity about this aunt-cousin brother of his that he had never met before, who was far away in the Sunan province and had left Hanging Heavenly capital when he was still in his infancy. No one has been heard from in over a decade. But in the recent January, he sent 2 letters in a row, one to her aunt. The letter only wrote a few words, not much warmth, but only urged her aunt to pay attention to health. And today, this Chen Jianan borrowed the Iron Arm General's residence to send a second letter. But the letter was not addressed to her aunt, but to her cousin Li Fushu. Li Fushu was now standing in front of the pool, looking down at the goldfish in the water. Those goldfish scales bright, spring light falls in the water, after the reflection of the pool water, fell on these goldfish scales, surprisingly shimmering luster too, illuminated by this garden flow of light. Li Qingran came behind him and handed over the letter. Li Fushu took the letter and frowned when he saw the name on the envelope. Chen Jianan. He chewed the name softly under his breath and opened the envelope. Inside the envelope was a cheap piece of straw paper with a line scribbled on it. Li Qingran glimpsed from afar, only to feel that his aunt-cousin brother was as stingy with words as gold, not even bothering to write more than a few words to send a letter to Hangtianjing from the distant Sunan province. But in the next instant, she finally read the line on the letter. Which hand do you use to write letters? When I come to Hanging Heavenly King, I'll cut off that hand myself. Li Qingran instantly found it unbelievable. She looked at Li Fushu's back in front of her. Li Fushu grasped the letter without moving, not knowing what he was thinking. Time passed quietly. Li Fushu suddenly threw out the letter in his hand casually, followed by snapping his fingers. At that moment, a true essence flowed out, turning into thousands of strands, stabbing straight at the flying grass paper, and that one copy of the grass paper was then turned into smoke in an extremely short moment. The wind blew by and none of that soot left the slightest trace. Li Fushu then looked down at the fish in the pool again. Li Qingran took a few steps forward and wanted to say something when Li Fushu suddenly pointed to the pool water. Surprisingly, when you look closely, you see a carp with dull scales and a skinny body mixed in with the pool full of goldfish. A carp mixed in with this clear water. Li Fushu had a smile at the corner of his mouth and shook his head. This carp doesn't realize that this clear pool water was born to be prepared for goldfish with lustrous scales. It is mixed into this pool of water, and what awaits it is not to be transformed into a goldfish, but it will die. As soon as this noble gentleman's words fell, the carp in the water was instantly pierced by an inexplicable breath and sank to the bottom of the pool. That breath was very subtle, piercing the carp also instantly burned dry the blood in the carp's body, and the fish died completely without even shedding blood to pollute the pool water. For example, this Hanging Heavenly capital. He has neither merit nor any amazing ability, and when he comes here, he will also die. Li Qingran was silent. The reason why Hanging Heavenly capital is called Hanging Heavenly capital is because for the people of Dayu, this splendid capital city is like a heavenly city hanging in the air. It was full of grown-ups dressed in yellow and purple, full of great houses of the world, and they could only look up. Li Fushu was right. If Chen Jianan comes to Hang Tianjing, I am afraid that he will have to look up to Li Fushu, not to mention cutting down the arm of Li Fushu's letter. Chen Jianan did not know Li Fushu's reaction to receiving that letter. He also did not regret that he wrote that letter. He is in Sunan province, Li Fushu is in Hangtianjing, the so-called emperor is far away. Write a letter to temporarily gas this behind the back of the black hand of the relatives of what is the harm. He didn't take this matter to heart at all, and when the sun rose he left the small courtyard and went forward to Dongfeng Street, to pay Chu Mai a visit. Chapter 40 Whether to cut down this heaven-swallowing tiger? Chen Jianan stood under this large and somewhat surprisingly large ginkgo tree. He raised his head and looked at the sky through the dense foliage, then only the sun, which was hidden by the clouds, revealed a weak light. Dongfeng Street, this ginkgo tree in front of Chu Mai's yard is a bit off today. The last time he had come to Dongfeng Street, he had also clearly seen a strong Dan orange aura emanating from this ginkgo tree. But today, the Dan orange aura on the ginkgo tree had become weak and wavering, and seemed to be about to dissipate. And this courtyard, it seems, is weighed down by dark clouds in the sky, so that not even the light of the sun can shine through. Chen Jianan thought like this in his heart. Suddenly the dark clouds in the sky became thicker, a thunderbolt struck through, and the heavy rain came pounding down. It was not like the drizzle of Jiangnan, but instead was sharp and violent. Chen Jianan had the shade of the ginkgo tree, but there was still rain falling on him, so he hurriedly knocked on Chu Mai's courtyard door. The courtyard door was actually unlocked.
but no one came to answer it.
Uncle Chu is not here? Chen Jianan frowned. He was about to go back to Chi Huang Street when a gust of wind blew by, and with a creak, the courtyard door was blown open by the wind by a crack, and Chen Jianan looked inside but it was empty. For some reason, he suddenly felt that something seemed fishy in this courtyard. Lord Chu, you have a young friend coming, why don't you invite him in?
Until a voice came and landed on Chen Jianan's ears, then he heard Chu Mai's gentle voice, since you're here, come in. Chen Jianan entered the courtyard and walked through the stone screen, but he saw that under the eaves of the green brick and green tile roof, there was a table and 2 futons. Chu Mai was sitting and drinking tea with a figure wearing a bronze mask. It was a fierce tiger mask, with 2 fangs floating, hideous and majestic, and now somewhat appalling. At this moment, the face covered by that fierce tiger mask would only have 2 eyes exposed, and at this moment, that pair of eyes was gazing at Chen Jianan. What kind of eyes are those? Ice cold as iron, the gaze is ghastly, but also with a silent and gloomy, creepy, shivering.
Chen Jianan felt as if he had seen these eyes somewhere.
As it happens, I have guests in my courtyard, and since you are a latecomer, you will pour tea for us. Chu Mai sat cross-legged on the futon, and the table in front of him had already set up a fireplace to make tea. The heavy rain cooking the tea seemed quite a bit cozy.
Chen Jianan didn't move and came to sit beside Chu Mai.
The 2 of them were empty of tea, but they let the steam from the stove-fired alabaster kettle flourish.
Chen Jianan poured tea for the 2 of them, and the expensive tea was cooked too much and seemed a bit sour.
The long sword at your waist is not bad, it's just that traveling with it is inevitably a taboo. Chu Mai glanced at the Yang Sua longsword that Chen Jianan had paired on his waist to remind him. The character sitting opposite to him laughed. Young men, some temperament should be. The government does not allow the people with a sword into the city, is just afraid of them. If the government to do their part, why fear a long knife? Chen Jianan unclasped the yang flint and placed it at his side, saying, this sword is the one I won from Si Ho Gue. The reason why I brought the sword was to show it off to Uncle Chu, and I did not travel with the sword on this journey, but only wrapped it in a cloth, and only when I arrived at the door did I match it. Indeed is a young man's heart. Xu Muyi movement is very slow, picked up the cup on the table to drink tea and said, only, Sun and Fu shall not be equipped with a knife as to guard against those who use martial arts to violate the ban on the ranger, or disguised into the city of bandits. Ordinary people have no knife for the government, in fact, there is no difference. Indeed. The tiger-faced man nodded his head. The government, the family clans and the Shin sect hold the cultivation method. It is as difficult as heaven for the people of the world to cultivate, and the presence or absence of a sword in one's hand is indeed secondary, and it really doesn't make a difference. Even if the ordinary people have swords in their hands, when they meet the iron teeth that have raised their chi and practiced their bodies, and even practiced their true essence, they are only worth a death. This Suwu state is a rich place. The people still have some leakage of oil water can be licked, but the border of 12 states, and even 6 states in the northwest, Lingnan 3 continents of the people suffered from the disaster of the disaster, the loss of life of the death, the bones of the field is not uncommon. On the contrary, the big families are still singing and dancing, enjoying themselves and drinking, and those families never seem to decline. Do you think it's fair, Mr. Chu? Chen Jianan's expression became somewhat solemn, but he still lowered his head to add more tea. Not fair. Chu Mai shook his head directly. It is precisely because of this that Minister Song wants to purge the dynasty and revolutionize the world. The reason why I angrily scolded the state master at the banquet at that time was because I couldn't stand to see the demons and monsters sitting in the court of Dayu, and now I'm willing to go back to the capital because Minister Song is in the hanging heaven capital. He will make the hanging heavens Kyoto no longer tower above the clouds, he will make the hanging heavens Kyoto fall to the ground, and he will make all the blood that flows to the hanging heavens Kyoto flow back to the whole of Dayu. Ha 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 ha. The tiger-faced man suddenly laughed, his voice filled with mockery. How do you return? The veins of Dayu are full of stubborn sores. The family gate is in control of everything, and Minister Song is a perfect man, but he is not an immortal who can change the sky and the earth with the turn of his hand, and the road is blocked by a tiger that can move mountains and divide the sea, so we can only say that he will return to the flow? Chu Mai faced this tiger-faced man's questioning, looked completely unchanged, said, the world's 7 countries side by side. For my Dayu, east of Qian has set up a stove, cooking oil, want to make my Dayu into a meal of tonic, full of food and swallow the world. North there is a Bigli, riding a big wood horse eyeing, northern border state capitals all day by this Bigli hit Grass Valley. I do not know how many people died under their iron hooves. More to the south, the South China Sea 2 Islands demon rampage, every time to destroy my Dayu merchant ships, but also because of today's situation, there is nothing to be done. The situation of Dayu today cannot withstand great turbulence and storms. Shi Tianchong, why don't you tell me, if you were the Prime Minister of Song, how would you let my 80 million you people enjoy peace and happiness in the midst of the disease that is spreading all over the city? Chu Mai called out the man's name, and Chen Jianan instantly remembered where he had seen this man's eyes. Shi Tianchong, the heaven-swallowing tiger of West Panglai, the Yellow Gate Painting Academy once painted his portrait overnight. At this time, Shi Tianchong coldly snorted and said, adult sitting high in the temple, the Song Prime Minister has the heart of innovation, these things naturally should you think. I West Panglai are just some iron horse mud snake, only know that there is a protect the people's mind, can't care about this much. Chen Jianan's eyebrows moved slightly.
The corners of Chumai's mouth revealed some smiles as he suddenly turned his head and asked Chen Jianan, "Deacon, do you know who this person in front of you is?" Chen Jianan lowered his head and thought about it without playing dumb, saying, "This person is Qi Tianchong, the heaven-swallowing tiger of West Penglai, ranked 12th among the 24 generals of West Penglai." Chumai was a bit surprised, then he nodded his head and said, "Indeed, this Qi Tianchong is ranked 12th in West Penglai, but his cultivation is ranked 4th in West Penglai, extremely strong." When Qi Tianchong heard that Chen Jianan recognized him, he simply raised his hand and removed the fierce tiger bronze mask from his face. This person had a square face, his beard was rooted like thorns, quite rough, especially those eyes. When he looked at Chen Jianan, it made Chen Jianan feel like he was falling into an ice cave, quite horrible. "Deaconin, West Penglai is the strongest bandit in my Dayu. Today you met him face to face and listened to his words, but do you think that this West Penglai is full of good men who worry about the people?" Chumai spoke again, his eyes becoming quite serious as he gazed at Chen Jianan, not knowing what he was thinking in his mind. Qi Tianchong also looked at Chen Jianan at this moment, a rakish smile coming from the corner of his mouth. Chen Jianan pondered for a few breaths of time, and seeing the serious look in the eyes of Chumai, who had repeatedly helped him, he asked, "I can tell the truth?" Chumai nodded, "You do not have to worry, there is me here, he cannot help you, and the famous West Penglai swallowing heavenly tiger, I think it will not be with you such a late generation." Qi Tianchong was silent and just looked at Chen Jianan. So Chen Jianan added more tea for the two of them and said, "Uncle Chu, the worldly families and gate valves have not been holding to you for a long time, and there are many strong men in West Penglai, but I've been to the wine shop in the dark alley, and the storytellers there have talked about the origins of the good men of West Penglai. Some of them are after sinful ministers, some of them are owners of small clans that were annexed by large clans, some of them are thousand households or lieutenants who were disenchanted in the imperial court or who offended their superiors, and some of them fell into the grass for the martial arts under the control of the Western Penglai. These good men can come from a variety of backgrounds and have a great deal to offer, but the only thing that is not among them is the common people." Qi Tianchong's face changed. The interest in Chumai's eyes intensified as he listened carefully to Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan added, "West Penglai has been running across my Dayu for many years, and from time to time, news of helping the people has come to us, and has been praised by many people. However, I have been listening to the matter of helping the people, but only 2 or 3 times, in which there are many twists and turns of the reason. West Penglai's good men cultivation is strong. The current East Pavilion University scholar Zhu Yuan fisherman once evaluated, said they have become a power, but when you think about it, the West Penglai so-called robbing the rich to help the poor, in fact, there is also some strange. For example, under the Lotus Mountain Wuzhu House, the master of the House of Charity, I do not know how many people to receive help, and even the house of a special charity hall, raised more than 400 orphans, so the good deeds for 20 years, the orphans will often also be in the house of the adult Wuzhu industry to obtain a livelihood. It is such a character, but also 3 years ago by the West Penglai extinguished, I do not know the reason why, but I was thinking Wuzhu House is gone, those hundreds of orphans now where to go? Has West Penglai ever picked them up?" Qi Tianchong gazed at Chen Jianan, but his expression became extremely calm. Chumai was also a bit curious nowadays, as he swept his gaze over Qi Tianchong and laughed, "At the age of 17 or 18, what are you doing in a dark alley?" Chen Jianan scratched his head, did not answer Chumai's inquiry, and said, "There are also many weekday gossip in the streets and lanes, mentioning that the so-called iron horses and mud snakes in the West Penglai are also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. The 24 generals are able to cultivate the very best techniques, eat the best medicines, and enjoy luxury and pleasure, while the mud snakes of the lowest tier can only act as drudgery, servants, and serve the mud snakes and iron horses of the higher tiers." Today, when Elder Qi mentioned the world's families, he was filled with righteous indignation, hating that he couldn't swallow bones and drink blood, but when he thought about it carefully, if we let West Penglai hold the world, it would only be dividing the people into 3, 6, 9 classes. How much better could it be than now? Qi Tianchong's calm face finally changed, becoming very cold and stern as he narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Jianan, not knowing what he was thinking. Chen Jianan, however, did not look at him and only poured tea for the two of them. But as he narrated the story, a few moments of joy flowed out of Chumai's eyes. "It pleases me that you do not read, yet you can see a few truths and falsehoods in the maze of the world." Chen Jianan was about to speak, but Qi Tianchong, who was always silent, suddenly opened his mouth and said, "What's your name?" His tone was cold, icy cold almost into the marrow of one's bones. However, Chen Xianan answered truthfully, "The name of my junior is Chen, and my name is Chen Xianan." Chen Jianan, then how do you think the shackles of today's worldly families and gates on Dayu should be lifted? Qi Tianchong snapped. Chumai put down the cup in his hand and listened carefully to Chen Jianan's reply. Chen Jianan took a deep breath, remembering the many books he had read over the past 2 years, and remembering the 5,000 years of Yui's history in his previous life, he said, "De Qian, De Yu, De Li, De Chu, and even the great rest of the past, and even counting in detail over the past 1,000 years, the Shihua sects and valves have never been cut off. The so-called High Gate of De Qian is them, the so-called erected flag tent of De Li is them, the past posts and lords of De Chu are also them. Their intricate relationship with the imperial power leads to the fact that they are almost impossible to be eliminated by the innovation. If the shackles of the worldly families and gates are to be completely lifted, then there is really only one way. Shumai looked at Chen Jianan with wide eyes, and Shi Tianchong also gazed at him dead on. Then, under the gaze of the two of them, Chen Jianan said with a calm expression and a normal tone, only when they are completely annihilated physically will the lineage gateways be able to be severed. Shumai and Shi Tianchong immediately changed color. Chen Jianan's mind recalled the 8 Kings rebellion of his previous life, the Yangjia rebellion, the Anlushan mutiny, and Huang Chao, and finally sighed and said, it's just a pity that nowadays there are internal troubles and external troubles, and that the Shihua clans and valleys are somehow supporting Dayu, and that they hold the most powerful forces, and I'm afraid that it won't be easy to let them annihilate themselves. So then you can only retreat to the second best, support the commoner clans, split the power of the world's families, in order to be able to cure the disease of Dayu, just. To implement the policy is only afraid that there will also be a great resistance, the promoter of the policy to have absolute power to be able to do so. Chen Jianan's words reached this point. Shumai exhaled a long breath. Chen Jianan's remarks of physically eliminating the world family had really scared him, and the idea of promoting the commoner clan, although it couldn't be called much more profound, but coming from a 17 or 18-year-old teenager who had only worked as a small worker in a painting academy before, he couldn't help but marvel at it. Worthy of being the son of Chen Shui Jun. Shumai thought this in his mind. And that Shi Tianchong also exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He carefully noted down Chen Jianan's face, and then suddenly asked, you are making such a big deal in front of me, vilifying my Westbenglai, aren't you afraid that I'm going to kill you with a slap? No fear. Chen Jianan grinned. Before I came here, Elder Chi thought he had already fought with Uncle Chu. Both of them seemed to have exhausted their strength and only barely managed to stabilize their hands for drinking tea, so how can they kill me? Shi Tianchong and Shumai could not help but look at each other. Your cultivation is too weak, and how did you tell that I had already exhausted myself? Shi Tianchong snapped. Chen Jianan said, the tea has been boiled, but it is at the end of the table, and the two of you have allowed the fire to boil, but have not poured the tea. The rain poured down, but the two of you let it splash on you without covering up and blocking it. I said a lot of nonchalant words, but there is a total lack of true energy chi surging from Senior Chi, which is really out of the ordinary. Chen Jianan arrived slowly. He suddenly gripped the long Yang Sua sword by his side and turned his head to look at Shumai. Uncle Chu has helped me several times. Today I happen to come with a sword. Should we cut down this heaven-swallowing tiger? Uncle Chu walked away to hang the heavenly capital, just so there's a human to take credit for. P.S. There's another chapter later, so anyone reading can read it tomorrow if they're reading, and it's got a decent word count. Chapter 41, I'm not afraid to die. It's pouring with rain. The rain fell on the clean white ground in Shumai's courtyard and splashed again, as if countless arrows had been shot out of the ground. This rain is so heavy that the sky and the earth have become inseparable. The Milky Way in the sky and the white waves in front of the street. Chen Jianan then gripped the hilt of the young flint blade in such a torrential downpour. Shumai felt that he had underestimated Chen Jianan. The face of the young man sitting beside him was quite serious, as if he was waiting for Shumai to give an order and he was about to draw his sword and kill. With some surprise in his eyes, Shi Tianchong took another careful look at Chen Jianan, and an equally rugged smile hung on his rough face. At this point, he no longer hid it, only lifting his hand with difficulty to point to the sky. Do you know why it's raining so hard today? Because a great man has come to the Sunan province, and when he opens his mouth to rebuke, the dark clouds in the sky will burst into pieces, descending the pouring cloud vapor therein. Shi Tianchong's voice was hoarse, as if he was completely unafraid of the long Yang flint sword in Chen Jianan's hand. He is truly the #1 martial artist in the world, famous on the creation tablet under the Tao, and inscribed on the 9th tablet under the Tao, and when we look at him it is like looking at a glorious palace, at a living martial monarch, and when we look at him it is like the 9 heavens opening up a palace, and all the nation's garments worshipping the tasseled crown. It is precisely because he attracted the vast majority of the strongest people in the entire Sunan mansion as well as the generals guarding the city that I was able to enter the Sunan mansion. He has a strong physical body, hardened himself to carry the 5 plagues of wrathful thunder, and dared to wrestle with the dragon monarch. Such a person, even if he were to sit in front of me, Mr. Qi, with serious injuries, I would not be able to kill him. When Shi Tianchong said this, his words suddenly changed. I am in front of him just as you are in front of me. Chen Jianan, I can smell the true essence in your body. You are only at the cultivation level of a true essence tree, even if your true essence is thicker than that of an ordinary person. So what? So what if I dueled with Chu Mai's divine embodiment and used up my true essence and divine embodiment? My fleshly body's sinews and bones are like mountains, and my flesh and blood are like mountains. With you, you couldn't kill me if I sat and let you hack away for 10 days. There was arrogance in Shi Tianchong's tone, and he even squinted at Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan was slightly silent, but Chu Mai on the side nodded his head slowly and said, the Jade K realm is the true watershed, and characters below the Jade K realm are indeed worthy of this rampage. Deaconin, I still have something to say to the heaven-swallowing tiger of West Benglai, so you may leave. When Chen Jianan heard Chu Mai's words, there was some pity on his face, and he was about to stand up. Yet again, I heard Shi Tianchong inquire, Chen Dianan, you tried to kill me the first time you saw me, where did you get the guts, and where did you get the idea to kill? Is it just for the sake of giving Chumai a human credit?
Chen Jianan's figure slightly paused. He lowered his head, as if remembering something, and the rain fell on the roof, as if 1,000 waterfalls were falling on the house. I heard about Wu Zhu in the old alley, and the storyteller was a man of the past, and spoke in a colorful manner. He said that all the 20 or so men in that great house had been beheaded, and none of them had been spared. The fate of the 30 or so women was a little more tragic, and they were tortured before they died. I was indifferent when I heard it, and only thought that it was their bad fate. But today I saw Elder Qi, but remembered this matter again, and suddenly felt that the usual goodwill and charity, the countryside praised more than 50 people all died in the hands of the West Penglai, this world but do not listen to the world, is really a little bad. Qi Tianchong coldly asked, aren't you afraid that there is something else going on in that Wu Zhu's house? Before messing with my West Penglai sword? Chen Jianan shook his head. It is said that the statue of the Wu Zhu family head was erected on Lotus Mountain, which was paid for by the people of Lotus Mountain as well as the people of the town. Those who could not afford the money melted away their own pots and pans and kitchen knives at home, and replaced them with copper and iron to be sent, just to mold a body of gold for that family head. If it is wrong to listen to a man, I suppose it is not so wrong to see what he does. Qi Tianchong nodded, so you want to fight and want to draw your sword to kill me? Chen Jianan was quite frank, even a bit roguish, laughing. If you have the opportunity to kill, you kill, and do what's in your hand. But since Uncle Chu said that I can't kill you just now, it's not like I have to kill you. Qi Tianchong was calm and composed. This is the anger of the weak, Chen Jianan, you are still too weak. Wanting to fight for this world is still far from being qualified. Let me tell you, the reason why Shi Penglai wants to go to that Wu Zhu's mansion is nothing but two reasons. The first reason is that he covets the rich family capital in Wu Zhu's mansion, so that he can use it to feed Shi Penglai's characters. The second reason is that Wu Zhu does not know what is good and bad, and is unwilling to accept my West Penglai's solicitation, and in the future, if I want to earn people on the mountain, I will have to set up a few points of majesty. There's nothing wrong with your guess, that dozens of people from the Wu family, but they only died in vain. When Qi Tianchong spoke, even his tone did not change, as if he was talking about something as light as a feather.
Chen Jianan seemed indifferent as he paired the long Yang Sua sword at his waist and rose. Qi Tianchang's morose voice came again, you want to fight for that Wu Zhu general? Then do you know how I, West Penglai, disposed of those 400 orphans? Those more than 400 orphans have received a great favor from Wu Zhu, and many of them have already begun to practice martial arts and start reading. How can I, West Penglai, let them leave at will? In the future, if even one of the over 400 orphans becomes successful, it will be considered a trouble for my West Penglai. So those 400 orphans were all wiped out as well, and afterward a fire burned down that Wu Zhu's mansion. The fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights, and countless people came to put out the fire, which was so great that what could those commoners do? Qi Tianchong's voice suddenly lurched, the original unchanged expression finally changed, the corner of his mouth sketched out a smile, said, Chen Dianan, my West Penglai is this kind of hegemony, at this moment I'm sitting right here, you want to show off some bravado, do some chivalrous things in the novels, now is the opportunity. Shumai's complexion would change as he frowned and looked coldly at Qi Tianchong, killing opportunities surging in his eyes. Chen Jianan remained impassive and stood up with his sword. Qi Tianchong suddenly laughed. This is the way of the world, the dignitaries are sitting comfortably in the government offices, and at a command, naturally there are countless people who go to kill, and there are also countless people who lose their lives. I, West Penglai, am a bandit, so it's fine to act in a bloody manner, but do you know that I don't know how many adults sitting in high positions are also doing the same thing? You think you have a few moments of any chivalry, but you don't even dare to strike your sword at me, a mountain bandit, so how can you fight for justice? Who said that I am a chivalrous person? Chen Jianan finally opened his mouth as he saluted Chu Mai and said goodbye while saying, I said just now that if I could kill Senior Qi in passing to do a good deed, I would do so. What is it worth to know that you can't do it, but you're so angry and bloodthirsty that you have to be angry? The latecomer is just over 17 this year, having first glimpsed the way of cultivation, and is but a weak youngster in this great world. Weaklings, even with 10,000 fires of anger, what can they burn but weak grass? Therefore, Elder Qi, you don't need to provoke me with your words, and you don't need to presume to plant a demonic thought in my heart. Chen Jianan seemed to be quite spontaneous and unimpulsive, and even seemed to see through Qi Tianchong's desire to do something. He said casually, and was about to step out of this small courtyard on Dongfeng Street. Chu Mai told him to leave, and it was true that he couldn't help much here, and even with his current cultivation, he couldn't even hurt Qi Tianchong in the slightest. As there was no point in doing so, Chen Jianan planned to leave decisively. Chu Mai was even a bit impervious to Chen Jianan, the son of his deceased son, at this time. Even Qi Tianchong's eyes gleamed as he said, not to mention Chu Mai, Chen Jianan, you are indeed not bad. I didn't expect that today there would be an unexpected joy, allowing me to meet an extraordinary teenager. But Chen Jianan, your guess isn't right yet, or maybe it's not right enough. My words have provoked you, indeed I want to make your mind dusty, depressed and unable to send out, to spoil your state of mind, so that your future cultivation will be stagnant and unsmooth. But in the meantime, I'm merely stalling. Stalling? Chu Mai and Chen Jianan furrowed their brows violently. Cackle. This subtle opening of the door was covered by the pouring rain. But Chumai and Chen Jianan were both cultivators, and Chumai, even though his divine essence was exhausted and his true essence supplying his divine essence was overly consumed, this extraordinary figure still had a superb 5 senses. As for Chen Jianan, he had also broken into the true element and had even borne a myriad tree to call it extraordinary, so naturally, he could also hear this sound that was covered by the heavy rain. Then there was the sound of footsteps treading water. Then, Chen Jianan saw a middle-aged man in his 30s, with no hair on his face but extremely dark skin, slowly walk in. With just one glance, Chen Jianan recognized this person. I met this person in my cell after I had an accident in the Yellow Gate's small courtyard and was escorted to the prison. Even though this person's face no longer had a dense beard, and his eyes no longer had a dense ferocious light, Chen Jianan knew that this person was the character who had struck up a conversation with him in the cell. I can't believe it's you, we meet again. The man grinned. I asked you then what your name was and what age you were, and you were silent, but today is a good day, and this lord happens to ask you carefully about your name. The visitor spoke as he walked forward until he arrived in the courtyard and saluted again from afar towards Qi Tianchong. Qi Tianchong tilted his head, seemingly smiling, and said, nowadays, the wind is rising in this Suwu state, and an unknown number of strong people have come. I came to Sunanfu, and in fact, I came here because of Lord Chu. But now the Suwu state is in the wind, and I don't know how many strong people have come, and I don't dare to bring my brothers from West Penglai, lest I be seen to be dragging me down. But Lord Chu, my West Penglai's iron horse mud snake is everywhere. This man's name is Chiu Sanxiu, and he has been waiting in the prison of the government office since early in the morning, and since all of the experts of the government office are absent today, he happened to come out for a walk. This close, this mud snake doesn't need to be much stronger, just a divine embodied cultivation will be enough to set things right. Lord Chu, do you think so? Qi Tianchong snapped. Shumai frowned. West Penglai's Shan Shui went out of his way to come and kill me, even at the risk of being in the same city as General Xianzi and General Iron Arm. But I wonder who can afford to pay such a price. Qi Tianchong shook his head and did not reply to Chumai's words. Instead, he looked at Chen Jianan. As I said just now, you do surprise me. Chen Jianan, are you willing to go to West Penglai with me? When we get to the mountain, even if your cultivation is weak for the time being, you will have your own name as a young general. When the day comes when the iron horse runs into the sea and the mud snake flies up to the sky, I, West Penglai, will naturally have a day when I can truly dominate the world, and at that time, wouldn't it be better for you to go and perform those acts of chivalry? Chen Jianan was still standing under the eaves of the house. He was wearing a young flint at his waist and looking at the visitor from afar. That person stood in the rain, letting the rain wash and beat, and did not hide or avoid, also looked at Chen Jianan from afar, and then there was silence. Qi Tianchong didn't care, shook his head and said, since you don't want to agree, you don't want to go up the mountain with dignity, this matter is easy. I just need to let Chiu Sanxiu break your legs, drag you up the mountain, and then connect your broken bones for you. True element realm martial arts cultivator, always not to die like this. He seemed determined to bring Chen Jianan back to the mountain. And Chiu Sanxiu in the rain touched his bald head that was constantly running water, and his eyes suddenly became full of killing intent. Shumai's mind turned sharply, but he felt that the situation in front of him was a dead end. I still underestimated the evil intentions of those bigwigs in the capital, and before I had even taken office, they wanted to kill me by the hand of Zaipanglai. And a divine embodiment cultivator in the district has become a bargaining chip to press for victory. He realized that he was relegated to a few years time Song Fei's on the throne. The dynasty is afraid that has become a mass of pin bones to kill the vortex, tipping unparalleled. No need to think too much. If one dares to send someone to come and kill my soon-to-be appointed minister of the ministry, it's either the master of the state or the Duke of An. Shumai took a deep breath. It's just that, Deaconess An was in turn dragged into this for no reason. He was about to forcefully raise a mouthful of true essence and summon his divine phase to send Chen Jianan away in a desperate attempt. Chen Jianan, who was always silent, but suddenly spoke up. He looked up and down at Chiu Sanxiu standing in the rain and said softly, divine impregnation cultivation, yet he fought with someone when he came out of prison, even though he tried his best to hide it. There are knife wounds on the palms of his hands, so I'm afraid that the loss of his true essence must not be low. The remaining three were a bit puzzled at once. Chen Jianan thought in his mind, I wonder if eating that blood-burning ginger fruit will be able to kill him. Qi Tianchong seemed to have lost interest in talking and only gently raised his hand towards Chiu Sanxiu. Even if I have suffered some injuries and lost my true essence, how difficult is it to kill you? Chiu Sanxiu whispered in his heart. True essence flowed through his body, and intense true essence even instantly attached itself to the surface of his body, incomparably sharp, even piercing through his clothes. Divine embodiment realm, mud pills nourish God, to God harness the true essence, God embodied in the sky to accommodate all things, the body of the long life swim Qianshu. The divine essence can nourish the true element in the physical body, and the divine essence can harness the true element in the body, and the internal observation of the mind will rise, and the thought will know that the dust will fall. To reach the realm of the divine essence, it is to be called a person in the Xuanqi cultivation. For example, at this moment, Chiu Sanxiu, even though he was already injured, even though his true essence was quite depleted,
However, at this moment, when he operated the divine embodiment and flowed his true essence, a gust of ferocious aura came violently from up and down his body, and his exposed skin became reddish and incomparable, as if it were on fire. Red Lotus Fixed View Sutra. Shumai knew the origin of this gong method at once in his heart, and that Xiao Sancho instantly transported the power has become, legs bent at the knees, violently leaped. Like a crimson leopard breaking free in a flash, Xiao Sancho brought a torrent of true essence, squeezing away inches of air around him, and slammed into Chen Jianan. The violent true essence almost set the air around them on fire, and for a moment, flames appeared in the sky, as if they were a red lotus on fire. Shumai was about to squeeze the last trace of divinity out of his body to control the remaining true essence in his body. Suddenly, however, he sensed that Chen Jianan, who was standing under the roof, had also made a move. At some point, he drew the long yang flint sword at his waist. A strange gong method operated all of a sudden, and the true essence in Chen Jianan's body was fast to the extreme, even burning up. A thin layer of aura surfaced on the treasure blue Xianmen long coat on his body. The right arm holding the sword under his robes was rippling with veins, the blood in his body flowed rapidly, and the true element myriad tree in the Yuanguan trembled continuously, just like the falling leaves steeping down an unknown amount of true element that was spread across the sky. Hoo hoo hoo. Rumble. At this moment, it seemed as if the true essence in Chen Jianan's body was burning. A fiery light had already condensed on the long yang flint blade in his hand. Then, this firelight became incomparably blazing in front of Shumai and Qi Tianchong's eyes. Chen Jianan held the blazing long sword and swept it across the room. The 8 capitals go north to 12 weights. It was like a mad dragon ascending to the heavens. The long sword with firelight brought up a monstrous river of true essence, driving the firelight that seemed to burn everything, and then collided with Xiao Sancho's red lotus technique. A sound just like a thunderous explosion resounded in the void. There was a violent storm coming from around them. Chen Jianan and Xiao Sancho collided violently, and then instantly separated, and the two of them landed on the ground, and then rushed straight towards each other with a vast and surging wave. How is that possible? Qi Tianchong, who was watching the battle, changed his expression. Then he smelled the true essence around Chen Jianan's body as if it had burned up, becoming incomparably strong. Is it the efficacy of that long sword? Qi Tianchong's mind turned sharply. No, that long knife is only 100 forged. How can it be this powerful? Even Shumai was puzzled. But there was no doubt that Chen Jianan had become terrifyingly very scary at this moment. The moment he landed, the long blade in his hand had 100 variations, carrying unrivaled true essence to kill Xiao Sancho. Xiao Sancho did not know when his hands formed a red lotus seal, his long breath blew violently, and the air seemed to be blown to burn, incandescent, blocking Chen Jianan's way, and the brilliant flames obscured Chen Jianan's gaze. Immediately after that, he did not make the slightest pause, but took 2 steps sideways and leapt violently. Between the fierce light in his eyes, his bones crackled, and the muscles around his body were filled with true essence. Originally not tall, Xiao Sancho grew more than a foot taller in just a split second, his huge figure covering the pouring rain. A crimson red arm with a fiery light whipped down heavily, about to whip on Chen Jianan's head. Chen Jianan's sword momentum did not stop, just like a large army pulling out the city, straight to the north of the 8 capitals, roaring forward. The other hand, however, brought up a furious air current, as if a tiger's head was tearing, and fiercely grasped at the void. Wherever the long knife went, the light of the blade appeared. 8 all north to 12 weight, and that red lotus red whip collision again, as if the thunderbolt burst, the two even indistinguishable. But in that firelight, Xiao Sancho's left fist steeply trembled, bringing up gusts of red lotus true essence, intending to land when it smashed at Chen Jianan's heart. But when his fist passed through the fire, a tiger eagle appeared from below and fiercely bit his right fist. Chen Jianan flipped his wrist, and his 5 fingers were like the teeth of a tiger, curling violently. Between the bloodlight looming, Xiao Sancho was not the least bit panicked, his eyes flared with fire, and one of his legs brought up a ferocious wind sound, as if it was a sledgehammer, ruthlessly smashing into Chen Jianan's right arm that was holding the sword. The aura on the precious blue Xian clothes dissipated sharply, but it shielded Chen Jianan's arm. The two separated again. 100 forged blade, Xianmen treasure cloth, great successful blade technique. This is the true origin realm? Xiao Sancho stood in the courtyard, his expression stiff, but he didn't dare to be careless at all. Because the Chen Jianan who landed on the ground seemed to be completely uninjured, the Yang Sua blade he held in his hand carried an ink-colored fire and chopped horizontally. The long knife's cold light was intriguing, and the killing aura was intense. Xiao Sancho didn't dare to delay at all, running the precious red lotus technique, his strong physical body catalyzing his true essence, and his divine embodiment spreading all around, speculating on the changes in Chen Jianan's long blade. But immediately afterward, Xiao Sancho was found. Chen Jianan's saber was too subtle, countless changes were hidden in this horizontal chop. No matter how he speculated, it seemed that this saber technique would always give birth to amazing changes. The sword technique is so subtle, then it can only be broken by force. Xiao Sancho's Yuan Guan and Mud Pill moved in unison, and the divine embodiment squeezed out every drop of true essence in the Shen Guan. At this moment, his body was like a large furnace that was constantly burning, flourishing with flames that burned everything. And this flame, all coalesced in his palms. Xiao Sanshio's lower plate was rooted to death on the earth, his palms brought up a furious momentum, and his bushel-like palms fanned down as if they were fanning out 2 clouds of storms. This strike was just too strong, so strong that the pouring rain seemed to be blocked, and the premises in the courtyard constantly shook, dust spread all over and tiles flew out. The earth has cracked. Xiao Sanshio's eyes were heavy with killing intent. He had never imagined that when he came to the cell that day, but the little child of the chi-nurturing realm, but in a few days, he was able to get tough with himself.
Smash you! The red lotus contained true essence, like a mountain collapsing, and smashed towards Chen Jianan with a loud bang.
As for Chen Jianan, he held his sword, and the 8 capitals went north to 12 weights, bringing up thousands of changes, and rushing straight at Xiao Sanshio. The red lotus palm seal fell, but Chen Jianan violently stopped his blade and leapt up in a matter of moments. The 8 capitals north going 12 heavy blade technique surprisingly fell from the sky.
Breaking army style.
The long knife chopped down and blood splattered. Xiao Sanshio's palm imprint smashed into the ground, cracking the earth and shattering the surrounding courtyard walls, while Chen Jianan's long knife slashed at his head. That red lotus technique was truly subtle, and the divine embodiment realm cultivator's reaction was fast to the extreme. Even though Chen Jianan had changed so quickly, there was still true essence running above his head to protect his flesh and bone clay pellets. But Chen Jianan's knife has already cut down. Even if it is only half cut, it is enough to take the life of Xiao Sanshio. At this moment, Chen Jianan yang flint flaming sword embedded in the head of Xiao Sanshio. Xiao Sanshio opened his eyes, rolling blood but covered his eyes.
Can such a fierce blade technique be like picking up a leaf, stopping and changing at the drop of a hat?
Xiao Sanshio's mind blurred with realization and muttered, and then he died violently.
Chen Jianan withdrew his sword, feeling the immense pain all over his body, about to fall down. Chu Muoi frowned. Qi Tianchong's pupils shrunk.
Chen Jianan, who had lunged forward and down, however, suddenly chopped out a blade in an extremely unbelievable manner, chopping towards Qi Tianchong. At this time, Qi Tianchong was only 2 feet away, and Qi Tianchong was slightly distracted because of Chen Jianan's incredible performance, and was not on guard. The muscles in his body were not yet condensed. And with flickering flames, Chen Jianan's long knife chopped into his arm, into his flesh and blood, and then with extreme precision, into the cartilaginous fascia where the bones were connected. All of this happened too quickly, so quickly that Chu Mai and Qi Tianchong, whose divine energy had been depleted, had not even reacted. Giggle! A sword light rang out. Qi Tianchong's right arm was broken at the root, and he flew up violently high, his blood spurting out wildly. Harpies! Qi Tianchong spat out blood and violently shouted. The blood from the severed surface of his right arm turned golden, like a golden thorn, stabbing straight at Chen Jianan. The blood of such an expert could even be transformed into a sword. Chen Jianan hurriedly resisted, but was still struck by those golden thorns with horrifying force on his young Sua long blade, and the tremendous force threw him out and smashed him heavily on the ground, even smashing out a deep pit. Cough! 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 Chu Mai opened his eyes roundly, almost finding it hard to believe the scene in front of him. While Chen Jian stationed his long sword, he stood up from the deep pit, feeling the power of the blood-burning ginger fruit that was gradually fading from his body. Bah! He spat out a mouthful of blood, chewed in his mouth, spat out another tooth, and looked at Qi Tianchong, who had an iron expression on his face. I lied just now. If I don't make a sword out of my predecessor, I'll really give birth to demonic thoughts. Qi Tianchong was as incredulous as Chu Mai. How dare you? Chen Jianan spat out another mouthful of blood and grinned. A humble person, even with 10,000 fires of anger, cannot burn away anything other than weak grass, only because a humble person is annoyed and indignant, and only draws his sword towards the weaker one. But I'm different. I'm not afraid to die. Chen Jianan silently added in his mind, because I died once. P.S. Simply stay up all night to finish this paragraph. 7,000 words chapter begging for monthly votes. The new book period estimates that no one so more it. Chapter 42 Daisy Tiger Steel, Avatar Under the Dao. Perhaps the rain had finished in the clouds and the downpour just stopped abruptly. Running water from the roof fell in the courtyard, washing away the blood from the earth. However, Chu Mai's small courtyard was still in a mess, with Xiao Sanshio's corpse, Chen Jianan, whose body was shaking and ultimately unable to support himself, fainting in a deep pit, and Qi Tianchong, who had already severed an arm. The water stains on Chu Mai's white robes had dried up a bit, and the divine embodiment in the mud pills was inextricably regrouping as he was recovering. Qi Tianchong's complexion was a bit grim as he took an extremely serious look at Chen Xianan in the courtyard, as if he wanted to carve Chen Xianan's appearance into his mind, and then he turned his head to look at Chu Mai. It seems that Lord Chu's life was not meant to be. Qi Tianchong said, I really did not expect, so a sudden door of the realm of true essence young man, but was able to kill Xiao Sanshio. His hand of the knife law has been a great success, many changes are really dazzling, one step forward is the consummation, will be able to cultivate the knife potential, realm on the cultivation of potential characters are not many. Potential characters are not many, soon after waiting for him to cultivate some refinement, perhaps I will be able to see his name on the Daoyu list. Lord Chu, I am the one who lost today. He is no longer bleeding from his equally hideous wounds, and his tone is quite a lot of sighing. I have many strong people in West Banglai, but I am missing this kind of extraordinary young man, but Lord Chu.
Did you hear what he said just now? His heart for those families and valves is also quite disgusted. Perhaps one day, do not need me to labor, do not need me to earn him on the mountain, he will become the Westpinglai's iron horse and bull snake by himself. The adult seated high in the hanging heavenly capital can't tolerate a youngster with this kind of heart. Shumai looked at him sideways and said, in that case, before you came to Sunan province, you had already prepared a retreat? Chi Tianchong's expression eased somewhat with the person, shaking his head and saying, the truly great people who want to ask me to take the blame will inevitably have to give some benefits. At this point of his words, a seemingly ordinary jade pendant on his waist suddenly flashed with light, and immediately after that, the light on that jade pendant violently became flickering and piercing, almost causing the courtyard to be a raw white. Shumai narrowed his eyes, he vaguely saw a winged white horse flickering away in that white light, and when that white light faded, even Chi Tianchong, who was sitting opposite him, had disappeared. Shumai didn't seem to be annoyed that Chi Tianchong had escaped just like that. Instead he looked at Chen Jianan, pondering. After a long time he suddenly shook his head again. Chen Shuijun think not to allow. But 2 or 3 breaths of time, Shumai's eyes suddenly changed more. Chen Shuijun is going to go to the Decisive Guan to seek the Decisive cave technique for Qin Jianan, and in the future, he also has plans in mind, and is not willing to see Qin Jianan wasting his life in this alleyway. Since this is the case, if I and the Song minister pave a big and open road for this teenager, Chen Shuijun should not be angry, right? Chen Jianan only felt a splitting headache, and his dry, cracked lips seemed to be oozing blood. He slowly opened his eyes, realizing that he wasn't in a small courtyard on Gizmo Street. He slowly turned his head, and the bones in his body were in severe pain, almost falling apart. It hurts. Chen Jianan sucked in a cool breath and struggled to see his surroundings. He saw the ancient and quiet room, saw the room set up expensive and exquisite small sandalwood tables and chairs, saw not far away from the incense burner inserted sandalwood incense intoxicating. He inhaled into his nose, the pain seems to alleviate a little. The door to the room was open, and outside the door was Chumai's small courtyard. He remembered that the small, empty but white courtyard had long been in shambles, but now it looked intact. Chen Jianan braced himself to get up, but then he saw Chumai personally walk in with a bowl of soup and medicine. You're awake? Chumai handed the soup medicine to Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan didn't talk nonsense and drank the soup medicine into his stomach in one mouthful. When that tonic went into his stomach, Chen Jianan only felt that almost all of the true essence from the true essence wonderful tree had been mobilized, and with the strong medicinal effect it flowed freely through his body, mending his injured bones, flesh and sinews. This medicine is excellent. Chen Jianan couldn't help but sigh. Shumai said, this is the 7 Cliff Temple extremely precious healing soup medicine, not to be outwardly, I only have 6 doses with me, this is also the 3rd dose, when you leave you will take the remaining 3 doses also bring back, 1 dose per day, wait for you to drink, your injuries cannot be said to be restored to the beginning of the day, but also considered to be free of obstacles. I was out for 3 days? Chen Jianan keenly captured the information in Shumai's words. Shumai nodded his head, but asked, what is the name of the blade technique you practice? Chen Jianan replied very naturally, I don't know what the name is, I practiced it in a haphazard manner. I always thought that Chen Shuijun did not allow you to cultivate because he wanted you to live an ordinary life on this Chihuang Street, but I never thought that he would leave you with this nice blade technique, which is a Xian Gong and is quite valuable. Shumai sighed, there is also the Gong method you cultivate, the true essence is like white jade, bright and pure, I think it was also left to you by Chen Shuijun. Chen Jianan was very satisfied with Shumai's brainstorming, and then asked in confusion, Uncle Chu, what is Xian Gong? Shumai explained, the world's feats and laws all have grades, in addition to the ordinary feats and laws have high and low, strong and weak, more rare than ordinary feats and laws, more precious, is the so-called Xian Gong Miao Fa. This sword technique of yours is the Xian Gong, and this cultivation of your white jade true element is the myriad method. If this kind of Gongfu secret is spread into the Jianghu, it will inevitably lead to a bloody fight. Chen Jianan's eyes lit up. Before he had heard Sushi Yu talk about the Xian Gong myriad technique, he just didn't understand what it meant. Today Chumai had sort of cleared up the confusion for him. So it is. He gently nodded his head, when a sharp pain came from between his neck, causing him to grimace in pain, but he still asked the doubt in his heart, but I wonder if there are any other grades of techniques above this Xian Gong mythic technique? Naturally there is. Shumai seriously replied, Xian Gong Miao Fa each divided into 3 grades, 1 grade is the most precious, the cultivation of success is also the most powerful, and 1 grade of Xian Gong, Miao Fa above, is the 6 grades of heavenly power, 6 grades of divine power, but heavenly power, divine power is often innate realm can only be practiced, which although there are exceptions, but this exception is prepared to give the name of the road to the next 9 monuments of the characters, said very little. 3rd grade Xian Gong mythical technique, 6th grade heavenly technique divine power. Uncle Chu, I wonder how many grades this Gong and technique of mine counts as? Your knife method has been completed, there are 1,000 variations, now you are just short of perfection, after the completion will be able to raise the knife potential. In this case, your knife method is the 3rd grade of Xian Gong, if it is the 2nd grade of Xian Gong is enough for you to raise the knife intention, if it is the 1st grade of Xian Gong, it will be able to knife intention into the god, to be able to blade intention into the god.
The character who can make the knife intention into God, in my 80 million people of Dayu is also few and far between. And it's not that you have a first-grade Shin-gong, you can Shin-gong complete, ancient and modern cultivation of a first-grade Shin-gong characters do not know how many, but Shin-gong complete, Shin-gong into the gods characters, but fewer and fewer. As for this gong method of yours which is a bit stronger than this sword method of yours, nowadays how many weights have you practiced to? Chu Mai inquired. Chen Jianan answered honestly, but the first weight, true essence is like white jade, soughing and flowing with radiant light, and the first weight has not yet been perfected. If I can step into the second weight, my true essence myriad tree will be able to bear fruit. Second grade mythic law. Chu Mai sighed, the higher the grade of the myriad, the more difficult it is to cultivate. It's not easy for you to be able to myriad initiation, just need to cultivate step by step. With the second grade myriad as the base, the speed of cultivation can't be slowed down too much. Chu Mai naturally didn't know that by full count, it had only been more than a month since Chen Jianan had begun cultivating. Over a month's time, the second grade myriad has been introduced, and even the true essence has become a tree. He only thought that in the past, Chen Shuijun was concealing his cultivation for Chen Dianan, and now that Chen Dianan's cultivation is getting stronger, this is why he can't conceal it anymore. But even so, Chen Jianan still called himself an extremely extraordinary teenager in Chu Mai's eyes. Although his cultivation is weaker, but at his age, he was able to train a third-grade Shen Gong to its great completion. His natural talent is said to be extremely strong. Chu Mai secretly thought, the road ahead is still long, Chen Xianan is bound to be able to make a name for himself. But why is this Chen Xianan's natural talent so good? His mind spun, and he suddenly remembered a long-ago rumor. Rumor has it that Chen Shuijun obtained the Emperor Drinking Dan and the Emperor Drinking Dan in that great chance. Could that rumor be true? This Chen Zhuan ate one of them? Chu Mai's mind fluttered, but no matter what, this Chen Dian is an enlightened one. The Emperor Drinking Dan can change roots and build bones, but enlightenment is innate. Chen Jianan sat on the couch. There are still many unanswered questions in his mind, so he asked again, Uncle Chu, if the name on the road under the 9 tablets, there can be exceptions to the divine cultivation? Chu Mai replied, the 9 monuments under the Tao are also known as the 9 monuments in the sky. That is the most mysterious treasure in this world. If you can inscribe a name on the monument, there will naturally be extremely extraordinary gains. For example, if you carve your name on the daisy tiger steel, even if you are just a tiny cultivator in the divine embodiment realm, you can obtain the divine power under the Tao and henceforth rule the law of divine power with the divine embodiment realm. Chapter 43, this hanging heavenly capital, can I go there? Fledgling Tiger Monument. Since Chen Jianan had practiced until now, he didn't know how many times he had heard the name of this fledgling tiger steel. The characters whose names are engraved on the Daisy Tiger tablet are famous in the world, such as Si Ho Gui, the third son of the Si family, and Li Fushu, whom Chen Jianan has always remembered in his heart. These two are the characters of more than 300 rows on the Daisy Tiger tablet, and the whole world may have more than 10 billion people, of which the characters of the younger generation who can rank more than 300 are indeed not to be underestimated. Stronger names go on the fledgling tiger monument, and they become stronger. When they go on the fledgling tiger monument, Chen Jianan mused in his heart. Chu Mai's crane robe was as good as new as he looked at the young man in front of him and suddenly asked, Chen Dianan, don't you want to know if that Qi Tianchong is dead or alive? You cut off one of his arms, it would be fine if he were dead, but aren't you afraid if he's alive? Chen Dianan replied unconcerned, is not afraid, just even if that Qi Tianchong escaped, he committed the assassination of the current imperial court officer of the Ministry of the Army of the Great Crime. Even if today's more stormy dynasty, I'm afraid that Qi Tianchong and even the whole of the West Benlai have to tighten their tails to hide for some days. Dianan thought that at least half a year. I do not have to worry too much about Qi Tianchong and the West Benlai. A flash of appreciation flashed in Chu Mai's eyes, but then he shook his head. 3 days ago, when you chopped off his arm in the courtyard you said that you weren't afraid of death, but now how come you're afraid again? There are deaths that are heavier than Mount Tai and lighter than a feather. Chen Jianan gritted his teeth and got out of bed while saying, Uncle Chu is my father's good friend, the matter of the Yellowgate Painting Academy and the matter of the deathmatch appointment with Zhou Xiujing have all taken care of me, and even saved my life. Qi Tianchong and Uncle Chu were both defeated and I cut off his arm, and if I can play a role in providing some assistance, I am naturally not afraid of it. Plus, this West Penglai said the crown, and the Jianghu and the people really blinded some people, but a careful view of their behavior, they are just a group of robbing, killing, and plundering bandits, and then how to shout slogans, but also cannot be washed clean, their hands stained with blood, such as the Lotus Hill under the Wu Zhu House. Wu Zhu House was slaughtered full, in which more than 400 orphans were not spared, making me really some annoyed. With this irritation out of the sword, not to say that this sword is heavier than Mount Taishan, but it is bound to be a little heavier than a Hongmao, that's why I'm not afraid. Heavier than MT. Tai, lighter than a feather? Chu Mai raised his eyebrows and laughed, you're just a small yellow door worker, but you do have a bit of the spirit of a chivalrous man. At this point of his words, about what he remembered, he sighed and said, it's just that in today's Dayu, the characters who have a sense of chivalry and are willing to pull out their swords to help the unjust often don't live for a long time.
There is a Taodai sitting on the clouds in the hanging heavenly capital overlooking the great Yu, blinding the holy hearings, appointing villains, and the cool officials are coming out, and it is getting more and more horrible and solemn between the court and the countryside. Hanging sky outside the capital of a cloud covering the sky. I do not know how many families and valves in this group of clouds under the line of dirty hooks, the dynasty and feel to do things less and less people, the Jianghu city and the chivalry of the people are always swallowed by this cloud. Today's world cannot be called a good, and sometimes you have to hold down the heart of the gas nature, in order to live a longer time some. Shumai advised Chen Jianan extremely seriously, and Chen Jianan also knew that this was Shumai teaching him. In this matter, I will count you as having made a merit, and naturally you will be rewarded in the future. Shumai added, if you didn't happen to come that day, when Xiao Sanqiu came to Dongfeng Street, I'm afraid that my life would already be in danger. So Chen Jianan, you have also saved my life, and Shumai will remember it carefully. This soon-to-be appointed minister of the Ministry of War spoke very seriously, and even called his own name in front of such a junior as Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan knew that Shumai was making some kind of promise, and he remembered that incident at the Yellow Gate Painting Academy, and was about to say that he was getting even. Shumai, however, suddenly took out a letter from his sleeve. Yesterday your father sent 2 letters, one of which was sent to me, and the other asked me to pass it on to you. Chen Jianan was a bit surprised. He took the letter and did not avoid Shumai, opening it in front of Shumai. He read the epistle carefully and let out another long breath, some helplessness in his eyes. So, saying that he will return in January is in itself a coaxing trick. He has told me before that he will go on a long trip, and in fact he is going on a long trip this time. Chen Jianan thought silently in his heart, father has gone to Hanging Heavenly Capital, but he doesn't know where he's going after leaving Hanging Heavenly Capital. Thinking of Hanging Heavenly King, he suddenly understood why his father had lied to him. For Chen Shuai-jun, the most bitter thing is parting. He originally experienced a parting, that parting lasted 17 years. 17 years of time Chen Jianan only remember Chen Shujun more and more silent, the only talk with him or cooking those pear flowers, the color will be much more relaxed. Separation and reunion, is the earth's non-stop play, accustomed to, so as not to pathos. However, Chen Shuai-jun obviously did not have the qualifications to get used to it, because in 17 years, Chen Shuai-jun and the person he missed never reunited. So Chen Shuai-jun wanted to part in silence and one day reunite in silence, so that there could be about less eee. Well, but this father of mine did leave something back for me. Chen Jianan saw until the end of this letter and carefully put it away again. Your father is still in the Hanging Sky capital today, and I wonder if he has seen your mother. Shumai also some sighing, his mind recalled more than 10 years ago he and Chen Shujun, Li Yinchi and Yenkong Academy in the light of study, hurried 18 years, read to come, years and years. Chen Jianan was a bit more worried. Father is always quiet and not good with words, and he always accommodates others and acts warmly on weekdays? This type of person is most vulnerable to bullying. He went to Hanging Heavenly Capital, but I don't know if that Li family and C family humiliated him. Chen Shujun is not good at speaking and acts in a gentle manner? Shumai gave a sudden laugh and said, did you know that your father took the imperial examination to be a county official? Chen Jianan was quite surprised and shook his head. Shumai laughed, then do you know how much of a fuss your parents made in Hanging Heavenly Capital, and what exactly your silent father has done? Chen Jianan was about to ask carefully. The originally excited Shumai suddenly looked toward the courtyard and ordered someone to go forward to open the door again. Immediately afterward, Chen Jianan saw General Xianzi, who had broad shoulders and a broad back, step into the courtyard. Li Baodu walked slowly with his hands behind his back. Wearing that long basil-colored coat, his face was majestic and tall, and his eyes were sharp and incomparable, giving off tremendous pressure. Chen Jianan did not move and saluted Shumai. Shumai knew that Chen Jianan wanted to go back to Chihuang Street, so he waved his hand with him, signaling him to make himself at home. So Chen Jianan walked through the courtyard. He did not bother to look at this uncle of his. Li Baodu also did not bother to look at him, the two of them just like this brushed shoulders. Has General ever made a sword strike at that world's #1 martial artist? Shumai invited Li Baodu to take a seat and personally made tea again. Li Baodu was silent for a few breaths of time and shook his head. Gong Longshu was too powerful. He came from afar and pressed the clouds in the sky to break one after another, and a dragon was vaguely revealed in the clouds and mist. It was not his godly appearance, but his mount that he had caught from the Dragon Candle Temple. When he stood there, it was like Tarzan coming in person, like the angry sea becoming a wave. I suppressed the fear in my chest, and I was going to use my sword, but my body's true essence and even my divine appearance were suppressed by that terrifying might. Shumai heard Li Baodu's words, and in his heart, he never felt that Li Baodu was weak. Gong Longjiu all martial arts decision Kunlun, touched the dragon gate, by his martial arts chi suppression is not shame, generally do not need to mind. He came to Huqiu Mountain, but did not refine the spirit vein of Huqiu Mountain is also a fortunate thing, and now that he has left the Suwo house, the general can naturally rest assured. Li Baodu nodded slightly and added, Gong Longjiu came, the government office and Songhuai army were too nervous, but instead neglected servant Chu's safety. Baodu specially came to apologize. Shumai was silent for a while, and suddenly said, General Li, is the opinion of the family gate that important? That Chen Jianan is the son of Li Yinchi in any case,
and there is also yearly family blood flowing in his body. Why should the general be so disgusted? Li Baodu was obviously a bit surprised when he heard Chu Mai suddenly mention this matter. He picked up his cup and drank tea, saying, "The lineage of the family is naturally valuable. Lord Chu is not from a humble family, much less from the common people. The Chu family is the great government of Haja, a literary lineage. Do you not know that if a woman of the family marries such a character as Chen Shuijun, it would have been a disgrace?" Chu Mai said, "The imperial court opened the imperial examinations, is to let the ordinary people also have a way out. Chen Shujun is the Daji 4 years of the first prize winner, from the Yenkong Academy. The cultivation talent is also said to be not bad. Such a character to give him some time, even if he cannot mount the whale riding monument, the career will be built." The Li family rejected people, but caused many tragedies. Tone He is also a victim. Inchi is naturally a victim. Li Boda shook his head. Chen Shujun's luck was indeed extremely good as well, winning the position of scholar, but his origin doomed him to no great accomplishments, let alone comparing himself to my 6 surnames of Dayu. At that time, my father intended to betroth Inchi to the young patriarch of the Xie surname, but they gave birth to a bastard without saying a word, causing my father to lose face and preventing my Li family from advancing further. Do you know about these pasts, Lord Chu? I naturally know. Chu Mai poured tea with a slight lurch, and put the purple sand pot into the fire, but I also know that it is the Li family who broke the promise in the first place, not to mention Zhen Xianzi. The Li family has Yu Li Baodu, Li Choubai, and the Li family's old man is in a high position, and if you add Chen Shujun and Li Inchi, why do you need to rely on that Xie family name? Why do we need to rely on marriages? With the 4 of you, wouldn't you be able to go further? Li Baodu's eyes flashed, the corner of his mouth slightly skimmed. If there is no avatar heavenly power, if there is no amazing article, how can my Li family go further? Chen Shujun cultivated the 4-time cicada. I told him at that time, the 4-time cicada is much more difficult. Countless predecessors have done their work but failed to do so. He can't practice the 4-time cicada. So far, he has cultivated his whole life, yet he is still in the purple jade realm. By relying on him, how can my Li family go further? Now the only hope is on Xiao Bai. If he can name on the whale riding monument, my Li family Zhu Zi will be able to continue for dozens of years. Chu Mai frowned slightly. How does General know that Chen Shuijun really can't catch that 4-season cicada? Perhaps Chen Shujun has already established himself in the way of the sword, and that's why he went to hanging heavenly capital to retrieve the sword he left behind in the Li mansion. Chen Shujun went to fetch the sword? A flash of surprise swept across the bottom of Li Baodu's eyes, and then the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even thicker. Hanging heavenly capital is the hanging heavenly capital of the world's noble houses, and the lintel of my Li house is still too high for him, Chen Shujun, to reach today. He can't pull out that sword. Chu Mai shook his head, seemingly marveling at Li Baodu's stubbornness. His next sentence, however, instantly made Li Baodu shoot up. I intend to bring Chen Jianan forward to hanging heavenly capital. Never. Chen Jianan endured the severe pain in his body and went back to the familiar small courtyard on Chihuang Street. After a few days of not coming, the pear blossoms fell all over the place. As spring fades, so does this yard full of pear blossoms. After Chen Shujun left, this was the first time that Chen Jianan entered his room. His room was simple and neat, but a bed, a table, a futon and a wall full of books and manuscripts. He took away these books on the bookshelf as written in the letter, and then he saw 2 more yellow tomes placed deeper down. Before I left you have already practiced, and now I think you have already glimpsed the doorway and then read the Xiangong to be more transparent, and it is also easier to comprehend the Xiangong's wonderful method. Chen Shuijun wrote this in his letter. Chen Jianan was a bit surprised. Over the past 10 years, Chen Shujun had always played the role of an ordinary person and had never taught him to cultivate. Now that he was over 17 years old, Chen Shujun had left 2 tomes behind after his departure. One of the tome was a true elemental Dharma door, which Chen Jianan had read carefully. This true element Dharma is quite precious. Since the beginning of Qi nurturing, it can be cultivated all the way up to the Puyu realm. It should be a 3rd-grade wonderful Dharma, just not as good as my white jade cicada shedding chapter. He opened another tome and studied it before his expression finally changed a bit. 3rd-grade Xiangong, melting furnace body refining treasure record. Ida's father thought of it thoughtfully, nourishing Qi at the beginning, accompanied by practicing the body at the same time. This Xiangong I practice it again nowadays, it's also quite appropriate. Chen Jianan carefully put away this body refining Xiangong and put back another myriad law, but between a glance of his eyes, he saw a piece of straw paper placed on the side of Chen Shujun's pillow. There was a line of poetry written on that cursive paper. I have someone to think of, far away in the country. Chen Jianan read out the poem silently and shook his head again. He remembered the hanging heavenly capital, the Li family in the capital, Li Fushu, and the woman in white that he had dreamed of from time to time in his dreams. This hanging heavenly capital, am I not allowed to go? P.S. Catching up on reading, as a newcomer new number, without the base of old readers, 110,000 or 120,000 words before I got on the first one. Please vote for me if you have a vote, and I will continue to work hard for the shells every day 10,000 more. After all, the new book period my update will be 6,000 or 7,000 words a day. Chapter 44, Drawing the Yellow Bird Wind.
Shumai, who has not yet reached his term of office, does not intend to go to the swirling hanging heavenly capital so early. He sent away the face of the green general Shenzi, and solemnly took out a page of Luoshan paper that he had hidden for a long time, and took out a Chongbone pen, only the ink bar did not have a better one, so he used the Hucho ink that was abundant in the house of Su Wu. He carefully ground the ink and carefully laid out the Luoshan paper before he put pen to paper to write the letter. This minister of the Ministry of War, who was first deposed and then promoted by the Minister of Song, deliberated on words and phrases for some time. These days the spring rain is continuous, fine as dust spring rain, stained the ginkgo tree outside the courtyard, the ginkgo leaves are wet, let Shumai remembered 18 years ago. He remembered the spring exam that he was most proud of in his life, and remembered that in front of the Shang Lanjuan in the southeast city of Hangtianjing, there was also a ginkgo tree planted. He and Chen Shujun were reunited under the ginkgo tree after the Chuanshin exam test, and his younger self asked Chen Shujun to send him a good line so that he could get some color. So Chen Shujun sent him a scholar walks his horse, tomorrow spring is like a painting. Instead, he sent Chen Shuijun the line the west wind Hanqiao, a move across the blue clouds. But the result was that Chen Shujun won the first prize, while he, Shumai, was the scholar, so Chen Shujun changed that phrase to scholar walking horse again, and ridiculed him for several days. Later, Chen Shujun resigned from his post in anger, saying that he wanted to catch cicadas in the marketplace. At that time, Shumai wrote a letter to Song Xiang, who had also resigned from his post and returned to his hometown, in the hope that he would write to persuade Chen Shujun. Years on earth urgently, ago 18 years, Shumai once again wrote a letter for Song Xiang, not for Chen Shujun, but for Chen Jianan. Shumai wrote very seriously, ink and pen neat, clean paper, words carefully, is to let the Song minister know that he highly valued Chen Jianan. Until the spring rain stops. Shumai let the spring breeze dry the ink, which sealed that letter. Chen Jianan talent is not bad, and sometimes the temperament is a bit angular and obstinate. This is quite rare for the youth of the people's family, and in today's world, the angularity and obstinacy seem to belong to the sons of the worldly families and the rich and noble families. Makino privately thought that since he has the Li family's sinking disease, if he entered the hanging heavenly capital, in time to refine his cultivation, perhaps he can compete with many of the children of the world's families for the choice of the seal of execution. Song Xian thought how? He wrote this in his letter. At this time there was a sudden cicada chirp from outside the door. Shumai initially didn't think it was a big deal, but with another spring breeze blowing through, he raised his head and looked toward the courtyard. Where do the cicadas come from in the spring? Although there are spring cicadas, but in fact, even the spring cicadas will wait until the arrival of summer, will not wait to come out of the ground. Now that spring is not gone, he hears the cicadas. It shouldn't be some kind of sign, right? If Chen Shuijun knows that I sent his son to hanging heavenly capital, I am only afraid. As Shumai thought about this, he pursed his lips in a rare manner and shook his head again to expel the thoughts in his mind. But I don't know if Chen Shuijun has caught the cicadas for more than 10 years, whether he has caught them or not. Is he now in the hanging heavenly capital, or has he taken off for the great Mercy Guan? On this spring day, Shumai was not the only one thinking about Chen Shujun. In a rather elegant mansion in the southern city of Hanging Heaven capital, several people were fishing by the pool. As the saying goes, it is not easy to live in Kyoto, and to live in the southern city is like ascending to heaven. The southern city of Hanging Heaven capital has always been a place of inches of gold, but this one mansion has 5 entries, and there is even a piece of pool water in the courtyard. This pool is not an ordinary family house that the size of a few points. The mansion in the pool is afraid of 2 or 3 acres of water, clear water, elegant, which there are many colors of swimming fish in which the tail swaying. And in the kiosk next to the pool, a few people were fishing. The person holding the fishing rod was dressed in a bullfighting bull patch green bien luo robe, his face was calm, and his breath was like an abyss. The angler is none other than today's minister of the household Li Chuchio. His eyes are kind and calm, his demeanor is slow, as if he is afraid of scaring away the hooked fish. A man in his 20s beside him refilled his tea. The man had a little red mark on his forehead, his face was fair, his eyes were shining, and he was quite noble. He added tea for the minister of household and bowed low to pour tea for another middle-aged man behind him. The middle-aged man was lying in a rocking chair with his eyes closed and his breath so quiet that he seemed to have fallen asleep. But he was just lying there, his right eyelid with a scar on it was shrugging slightly, as if it was rippling like a deep mountain cloud. Master, this tea is Guju Mountain Guju purple bamboo shoots. Tisang Yuan Lu theory of its tea in the first, just a few years Lakestream State suffered a disaster. Guju purple bamboo shoots a few years did not produce, only this year collected up 3-2. I will bring to this doomed Jai. That young man had a smile at the corner of his mouth as he spoke slowly. The state master lying on the chaise longue seemed to be asleep indeed, letting the chaise longue sway and not moving a muscle. The young man smiled casually. Just at this time, the Ministry of Households, Li Chucho caught a good fish. The fish scales are smooth and translucent, the 2 whiskers are long and white, the fish's eyes are turquoise blue, quite strange. The young man hurriedly took the fish into his pocket and laughed. Lord Shangshu is really good luck. It is a white dragon fish. Even in this doomside there are only 2 or 3, and no one has ever caught it on weekdays. Li Tsuechio looked down at the white dragon fish in the fishing guard and finally spoke. Xiaoyu, I've come here several times to fish, but I've never seen any white dragon fish. Today you hosted a banquet for me and the state master, and this white dragon fish is thought to be something you put in there temporarily? With a smile on his face, Xiaoyu shook his head and said, this white dragonfish always sinks to the bottom of the pool on weekdays, not daring to raise its head to look at it, but today, for some unknown reason, it actually bit the bait. Li Qiuqiu remained seated on his knees and continued fishing. The young man named Xiaoyu, however, suddenly said, these fish are well kept by the servants every day, and are kept fat and fresh, so it would be a good thing to fish them up one day, and they can always be put to good use to cook up some delicious dishes. Take that Chen Shuijun for example, he went to Jiangnan for more than 10 years, and in the past few days I've heard that he's returned to hanging heavenly capital. Lord Shangshu, Chen Shujun's article is not bad. It is said that there is also some cultivation talent. More than 10 years have passed. I think that he is a little more refined. If Lord Li is interested, why don't you also fish for him? Li Chucho interrupted Xiaoyu's words. Chen Shujun was born into an ordinary people's home, and even grew up eating 100 meals, yet he was able to get a high school diploma, and actually has a few talents. Xiaoyu listened carefully. He naturally knew about the past between Li Yuani, the daughter of Li Chucho, and Chen Shujun, and also knew that this was a past that the Li family did not want to bring up, but he did not know why he had to bring it up. Li Chucho face as usual, continued to say, but he has a few points of talent, but it is in the song-wash drainage hibernation, want to change the law, leather my lifeblood of the high school scholars, but also to come to mess with the lintel of my Li family. He is the son of a peasant family, and although my Li family is not a family of 1,000 years, I have to guard the door for the family at the present juncture, and must not give rise to any chaos. Li Chucho words to this point, the heart seems to be a little chaotic, fishing line into the pool, washing out a burst of small ripples. Xiaoyu sighed. It is also this Chen Shujun bad luck, if he was born on one side of the big government. Need not be the 6 surnames of Dayu, and even not need to be the name of the family of Dayu, only a single place for generations of scholars. I think that the fate of the many turnarounds. Humph. Li Tsuecho suddenly snorted coldly. Chen Shujun is too stubborn. Even if he has some talent, it is not enough to be praised. For example, I once went to Yenkong Academy and saw his poems written on paper. He writes that the water is turbid and undrinkable, and that the pots of pulp are half turned into earth. He is in the hanging heavenly capital, among the scholars, but he says that the river water is too muddy, turbid as mud. What is he referring to? Another example is that he has extraordinary luck and has done something for my Li family, so I let him enter my Li family's old pavilion and pick a technique. Xiaoyu, guess what he picked? 4 times cicada sword. Xiaoyu said, as Lord Shangshu said, this Chen Shujun is indeed a bit stubborn, although the 4 times cicada is an extremely extraordinary sword Dao Xianquan. It is rumored that it can Xianquan raise a sword spirit, but there is no character in the world today who has cultivated the 4 times cicada. If he chose the 4 times cicada, wouldn't he be wasting his time? Li Tsuecho closed his eyes. The original calm face finally showed some sneer. 4 people do not do. Gas is too heavy. It is inevitable to suffer losses. But his cultivation talent cannot be said to be overflowing, that is, the other Xiangong, at most, it is also a congenital cultivation, cannot enter the Jade Palace, cannot illuminate the divine phase, then let him waste away. Let him waste away. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and suddenly said, Chen Shuijun has practiced the 4 seasons Zen, and has not returned to hanging heavenly capital for 18 years, but now he has come back. Perhaps he has caught the cicada, and that is why he has come to hanging heavenly capital, to finish the vow he made before, and to pull out his sword. Li Tsuecho remained silent, but in his mind he muttered to himself, is the 4 seasons cicada not something to be caught just because you say so? It's just that he heard about the C family's door-to-door marriage proposal and messed up, so he ran to hanging heavenly capital. Xiaoyu seemed to be able to see Li Chucho's displeasure as he rolled his eyes and nodded his head and smiled. However, speaking of which, that one sword was seized from him by my Xie clan's eldest brother and inserted into the Li mansion's rockery. The sword has my Xie clan's eldest brother's sword Dao vertical and horizontal on it, and Chen Shuijun thought that he wouldn't be able to pull out this sword. Li Tsuecho nodded. Xia Wuji name engraved writing whale monument is to give Chen Shujun another 18 years. He cannot pull out that sword. What is that sword called? The middle-aged man who was always reclining on a rocking chair and was called the State Master by Xiaoyu suddenly spoke out. Li Chucho thought carefully for a moment and said, it seems to be called Yellow Bird Wind? The State Master's eyes snapped open, even as he sat up straight from his rocking chair, and he looked up to the southeast of Kyoto. But I saw a fierce wind rising there, and there were cicadas crying, and the sword was like a rainbow. Li Qiuqiu furrowed his brows violently, even as the fishing rod he was holding fell into the water. Young Xiaoyu stood up and looked into the distance. But I saw a storm coming from the southeast, and a white suit with a drawn sword, cutting through the clouds and sending spring rain. What do you mean by yellow bird wind? Xiaoyu muttered. The State Master sneered. The yellow bird wind is the strong southeasterly wind of the summer. The winds blow in the month of May, and even in the month of June, when the fish of the sea change into yellow finches, and it is the wind of the yellow finches. Xiaoyu mused, now it's only 3 months and already the wind is blowing. This Chen Shujun can't wait to change from a sea fish to a yellow bird. P.S. Top 30 on the new book list. Awesome brothers, thanks to your catch-up reading and monthly votes. Chapter 45 Gold, Xianmen, Nan Lu Jing. Chen Jianan didn't know what was happening in hanging heavenly capital, and he returned to the days of daily cultivation and not hearing anything outside the window. Furnace refining body treasure book. This third grade Shandong quite not bad. Chen Jianan loosen Yang K in the understanding of the essentials of this Shandong, but also deliberately find the cultivation of Shandong required medicinal herbs, boiled soup, take every day. When practicing the melting furnace record, his true element myriad trees seemed to become a huge furnace, in which the true element burned like fire, and then flowed out from this furnace, flowing all over his bones, skin, flesh, sinews, and membranes, nourishing his body at an inconceivable speed. His body seemed to be undergoing subtle changes and accumulations on a daily basis, and in just a dozen or so days, Chen Jianan had actually grown a few inches taller, and was over 7 feet tall. Chen Jianan calculated that the measurement unit of feet Indayu is similar to the Sui and Tang dynasty feet in the past life, about 26 centimeters per foot, more than 7 feet tall, that is, more than 1 meter 8. In the ordinary people this height is actually very high. But Chen Jianan still wasn't satisfied. This melting furnace body refining treasure record is a bit different from the body refining Xiangong I imagined. At this moment Chen Jianan had just finished practicing, feeling his own flesh and sinews getting tougher and tougher, and sighed a little in his heart. He felt that the body refining Xiangong should make the human body as strong as an ox, and it would be best to let him grow another foot and completely turn into a fierce man. However, this melting furnace treasure record seemed to be constantly removing impurities from his flesh, constantly making his bones harder, making his skin and flesh more solid and tough, and making his force heavier and heavier. In addition to growing a few inches, his body did not seem much stronger, but more and more proportional, broad shoulders and wasp waist, face as white as jade, wearing that treasure blue Shenmen treasure clothes, set off his complexion more and more white, like a fluttering noble gentleman. Chen Jianan is quite dissatisfied with such a change, and only feels that such a look is too showy, and should be more rugged and powerful. The melting furnace body training Shandong has a total of 5 levels, and when the first level is completed, the large tendons are stretched, the bones are hardened, and the true essence flows through with a resounding sound. After practicing the second level, the bones are like iron, and the skin and flesh coalesce like a shield. When the third weight is practiced, the bones are like fine steel, and the skin and flesh are invulnerable to knives and spears. Time to the end of March, Chen Jianan in fact has long eaten through the furnace Shandong, only this third grade Shandong is not like the 8 north to 12 weight. Only need to enlightenment can be accomplished. Simmering flesh shell is a long process. Chen Jianan had cultivated for more than 10 days, and was able to cultivate into the second level, which was still the result of the soup being sufficient and Chen Jianan's root bones seeming to be extremely good. But even so, Chen Jianan was already very satisfied. Cultivating true essence, as the realm deepens and the true essence becomes thicker, the physical body will naturally be cleansed by the true essence and subsequently become stronger and stronger. Just like Qi Tianchong on that day, for example, just as Qi Tianchong said, with his precious true essence, his fleshly body has also become strong to an astonishing degree even after this year's exhaustion. But with this third grade body refining Xiangong, compared to a person of the same realm who is not specialized in body refining Xiangong, my physical body is much stronger. The white jade cicada shedding chapter makes my true essence thicker by a thread and run faster by a thread, and the 8 capitals north going 12 heavens makes my blade technique a bit more varied and mysterious. Plus this body refining technique makes my physical body stronger by a thread than that of an ordinary cultivator. If this is cumulative, it will be much stronger. Chen Jianan let out a long sigh of relief as he went back to his room and carefully inventoried several types of tonics. The consumption of the tonics required for practicing the melting furnace treasure record is really a bit too fast. Just this melting furnace quenching pill, I have to eat 6 of them daily. On the contrary, the fire scatter used for the compress, I don't seem to need too much of it, and I can just apply it every 2 days, and the hidden pain in the bones, skin and flesh is not as intense as what is said in the treasure record. Chen Jianan thought of this, and then turned over carefully counted the remaining silver on his body, and then his face was bitter. It seems like we need to ask Su Shiyu for some medicinal herbs again. The silver tails on this body are at the bottom. In a dozen days, it was enough to eat more than 30 taels of gold and tonics. Just as Shin properly said, once you step into the path of cultivation, it is indeed like entering a gold-selling cave and a bitter prison. Chen Jianan lamented in his heart. These days, the Kunlun Zephyr was filled with the Qi Nan leaves, Buddha's armor, and lantern gold silk that the Su family needed, and no more herbs could be planted. Therefore, the medicinal herbs needed for Chen Jianan's cultivation would only be able to be purchased by himself. But what he does not know is that the other person, every 3 to 5 days to eat a dose of soup is already enough. Boil the body, digest the soup will need such a long time. Only as Chen Jianan daily eats 6 furnace quenching pills. If the other person heard, I'm afraid that immediately will be away from the Chen Jianan a little further, so as not to Chen Jianan burst body, splash him all over the blood. But on the contrary, Chen Jianan was safe and sound, and his progress in practicing his body accelerated faster, and the refinement that the next person had only achieved in a year and a half, he had already reached it in just a dozen days. It was just that Chen Jianan had no one else to use as a reference, and even though he himself vaguely knew that his cultivation speed was not slow, he did not know that it was even fast enough to reach such a point. While Chen Jianan was worried, there was suddenly a knock on the door.
Chen Jianan went forward to open the door, but it was Shin Shaoxing who wore a snow-white shawl and tied 2 ponytails.
Why hasn't this goodly come to my place for dinner in the past few days? Chen Jianan smiled and welcomed Shin Shaoxing in.
Shin Haoxiang sighed as he shook his head. Ever since I came to Sananfu, I've indulged in the culinary delicacies of my hometown, and my cultivation has slacked off. Soon, my teacher will come to Sananfu, and if she sees me deserting my cultivation, she will inevitably be disappointed, so I've been suffering day after day these past few days, hoping to be able to muddle through when the time comes. As she spoke, she took out a silver ticket from her sleeve and handed it to Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan received the silver ticket and was instantly a bit surprised.
De Fan Ji Money Bank.
The ticket is redeemable for 732 taels of full gold.
Gold more than 700 taels? Chen Jianan looked at Shin Shaoxing in surprise and with some amazement.
Shin well some pity to look at the courtyard gradually withered pear flowers. You and Zhou Xiujing deathmatch that day. I took your 72 gold to go forward to bed only to find that Zhou Xiujing and your odds has exceeded 10. She was quite regretful, and there was some pity between her eyebrows. I should have known that I had bet more, but it's a pity that I was so shy, so I made up a whole 100 taels with your 70 taels of gold, and only earned more than 300 taels of gold.
Chen Jianan smiled and said, I can't see that, miss.
Shin is a little bold, and even really paid out the silver to bet on me to win. I've been eating at your place for so long, so naturally I trust you. Shin Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. She didn't tell Chen Jianan that she also took 100 taels of gold to press Zhou Xiujing. However, a full 730 taels of gold, even if you take it to hanging heavenly capital, it's enough for you to buy a mansion other than the South City, hire a few more household servants, and live luxuriously for 2 or 3 years. Shin Shaoxing looked at the silver ticket in Chen Jianan's hand and said, more than 700 taels of gold is more than 7,000 taels of silver. Don't look at Zhou Xiujing that day in the government office casually gave him 200 taels of gold. It seems that 200 taels of gold is rare. But in fact, that night Zhou Xiujing met Sushiyu in the government office, coupled with Chen Dianan's mouth full of crowning poor rules. Zhou Xiujing in order to show his financial strength in front of Sushiyu, but also in order to knock over the poor rules of Chen Dianan's mouth of sour people, which is why so generously give 200 taels of gold. It seemed to be casual and atmospheric, but in reality, I was only afraid that Zhou Xiujing felt pity behind his back. And more than 7,000 silver, go to any country in the world today, can be counted as a huge sum of money, and even enough to buy a close to 1,000 forged 100 forged weapons. Unusual 100 forged weapons can buy several. Chen Jianan carefully put the silver ticket away and found some more ingredients to cook himself. Today, he was in an extremely good mood. After all, Shinshin properly did not come empty-handed. This brisket is really good. Half an hour later, the two of them sat down at the stone table to start their meal. Shinshin has always eaten like a windstorm, eating with a face full of grease stains.
As she ate, she also muttered, Chen Dianan, do you intend to stay here in the Sunan mansion all the time?
I'll be departing for Hanging Heavenly Capital soon, and there's an event in Hanging Heavenly Capital that's quite lively.
Why don't you go with me? Miss Goody Goody wants to find a cooking fellow? Chen Jianan inquired with a smile.
Shin Shaoxing naturally knew that Chen Dianan was joking with her, but she suddenly put down her chopsticks, looked a bit solemn, and inquired, Chen Dianan, I'm afraid I'm the only one in the whole world who knows that you've actually cultivated for less than 2 months so far. Chen Jianan thought in his heart, that general grandfather of yours, I'm only afraid that he also knows. Shinwei continued, if you go to Hanging Heavenly Capital, why don't you come to our returning cloud room? My teacher has an outstanding reputation, both as an official of the current dynasty and as a teacher of the Xianmen sect, and your solo cultivation is already this surprising. If you have my master to teach you, you will surely be able to soar and advance even further. Chen Jianan inquired with some curiosity, Miss Good, I wonder how well the returning cloud chamber is ranked on the Xianmen monument. You still know about the Xianmen tablet? Shinshin Hao proudly tilted his head up and said in a loud voice, my Guiyin room is ranked 166 lines on the Xianmen tablet, which can also be ranked among the top 20 in my Greatyou. Coupled with the fact that my teacher is in a high position, the Guiyin room has its own deep prestige, and if you come to my Guiyin room, you will certainly not be buried. Chen Jianan thought for a moment and suddenly took out a jade pendant from his waist. The jade pendant was pure white and translucent, with a sword engraved on the bottom jade, and the sword even glowed with a gust of cold light. Someone gave me this jade pendant and told me to go to the Jingtsong Sword Pavilion in Nanshan Prefecture. Miss Good, if I really want to join the Xianmen sect, I don't know if it's more suitable for me to be in the returning cloud room or this Jingtsong Sword Pavilion? Jingtsong calling sword jade? Shin Shaoxing was greatly surprised. She even took this jade pendant from Chen Dianan's hands and scrutinized it carefully for some time before handing it over to Chen Dianan. She looked a little off and drooped her head. If you really want to worship the Xianmen, the returning cloud room and the Jingtsong Sword Pavilion, naturally you have to choose the Jingtsong Sword Pavilion. The Jingtsong Sword Pavilion's sword chi breaks through the clouds up into the clouds and can cut through 10 miles of heavenly public flotsam. Its sharpness is unrivaled. It's also a sword Dao resort that is listed in 61 rows on the Xianmen tablet. It's much stronger than the returning clouds room. It's just that. You're always on Chihuang Street on weekdays, never leaving Sananfu, and how did you get this sword summoning jade?
Moreover, the Jing Tsung Sword Pavilion only accepts cultivators with a talent for the Tao of the sword. Chen Dianan, aren't you a sword practitioner? Shin Shaoxin was puzzled, and Chen Jianan smiled and joked. The seniors of the Jing Tsung Sword Pavilion probably saw that my bones were exquisite, my roots were flawless, and there was no difference between practicing swords and practicing knives, which is why they gave me this jade pendant. Chen Jianan was just joking, but on the contrary, Shin Shaoxin thought sideways and slowly nodded her head. If someone else said this, I would only take it as a joke, but if you, Chen Jianan, said this, I have a few moments of faith. Shin properly sat in this small courtyard and talked for a long time, and then returned to the Iron Arm General's residence, saying that it was going to be closed for several days. Chen Jianan sent away this kind-hearted lady from the general's residence before returning to his room to sit on his knees, the heavenly jade capital map in his mind slowly unfolding. He went straight to the loosening of the Yangtze and stood in the thicker and thicker purple gas and yellow court. Nan Lujing emitted a burst of light, and as if Chen Jianan had been summoned by Nan Lujing, he merged with that light as one. He wandered through the chaos once more, and actually saw a few other bright lights. My cultivation is refined, and I am able to travel the world with the help of Nan Liujing. Nan Liujing can attract newcomers to this white jade capital again? Chapter 46, the third person in the white jade capital. Chen Jianan, at this moment, seemed to have changed into the light that permeated out of Nan Lujing, traveling through the chaos until he saw a bit of glow glowing faintly in the distance. Thus, this brilliant light of Chen Jianan enveloped that faint light. Ning Yu. Today's lessons have yet to be completed, yet you dare to take a lazy nap. Do you really think that my palace is your Ning family school? Tomorrow the princess is coming for another examination. Have you written your poem, yet? Snap. A sharp whipping sound woke Ning Fish up. Ning Yu closed her eyes and pursed her lips, shivering. Her mind was in turmoil, with many images from her past going back and forth in her mind before turning into a sharp thorn that caused her headache. She recalled that when she was a child, her own father always sent someone to bring in craftsmen to make candy figures, and at that time, her favorite thing was candy figures of all colors. She even had an icehouse built in her house just to store those candy men and keep them from melting away. Ningyu remembered the appearance of many candy figures, from cute cats and dogs to little people and talking books, and she even had the artisan with the superb memory specially pinch her father's likeness. My father was an official in the imperial court and was so busy that he could not return home for half a month. Ningyu then spoke to the father like Dawn and played with him, just as a comfort from his father. These many memories flashed through the mind of this young girl of no more than 15 or 16 years of age, memories that became paintings that could not comfort her at this time. She dared not open her eyes, still shivering. So the rest of the images in my mind came flooding back. She remembered that it was an autumn afternoon, a flock of geese flew by in the sky, and without the sound of cicadas in the courtyard, there were only maple leaves dancing in mid-air. Ningyu still remembered picking up a flaming red maple leaf on that day, holding it and looking at it carefully while entering the ice chamber. Then she saw that the head of the sugar man that her father's model had pinched out had somehow broken off and landed on the ground, already half melted. At that time, Ningyu was only 8 or 9 years old, and for some reason she was overwhelmed with grief, or maybe it was because of the shock, so she just let out a loud cry. She cried for a long, long time in the ice chamber, only to feel chills and cold on her back, so she got out of the ice room. Then they saw group after group of soldiers equipped with long swords and wearing black armor enter the mansion. The familiar maids and sisters in the mansion had their heads chopped off with ease. The yard, which used to be clean and quiet, was full of noises. The sound of armor clashing with a long sword. The sound of countless people crying and begging for mercy. The sound of a long knife falling and a head hitting the ground. The sound of blood spattering and bodies falling to the ground. At this moment, came to the tucked-away palace has been 6 or 7 years of light-time Ning fisherman, as if back to that autumn day, she a burst of cold. That fall day, the fallen leaves withered, the bluegrass was lifeless, and her tender life seemed to end in a gust of cool wind. Then, the image in Ningyu's mind changed again to the dark, terrifying tucked-away palace. The angry voices of the sisters of the palace, sisters of the 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 palace. Standing barefoot in the snow with only a thin coat, the cold wind whistled. The sound of a whip falling and flesh blooming, as well as the crisp sound of the slap when the pal mistress of the grand court slapped her hard across the face yesterday. These sounds all overlap with the sounds of killing in the fall 6 or 7 years ago. It made Ningyu scared. She didn't dare open her eyes, only to feel a chill run through her body as if it were an icy chamber that day. Until Ningyu suddenly felt warm, as if a burst of extremely warm light was shining on her body. Ningyu had some difficulty adapting for a moment. The Taigong Palace was specially built on the backside of the Taiji Palace, and the tall, brilliant, and ornate Taigong Palace was a real shade for the women who were offenders in the Taigong Palace. The tucked-away palace thus does not see the sun all year round. In a year's time, the sun is often seen only when one goes to the clothing division, the imperial catering division, the House of the Lords, or when one goes to the Shangi Bureau to attend to one's duties. And in Ningyu's eyes, the palace except for the tucked-away palace where there is no shade, the hot sunlight falls on her body, always piercing her skin raw pain. But today, why doesn't it hurt anymore? Ningyu still didn't dare to open her eyes,
the many images in her mind still continued to flow, filling her heart with fear. 6 or 7 years, more than 2,000 days and nights, Ningyu was always in this kind of fear. "What's wrong with you?" Suddenly, Ningyu heard a voice. The voice was rather soft and careful, but it was very different from the voice Ningyu had heard for many years. "It's a man's voice." But Ningyu snapped her eyes open. Where did the man come from in the tucked-away palace? Immediately afterward, Ningyu saw that not far away, a burning sun hung high in the sky. That sun dropped a ray of light that fell on the body of the man in front of him. The golden glow made the man seem to glow as well, making Ningyu, who was already unaccustomed to the sun's light, unable to open her eyes. "What's wrong with you?" Another inquiry. Ningyu's eyes snapped open, looking left and right. She saw the rising clouds, and the great swamps where the clouds lingered, and the burning sun, and the glorious palace under the sun. "Where is this place?" Ningyu snapped to his feet. And then the light of Nan Lujing shone at that moment, enveloping her body. Countless pieces of information fell into Ningyu's mind, momentarily leaving her frozen in place. And it was then that she finally got a good look at the person in front of her who was talking to her. It was a teenager. The young man was dressed in blue, and gazed at her with some curiosity in his gentle, calm brow. Ningyu's eyes collided with the teenager's, and she hurriedly lowered her head. "I'm dreaming?" Chen Jianan also looked at her curiously and shook his head. "This is Baiyu Jing, you are the third person to come here, just call me Chang'an client." Ningyu fiercely gritted his teeth and raised his head. She looked left and right at the vast expanse, at the microwaves rising in the clear sky, layer after layer of clouds illuminated by the sun's rays, surprisingly glowing as well. "This isn't the tucked-away palace." She cried tears of joy, only to let them out immediately afterward. The messages running through her mind were telling her that her body was still in the tucked-away palace, that she hadn't escaped, that she wasn't free, and that in a little while she would be back in that dark, damp, horrible tucked-away palace, back in the reality of hopelessness. "Don't cry." When Chen Jianan saw this new woman letting out a loud cry, he couldn't help but get a bit frazzled. In his mind, he thought, the old Huangliang recruited by Nan Lujing came from an extraordinary background, his qi was majestic, and his cultivation was very strong. But this young girl doesn't seem to know anything about cultivation at all, and even seems to have been frightened? So why did Nan Lujing summon her? Chen Jianan was a bit puzzled, but he vaguely felt the sadness in this young girl's crying, so he advised a few more words. But this young girl was still crying in pain, and her body was even shaking slightly. Seeing this young girl in such hysteria, Chen Jianan couldn't help but frown and say, "Instead of crying more than once, why don't you curtsy with me properly and ask me carefully when you will be able to come to this white jade capital next time?" His voice was a bit cold and stern. Ningyu, who was used to being cold, was instantly stunned, and she held back her tears and her shoulders stopped trembling. It wasn't until a dozen breaths of time had passed that this young girl said, "Please, teach me, how can I come back to the white jade capital again?" A smile once again appeared on Chen Jianan's face as he said, "What should I call you?" Ningyu finally began to digest in her mind the information brought by Nan Lujing. She lowered her head and pondered for a long time, remembering her own childhood nickname, before she raised her head and said, "Your honor need only address me as Pepper Slave." Pepper Slave? Chen Jianan nodded his head, and seeing this young girl in front of him always frowning, he could not help but persuade her, "Since you are treating this place as a dream, you should just treat it as if it were your dream. Since it's a dream, why would you need to frown?" Ningyu was a bit disoriented. The sharp pain coming from her head prevented her from settling down, and yesterday's flogging by the sisters made her unable to relax. Chen Jianan saw that this young girl is so oily and salt, but also a little annoyed. His previous life in the face of women, never have any patience to coax. So he wasn't going to pay any more attention to this pepper slave, and turned around, wanting to leave. But at this time, Ningyu suddenly came to her senses a little. She suddenly felt that this young man in front of her had an extraordinary temperament, and perhaps he was also a scholar. She hurriedly bowed toward Chen Jianan and said through clenched teeth, "Pepper slave wants to ask your lordship for advice." Chen Jianan turned around and looked at her. Ningyu once again bowed to her, collected the fear in his eyes, said, "Pepper slave is a slave girl of the big house. My lady loves poetry, so she also lets us read and practice words, and from time to time she comes to test herself. If it is not to her liking, she will always beat and scold. I do not know. If your honor is a scholar, can you lend me a peony poem?" Chen Jianan raised his eyebrows slightly and shook his head. "I am not a scholar, nor have I ever been familiar with poetry." Ningyu suddenly burst of disappointment. She was in the palace in the tucked-away palace for 5 or 6 years. Many skills have already reached the level, but only this poetry together, but never to its door. It happens to be in charge of the palace of the Yunlu princess, but the most favorite poetry, she because of this poetry examination school do not know how many beatings. It seems that tomorrow's examination will not be spared a beating. Ningyu pursed her lips and thought like this, but just at this time, in front of this brow and eyes especially good-looking Chang'an guest, but suddenly laughed. "But I know a lot of poems and words. You want a peony words? I will give you a kayas." Ningyu shook his head in disappointment. If it is the words of those poetic masters, how can they be used for the examination? If Princess Yunlu is furious if she copies the words, But at that moment, the voice of the teenager who called himself Changyang came back. And don't worry, those poems and words, no one in the world can recognize them, so you can take them and use them without any hindrance.
Ning Yu hadn't reacted yet.
Chen Jianan then squatted down and gently smoothed the clouds under his feet, and then stretched out a finger and wrote in the clouds. As he was writing, he said, when noble ladies ask you to write poems in praise of peonies, they are in fact always using peonies as a metaphor for themselves, so let's give them some high hats to make them happier.
The owner of this poem is named Shangguan Jiaorong, also known as Shangguan Waner. If you escape chastisement, remember her name. Ning Yu looked down and saw Chen Jianan writing.
The situation is like a friend of the Lianbi, and the heart is like a man of stinking orchids. The eaves break angrily before the moor, and the river is afraid to stay in the wind. Ning Yu read carefully, and his eyes really grew wide, the uncertainty in his eyes seeming to dissipate. Chapter 47, The Xianmen Treasure, the Heaven and Earth Inside. In the courtyard of Luo Yi in the palace of Yaiting, Princess Yunlu was lazily lying on a toffee chair, flipping a piece of straw paper in front of her. Behind her, 2 palace maids were serving carefully, and another sister of the teaching sisters in the tucked-away palace was whispering the truth in her ear. Her wide flowing cloud brocade silk patchwork was inlaid with exquisite pearls and gemstones, and her long hair was carefully woven into an intricate bun and secured with an emerald jade bone hairpin, the end of which was inlaid with sparkling pearl, mirroring the white jade and red gold earrings dangling from her ears. Even if the Yunlu princess is not very outstanding in appearance, but because of the word princess to raise people, the bright eyes naturally reveal a deep and majestic.
At this very moment, this palace dignitary in charge of the tucked-away palace was flipping through the poems written by the daughters of the tucked-away palace.
Only she spent most of the time shaking her head, and would even throw 1 or 2 of them casually into the coals beside the toffee chair and let them burn to ashes. The Reverend Mother on the side lowered her head and looked a little nervous, but still wrote down the signatures on those straw papers. Wait until Yunlu princess left. Poetry was burned. Tucked palace daughters naturally must carefully their flesh, some flogging punishment is inevitable. But today's verse is about as bad as it gets.
The originally elegant and decent Yunlu princess even couldn't help but frown after reading many poems.
For a moment, the sisters of the teaching division who served Princess Yunlu in the Luoyi courtyard and a few palace maids all buried their heads deeply and were as quiet as chills. The elderly sister also lowered her head, and her heart was irritated.
A large tucked-away palace with more than 600 daughters of extraordinary birth, but they can't write a good poem about peonies? If Princess Yunlu blamed her, how should she take it?
The Reverend Sister's heart grew more and more nervous as she looked up at Princess Yunlu's expression every now and then, and hurriedly lowered her head again. It seems that today's luck is not good, and I won't be able to avoid receiving a reprimand. The Reverend Sister had this thought in her mind, and it was at this moment that Princess Yunlu turned over a new piece of paper, followed by a light eep. The Reverend Sister hurriedly looked up, but she saw that Princess Yunlu's originally furrowed brows had already stretched out, and she even sat up straight from her toffee chair, carefully reading over the verses on the paper.
Lianbi, smelly orchid. Yunlu princess mouth corner showed a smile to, suddenly inquired, look at this Ning fisherman's surname, it should be the daughter of the Chinese minister's family?
The Reverend Sister hurriedly said, returning to the words of the princess, Ning Yu is none other than Ning Zhongji's woman.
This poem is extremely well written and quite close to my heart. Nyang Yang also loves peonies, so I think she will like it too.
This daughter is good, let her go out of the tucked-away palace and go forward to the canonization bureau and become a canonization palace maid.
Ningyu, who was currently racking her brain to memorize the canonical books in the study room, had never thought that the mysterious and young Chang'an guest in the White Jade capital, who had casually written her a poem, would easily allow her to get rid of the tucked-away palace that she deeply detested. So the peppery slave, who grew in a shadowy place, finally got to see the sunlight and didn't have to be rooted in this filthy filth. Chen Jianan did not know that a poem by Shangguan Waner could cause the nobles in the palace to like it that much. During the spring equinox on March 19, families in the southern prefecture of Suzhou eat spring vegetables, drink spring wine, fly kites, and offer sacrifices to the go-getters. In Chen Jianan's courtyard, Su Siya brought Xintong to bring him spring vegetables and spring wine as well. Chen Jianan took the last 100 seeds of the lantern gold silk to Su Siya, and the burden that had long pressed down on Su Siya's shoulders seemed to be much lighter. For example, always wearing a white dress, always plain face Sushiyu, today a rare light layer of rouge, beautiful. At this moment, Chen Jianan was looking down at the small box on the table. The box was actually opened and in it was a ring.
In the matter of the Songhuai Army medicine contract, if there is no Mr. Chen, for the Su family, although it can't be said to be a disaster, but a family is hard to escape. Su Shiyu was sitting on a stone chair, and Xintong was pouring tea for Chen Dian. This Chenglu ring was obtained by me from Qixia Mountain. It is quite precious even among Xianmen treasures. It contains Qiankuan and is 5 feet square, which is considered extremely precious among such treasures.
Mr.
Chen got out of the doom for my Su family, and the Su family greedily begged for an extra 100 seeds of the lamplight gold silk, so this one seal do ring, please make sure Mr. Chen accepts it, and consider it as a thank you gift from the Su family only.
Internal Qiankuan? Chen Jianan curiously picked up that one ring.
There was no elaborate decoration on the ring, a drop of dew engraved on the plain ring, other than that it looked sparse, and at first glance it could not be called expensive. But Chen Jianan no, this kind of internal Qiankuan Shenmen treasures have a price, that is, let you spend 2 or 3,000 taels of gold, I'm afraid you cannot buy. What's more, the Qiankuan inside this Chenglu ring was 5 feet square, which was really called rare and precious. This ring is just too precious, it's not an ordinary Xian sect treasure, I'm afraid it's not far from a true Xian sect spiritual artifact. Chen Jianan sighed. Even if he had 10 pieces of this kind of Shenmen sect treasure clothes on his body, I'm afraid that it would not be as valuable as this ring. Miss Xie is also a cultivator, so I think she should also need this kind of treasure that contains Qiankuan inside. So why do you need to bring it to me specifically? Chen Jianan inquired. Su Xie originally wanted to say that she got 2 Chunlu rings on Qixia Mountain, but then she spun the pole and thought of 2 rings, one for her and one for Chen Dian, and I don't know if the young man in front of her will think about it more. So she only said, I also have a Qiankuan treasure, so Mr. Chen can just take it, there's no harm in it. At this point in her speech, probably fearing that Chen Jianan would refuse, she added, that day, when Mr. Chen was being plotted against in the Yellow Gate Painting Academy, I originally wanted to take this ring to seek out Lord Tongji, wanting to protect Mr. Chen. It's just that Mr. Chen's good fortune was so great that he was soon released from the prison, which saved this ring, which is just the thing to take to Mr. Chen. Chen Jianan lowered his head and thought about it, then smiled and nodded. I rather like this Qiankuan treasure, and I'm not willing to sympathize and pretend to excuse myself, so since Miss Su wants to thank me with this ring, then I'll take it. Think of it as a thank you gift from the Su family, and in the future, the Su family will no longer owe me anything. Chen Jianan's words were generous and straightforward, making Su Xie, who had always dealt with shrewd businessmen and officials who beat around the bush, a little uncomfortable. After some deliberation, she shook her head and said, Mr. Chen's great kindness to the Su family is not something that can be repaid by this Chunlu ring. In the future, if Mr. Chen has any need, he only needs to inform the Su family. CA. We'll be returning to Qixia Mountain soon, the mansion has my cousin Su near guards to operate for the time being, and will certainly not slow down your son. Su Xie uttered the name Su Kenshu in a very awkward manner, causing Chen Jianan to feel a bit amused. There is no need to do so, the matter of changing the name is not trivial. Since I have an affinity with the Su family, I am not aggressive. It is better to let young Master Su change back to his original name. It is the second young master himself who is unwilling to change. Xin Tong whispered, he said. That Chen Gongzi is only 17 or 18 years old, but he is already extraordinary, and has the favor of the Iron Arm General and the current Minister of War, and is bound to achieve great things in the future. This new name is as an affinity with Mr. Chen and cannot be changed easily. Chen Jianan's eyebrows could not help but twitch slightly. This Su Yuanqiu was really a ruthless person. On the side, Su Shiyu seemed to feel a little embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. However, how did Miss Xie convince Master Su? After you went up to Mount Qixia, the one who will be in charge of the Su family will be the second family. Chen Jianan inquired with some curiosity. Su Xie laughed. This dozen days, my father likes to read the poetry of the great interest of the white-robed pharaoh Young Hashin. Perhaps he reads the world's affairs of the floating clouds are not enough to ask, how to lie high and add a meal, or maybe the Su family after this tribulation, so that he looked away a little bit. In any case, he allowed me to go to the Qixia mountain again, do not have to bear the burden of this Su family. Miss Shiyu thinks it is a heavy burden, but she doesn't know how many people beg for such a burden. Chen Jianan said heartily, it's always a good thing to fulfill Miss Xie's wishes, and in the future, you won't have to be sad every day. Su Shiyu froze and inquired, Mr. Chen, did I always look sad before? Chen Jianan nodded. Having a stern face all day long can be described as bitter and hateful. Put. Xintong burst out laughing, and when Su Shiyu turned her head to look at her, Xintong hastily collected the smile on her face. What about Mr. Chen? What are the plans for the future? Su Shiyu inquired. I shall make a trip to Hanging Heavenly Capital. Chen Jianan sidled his head and said, there is no rush, perhaps he will wait another 2 or 3 months before departing. Hanging Heavenly Capital is magnificent and grand in its weather, it is indeed worth a visit. Su Xie said, 2 or 3 months from now, it happens to be the Daiyu Sitting Dynasty Festival, and even my Daiyu's Kashing will be traveling in a car with the Emperor on that day. My master will surely go there by appointment as well, so perhaps we can meet again in Hanging Heavenly Capital at that time. Su Shiyu said goodbye to Chen Dianan, and without any surprises, she would be returning to Mount Qixia tomorrow. Chen Dianan put on the Chang Lu ring that Su Shiyu had sent him, and when his true essence probed into it, after a quarter of an hour of branding his true essence imprint, Chen Dianan realized that when his true essence re-entered the ring, it was as if it had turned into a palm, and he could easily perceive what was in it. Chen Jianan tried to put the Yang Sua Long knife into it. When his ring-wearing left hand touched the Yang Sua Long knife, the true essence injected into the ring reverted back from the ring and the Yang Sua knife just disappeared into thin air. As he controlled his true essence to probe into the Chenglu ring once more, his mind moved, the true essence in the ring moved with his heart, and then the Yang Sua Long blade appeared in his hand. Not bad. Chen Jianan grew more and more satisfied. Just as he was studying the Chenglu ring, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the doorway. The sound of those footsteps was solid and regular, and it seemed that every step out of the distance was exactly the same, and could not be different by the slightest bit.
Chen Jianan stood up and opened the courtyard door.
Instead, he saw that Li Baodu was standing on the stone path on Chihuang Street with his hands behind his back, watching him.
Chapter 48 Chiro.
Li Baodu saw again the pear tree planted in the courtyard. He shook his head with some boredom, and without waiting for Chen Dian to invite him, he stepped into this clean and tidy yet showing some cramped small courtyard.
Chen Jianan looked sideways at Li Baodu's broad back,
and he suddenly remembered the white-clothed woman he dreamed of from time to time. The Xianzi general in front of him, who was in command of a full 90,000 pine Sephora army, actually had an extremely close bloodline connection with this body of his. Chen Jianan naturally will not be stupid for such a high seat in the house, has long been accustomed to human warmth and warmth, the big man, will be valued this layer of blood ties, so he simply did not open his mouth, and only stood in the courtyard under the largest pear tree. Li Baodu did not keep Chen Jianan waiting for a long time, instead he shook his head and said, "It is in this courtyard that you have lived for 17 years? Chen Jianan knew what Li Baodu wanted to say, so he smiled and said, "For the adults and gentlemen in the capital, this small courtyard is indeed shabby, but for more than 10 years, this small courtyard has been shaded from the wind and rain, and I've never been hungry, and I've had meat and vegetables all the time.
Even in the affluent Sunan province, not everyone can live like me."
Chen Jianan did not lie. From the steel jungle of his previous life, at first came to the ancient Chihuang Street, came to this skillful little courtyard, and did not have to worry about making a living. He for this kind of life really called it a pleasure. And whether it was the vague memories left behind by his predecessor, or the 2 years of light he had spent living with Chen Shuijun had always protected him well. The only omission was the one that inadvertently led to a fall into the water. As Chen Jianan thought about this, and because he had already come into contact with the cultivation path and understood some of the secrets of cultivation, his mind suddenly became a bit suspicious. Uncle Chu said that father had already practiced in his early years, and was quite knowledgeable about the sword path, and he loved the original body so much, so how could this original body die in such an inexplicable way? Neighbors have said that the place where the original body fell into the water is at the junction of the Qingshui River and Chihuang Street. The original body drowned in the water, and there were no injuries on his body that made him unconscious. It should have floundered for a while, and on that day, Chen Shujun was obviously in the small courtyard, and he heard the noise in the street. Didn't he hear it? There is also that black-clothed Taoist who mysteriously appeared and mysteriously left. He came in a hurry and indeed saved this body, but I came along with it. This is really a bit fishy. Chen Jianan's mind was instantly filled with many thoughts. He had not suspected anything before, but now that he thought about it, his own son had somehow lost his memory, and his demeanor must have been very different from his original body, and Chen Shujun didn't even have the slightest suspicion, which was too unreasonable. Could it be that Chen Shuijun already knew that I wasn't his son? Chen Jianan had just had a thought, and in a flash it was vetoed by him. According to Chen Shujun's love for me, for the original body, and even this love has his debt to his mother in his thoughts, if he knows that I am not his son, it is absolutely impossible for him to be so calm. Then the matter is a little clearer. That mysterious black-robed Taoist appeared at just the right time and disappeared at just the right time. Chen Jian's mind turned 1,000 times and finally landed on one spot. As his thoughts were racing, not far away, Li Baodu had also turned his head and looked him up and down. The face of this high-ranking and powerful General Xianzi of the current dynasty could not be seen to be happy or angry, but his eyes were somewhat cold. I don't know what your chances are, other than the fact that I didn't look at you very closely the first time I was on Gifted Street. Every time I've seen you since, you've been very different from the last time I saw you. Li Baodu said, the blood qi and true essence in your body are growing by leaps and bounds. Even I am a bit surprised. Chen Jianan knew that characters such as Li Baodu were only afraid that they had already reached the Jade K realm, and even if the Jade K realm was profound and lofty, there were highs and lows among them. But even the weakest UK, look at the blood qi and true essence of his body, only a glance to see, their own in front of his eyes almost nothing to hide. I have to say that your talent is better than Chen Shujun. After all, you have my Li family's bloodline flowing in your body. The bloodline of a family has its own extraordinary features and is inherently honorable. If you can cultivate well, relying on my Li family bloodline, in the future there will be a chance to worship the Shenmen sect, and innate cultivation is also expected. With an innate cultivation, regardless of the vastness of the world, you also have your own place to go. Li Baodu's voice was low and slow. Chen Jianan looked at Li Baodu with some confusion. He remembered the first time Li Baodu had come to meet Chen Shuijun on Chihuang Street, and had not even glanced at him from the beginning to the end. How is it that today he has the leisure to come all the way here to seek him out and say these things? When he was puzzled, Li Baodu followed with a slight frown on his brow, and his voice was solemn and cold. The only thing is that my hanging heavenly capital of Dayu is not a place for you to go, Chen Jianan. Don't come to hanging heavenly capital. Chen Xianan heard Li Baodu's words and shook his head. General Xianzi, although Chen Xianan is just a commoner, there is no provision in my Dayu law that a commoner can't go to the prosperous and lively Kyoto to take a look. Li Baodu was silent for 2 or 3 breaths of time and said,
You're not afraid of me? Not afraid. Chen Jianan shook his head. Li Baodu's eyebrows became a few points colder, and he snorted coldly. Although you have the Li family bloodline in you, you are ultimately the son of Chen Shujun. Sometimes you should be afraid of some of them. Chen Jianan said, the reason why I am not afraid is not because of that Woodley family lineage. General Xianzi is a general in a high position, with generals under his command who are clad in hardened warriors, and to anyone in the Sunan province, the general is a truly great person. And I'm just still less than 18 years old teenager, now alone at home. On the other hand, my small courtyard across the door is the Iron Arm General's residence. The guards at the door, or the residents of the Iron Arm General already know that the general in my yard, the general of such a character if the general came to my yard to beat me up, or even take advantage of my father's absence to kill me, for the Li family to erase me this stain. This really doesn't sound good. His face was calm as he narrated, a figure who can sit in such a high position and have accomplished cultivation. I think that he has a bit of arrogance, and will not go so far as to take a shot at me. You are as repulsive as your father, just as repulsive. Li Bodu also uttered such a sentence as Siho Gue did, and he gently shook his head and said, naturally, the laws of Dayu do not have the rule that a commoner with a white body can't go forward to hanging heavenly capital. But for you, the hanging heavenly capital is full of whirlpools, and you are like a withered branch drifting in the river, and if you are not careful, you will be swallowed up by that whirlpool. And before swallowing it, it will also mess up your mother's mind. Instead of that, why do you have to go to that hanging heavenly capital? Chen Jianan was a bit surprised. How did this Li Baodu know that he was going to hang Tianjing again? And please tell us, General, what swirls are there in the hanging heaven capital? My Li family is the biggest whirlpool. Li Bodu was unapologetic as he turned around and slowly walked towards the courtyard gate. You will inevitably invite chaos when you come to hanging heavenly capital, and at that time, it's inevitable that my Li family won't get tired of you. And there is the younger generation of the Xi family, who will surely see you as a thorn in the side and a thorn in the flesh, and a high family like the Xi family is always a bit bossy. Chen Jianan listened quietly. He thought Li Bodu said this Li family, Xi family, will have finished, but heard Li Bodu said, in addition to this, you follow the Chumai into the capital. Naturally, there will be many capital family focus on you. This new ministry of the army minister is the light point of the minister of song. He has the body of the official. Many of the sword in the dark cannot do anything to him, but you cannot do. But you? I'm going to follow Chumai into the capital? How come I didn't know? Chen Jianan lowered his head, as if he was carefully digesting Li Baodu's words. Li Baodu had already walked to the entrance of the courtyard. Hanging heavenly capital is not your path. You must not go any further, Chen Jianan, go elsewhere. Seek a proper and correct path. Chen Jianan, however, suddenly shook his head. General Shenzi, each person has his own path. Where in the world is there an absolutely appropriate and absolutely correct path? In fact, it was not a big deal not to go originally. It's just that I wrote a letter before, in which I wrote we will meet in the coming days, so if I don't go, won't I be missing my appointment? Li Baodu violently stopped his steps, turned around and coldly looked at him. Chen Jianan, you can think clearly, as you just said, you are just a white body, a commoner, an ordinary young man, hanging Tianjing dark sword even if it is not specifically for the purpose of beheading you, but you cannot block the splash of the sword out of the light? There is no merit, the official body protection, you go to the hanging sky capital. But it will kill you. Will die? Chen Jianan lowered his eyelids was about to speak. Suddenly, there was a sound of horses' hooves on Gifted Street. Both Li Baodu and Chen Jianan looked towards the outside of the courtyard. But I saw the Sunan Prefecture Government Office plaque standing tall in the hands of the two soap officials, and the Government Office co-councillor Lord rode forward on horseback, followed by 7 or 8 iron clothes. Instead, on the white horse beside Lord Tongji, there was another man in his 20s with a somewhat frivolous look. The man wore a sheji eating flying fish, mending clothes, his waist was equipped with a long sword, returned to the Hajj, which was finalized by the late emperor and built by the inspectorate. He held the reins of a horse and a straw in his mouth. Inspector General's Office Earth character Sheji Envoy? Li Baodu's face remained unchanged, but his heart was a bit puzzled. Until the Su Nanfu Tongji and the Sheji of that Earth character came to the front of the courtyard of Chen Dianan. Thinking that they had come because of him, Li Baodu took a step forward and was about to speak. However, he saw the Tongji and that Sheji envoy salute him together, and then that young Sheji envoy looked at Chen Jianan in the courtyard and spat out the straw in his mouth. The co-conspirator, on the other hand, solemnly produced a folded sheet. Chen Jianan, Su Wuzhou Sunanfu people, is the day of heavy rain, with the sword to chop West Penglai Chi Tianchong an arm, kill the fugitive from Dayu, West Penglai bandits Zhou Sanqiu, to protect the imperial court officials have merit, given the 8th rank of Wenchuan, the merit of the Bibi, it is for Qinji Lang. Chen Jianan raised an eyebrow. Although there is no official body, the order of the Lord is not impossible. P.S. The usual plea for votes. Chapter 49, Song Xiang and I come to be your backer. The Sunan Prefectural Government Office, Lord Zhao Chuanjie, personally brought the Inspectorate Sheji envoy who came to summon together to Chi Huang Street, came to the front of the courtyard of Qinjianan, to deliver the court's rewards. This alley originally lived in dozens of families, and now it is daytime, the sound of hooves, the government office plaque high, and the Lord Tongji loudly singing, naturally caused a lot of turmoil. Zhao Chuanjie solemnly handed the folders with names, merits, and rewards in his hand to Chen Dianan, and handed over a piece of jade. At such a young age, young Lord Chen already has the Hun rank. It's truly extraordinary. Zhao Chuanjie looked at Chen Jianan with a smile. Chen Jianan bowed to him and said, the 8th rank, how dare I be called a lord by the Tongji? This time is to bother the government office. Zhao Chuanjie nodded at him, and he dared even less to neglect Li Baodu who was on the side. Li Baodu coldly watched the scene just now, and saw Zhao Chuanjie saluting and inviting him, so he did not bother to look at Chen Dianan, and walked away with Lord Tongji together. If Lord Xiaochen has leisure, he can also come to the government office to drink tea. The governor is busy with government affairs today, so he did not come in person, but he is appreciative of a young character like you. Before Zhao Chuanjie left, he made a point of greeting Chen Jianan. Tea at the government office? Not very auspicious. Chen Jianan thought in his heart, but on his lips, he invited each other politely, and finally sent Zhao Chuanjie away with the many iron clothes of the government office. Those iron clothes were equipped with cultivation and were usually meticulous, but today they were a little envious of the teenager in front of them. This is so young, but has already made a great achievement, has the honorary rank, although not a substantial official, but also already have the qualification to enter the civil service. Compared to them, these bitter soap officials, iron clothes, I do not know how much better. Just an 8th grade Hun rank, worthy of such politeness from Lord Tongji? They left Chihuang Street with doubts in their hearts. So in front of Chen Dianan's courtyard, only he and that inspectorate Xieji envoy were left. This young man had another straw in his mouth at some point and cupped his fists towards Chen Jianan. My lord, Lord Chu is waiting on Dongfeng Street. Chen Jianan is still a little uncomfortable with the name lord, and heard that Chu Mai was waiting for him, so he went with the Xieji ambassador. This person seemed frivolous, but was quite meticulous, purposely tethering the black horse he was sitting on to a roadside tree, and walking with Chen Jianan to Dongfeng Street. Chen Jianan had wanted to remind a bad light today, bolting horses here, there are always people coveting. But on second thought, today's big battle, the neighbors can see, and who dares to steal the official's horse? The two of them made their way out of Gifted Street. Many of Chen Jianan's neighbors at the end of the street were overjoyed and greeted him. Deacon, what merit did you accomplish? What did the government office reward you with? But it's great. Lord Tongji himself has come, Deacon, and you are considered to have honored your ancestors. I told you the big one would be a blessing. The neighbors seemed to be even more delighted than Chen Jianan, who smiled and answered, calling out each person's name with precision. The Xieji envoy on the side was a bit curious and laughed. I can't see that Lord Xiaochen is extremely well liked. Chen Jianan said, my father is a private school teacher on this Chihuang Street, teaching for more than 10 years, the neighbors are familiar with it, and they take care of it on weekdays. The Xieji ambassador nodded gently and said, it seems to be a family of good deeds, teaching and educating people, and the merit can be great, little Lord Chen. My name is Jiang Taiping, and I have been added as a Xieji ambassador of the Inspectorate of the Earth, and in the future, if your lordship is going to hang the Heavenly King, come to the street of the ambassador to look for me, and I will treat you to a drink. Jiang Taiping was a bit self-conscious and smiled as he spoke to Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan thought that this Jiang Taiping was being polite with him, so he casually said, when we meet Lord Chu, I will also treat Lord Jiang to a drink. The yellow wine of Sunan province is famous in the world. But I never thought that Jiang Taiping nodded his head with a smile. Good, I have long heard that the yellow wine of Sunanfu is mellow and soft, but has some aftertaste, so today it is just the right time to dip into the joyous spirit of young Lord Chen. Chen Jianan some surprises, usually heard that the Inspectorate of the Flying Fish Guards, Xieji Maker demons reincarnated, are killing star down to earth, all are cold as frost, refuse to people outside, did not think that this Jiang Taiping is very cheerful. The two went all the way to Dongfeng Street. Shumai's small courtyard is wide open, Chen Jianan and Jiang Taiping together into the courtyard, but saw Shumai has long been boiled a good tea waiting. Here, both of you sit down. Shumai greeted the two of them as they took their seats and said to Chen Dian, where is the jade that the court gave you? Chen Jianan took out the jade from his sleeve and handed it to Shumai. Shumai examined it in detail and nodded his head. This jade disc will be your proof of identity from now on. When you go to Hanging Heavenly Capital, you can borrow this jade disc to go in and out of the restaurant that receives the honored officials, and you can also purchase real estate in Hanging Heavenly Capital without needing any strips. Chen Jianan asked curiously, Uncle Chu, with this 100 steps official status, you can stay at the restaurant for free? Chu Mutiai showed some smiles on his face and didn't answer. Jiang Taiping on the side but laughed. Live in the store is naturally to pay, just specializing in receiving officials of the restaurant is mostly quiet and neat, luxury, shopkeeper too also quite understand the etiquette, live up more comfortable. But stays are correspondingly more expensive. Chen Jianan asked again, then with this jade, is it cheaper to purchase real estate in Hanging Heavenly Capital? Jiang Taiping shook his head. Then with this official status of a clear-clothed lang, can the court grant me a salary in cheap silver? Jiang Taiping shook his head again. The corner of Chen Jianan's mouth twitched. Then what is the use of this official body?
Shumai stroked his sleeve, personally pouring tea for Chen Dianan and Jiang Taiping, said, naturally, there is a great use. With this rank you are no longer a white body, but a meritorious minister. Someone wants to kill you, they will have to weigh carefully. More importantly, with this honorary rank, you will have the qualification to enter the civil service, and in the future, you can also be an official origin. Chen Jianan thought for a moment and said, I've heard that there are as many big officials of the 6th and 7th rank in Hangtianjing as there are people, and that there are not a few important ministers of the 3rd and 4th rank, so an 8th rank of the 100 steps is still scaring people? It depends on who bestowed this 8th rank of honor. A ray of light flashed in Chu Mai's eyes. If it's a routine reward from the Ministry of Appointments, an 8th rank of honor is not worth anything in Hanging Heavenly Capital, or even in this Sunan province. Chen Jianan, take a closer look at your folding. Chen Jianan took out Zhao Chuan Performance to him folding. Open a look, saw issued this folding signature is written in 3 words. Song washed rain. He slowly pronounced the name, his eyes looking towards Chu Mai. Chu Mai smiled faintly and said, do you know an 8th grade Hun rank, and why you were able to labor Sunan Prefecture Tongji Zhao Chuanjie to personally come and sing for you? Do you know why an 8th grade Hun rank folding, but also the inspectorate of the word of the Sheji envoy riding a stream of fire horse, waist wearing the long sword of the Haji, personally to deliver? Do you know who the character who signed this fold is? Chen Jianan was slightly silent for a few breaths of time and said, Song washed rain, is the Lord Chancellor of the current dynasty. It's not just the Lord Chancellor, Song Washik is the Imperial Master of the dynasty, the Grand Maester of the Zhongji Hall of the dynasty, the head of the cabinet, and the Right Royal Secretary of the House of Inspectors, a true ruler of the world. Shumai spoke in a low tone as he gazed at Chen Jianan, so now you know why you, the 8th ranked Clarion, are a little more special? Chen Jianan remained silent. Jiang Taiping, who was on the side, looked at Chen Jianan with some curiosity, and seemed to be a little confused about Chen Jianan's silence. Anyone else should be honored and flattered at this moment. But on the contrary, Chen Jianan looked as usual, lowered his head, and his face showed some pondering expression, not knowing what he was thinking. After the past 5 or 6 breaths of time, Chen Jianan but suddenly looked up and said, Uncle Chu, what does Song Xiang and you want me to do? Chu Mai was slightly stunned. Jiang Taiping was also somewhat stunned, and then a smile of interest appeared on his face. This Chen Jianan, he's really a strange person. The Song minister gave the jade. Ordinary people should naturally be grateful, the grass not ring repayment, but in favor of Chen Jianan even have to ask a few questions. Chu Mai also pondered for a while before he stood up. He walked to the courtyard and pointed at the clouds in the sky. You see, the clouds in the sky are indistinct, and the 80 million people of my Dayu cannot touch these clouds and can only look up and down. Hanging Heavenly Capital is also the same. This magnificent city seems to be located in the central extreme state, everyone can go to. But in fact Hanging Heavenly Capital is called Hanging Heavenly Capital because for the vast majority of the people in Dayu, the capital is indistinct, like the clouds in the sky, only able to look up and look down. The Hanging Heavenly Capital is the Hanging Heavenly Capital of the Shihua sect, not the Hanging Heavenly Capital of the Yu people of the world. At this point, he paused for a few seconds and turned around with a solemn expression. If it were before, I, Dayu, would not be in a hurry to innovate. It is only now that the great interest of the old man has fallen apart, and the overlord of the world, De Chen, is watching intently, and when he has annexed the 12 small states of Yusong in the east, he will certainly wave his troops to destroy Chu and Dayu. The world seems to be a peaceful world, but I, Dayu, is already in danger, and if we don't innovate and strengthen our country, in 50 years at most, this world will be the world of Dakian. The Yu people will all become the slaves of the Qian people, and will all become the nourishment of the great Qian Shenmen. Chen Jianan, as a person of the great Yu, why don't you match the sword and go straight up to serve the government and serve the country? Jiang Taiping's eyes burned, seemingly impressed by Chu Mai's words. But Chen Jianan is still dead in the water. To serve the country? What country? I've only been here 2 years and I'm turning into a cow and horse trader again? Chen Jiamin slandered in his heart, but his face showed a smile and said, Uncle Chu, I'm such a character, Dayu does not have 10 million only afraid that there are 8 million, the matter of saving the country, but also need to the adults in the court to plan, I will not join in the fun. Sure enough, I have been influenced by Chen Shui Jun. Shumai thought like this in his heart, but the smile on his face remained the same, saying, as big as the yellow dragon river that feeds all the people, as small as the weeds that block the strong wind, as long as it is useful it is to serve the country. You don't have to have a lot of burdens. Chen Jianan, your roots are not bad, your talent is extraordinary, your future is boundless in the future, and there are great achievements waiting for you. It's just that. Today's world cultivation resources and techniques are limited, and the vast majority of them are held by the lineage, the gate, and the Shenmen, and you are now cultivating the second great Shen Gong, so you can naturally cultivate to the Puyu realm. But one day when you reach the Puyu realm, you will also have to break into the innate, and at that time, you will need a huge amount of pills, a strand of innate air, and a grade of Shen Gong. When you have managed to step into the innate and are in charge of the innate power, wherever you go, you can be the guest of honor for the dignitaries, and at that time you will have seen some Taoist truths, and you will be intent on exploring the Taoist truths, and you will want to take it a step further.
At that time, you will need heavenly feats and divine powers, the fruit of Tao truth, and the divine phase heavenly diagram. Chen Jianan, the path of cultivation is bumpy and arduous, yet wonderful. Instead of selling yourself to the worldly families and gatekeepers and selling yourself to the Xin sect, it would be better to do something good for the people of this world, which would be considered as repaying the country. Shu Makino followed the advice. When Chen Jianan heard about pills, heavenly feats, divine powers, innate air, and the fruit of Tao truth, he really came to have some interest. Shumai renewed his efforts and laughed. I heard that today, Li Baodu went to see you, so I think he doesn't want you to go to hanging heavenly capital. The reason also lies in that marriage engagement in September, fearing that you will make some mess, if you don't go to hanging heavenly capital, if you don't hold the power and whip capable of whipping and reprimanding the world's families and gatekeepers, how can you rule over the Li family and the Si family? Chen Jianan lowered his head, his long eyelashes covering his eyes. Even if Uncle Chu didn't say anything today, I was supposed to go to hanging heavenly capital. You go to send death? Shumai looked like a devil who was another human degenerate, and continued, you both have no rights, and your cultivation is still weak. Even if you go to hanging heavenly capital, I'm afraid that you will only have to do it with your tail tucked between your legs, and you dared to throw out your sword at Qi Tianchong, so I'm afraid that it's not just the air of being a man with your tail tucked between your legs. Chen Jianan remained silent, not knowing what he was thinking. It's not urgent. Shumai added, when you come to the hanging heavenly capital, see the weather in the hanging heavenly capital, and perceive the torrents that swallow people's lives in the hanging heavenly capital, and wait until you're frightened by those weather and torrents, you'll naturally be able to make a decision. When the time comes, Song Xiang and I come to be your backer, both to smooth out the sinking disease in your heart, but also to do a little for Dayu. Chen Jianan was about to speak. Suddenly the color of the sky suddenly changed, the three of them looked up, and Shumai's complexion violently became agitated. He looked red and looked up at the sky. Zhang Taiping, who was sitting right next to Chen Jianan, took a deep breath. The ninth stele under the Tao. World has another character who can inscribe on the ninth stele under the Tao. Chapter 50, the mirror hanging on the mirror building, the breath of the afterlife. Chen Jianan also looked up. He was new to cultivation and didn't know much about cultivation, but even so he was shocked by the scene in the sky. The thin clouds in the sky had long since cleared, vaguely reflecting a mountain. The mountain loomed large, its crisp summit completely covered in snow, and under the afterglow of the Tsangshan mountain, the snowy light reflected the sky for an unknown number of tens of thousands of miles. And there, in the snow, were reflected the figures of a man, a cow, and a white crane. A young Taoist priest with a young appearance, holding a duster, was riding on a green ox, and high in the air above his head, a white crane kept flying and circling, seemingly greeting something. Mirage? Chen Jianan was thinking this in his mind. At that exact moment, in that reflection in the clouds, the bright moon was rising in the east, the clouds were as colorful as diaper, and in the awe-inspiring moonlight, a huge stone monument gradually appeared in the sky. The stone tablet hanging in mid-air was like a mountain, and the moonlight poured down on the stone tablet, gradually revealing a fuzzy text. Chen Jianan made an effort to look out, but he was unable to make out the words. Shumai, however, murmured at this moment, the 9 tablets under the Tao. There were also people who carved 13 words, and today, the young Guanyin of the Celestials is going to carve the 14th word. Tao under the 9th monument on the inscription, from now on listed as one of the 9 monument 14 words, is the greatest honor under this universal sky. Today's world can be engraved on the 9th monument of the characters, are the world's strongest. Just like the Gong Longjue who had come to Tiger Hill, or the young Taoist priest in the reflection in the sky in front of him. Floating into the clouds, he looks down on the world. The moon is held in the air, and the heavenly beings look up to it. Shumai murmured softly, reciting under his breath the poem written by the young master of the celestial peoples Guan. Unbelievable, this master of the celestial peoples Guan is only 27 years old, but he's already inscribed on the 9th stele. At this moment in the world, I don't know how many people raised their heads to look up, even if it was an emperor of a country, even if it was a powerful person of creation, they all looked straight into the void to watch the scene in the sky. And the young Taoist welcomed the moonlight and rode a green ox up into the void to that 9th monument. The young goddess of mercy looked at him for a long time before he finally stretched out a finger and gently made a point on that stone tablet. In a moment, it was as if the dust on the monolith had dispersed, and the monolith became bright and shining, just like the sun hanging in the sky. Chen Jianan and Zhang Taiping looked carefully, and there was another text on the 9th stele, only that the text was still blurry, and the two of them could not really see it. Shumai squinted his eyes, looking extremely seriously without looking away. Chen Jianan asked curiously, Uncle Chu, can you see the words carved by the celestial being Guan Master? Shumai rationalized his breath so that he didn't tremble when he spoke. See, he wrote the word, see. See? Chen Jianan did not know what meaning was in this word, but at this moment, he was born in a small courtyard on Dongfeng Street in Sunan Province, looking up at this magnificent scene in the sky, looking at the young goddess of mercy who wrote a bowl to the heavens, and his heart was overwhelmed with fascination. This is one of the most flourishing figures in cultivation in the world today. There is nothing more wonderful than practicing the Tao. Chen Jianan thought silently, his interest in this world becoming even more intense because of this sight in the sky today. Just as Chen Jian was silently yearning in his heart,
there was a sudden change, and the heavenly jade capital map in Chen Jian's mind slowly opened. The moonlight that shone on the ninth steel under the Tao, as if it was separated by an extremely long distance, fell into Chen Jianan's eyes and shone in the heavenly Yujing figure. In the heavenly jade capital diagram, the lingering aura suddenly dispersed, and right next to the castle peak building on a mountain, another pavilion was revealed. That pavilion corners flying eaves, the roof of the glazed tiles in the refraction of the moonlight, flashing with a fine light. Even more bizarre is the roof of the center, but also suspended aside of the bronze mirror. The aura on the bronze mirror was thick and glittering. A message had fallen into Chen Jianan's mind. Spiegel House. With a movement of his mind, the bright mirror on the pavilion flashed out an even more brilliant light, followed by the entirety of the aura around the mirror being absorbed by the mirror. Two more rays of light shone out from the mirror, merging with Nan Liujing's light and bursting out through Chen Jianan's eyes. Chen Jianan was feeling surprised when a sudden vibration came from the direction of Tiger Hill. Shumai, Jiang Taiping, and Shen Dian in the small courtyard turned their heads to look at almost the same time. Then the bright mirror light emanating from Chen Jianan's eyes seemed to have a spirit and went straight up into the clouds, flying over the huge Sunan mansion and landing on Tiger Hill. In just an instant, Chen Jianan crossed the heavy distance and saw a tall figure with a grandeur like a fiery sun slowly standing up on Tiger Hill. He looked up at the ninth monument in the sky, at the reflection of the young celestial goddess. The man stood on the mountain, but his body seemed to be even more magnificent than the mountains. Unimaginable true essence emanated from his body, permeating the entire Tiger Hill mountain, and for a moment Tiger Hill mountain was enveloped by the true essence that was dispersed in the air as if it were a clump of mist. Who is this? And what realm is it? Chen Jianan only felt that he stood on Tiger Hill as if he had overpowered an entire mountain. Even though he had seen too many mysteries in the White Jade capital, he was still shocked because of this man. Shumai also seemed to have seen the figures on Tiger Hill and looked solemn. Gong Longshu. He is actually still on Tiger Hill mountain. Shumai muttered to himself. But 2 or 3 breaths of time passed. Shumai suddenly shrunk his pupils slightly and gazed at that Tiger Hill mountain. Jiang Taiping on the side was a little curious, but he couldn't see what was happening on the cloud-covered Tiger Hill. But Chen Jianan clearly saw the strangeness on Tiger Hill with the help of the light from the mirror house. He saw that tall silhouette, stepping on the clouds, and there was actually a coiled true dragon looming in the clouds. That person stepped on the claws of the true dragon, walked across the backbone of the 100-foot true dragon, came to the top of the true dragon's head, and sat down in the middle of the 2 dragon horns, and when the true dragon called in the clouds, he took the figure in the clouds and disappeared completely. But on Tiger Hill, there were even more marvelous changes. In the eyes of Chen Jianan, but there are 3 dense auras is like cooking smoke curling up. These 3 auras, 1 thick and 2 thin, merged into the void, just like the true dragon, which was equally hidden. There are 2 Palace Dragonsu refined spiritual veins with residual Hotian Qi in them. Shumai flicked his sleeve, some pity in his expression. When Chen Jianan heard Shumai's words, he couldn't help but frown. 2 channels of Hotian Qi? Is it not 3 channels? In Chen Jianan's eyes, the light of the bright mirror building flashed from time to time. He did see 3 auras distributed in 3 locations on Tiger Hill Mountain, but a character like Shumai seemed to have seen only 2 locations. Hotian Qi, innate air, and Dao True Qi can all be birthed from spirit veins. The ninth steel appearing in the world attracted the attention of this martial artist who covers the great world and is #1 in martial arts, and 2 strands of Hotian Qi remain to come. I'm afraid that's the chance of that Si family's 3rd son, Si Hogue. Shumai slowly said. Chen Jianan was even more puzzled. Jiang Taiping, who was on the side, however, smiled slightly and said, Lord Chu, the latter days Qi is precious, and countless cultivators under the innate tend to rush for it, and since your excellency has seen that there are 2 latter days Qi on Huqiu Mountain, I, this little Sheji ambassador, also want to go to seek out this opportunity. Sihu Gue is strong, but I am also a Puyu cultivator, and I even have the long sword of returning Haji on my side, so I'm afraid it's not going to be easy for him to get the 2 Hotian Qi on his own. Jiang Taiping spoke as he stood up, one hand caressing the long sword at his waist, his eyes clear and unafraid. Shumai looked at the earth character Sheji envoy in front of him with interest and laughed. The Sheji department, however, has 2 heaven character Sheji envoys who both come from the Si family, and you young man dares to compete with the 3rd son of the Si family for the Hotian Qi. Are you not afraid that you will not be able to get into the gates of the inspector's court anymore? Jiang Taiping laughed. What's the point of being afraid of him? Should all the opportunities in the world be given to these big families? I grew up on the river since I was a child. There is no lack of wind and waves on the river, but I, Jiang Taiping, have never been afraid of it. When I took over the latter part of the Qi, breaking into the perfect diamond in one fell swoop, only 1 step away from the realm of the innate. At that time, I would also like to ask Minister Song and Lord Chu to help me so that I can step into the innate realm and be able to go 1 step further and become a Sheji envoy of the heavenly character as well. He uttered these words and waved goodbye to Chen Jianan again, dispensing his sword. Chen Jianan watched him go away and looked at Shumai. Uncle Chu, you see, my Dayu has characters who are not afraid of power and nobility. Shumai nodded his head. This Jiang Taiping seems to be frivolous and slack, but in reality, he has a strong temperament and is a character. Chen Jianan asked in disbelief. Just now Uncle Chu said that those two Hotianchi to be cheaper than Si Hogue. Although the Sunan prefecture is comfortable, the strongest people are not compared to the border, not compared to the northwest, but it's always an affluent place, and the prefecture wants to think that there are a lot of strong people, so why would it let the foreign Si Hogue get it?
What's more, Uncle Chu is now in the Sunan province.
Chu Mai interrupted Chen Jianan's words and explained, the chi of the latter day is quite mysterious, and practitioners below the innate have endless wonderful uses for it, whether it's for refining pills or making soldiers, sublimating the root bones and solidifying the true essence is no big deal. It was just that whenever the acquired chi sensed the innate true essence, it would instantly dissolve and disappear without a trace. The acquired and the innate are not allowed to be in one place, except in the spiritual veins created by heaven and earth. Plus, at this time there are not many people in this Sunan house who can see the mysterious place on Tiger Hill. I can see it, and so can Liberty, and General God's arm thinks he can see it, too. Other than that there will be no one else, which is why I said that this latter-day chi is going to be cheaper for Si Hogue. Chu Mai explained extremely seriously. Only then did Chen Jianan realize that Li Baodu was bound to inform Si Howe of this matter, and that at this time, neither Chu Mai's command, nor Xin Xiaoxiao, the granddaughter of the divine armed general, were any match for Si Howe. Chen Jianan swallowed his saliva. He digested the various messages that flowed to him in the white jade capital in his mind. Hanging a mirror on the mirror building, accumulating aura, exploring treasures and seeing opportunities. At this time, there are 3 channels of Hotianchi on Huqiu Mountain, 1 thick and 2 thin, but Uncle Chu only saw 2 of them, so I think what he saw were the 2 thin ones. So, there is a coarser Hotianchi on Tiger Hill that no one knows about. Chen Jianan's thoughts were greatly moved by this. Originally, it would only take 2 months for me to cultivate to the divine embodiment realm step by step, but if this Hotianchi is really that mysterious, will it be able to break through the realm even faster? Chapter 51, True Element Realm Perfection. It was already evening when Chen Jianan came back from the middle of Dongfeng Street. He went all the way through Dongfeng Street, passed through Rouge Street, and walked through Xiqing Street, watching the lights all the way, and suddenly felt that the night view of the lights in Sunanfu was indeed extremely beautiful. Qingshui River on both sides of the pavilion buildings of various colors of fire reflected in the clear river water, sparkling waves also flickered with colorful light. Chen Jianan suddenly realized that he had come to this world for more than 2 years, but he hadn't yet had the chance to properly enjoy the magnificent scenery of Sunan Lake. When he first arrived, he was familiarizing himself with the world in a state of confusion and trepidation, trying to do his best to keep himself from revealing himself. Later he became a small worker in the Yellow Gate Painting Academy, and spent his days painting for the government offices. Until today, when Chen Jianan saw those 3 channels of Hotianchi on Tiger Hill, and walked through these brightly lit streets, his mood suddenly became much brighter. Namlu Jing, Kunlun Zhe, Castle Peak House, Ningjing House. Chen Jianan contemplated everything in the white jade capital and only felt that this picture of the heavenly jade capital left behind by his grandfather was strangely very strange. The heavenly white jade capital, 12 floors and 5 cities, to this day has shown its mysterious corner to Chen Jianan. 2 cities and 2 floors have their own marvels. The Castle Peak building was already able to see through the swordsman with the help of the Castle Peak building by merely towering over the white jade capital, and Chen Jianan was unable to even step into it. And the mirror house was even more mysterious to the current Chen Jianan. A clear mirror to see the chances. It's just that this Ming mirror building isn't something that can be operated anytime, anywhere, and if you want to utilize the power of the Ming mirror building, you'll still need the aura in the white jade capital. Chen Jianan's mind moved, and for a moment, he fell into the white jade capital, watching everything in the white jade capital. In the Nanlu Jing loosening the Yang Ke, old Huang Liang was sitting in it, using the purple Qi Huang Ting in the Nanlu Jing to study the Gong method. In the Kunlun Zephyr, the dense Kunlun spiritual Qi in it was nurturing the herbs and ingredients that Chen Jianan had planted, promising that Su Xia's seeds had already succeeded. Chen Jian planted the many herbs needed for the white jade cicada molt's documented soup, flowing jade syrup, as well as the furnace quenching pill, which are thriving in the Kunlun Zephyr, causing Chen Jian to look at them with joy in his eyes and on his shoulders. And the Green Mountain building, the mirror building is towering in the white jade capital, the cloud steam cover, like a fairyland. Chen Jianan realized that the aura that was originally flowing in the white jade capital was much less. It seems that utilizing the bright mirror building requires consuming the aura in the white jade capital, and this aura will gradually increase as my cultivation level rises. For about 2 months, Chen Jianan had always observed the connection between his cultivation and Bai Yujing, a connection that was inextricably linked, and this seemed to be rather simple. The purple Qi Huangting in the Nanliujing Lu Xiang Ke becomes thicker and thicker as my cultivation rises. The Kunlun aura in the Kunlun Zephyr and the number of medicinal herbs that can be carried are also the same. The stronger my cultivation, the more dense the Kunlun aura becomes, and the number of medicinal herbs planted, along with the time it takes for the medicinal herbs to mature, is also rising. Nanliujing and Kunlun's are immortal cities in the white jade capital and have their own mysteries, while Castle Peak House and Bright Mirror House need to be filled with the aura of the white jade capital. Chen Jianan's consciousness landed on the bright mirror building,
but he saw that the aura around the bright mirror building had completely disappeared. The aura in this white jade capital will be called the Jade Capital's Qi. Chen Jianan's consciousness instantly detached itself from Baiyu Jing and walked alone across the long banks of the Qingshui River back to the courtyard. He then looked at Tiger Hill Mountain. The 3 latter-day Qi on Tiger Hill Mountain still exuded a marvelous aura, which rose up and seemed to glow and fall into Chen Jianan's eyes. Since even Uncle Chu was unable to discover the 3rd Hotian Qi, there is no need for me to be in a hurry. I'll just wait a few days until the storm subsides and then go fetch it. Chen Jianan sat cross-legged under the pear blossom tree. He drank the flowing jade syrup that he had boiled a few days ago, only to find the medicinal wine recorded in the White Jade Cicada Mulch chapter really hard to drink. In fact, when I refine my own medicines, the soups and pills I make are only a far cry from those made by a real Dan master. And in the future, if there is a better prescription, with my current half-assed level of fire control, I'm afraid that I won't be able to refine it successfully at all, and in the future, I will need to look for a few profound Dan masters before I can do so. Chen Jianan closed his eyes and operated the White Jade Cicada Metamorphosis chapter. The White Jade True Element in his body flowed down from the True Element Wonderful Tree, passed through the Yuan Guan, and then into the 100 orifices around his body, causing him to feel free and uninterrupted. Shinshin Well Carry 2 has been slaughtered and packed up long-tailed black bone chicken, and deliberately took 2 bottles of good wine, went to Chen Dian in courtyard. She knocked on the door, but no one came to answer. Shun sighed properly. Tomorrow master will arrive at the Sunan mansion. I'm only afraid that a lesson will be unavoidable, and Chen Jianan is not here today, so it will be difficult to be this free tomorrow. Disappointed in her heart, she was about to leave when she suddenly heard a sound of white jade crashing to the ground and clanging. Shen Shaoxing raised her eyebrows, a little curious in her heart, so she gently pushed the door of Chen Dian's courtyard. Squeaky! With a soft thud, the door opened. Shen Shaoxing looked sideways through the doorway, only to see Chen Dian sitting under the pear tree, meditating on his knees. So I'm at home. A smile surfaced on Shen Shaoxing's face, and in his heart, he was also a bit puzzled as to why this Chen Jianan did not come to answer the door. Then the smile on Shen Shaoxing's face abruptly froze. She saw a burst of true essence rising from Chen Jianan's body, as white jade-like true essence continued to flow, and the clanging sound was unceasing. Chen Jianan is kowtowing again. His true element wonder tree is going to bear fruit? Shen Xiaoxiao instantly found it unbelievable. This Chen Jianan has only been practicing for 2 months, and now he wants true element results. And how is that possible? Even though he knew that it was really rude to peep in, Shou still couldn't help but look carefully through the doorway at Chen Jianan, who was in the process of breaking the barrier. Chen Xianan is wearing that treasure blue long coat. Today the moon color is clear, straight down on the ground. Through the gap of the pear tree branch buds fell on Chen Xianan's face. The fine moonlight is like a pattern embellishment. Let Chen Xianan more reveal a few points of mystery. What on earth is this neighbor of mine? Shenhausen clenched his teeth, and then remembered that Su Cs seemed to have cultivated into a divine embracement in 8 or 9 months' time, and his heart became more and more indignant. There are strong and weak people on this heavenly body, and I don't know how many people say that I have extraordinary talent, but it took me 6 years to cultivate divine embodiment. And then look at this Chen Jianan, look at Su Shiyu. Shen Shaoxing couldn't help but rub his brow, only feeling a raw pain in his head. But then she thought about it and got excited. This year, the fledgling tiger monument has changed its name, but I wonder if Chen Jianan and Su Siya will actually make the list? Just as Shinshin was thinking, well, as the last clanging sound fell, the white jade true essence in Chen Jianan's body became more and more translucent and white. The true elemental myriad tree at the Yuan Guan was even extended with dots of true elemental knots, which contained thick true elemental energy, and at first glance looked as if they were a single fruit. True essence result, Chen Jianan's true essence realm was complete. However, in a month's time, the realm of true essence has been cultivated to perfection, and the next step is to sense the mud pills, raise the divine essence, and completely step into the 4th realm of cultivation, and this kind of speed can't be said to be fast. Chen Jianan woke up from his gong operation and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. White Jade Cicada Metamorphosis Chapter 2, Yuan Guan bears the white jade fruit, and the true essence is condensed like white jade. He probed his hand, and the true essence coalesced in his hand, only to feel much thicker and stronger than before. Stop peeking and come in. Chen Jianan restrained his true essence. Shin Shinshinli smiled sarcastically and pushed the door in. Why don't you lock the door? Shin Shaoxin said, it opened when the wind blew, you're a little too careless. Chen Jianan looked at Shin Shaoxin with a good smile as he stood up and took the 2 black-bone chickens in Shin Shaoxin's hands. The door is a defense against a gentleman. Chen Jianan is in the courtyard, and the person who pushes the door and probably won't give birth to any trouble. If one really wanted someone to plot against Chen Jianan, locking or not locking the door didn't really matter too much. This silk-tailed black-bone chicken is a good thing. Even in the small southern country there is no such a good ingredient. This is my grandfather's old subordinate specially entrusted to bring over a few, has been raised in the house. Shinshin properly changed the topic. Tomorrow I will be robbed, so I slaughtered 2 to eat, and before I die for the time being to have a good time. Chen Jianan knew that Shin Shaoxin's master was coming, and saw that Shin Shaoxin was so afraid of his own master, his heart was a little curious. Is MS. Nice master very mean?
Shin Shaoxin recalled his master's cold, frosty face, and couldn't help but shiver as he nodded. Chen Jianan opened fire and fried the chicken, and the two of them sat at the stone table in the courtyard to eat the chicken. Halfway through eating, Shin Shaoxing suddenly remembered something, wiped his hands, and took out another letter from his sleeve. This is what Sister Xie entrusted me to bring to you. She came to Chihuang Street today wanting to say goodbye to you, and since you didn't know where you went, you had to write you a letter.
Su Shiyu is gone? Chen Jianan inquired.
Shin nodded his head in a carefree manner.
Chen Jianan opened the envelope while asking, UNMS.
Su have a good relationship. Don't you have half a point to give up? Sister Xie is going to the place her heart desires, so what is there to give up? Shin good nibble chicken leg, mouth slurred, but also quite sober. Life in the world, the most difficult to seek is to go with the heart. Xia's sister came back to the Sunan house to take over the mess of the Su house is not good. Xixia mountain, drink spring dew, dinner clouds is what she aspires to. She was born light, not envious of the world of Beijing dust women, envious of her Xixia service people. Xixia mountain is actually where she came from, but also where she returned to. I can't help but be happy for her when she can go back to Mount Xixia, so how could I be reluctant to part with her? Moreover, in a short while it will be my Dayu sitting dynasty festival, and at that time she and I will naturally meet in the hanging heavenly capital. At this time, Chen Jianan was reading the letter, on which there were many, roughly also some words of gratitude.
Until the last sentence. Mr. Chen, don't become a passerby, I'll see you later.
After this line, Su Shiyu writes, don't become a passerby. She wrote it twice.
Chapter 52, The Qi of the Day After Tomorrow.
The year passed so quietly. When the spring has gone, the river is clear, the water is as bright as a mirror, and the round lotus in the water grows tiny leaves. In particular, the summer in Sunanfu is a bit more beautiful than the vast central plains, with a line of egrets skimming the sky over the vast, flat paddy fields outside the city, and the gentle cries of orioles coming from the lush forests along the edge of the fields. In the midst of such beauty, Chen Jianan stood at the edge of a field on the outskirts of the city, looking up at Tiger Hill in the distance. The two tiny channels of Hotianchi on Huqiu Mountain had disappeared, and seemed to have been pocketed. Chen Jianan wore a young flint on his waist and his long coat moved with the wind as he walked on the path up the mountain. I also don't know whether Jiang Taiping has gotten a Hotianchi or not.
Chen Jianan thought this in his mind.
Jiang Taiping's cultivation was bound to be not weak, and he had previously sat beside Chen Jianan in Chu Mai's small courtyard on Dongfeng Street.
Chen Jianan couldn't even feel his breathing.
Breath long, pores breathing was originally flesh as a diamond, one contains one of the embodiment of Xian Qi. In addition, Jiang Taiping is the inspectorate of the word of the earth Xieji Make, the inspectorate of the strong many, ordered to monitor the world, which the knife soldiers sent people and divided into flying fish guards, Xieji Make, and each divided into heaven and earth and human 3 levels. Further up, there were the proper grown-ups of the inspectorate. From this, it can be seen that the status of the earth character Xieji envoy in the inspectorate is by no means ordinary, and if his cultivation is not strong, he is bound to not be able to take the long sword of returning Haji that symbolizes the status of the earth character Xieji envoy. It's just that Siho Gue is even more extraordinary, being a figure on the Daisy Tiger list, even if Jiang Taiping is a few years older than him, and has the mysterious and unpredictable means and Shen Gong of the inspectorates. I'm afraid that wanting to defeat Siho Gue will only not be easy. Chen Jianan speculated in his heart about the belonging of those two tiny channels of Hotianchi. Huqiu Mountain under 1,000,000 acres of land, fertile and rich, not only feed the Sunan province, but also feed the entire Suzhou Wuzhou, and even several surrounding state capitals from time to time to purchase this Huqiu Mountain under the grain.
Chen Jianan walked through the clouds in the morning, and at a glance, there were vast fields.
The smell of the soil hit his nose and refreshed him. So Chen Jianan was even more glad that he had only come to Tiger Hill today. You can't be hasty in everything. A few days ago, Siho Gue and Jiang Taiping were also searching for Hotianchi in the mountains, and perhaps there are other strong people below the innate. If I, a small cultivator of the true element realm, rush to get a piece of the pie, I might be treated like a bowl of vegetables and eaten surreptitiously. He walked a little slower even as he thought about it.
Ch Xianlang. Chen Jianan.
While Chen Jianan was enjoying the beautiful scenery below Tiger Hill, he suddenly heard a few loud shouts. Chen Jianan turned his head to look, but he saw that across a few acres of land, there was a man with a straw hat on his head and his pants pulled up like an old farmer, waving his hand towards Chen Jianan from afar. Chen Jianan took a closer look, and this old farmer-like person was actually Jiang Taiping. At this moment that Jiang Taiping faded on the body Xieji food flying fish complementary clothing, the waist is not returned to the Hajlong knife, but in the hands of a few sections of small onions, is toward Chen Jianan grin and smile.
What's he doing? While Chen Jianan was puzzled, Jiang Taiping was already walking towards him.
Chen Jianan stood on the edge of the field, looking as usual, with a smile on his face.
Xinjilang, are you going to that Tiger Hill to hunt and kill fierce beasts to confirm what you have learned? Jiang Taiping took off the straw hat on his head while speaking in a loud voice.
Chen Jianan nodded without moving and asked back, Jiang Shiji, are you here?
To insert onions?
Jiang Taiping walked strangely fast, but in a dozen breaths of time, he had already crossed several acres of land and arrived in front of Chen Jianan. I was injured on my previous trip to Tiger Hill, and I was used to seeing the days in the Sunan mansion, so I found a farming family, sowed summer onions for them, and asked them to take care of a few meals for me. Jiang Taiping replied with a smile, but after he finished speaking, he coughed violently a few more times, as if he was going to cough his lungs out.
You were injured? Chen Jianan asked. You said earlier in Lord Chu's courtyard that you were going to seize that Hotianchi. Did you ever do as you wished?
Jiang Taiping straightened his breath, nodded and smiled. I captured a Hotianchi, and the price was that I was hit by that Siho Gui's knife, and if I didn't have that Shiji mending clothes on me, I'm afraid that my intestines would have been cut out by him. Siho Gui is worthy of being on the fledgling tiger list, but at the age of 21, he has already cultivated into the Puyu realm, only one step away from the perfect realm of Puyu as a god, plus the lineage inheritance is truly extraordinary. I have the advantage of age, my realm is not lower than his, and I don't know how many great battles I've experienced, but I can't defeat him.
Chen Jianan was just about to speak.
Jiang Taiping but suddenly smiled, said, but he has not been able to get the benefits, his treasure knife is hanging in the sky capital in the simmering forging, did not bring, and I this returned to the Haji long knife although it is the inspector's office systematic long knife, but it is the first emperor to determine the shape, but also the inspector's courtyard craftsman to build,
compared to 6,000 forged swords and soldiers are not much better.
I borrowed the power of the long blade of the returning Haji and slashed him as well, and although I did not seriously injure him, I left him in a very sorry state, and that blade in his hand was cut off by the returning Haji, so I counted it as a fluke that I gained a piece of Hotianchi. If Sihu K had really brought that Duji blade of his here, I wouldn't have been able to obtain this Hotianchi at all. Jiang Taiping didn't seem to avoid Qin Jianan in the slightest, and was extremely detailed in what he said.
The long sword Duji in the hands of Siho Gui is really that powerful? Chen Jianan inquired with a glow in his eyes.
8,000 forged treasure knife is naturally extraordinary, that is, those who use the knife of the innate strength. Not everyone has 8,000 forged treasure knife. Now Siho Guian invited famous craftsmen forging and smelting, I am afraid that it is going to be straight up to 9,000 forged. The luster in Chen Jianan's eyes was flourishing, and he looked down and thought, not knowing what he was thinking. Today is a good time to go to Tiger Hill Mountain to hunt beasts, the sunlight is in full bloom and all the beasts are recovering, you have picked a good time. Jiang Taiping squinted his eyes towards Tiger Hill Mountain with a very cozy look. It's a pity that I can't transport my true essence right now, otherwise I could have accompanied you to go together.
Chen Jianan looked him up and down, more and more feel that this inspectorate Sheji envoy is really an interesting person.
At this time, he was covered in mud, still holding a few sections of summer onions in his hands, and from time to time, he also hit the mosquitoes in the surrounding area, and he really didn't look like a vicious Sheji envoy. Jiang Sheji, the Hotianchi is so precious, you told me the whole story and said that you were seriously injured, aren't you afraid that I'll have bad intentions?
Chen Jianan snickered.
Jiang Taiping laughed, to say you don't believe me, I have a strange skill, I can tell if someone is right or wrong by looking at their face. I socialize with people by this strange ability to speak to people and ghosts. Clovier Lang, I've treated you sincerely today, so you're not going to pull out your sword and kill me for the treasure. Ghosts believe. Chen Diamond said in his heart, to be able to rise in the Inspector General's office to become the characters of the Sheji should not be underestimated, and the words they say should not be believed, or else they will not be far away from death. However, Chen Jianan had no grievances with Jiang Taiping, and really did not intend to take the Hotianchi that he had traded his life for. Why risk it?
There are better ones on Tiger Hill. Chen Jianan said goodbye to Jiang Taiping. Jiang Taiping is going to plant summer onions again.
I didn't expect Jiang Sheji to have this kind of leisure. Having been running around for too long, being able to take a nap in a farmhouse before waiting for Lord Chu to return to the capital is an excellent day for me.
Don't worry about anything. It's a good time to be on Earth.
Chen Jianan, you must cherish your days in Sunanfu, and when you go to hanging heavenly capital and see the whirlpool that swallows people's bones and flesh, you will not be able to rest easy. Chen Jianan thought that Jiang Taiping's words had a deep meaning, but when he saw Jiang Taiping running off to plant summer onions, he thought that this man was heartless and busy, a wonderful person. It was with this exclamation that he went up Tiger Hill. Tiger Hill Mountain is vast. Chen Jianan went up the mountain, then transported the white jade true element. The thick true element flowed continuously, the big tendons of the legs bulged, running between the mountain forests and bushes and wilds.
He didn't make too much noise.
There are powerful people who come and go in high places, there are true dragons in the clouds, I'm afraid that there are still demons and ghosts in this world, so I can't be careless. The bright mirror glow in Chen Jianan's eyes lingered from time to time, guiding him all the way to a mountain peak. The magic is the high peaks and waterfalls flowing down, as far as the white rainbow drinking stream, but also like a jade dragon down the mountain, spectacular and wonderful. Chen Jianan took off his clothes and dove headfirst into the flowing water under the waterfall, picking up a white stone in no time. This stone was about the length of an index finger, with one thick end and one extremely sharp end, rather like a beast's teeth, but the material texture was like a stone. That stone on the latter day of the Qisteen lingering, thick and majestic, look in the eyes of Chen Jianan, really subtle. Jiang Taiping and Siho Gui fought for their lives, and only one of the two of them got a Hotianchi, but Chen Jianan got a better one this easily. He tried putting the stone into the Chenglu ring, in which there were even wisps of Hotianchi bursting out from the ring, very peculiar.
Chen Jianan took out the stone again and made a mistake. If we take this back to the Sunan province, can we still make sure that Li Bodu, Chumai, or perhaps General God's arm doesn't find out?
Chen Jianan was naked, holding the white stone full of Hotianchi in his hand, and for a moment he didn't know what to do with it. At that exact moment, an ethereal voice that could not be heard as male or female came out in this regard.
Inject true essence.
Chen Jianan raised his head violently, but he saw that the original cloud-covered mountain peaks went up in clouds, and on the top of the mountain was actually sitting a person who wore a sword sheath on his waist and a bucket hat on his head. She gazed down at Chen Jianan, who also gazed at her. Until a few breaths of time passed, Chen Jianan lowered his head and injected his true essence into that stone without a word. True essence wrapped around that white stone, and the Hotianchi flowing on the stone unexpectedly disappeared without a trace, just like an ordinary stone. However, Chen Jianan's true essence was able to clearly detect that the stone contained a rich Hotianchi.
Indeed.
Chen Jianan brought a smile to his face as he looked up and said, "Many thanks, senior."
The swordsman sitting high on the mountain peak looked down at Chen Jianan carefully and reminded, "You're not wearing any clothes."
Chen Jianan put on his clothes calmly and laughed. "I don't know if senior is a man or a woman. If senior is a man, there's no harm in wearing clothes or not.
If senior is a female, then just consider me to be at a disadvantage. The late generation will leave at this point."
Chen Jianan cupped his fists and saluted, turning to leave until he had walked 7 or 8 miles of the mountain road with ease, and only then did he run his true essence to run wildly down the mountain.
"That's interesting."
The bucket-hatted swordsman, who was sitting on the peak above the waterfall, touched the scabbard on his waist and suddenly patted the earth underneath him. For a moment that waterfall was suddenly like a jade dragon coiled, rolling up 1,000 piles of wind and rain, in which the true essence condensed and flew out a green snake. The green snake, which was only 100 feet long, flew up in the air, and with a flow of light, but transformed into a long sword that flew into the scabbard on the swordsman's waist.
Rising secretary.
How did the teenager who fought to the death on the stormy stage that day know that you had changed your teeth?
Ask for a monthly ticket. It's a new week, and I'm begging for votes.
There are a lot of brothers who are catching up on their reading, so vote for the author so he can stay on the new book list longer. It helps with the results. I hope you original shareholders help me out.
I've come to see Bai Jing, begs for monthly votes.
Please wait for a moment while it's being hand-typed.
After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update.
Chapter 53, Planting the Hotianchi in the Kunlun Zephyr.
That swordsman must be an old monster.
Chen Jianan ran back to the Sunan mansion in a puff of smoke, and returned to the small courtyard on Chihuang Street. The peak was treacherous, and there was a waterfall blocking the way. He was able to sit peacefully at the top of the mountain, but it seemed that he had become one with the waterfall, with the top of the mountain, and with the wind around him, and he didn't even realize it in the slightest. But this senior shouldn't have any malicious intent, and even instructed me to collect the Hotianchi on this stone. Chen Jianan knew that this senior knew that he collected the matter of the latter day of the gas, but the heart is not very worried. Such a character, so rich in the latter day of the gas in front of the eyes, but familiar with the blind, and even did not order the innate realm below the cultivator to collect, enough to prove that he does not care about this latter day of the gas. The Hotianchi has a price. Some people grab their heads for a strand of Hotianchi, while others don't care.
Chen Jianan took a long breath and took out the stone again to scrutinize it.
The snow-white stone was now devoid of any strangeness, and the only person who could sense the surging Hotianchi in the stone was Chen Jianan, who injected his true essence. The Hotianchi in this stone is only much thicker than the Hotianchi obtained by Si Hoei and Jiang Taiping combined. Just how should such a treasure be used? Chen Jianan blinked his eyes and put the stone back into the Chenglu ring again. But then he whirled around and took the stone out again, and as he flicked his consciousness, the light of Nan Lu Jing flowed, and his conscious incarnation appeared in the Kunlun Zephyr. In the Kunlun Zhe, the Kunlun aura is dense, steaming up, such as a wisp of curling smoke. This piece of the Great Zhe set off a very mysterious. Chen Jianan squatted in the Kunlun Zephyr, his palm gently stroking over the Kunlun aura, which was exceptionally warm to the touch. The chi of the latter day has its own spirit. So, can the chi of the latter day be planted into the Kunlun Zhe? With Chen Xianan's sudden thought, the stone in Chen Xianan's hand in the small courtyard on Chihuang Street disappeared just like that abruptly, and instead appeared in Kunlun Zhe, buried in the Kunlun aura.
Chen Jianan's eyes lit up. If this can be grown, won't I be invincible?
He carefully observed the stone that carried the chi of the Hotian heaven, only to feel that the aura in the Kunlun Zephyr was continuously gathering towards this stone and being absorbed by it. Immediately afterward, Chen Jianan realized that the Hotian chi in the stone seemed to have grown slightly. If not for the fact that he was in the White Jade capital, and all the small changes in the White Jade capital could not escape his perception, I am afraid that this kind of trivial changes could not be probed by true essence. It's good to be able to grow this Hotian chi slowly without being able to plant anything, and it's good to grow by 1 point per day, so when it's time to use it, I think it will be able to grow by a lot. Moreover, my cultivation is still weak, and I can't plant the Hotian chi in the Kunlun Zephyr, so when my cultivation grows a bit more, and the Kunlun spiritual chi is thick enough, I might really be able to plant such a treasure.
Chen Jianan was filled with anticipation as he stood up and looked around again. He then saw that in the hazy void of the white jade pavilion, there were actually more than 10 more jade pavilion chi that were traveling in the void. Sure enough, my cultivation level has been raised from the true element wonderful tree to true element results. My true element has greatly increased, and the jade capital chi in this white jade capital has increased by a dozen or so channels. While pondering, Chen Jianan tried to land these 10 or so channels of Yujing Qi on the Castle Peak building, hoping to be able to open the first floor of the Castle Peak building, allowing him to step inside and take a closer look at what was hidden in this building that could see through swords and soldiers. It is a pity that the whole 10 jade capital chi injected into the Castle Peak building is like a stone sinking into the sea, nowhere to be found, and the Castle Peak building has not changed in the slightest. It seems that 10 channels of jade capital chi are far from enough. This Green Mountain building totals 7 floors. I don't know what's hidden inside, it's so mysterious. Chen Jianan again shifted his gaze to the bright mirror building. The remaining 6 channels of jade capital chi all fell on the bright mirror building, but he saw that the bright mirror hanging above this pavilion was as if it was filling up with water, and the surface of the water was rippling. It was just 6 channels of Yujing's chi that barely kept the water up to a third of the way to the mirror. It seems that in order to utilize the bright mirror building to explore the chances of treasures, 20 channels of Yujing chi are required. I've already perfected the true elemental realm. I only need to sense the mud pill and raise the divine embodiment with my soul to completely step into the divine embodiment realm. The divine embodiment controls the true essence, fine to the extreme, able to penetrate deep into the pores, deep into the dripping blood veins, thoroughly simmering the upper and lower parts of the circumference, and able to continue to sublimate the true essence, making it even stronger. At that time, I think there will be a few dozen more channels of Yujing's chi. So when I reach the divine embodiment realm, I'll be able to use this mirror house once more, or even 2 or 3 times. As Chen Jianan thought about this, his consciousness was about to leave Bai Yuqing and continue to go forward to practice the white jade cicada metamorphosis chapter, so that he could truly transform into a cicada molting white jade and advance to the divine embodiment realm at an early date. But at this time, he saw that in the loosening Yang Ke, that old Huang Liang was sitting on a plate stream, looking far away from the vast white jade capital. Bai Yujing is under the control of Chen Dianan, and old Huang Liang can only see what Chen Dianan lets him see. He could see the vast Kunlun Zhe, the light emanating from Nan Lu Jing, and the peaks in the haze, but he could not see the many medicinal herbs planted in the Kunlun Zhe, or Chen Jianan, who was standing in the Kunlun Zhe at this moment. Chen Jianan thought about it, and his figure disappeared into the Kunlun Zephyr and appeared in the loose Yang Ke. Old Huang Liang today rare did not wear his armor, but instead wore a round pattern long coat. The material cannot be called good, but wins in the flat. He noticed that Chen Jianan appeared in the loosening of the Yang Ke. With the last exchange as a base, old Huang Liang didn't reject anyone, and even took the initiative to turn his head and look at Chen Jianan, inquiring, "How well have you practiced that white jade cicada metamorphosis psalm? Have you entered the door?" Chen Jianan nodded his head gently and answered truthfully, he has already cultivated to the 2nd level. Old Huang Liang sighed head, and remembered that in front of the eyes of this Chang'an guest but for the first time to cultivate the 8 capitals to the north to go to the 12 heavens, you can go straight up to the 12 heavens. There didn't seem to be anything to be surprised about cultivating to the 2nd level of the white jade cicada metamorphosis chapter in these 10 or 20 days, but he still couldn't help but feel a little envious and lamented. Being young is like the first sunrise, even practicing is a little hotter than the setting sun. Chen Jianan couldn't help but be curious and said, "Although I don't know Senior's cultivation," but Senior casually pointed out, "Then let me greatly benefit. Cultivation must not be weak, young, or not for the truly strong. I think it is not important. I heard that the lifespan of the creation realm can reach 240 years. If one can really live through 240 springs, summers, autumns, and winters, 20 years old and 100 years old, there is not much difference. Cultivation is supposed to go against heaven." A hint of despondency flashed in old Huang Liang's eyes as he said, "According to the speed of the aging of the body and the weakening of the 5 viscera, not to mention the creation realm, even the innate realm is only enough to live for more than 200 springs and autumns. It's just that the way of heaven operates by its own laws, and ascendant cultivators and jade K cultivators will likewise experience the depletion of their true element, and will likewise experience aging, and at the end of their lives, creation cultivators will also have dirty clothes, wilting hua on their heads, sweating under their armpits, foul-smelling bodies, and will not be happy with this seat. That's why cultivators below the creation realm living for 120 years is already considered a long life, and the creation realm lifespan can be up to 240 years, so I don't know how many cultivators are envious. However, lifespan of 240 years, but does not mean that you can live on 240 springs and autumns. The creation of cultivators often wrestle with the heavenly Tao, both the chances of entanglement, the same will also be because of the calamity of the negative injuries. Too much trauma is the same folding of life. Calamities often lead to fights, and fights between the realms of creation often move mountains and divide the sea, covering the Qiankuan, once defeated in such fights. That's why there aren't really many creation cultivators who can truly live to the end of their lifespan. Old Huang Liang spoke slowly, revealing a few moments of the true meaning of longevity, and then a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. Therefore, that the youngest creation powerhouse in the world, the heavenly man viewer, had to carve a word C on the ninth steel, because he wanted to get a glimpse of the truth of heaven and earth and the heavenly Tao, and to sort out the veins of the heavenly Tao, so that those who cultivate it can age naturally and not be imposed by the heavenly Tao. Perhaps by that time, the innate realm will be able to live for 300 years, Jade K cultivators can live for 800 years, and creation cultivators can live for as long as 2,400 years. Those who are unusual in transforming and nourishing their chi and strengthening their bodies should also be able to wrestle a long life of 80 or 90 years. Old Huang Liang said here, could not help but take a deep breath, just want to see the truth of heaven and earth, I'm afraid it's a long way to go, I should not be able to see that day. Chen Jianan lowered his head in silent contemplation. Indeed, as the old Huang Liang said, there are countless people who cultivate in this world, but he has never heard of any ageless immortals, not heard of an emperor who is immortal. In this world, ordinary people live to 80 years old as usual is considered a long life, live to 90 years old, is also considered a man of fortune. Seniors do not need to be hurt, I see the appearance of seniors, then the last time I saw you actually have a few young, I think it must be in this loosening of the young K to have gained something. Chen Jianan is not flattering, he carefully looked at this old Huang Liang. Compared to before, the face does have a few points of light. Although the old yellow beam and the loosened young K is only a divine embodiment, the divine embodiment is precisely the most reflective of the spiritual and physical appearance. There are indeed gains. Old Huang Liang nodded his head gently, a rare smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This white jade capital is worthy of being a place where one can attain longevity, and it has made me gain a lot. To say that it is also ashamed of itself. Huang Liang has been old, but the shoulders are still carrying a heavy burden. I am not afraid of death, but I am afraid of death before, failed to go before the unfinished business, ashamed of my people. It is for this reason that I have not looked in a mirror for many years, not wanting to see myself aging. Chen Jianan raised his eyebrows and shook his head. Senior is mistaken, although my cultivation is weak, I know that only when my thoughts are open to the path of cultivation can I have a smooth journey. As the saying goes, I have two illusory bodies with Danqing, and the flow of the world will become dust. If one is unable to accept the fact that one is aging, if one is constantly obsessed with this matter, and if one's thoughts are not enlightened, how can one live a long life? Perhaps it was because the purple chi and yellow cord in this white jade capital had their own mysteries. Chen Jianan had merely said an extremely shallow reasoning, but it made old Huang Liang bow his head and ponder for several breaths of time. Being in a big job, I only focus on looking south to my homeland, but I don't realize that I have a demonic obstacle too. Chang'an guessed, although your cultivation is weak, but you are young, and you are not in the bureau but more sober. After a long time, the old Huang Liang's eyes flickered. I and Danqing two illusory body, the world will become dust, that is, can really live for 2,400 years, and ultimately is just a handful of yellow earth, why do I need to be too concerned? Chen Jianan thought about it and probed his hand, but there was a unique brush in his hand, as well as many paints, plus a thick white cloth that was set up. Chen Jianan mixed the pigments and carefully painted. Old Huang Liang glanced at him and a ray of timidity flashed in his eyes, but then he held his head high and stood at a distance. About an hour passed. Chen Dian put down the brush in her hand and turned the canvas around. Then old Huang Liang saw himself painted on that canvas. The eyebrows revealed fatigue, but the eyes still had a fine light, the skin was slightly wrinkled, but it had its own bit of searing majesty. The old yellow beam touched his cheek. He wasn't as old as he thought he was. The painting is very good. What did you paint with? The colors are this rich and the painting is extremely similar. Old Huang Liang inquired. Chen Jianan said, this is a self-mixed pigment, and the white Yujing changes with the heart, which saves the effort of mixing. A smile appeared on old Huang Liang's face. I like this painting exceptionally well, it's just a pity that I can't bring it to this Baiyu Jing. Chen Jianan laughed. There will be a long time to come, maybe one day, you and I will meet in reality. At that time, I will paint another one for you. The old yellow beam nodded deeply. Chen Jianan suddenly remembered the Hotian Qi and asked, Senior, if I were to obtain a strand of Hotian Qi, how should I utilize it in order to refine my cultivation and promote myself? If you don't need stronger swords or Xianmen treasures, the best use is naturally alchemy. Old Huang Liang replied casually, it's just that the latter heavenly Qi is quite unstable, and it can't be exposed to the air of the innate heaven, or the Qi of the Taoist truth. The requirements for a Dan master are extremely high, and unusual Dan masters are only afraid that they will trample on this latter-day Qi. The wonderful use of latter heaven's Qi is infinite, you have yet to cultivate into divine embracement. If you are of true elemental cultivation and can swallow an elixir refined by latter heaven's Qi, you will only be able to step into the divine embracement realm in an instant, and it will be very useful for the root and bone as well. Chen Jianan took careful note of it. Old Huang Liang looked him up and down and suddenly said, you are from the south, and there is an old friend of mine in your capital of Daiyu, hanging heavenly capital, who is quite proficient in alchemy. Although I have been out of contact with him for 30 years, if you need to make pills, just go to him. There is no need to say anything more than, you are a descendant of the hanging saddle scouts with tattooed feet. Chapter 54 Doji Sword, 8,000 Forges. Chen Jianan carefully memorized the name that old Huang Liang said to him, and in his heart, he was a little more interested in hanging heavenly capital. The hanging heavenly capital is the most prosperous place in Daiyu,
and one of the richest places in the world today, with an unknown number of capable and righteous people in it, and an unknown number of Zhu dignitaries. Even after the Great Rest fell apart, I don't know how many Great Rest practitioners and literati crossed the Great Rest and went south to Dayu and Dakian, causing unprecedented prosperity in Dayu. And under the prosperity there must be hidden dangers. The wealth of Dayu gathered in Hangtianjing, the family gate almost reached its peak, and even the current emperor of Dayu even feel the hidden dangers. This may be the reason why he revived Songzuechu, made him the cabinet chancellor, and made him the imperial master of the dynasty.
But for Qin Jianan, there were many reasons to visit Hangtianjing.
Whether it was that marriage engagement in September, whether he promised this body's mother that he would meet her, or whether it was to cut off the hand of Li Fushu, who was tripping behind his back, they were all reasons for him to go forward to hanging heavily capital.
And now that's one more reason.
Once the Hotianchi becomes a Dan, my cultivation will definitely skyrocket enough to step into the fourth realm, and at that time, even if it's the hanging heavenly capital where there are so many strong people, I won't be able to call it weak.
Old Huang Liang's figure had already disappeared into the loose Yang-Kai.
Chen Jianan sat cross-legged on the loosening of the Yang-Kai, observing the Nan Lu Jing for a good while, and then carefully attending to the third level of the White Jade Cicada Metamorphosis chapter, as well as the 8 Capitals North-Going Blade Technique. He keenly realized that the 8 Capitals North-Going Blade Technique went straight to the 12th level, and that there was still room for refinement after the great accomplishment. Uncle Chu said, 8 all north to go 12 heavy this and other third grade Shandong, after the great completion can still be perfect, after the completion can be raised out of the knife potential, third grade Shandong level of the knife law often, but the knife potential is extremely rare. The many people who use the knife cultivation, very few people are able to cultivate out of the knife potential, too. Chen Jianan pondered silently, and with the help of the violet chi and yellow court and the loosening of the Yang-Kai, he had been cognizant for quite a while, but he still had nothing to show for it. It seems that this sword momentum still requires opportunity, and is not something that can be easily grasped with a high level of enlightenment.
Chen Jianan thought as he stood up.
He turned his head to look at the Kunlun Zephyr, but saw that Pepper Slave had come back into the White Jade capital and was wandering aimlessly through the Kunlun Zephyr. For once, Pepper Slave didn't cry, and his face relaxed a lot. After thinking about it, Chen Jianan also walked out of Lozan Yang-Kai and came to Kunlun Zhe. Pepper Slave saw Chen Jianan from afar and bowed towards him, his face quite grateful.
That poem worked? Chen Jianan inquired.
Gongzi, that poem is written too well, my lady saw it and rewarded me. In the future I don't have to perform hard labor anymore. That's good. Poetry together, in fact, is still reading the poet's mind, speculate on their mind, and then the right medicine, often able to have additional gains. In fact, not only poetry, do other things are also the same.
Chen Jianan said casually.
Pepper Slave saw Chen Jianan casually write down a poem, and was able to make Princess Yunlu that satisfied heart for the self-proclaimed Chang'an guest in front of the young man admired himself. So even if it was something Chen Jianan said casually, Pepper Slave carefully memorized it in his mind. These 2 days, Princess Linglong came to Dianyi Palace every day, listening to songs and watching paintings.
The palace is rumored that Princess Linglong's husband is far away from the army, and her heart is bitter. Tomorrow it's my turn to play the piano for Princess Linglong, so what piece should I play? But the palace is still rumored that Princess Linglong actually extremely dislike her. That extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. This extra horse harnessed by the side of a team is also a brutal. There are rumors that he is having an affair with a maid of honor in the house. Pepper Slave gritted his teeth at the thought. The other ceremonial courtesans are playing the Luenjia song, the Nei Shuang broken, and the bewildering storm desiring to break the soul. Duke Chanan said that it is important to try to understand the princess's mind.
Then why don't I take the sword and play a song called Summer Solstice Forgetting? Chen Jianan didn't know that he had casually said that Pepper Slave had thought so much. He again pointed far away from the guide stream scenery on the loosening of the Yang-Kai. If you want to practice in the future, you can also go to the loosening of the Yang-Kai, in which the realization of the work of half the effort, but also the most subtle place of the White Jade Palace. Yearning grew in Pepper Slave's eyes.
After thinking about it, Chen Jianan took her up to Lozan Yang-Kai.
The gorgeous halls did not let the long time in the palace Pepper Slave-born surprise, but instead, stood in the loosening of Yang-Kai in the old Huang Liang portrait, but let Pepper Slave eyes wide open.
It's so strange that the painting is this good. Pepper Slave had many lessons in the tucked-away palace, and was known to be proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting.
However, this painting in front of her, she really has not seen, and many of today's painting is very different. Pepper Slave simply cannot see the calendar.
I painted this.
Chen Jianan frankly said, the style of this painting is actually quite unique. There should be no second person in the world who can paint this kind of oil painting.
Pepper Slave's eyes widened for a few moments.
I only think that although this oil painting is not as atmospheric as the dancing ink, but it is better than the painting of the similarity, and also can paint the skin color, the spirit, very strange. Duke Chang'an even has such a peculiar skill. The Sitting Dynasty Festival is not far away. The affluent state capitals of Dayu are all looking for painters who will paint in the Sitting Dynasty Festival, and it seems that the capital city is doing the same. and has issued many orders to search for zither masters, chess masters, paintings masters, as well as calligraphy masters in the territory of Dayu. If you were to go to the capital, you'd have to be a painter at the government office, Pepperslave said, then suddenly shook his head again. In fact, Duke Chanan should paint for the ladies of those families and clans, and even the princesses and concubines of the royal family. Women always love to leave their own face, stay in the metaphorical mirror but not too reductive. The beautiful stayed, the ugly also stayed. But if you paint, you can get rid of the ugly ones and leave only the beautiful ones, and I think you will be able to attract many noble ladies to come and seek Gongzi to paint. Chen Jianan raised an eyebrow and inquired, there are countless capable people in the capital, can't we find a few painters? Hanging Heaven capital naturally has many painters. Pepper Nu replied, it's just that this once-in-a-decade sitting festival is too important, and it's a tradition in Dayu that on the day of the sitting festival, even the commoners are required to leave their portraits behind and then burn them to symbolize the burning away of past filth and the welcoming of a new life, so there aren't enough artists to go around. Chen Jianan silently memorized it. Pepper knew right and left to look at this wide loosening of the young K, the heart suddenly a sigh of regret, but it's a pity that he is in the palace, he can't help it. If she wanted to cultivate, she would only have to wait for her next life. As she lamented, Pepperslave saw the 2 white jade tablets towering over the loosened young K again. Seeing the white jade cicada shedding chapter engraved on it, as well as the 8 capitals going north 12-fold, Pepperslave carefully read through, only to feel that these textual feats are too shallow. He seems to have predestined wisdom, a glance over, but also read and understand a 9 out of 10. Even as she read the white jade cicada shedding chapter, a faint aura was actually flowing within her. Pepperslave was startled and twisted his head away, no longer looking at the 2 feats. Palace mates practicing, unless the master has given permission, is a great taboo, and once discovered is to be stripped of her skin and tendons. April 4th. On the Qingshui River, General Shen Zi's tiger-head boat sailed across the river, with a huge hull, a long body, and a white sail hanging from the towering tailpole, as if it were a tall building on the river. With his hands behind his back, Siho Gue stood at the bow of the boat, looking at the heads of people towering over the banks of the Qingshui River. These ordinary people have come to watch the tiger boat. The tiger's headship would sail across the clear water river and then into the 6,000-mile Tongtian Grand Canal, going straight to the hanging heavenly capital. Siho Gui's heart was a bit gloomy. He followed Li Baodu to come here. In fact, he was interested in Li Baodu's body's dragon vein chance. The dragon vein chance has its own precious. Siho Gue, if he can share half of the profits, can also be in the fledgling tiger monument on a few more levels. It is a pity that Li Bo have come to the Sunan province for more than a month, but the dragon vein chance has never been revealed, making Siho Gue quite a bit puzzled. But no matter what, Siho Gue had always obtained a Ho Tianchi, giving him a slight relief in his heart. This time when I go back, I will join the Tianmu army and become a military lieutenant. Before that, if I can refine the Ho Tianchi, I will be able to Peruyu for God and cultivate into Peruyu perfection. But I don't know if I'll be able to enter the 300 lines on the fledgling tiger tablet by then, making my fledgling tiger avatar a bit stronger. Siho Gue thought silently between his distant looks, but he casually turned his head, but he saw that on the banks of the Qingshui River, Chen Jianan was carrying a Qingha fish, watching the tiger boat from afar. When Siho Gue saw Chen Jianan, he couldn't help but rub his brow, and an additional annoyance appeared in his eyes. Surprisingly, I lost to him with 100 forged sword. He gently shook his head. Although the 100 forged sword is not worth much money, just Siho Gue comes from a wealthy family and has extraordinary talent, but he has never lost since he was a child. Until he came to the Sunan prefecture, but lost a battle, lost to this Chen Shujun's bastard, and even lost 100 forged sword. At that exact moment, amidst the many noisy voices, he yet again heard Chen Jianan's voice speaking. The knife I won is called Yang Sua, smelted and forged 331 times, the bearer of the knife's true essence ignites fire, and when wielded and chopped, it can scorch the incoming enemy. It is a good treasure knife. Siho Gue snorted coldly and looked up again, only to see Chen Jianan walking amongst a sea of people, with a man with a sword at his side. Surprisingly, it was that Jiang Taiping who had snatched the Ho Tianchi from him. Jiang Taiping had the same hateful smile on his face as he lamented, the third prince of the Sea family is a bit too stingy, losing a betting fight with a little person like you, and even giving only 100 forged knife, it really doesn't fit the status position of the third prince. Chen Jianan laughed and said, you've misunderstood the third duke of the Sea family in this matter. The third duke and I still have a bet to make, and if he loses his next bet, he'll give me 1,000 forged treasure sword. Jiang Taiping shook his head, there are strong and weak 1,000 forged treasure knives. If the third prince of Sea gives you 1,000 forged out of the box, or even damaged, it is still considered 1,000 forged treasure knife. Chen Jianan froze slightly, but slowly shook his head. What kind of family is the Sea family? Sisan Gongzi, the character whose name is inscribed on the Daisy Tiger tablet, lost the betting fight. How could the colorful prize given be a mortal product? I've heard that the third duke has a doji long knife, smelting 8,000 forged. The third duke and I betting on the fight is supposed to be undefeated. I think the prize should also be this doji long knife. Jiang Taiping did not answer. Instead, he looked across the distance to the tiger boat on the Qingshui River.
On the tiger head boat, Si Ho Gue once again sneered and said, Chen Dianan, what kind of character are you? Your surname is not worthy of being compared to my Duji sword. You two don't have to make a play to anger me, you still have servant Chu behind you. I came here alone and am too lazy to argue with you. Chen Jianan, you will spend your whole life cowering in this Sunan province. I will naturally be more generous, forget all the things of yesterday, and let you die of old age in this Jiangnan water town. But before you die of old age, you have to change your last name, and you can no longer be surnamed Chen. As for you, this inspectorate Xieji envoy. Si Hogui narrowed his eyes. Every year, the death of the flying fish guards and Xieji envoys are not a few. Wait until you are dead. I will get back that latter-day chi is. Chen Jianan raised his eyebrows and said directly, Sir C thinks I can't get on the fledgling tiger steel? What character can be on the Daisy Tiger monument? Si Hogui caressed his ornate robes. Then why does Mr. C not dare to bet with me on that doji long sword? Chen Jianan used the plainest of provocations and tilted his head. Mr. C is afraid? If placed on weekdays, Si Hogui will even carefully teach a lesson to this outspoken Chen Dianan, even if Chen Dianan still has Chumai behind him, but Chen Dianan provoked in front, he is to kill him. Chumai roughly cannot say anything. It's just that today, there are too many people on the banks of the Clearwater River. Beside Chen Jianan was that Xieji envoy Jiang Taiping, who had taken one of the Hotianchi from him. So Si Hogui stopped making trouble, not to mention not willing to respond to Chen Jianan's clumsy provocation, and turned around to go back into the cabin. But at this exact moment, he heard Chen Jianan laugh coldly. Third Duke Si, my last name is not worthy of being compared to your Duji sword, so what about my life? Next time when the fledgling tiger monument changes the list, if I can't make it into the fledgling tiger monument, Third Prince Si will just come and kill me. Jiang Taiping couldn't help but be baffled when he heard Chen Jianan's words. Playing so big? But then he looked at Si Hogui, his eyes burning, and shook his head. Third Duke, this is also an incentive, so don't agree to it. Your life, too, is not as valuable as my Duji sword. Si Hogui suddenly spoke out, but his eyes were suddenly gloomy. Only, you even sent this life of yours to the door. I don't accept it, but it would appear that I'm cowardly, so it's just as if it's for my family's second uncle, to get rid of a bastard. The tiger boat is drifting away. Jiang Taiping looked sideways at Chen Jianan, really not knowing where Chen Jianan got his guts. Chen Jianan glanced at Jiang Taiping and guessed what was on his mind, and took the initiative to smile. I also want to go to Hanging Heavenly Capital to have a look. It's just that my identity is sensitive, and if I go to Hanging Heavenly Capital and stir up some things, I'm afraid that the third prince of the sea will only be unable to hold back and kill me. He's always going to come and kill me, might as well delay it a bit with a bet. If I lose and he comes to kill me, I'll just run away again. I didn't say that if he comes to kill me, I'll have to lead my neck to death. Jiang Taiping was silent for a few breaths of time. Wordplay. People still play like that these days? Chen Jianan, you are completely unlike your father. Chen Jianan was puzzled. Huh? How come it doesn't look like that? Your father is far less shameless than you. But I don't think you'll necessarily lose. Chapter 55, Killing the Heavenly King, De Ci Dongting Technique. Desai Quan is located on the Golden Cloud Mountain in Nanhai Prefecture. This Golden Cloud Mountain, which is called the 72 Scenic Spots of Dayu, got its name for this reason. It is because every morning, the edge of the clouds on the mountain always bring up a lot of golden color. The sunrise rises from the clouds, the sunlight spreads out, the sea of rushing clouds will also bring out the golden color. It was then named Mte. Jin Yun. In addition to this mind-blowing golden cloud landscape, the reason why Golden Cloud Mountain is so famous is also due to a Taoist temple on the top of the mountain. This Taoist temple is named Deciguan, which is the third-ranked Xian sect in Dayu, the 23rd line on the Xian sect monument under the Tao, and the strength is needless to say. In addition, the reason why this Deciguan is special is that there is only one Taoist priest in Deciguan, and one person is a Xianmen. I don't know how many people in the heavens wanted to worship in the Deciguan, to obtain that rumored Decii cave technique, and to obtain the rumored divine face of the heavenly king of slayers. It is a pity that decades have passed in a hurry, and that old Taoist priest still sits alone in the Deciguan, and the 12th ranked killing heavenly king on the divine face tablet has never been mirrored by a second person. Over time, the incense in the Deciguan became even thinner. Ordinary people, rarely able to climb the Golden Cloud Mountain for the great king of heavenly mercy incense, cultivation of the generation do not dare to rush to the door. The Golden Cloud Mountain is also more and more sparsely populated. Only today, a middle-aged scholar wearing a sword and white clothes came alone, through the sea of clouds glowing with golden light, to the front of Deciguan. The door of the Deciguan was closed, and the middle-aged scholar saluted in front of the door and knocked on the door again. No one came to answer the door. So this middle-aged scholar took off the famous sword, Yellow Bird Wind, at his waist and sat cross-legged in front of the great Xiguan. It was 12 days of sitting. On the 13th day, the door of the Guan was suddenly opened, and an old Taoist priest in grey Taoist robes held a duster, some helplessness showing on his old face. Chen Shui Jun, I have invited you several times to come to Xiguan, but you were too drunk on that four-season cicada to come. Now you've come and brought back 2 demons. Chen Shujun didn't seem to have heard this old Taoist priest's words, and only stood up and saluted towards the old Taoist priest again. But This 4-season cicada is indeed the most suitable sword path for you. If you can get the 4-season cicada perfected, it is the great mercy cave art is only not as good as your cicada sword spirit. Only, the 4-time cicada is not complete. You will not be able to enter the Jade K, into the Jade K, and to reflect the cicada honoring the divine phase. Chen Shujun, you are no longer in the dynasty to stay as a county magistrate. Chen Shujun. I, decisive, already have no connection with you, so you should go back. The old Taoist priest was about to close the door after saying this. However, Chen Shuijun stood up and shook his head. Master Guan has misunderstood. Chen Shuijun did not come here to seek the divine appearance of the heavenly king of killers for himself, nor did he seek the great Ci Dongting technique. The reason I have come is to seek a cave inheritance and a heavenly king dharma body for my child. Lord De Guan frowned. Chen Shujun sat down on his knees again, his right index finger gently pointing at the yellow bird wind at his waist. For a moment, there seemed to be cicadas chirping and moving on this golden cloud mountain, and as a fresh breeze blew by, the yellow sparrow wind suddenly came out of its sheath, transforming into thousands of sword shadows and chopping away 30 miles of cloud sea. Between the sea of clouds tossing and turning, the sword intense sword, and it was completely unlike the sword path of an innate cultivator. The goddess of compassion once said that she would subdue the demons in the Deciguan, and that she would persuade the demons with the divine phase of the slaying heavenly king, and today I have brought the 2 demon cicadas here in order to make a deal with the goddess of compassion. The slaying heavenly king divine phase and the great mercy cave technique must always be passed down to others. My child swallowed the imperial drinking pill, and his roots and bones have become metaphysical, enough to carry the slaying heavenly king divine phase. Chen Shujun's face was solemn as he slowly spoke. That Deciguan master was silent and turned his head to look at the statue of the heavenly king of killers enshrined in the Guan. However, he saw that 2 cicadas had fallen from the statue of the heavenly king of killers at some point. The Eastern Emperor and the White Zong 2 cicadas. Deciguan master took a deep breath. He no longer closed the door, but instead opened the door of the temple wide and came to the statue of the heavenly king of slaying body to respectfully bow down and shake the bamboo to ask for a sign. Signing off. The Grand Mercy Guan master interpreted the sign, or else frowned. He stood up and came to the viewer again, saying, Chen Shuijun, do you know your child's natural ability and chance? Chen Shuijun looked towards the great mercy goddess. Deciguan master sidelong, maybe. He doesn't he have the Decii cave technique, doesn't he have the heavenly king divine appearance? He can also wrestle a riding whale monument on the famous? Chen Shujun was slightly stunned. He lowered his head, some smiles finally appearing at the corners of his mouth, then shook his head. But if he had the great Ci Dongting technique and the divine face of the heavenly king of killers, he would be able to walk a bit faster. The Deciguan master flung his duster, and the 2 cicadas, Dong Huang and Bai Zong, had flown out of the Deciguan and landed on Chen Shujun's right shoulder. My Deciguan emphasizes a karmic law the most. At first I saw that your cultivation qualifications were foolish, and seeing that you were not of the Jade Case capital, I was still puzzled as to why the heavenly king of killing life had favored you. But today, looking at it again, you have already caught 2 of the 4-time cicadas. Maybe one day, you will be able to melt the 4 times into 1, and go straight into the creation. You are now willing to be a devil in the view, sitting withered in front of the statue of the heavenly king of slayers, just to seek a chance for your child? Chen Shujun shook his head, both for the sake of executive and seeking to go to the opportunity, and also for the sake of sharpening himself. You can catch cicadas even when you are sitting in a withered view. The pigment is just a little too nice, and it smells good too. Shin Shaoxin poked his head around and watched Chen Jianan painting in the courtyard. Since a few days ago, Shin Shaoxin's mysterious master teacher came to the Sunan house. The frequency of Shinshin's visits was greatly reduced, and after only 1 visit in 7 or 8 days, he happened to bump into Chen Dianan painting with the pigments he had mixed. The pigment for this oil painting took Chen Jianan quite a bit of trouble. In his previous life, although he had systematically studied calligraphy and oil painting, and learned the guzheng and piano, but if he is asked to say how to make paper, how to build a piano, he really can't say a thing. It just so happened that he had heard generally about the origins of medieval oil paints in his previous introduction to oil painting, and still remembered them loosely today. Together with these 7 or 8 days, he traveled the streets every day and spent more than 400 taels of silver to hire several dye masters, which led to this plate of 12 colors of pigments. The source of these pigments is not really rare, but some animal fats, bombs, candles, resins, plus 17 or 18 kinds of minerals and materials used in dyeing cloth. Only the blending concentration, the amount of oil added, the degree of grinding is very delicate, but also let Chen Jianan hurt for a few days. If he did not have the ability to money 7 or 8 professional dyes everyone with him to study, want to study the matching pigment is really a little difficult. I only thought you knew how to draw with charcoal pens. I didn't realize you could do such strange drawings. Shin Shaoxin opened his eyes wide and said, because of the long-lasting influence of the Sitting Dynasty Festival, coupled with the customs brought about by the literati of the Great Rest, almost everyone in Dayu today loves to paint. Emperor Zhao's favorite is the literati who are good at painting, and in the past 5 years, he has promoted Sun Zhongyu to the position of Minister of the Central Library, and Lu Shan to the position of Emperor of the Xiaoyuan Pavilion, and in addition to the extraordinary cultivation of these two men, it is still because the two of them are good at painting. Shen properly said here, and then sighed, it's a pity that you are not a scholar, no merit, can paint the small workman, and can paint the literati can be very different. Chen Jianan put down the oil painting brush in his hand and inquired, you just said that the day after tomorrow you're going back to hanging heavenly capital, back to that returning cloud room to cultivate? Shinshin was a little disappointed and nodded, I have to go back, this time I went home to visit my family, I stayed for more than a month, and my cultivation has slacked off. I don't have the natural talent of you and Sister Shiyu, so if I slack off like this, I'm afraid I'll fall behind. Then please also ask Miss Goody Goody to do me a favor. Chen Jianan opened his mouth. Shinshin properly signaled him to speak straight. This painting will be almost dry the day after tomorrow, but also please good miss help me to bring to Hangtianjing, sent to the inner court where Hangtianjing inner government, to see if I can eat the imperial food. Shinshin properly laughed out loud and said, Chen Jianan, your appetite is not small, although hanging heavenly capital honors painters, but as I just said, the painters they honor have to be literati and scholars first. An ordinary street painter is not considered a painter, only a small worker. Your painting is strange, but I'm afraid the adults in the inner palace prefer the atmospheric ink paintings, so how could they disregard the rules for you? Chen Jianan blinked and asked, that day when Councillor Zhao of Sunan province came to this Chihuang street, you weren't there? Shen was well aware of this. Chen Jianan pulled out a piece of the merit wall from his waist. Good miss can look carefully, although I am not what literati, scholarly family, but I Chen Jianan is also a rank of honors, serious 8th grade clear clothes lang. Compared to the ordinary literati, scholarly family, the status can be a little higher. Shin Shaoxin's eyes widened as she snatched the piece of gongbi from Chen Jianan's hands and looked at it carefully for a long time. This gongbi, it seems to be real. Chen Jianan said helplessly, there are still people who fake this? Think one head is not enough? Yeah. Shin Shaoxin suddenly exclaimed, Chen Jianan, you become a nobleman without saying a word. What kind of honored person is an 8th grade clear clothed lang? Chen Jianan said, feel free to help me send it to the inner palace or the inner court. Shinshin carefully returned that gongbi to Chen Jianan, and his heart was suddenly surprised again. If the inner house and the inner court really took a liking to Chen Xianan's paintings, wouldn't Chen Xianan have to come to the capital? Her eyes brightened slightly and she agreed seriously. But this painting is actually more pleasing to the hanging Tianjing's wives and young ladies some, if I say, if you just want to make money, I can know many noble ladies and young ladies, you go to paint for them, guarantee you a big fortune. Can Miss Goody Goody talk? Painting is a skillful job. How can you say it's a crossroads when you make money by skillful painting? Then I will hand it to the inner court, which is full of concubines and princesses, and I think they should be extremely fond of your paintings. Chen Jianan nodded gently. Early this morning, Zhumai had already brought Jiang Taiping forward to hanging heavenly capital. Before that, he once again invited Chen Jianan to go with him. Chen Jianan only said that he would go afterward, but he did not go with them. Just as Zhumai had said, the hanging heavenly capital was full of whirlpools, and if one wasn't careful, one would be swept into the whirlpools and then torn to shreds. Chen Jianan looked reckless and even wanted to bet his life with Si Hogue. But in reality, that betting match was nothing more than a literal trick to stall for time, and he was very cautious when he should have been. Like in the only days left in this Sunan house. Chen Jianan drew a picture, which was taken to the capital by Shin Xiaoxiao and handed over to the inner court. He hoped that he could enter the hanging heavenly capital in a more marginalized, yet independent of the lineage, independent of the song minister's class. And this painting is just an attempt. But I never thought that this painting to the hanging heavenly king, but caused a huge uproar to come. Chapter 56, Princess Linglong. Character has always been called Princess Linglong. Surprisingly, the master of ceremonies recruited by the division of ceremonies, rewarded an unusual ceremonial courtesan, so that this ceremonial courtesan promoted 2 levels, became a ceremonial female officials. According to reason, the Department of Ceremonies was under the management of the Shangyi Bureau, and unusual princesses did not have the right to arbitrarily promote the rank of courtesans. Just this princess is today's saint's favorite princess, but also the daughter-in-law of the Duke of Anhwa, the dynasty, and the field which does not give her a few points of face? Not to mention letting a ceremony courtesan serve as a female official, even letting her serve as a palm ceremony, or even a ceremony. I'm afraid that the Grand Shangyi of the Shangyi Bureau won't say anything more. The onlookers were all speculating on how exactly this Dianyi palace maiden named Ning Yu had been rewarded by Princess Linglong. Some people say that this Ning fisherman is very smart, most like to please the nobles happy, before in the palace and the tucked away, it is quite popular with the Princess of Yunlu. Some people say that this Ning fishery that day to go in front of Princess Linglong to play the zither, played a very good tune, the Princess of the Heart, the Princess of the Princess, which rewarded the Ning fishery. Again, no one was able to say exactly which song Ning Yu was playing, it was just an unfounded guess. But in any case, the canonical division of more than 200 court ladies, female officials only 6, this Ning fishery indeed got Linglong princess's favor, but also got great benefits, enviable.
Ningyu, who was in the center of this topic, changed into his official uniform and became more and more grateful to the Chang'an gentleman in the white jade capital. This Chang'an prince, I do not know what is the origin, extremely good at guessing the hearts of the people, casually a sentence, I used to go, even really played a big role.
Ningyu thought in his mind.
While this was happening, another palace maid came to report. Princess Linglong, who was scheduled to come to listen to the qin today, is not coming. Princess Shangqiu is treating the guests to enjoy the flowers in the Tsuiwei Palace today, and Princess Linglong has gone there instead.
Ningyu took a long breath.
She was new to being a female officer and was still unfamiliar with how to receive a figure like Princess Linglong. On the contrary, Princess Linglong named her to receive her today, making her nervous for a while, and now that the princess is not coming, it also makes her a lot more relaxed. And in the Tsuiwei Palace, by the poet wrote a poem praised as there are paintings difficult to describe the elegant attitude, no flowers can be compared to the face of the Princess Linglong as half reclining in the consort chair. The turquoise green shui mist shirt with the chui shui thin smoke veil wrapped around her mature body, just this body posture has already been called delicate and charming to the bone. The Dayu poets naturally did not have the guts to write poems describing the appearance of the princess of the current dynasty, the daughter-in-law of the Duke of Manhwa.
The poet who wrote this poem was an emissary of the Qian kingdom who had traveled to Dayu a few years before. After he returned to Daqian from Dayu, he wrote 19 poems in a row to describe Princess Linglong's beauty.
There is a description of Princess Linglong's elegance. The delicate steps are unparalleled in the world. There are also descriptions of her appearance: sinking fish and geese, birds scare the noise, closed flowers, autumn and moon, flowers are sad and trembling. There is even a wanton and unrestrained, the state is thick. The meaning is far away from the lady and true, the texture is delicate and the flesh is even. So a dozen poems down, the onlookers also thought that this great Qian messenger and Linglong princess quite familiar. But later, this great Qian messenger but public clarification, said he is only under the coincidence of chance, has seen Linglong princess two-face, in order to avoid the onlookers suspect, bad Linglong princess's reputation. This is the initiative to clarify. Just see two faces from afar, make this Qian high official so unforgettable. Once these words came out, Princess Linglong's name was even more known all over the world. Princess Linglong is known as a stunning beauty whose appearance can be compared to the Dali Tian general, who is actually in control of the Dali. But all saw Linglong princess in person, only that the Chen emissary poetry depiction has not written out the beauty of Linglong princess. In the 7 kingdoms today, it's more like this. The 72 sceneries of Dayu are famous all over the world, but in fact, Dayu should have 73 sceneries, the first of which is the beauty of Princess Linglong. At this very moment, this first scene, Linglong princess of Dayu was half reclining on a noble consort chair and was holding a scroll in her hand. The young Princess Shangqiu was sitting on a chair not far away. These painters are really skillful, and it is a little difficult to pick out one from so many good paintings, and thus to select a painter. Princess Shangqiu's complexion was extremely white, but her lips were quite bright red, giving her a unique beauty. Her mother came from the west, so this princess is quite exotic. Princess Linglong glanced at the scroll in her hand. One of the maidservants behind her carefully took the scroll, and another opened another scroll and handed it to Princess Linglong. Princess Linglong, just like this to see a dozen paintings, Su is bored, then casually waved his hand, said, really cannot, then earlier with the Chinese scholar to say, let him spare some time, these paintings good although good, but good not colorful, and nothing special. Princess Shangqiu was a little embarrassed, saying, sister, the Chinese scholar and Xia Yuan get to be imperial edict are to paint for father, all the princes and uncles, as well as the Empress Dowager, and the imperial noble consort, and if sister adds them in plainly, I'm afraid that I still have to notify the Ministry of the Interior, so that they can make careful arrangements. Then arrange it. Princess Linglong casually waved her hand, if it's really not possible, I'll go to the Hall of Eternal Longevity earlier and wait, and when the Chinese scribe paints a picture for the Empress Dowager, he'll paint one for me by the way. Princess Shangqiu nodded her head ignorantly and sighed again. The one who painted for me at the last sitting dynasty festival was the presiding officer of the Xuanzhong Temple, and I was only 7 years old at that time, and after 10 years, the presiding officer of the Xuanzhong Temple turned out to be a creation immortal, traveling the world in the clouds, and his traces could no longer be found. Cultivator of creation painting for little Shangqiu. Little Shangqiu, you really have a great face. Princess Linglong gave a rare smile and joked, and then she looked around to the garden in the Tsuiwei Palace. The pear blossom trees in this garden, why are they all gone? Princess Linglong inquired. Princess Shangqiu replied, every time I invited Sister Inchi into the palace to enjoy the flowers before, she was unwilling to come. Then I realized that she didn't like pear blossoms, and it just so happened that since summer, the pear blossoms had all failed, so I simply cut down all the pear blossom trees in the garden. Princess Linglong nodded and asked again, since you cut down these pear blossom trees, Sister Inchi is always willing to come today, right? Princess Shangqiu sighed, I sent someone to invite today, but Shangqiu personally wrote a letter to come, saying that the Si family came to try on the red clothes. It is the critical juncture, so they can't come to this Tsuiwei Palace. It just so happens that the Si family's old Grant has visited several times, and I was not in the Tsuiwei Palace, so I invited her. Princess Linglong's eyebrows flickered for a moment, and there seemed to be some sympathy and empathy for Li Yingqi, causing her to close her eyes. Princess Shangqiu was also a bit annoyed, so she casually took a scroll and opened it. She had wanted to kill some time, but then she was greeted by extremely brilliant colors that made her eyes light up. Yikes! Princess Shangqiu froze as she looked at the painting and shrieked out in shock.
Princess Linglong opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Princess Shangqiu with some reproach. Shangqiu, today is the day that many ladies and young ladies are coming. Pay attention to the royal manners.
Princess Shangqiu reacted and gave a petulant smile towards Princess Linglong. Sister, look at this painting. As she spoke these words, her own maidservant came forward, took the scroll, and presented it to Princess Linglong. Princess Linglong opened the scroll while still talking. It is the Jiangsu sheriff's painting in front of you. You also have to pay attention to your manners at all times, or let the Empress Dowager know. Beware of her sending 2 cannons over to make you learn the royal.
Again.
She hadn't finished, but suddenly fell silent, because this picture is really quite different. It was only that the scroll painting was not paper, but instead looked like a layer of cloth. There was no ink fragrance on the canvas, instead, there was some pigment odor, and the pigment used for painting was quite thick, layer after layer, eventually turning into an extremely strange painting. The painting depicts a woman's face, skillful and beautiful, with very charming eyebrows and eyes, and a smile at the corner of her mouth, which really depicts the woman's demeanor and the woman's appearance. Princess Linglong saw such a painting for the first time. That's when she felt colorful and gorgeous. It's like rubbing the rainbow together in painting in the 7 colors of the rainbow. What impressed Princess Linglong even more was that the painting used extremely heavy pigments, making the painting layered and interlaced with light and shadow, as if the woman on the painting was right in front of her eyes.
Why is this painting so strange and so good-looking?
For the woman, the atmosphere and substance of the painting are secondary. As long as they are painted as nicely as possible, it doesn't really matter if they are cheap.
For example, right now, Princess Linglong could not move her eyes when she looked at the painting. This painting, the painting is so beautiful.
Princess Shangqiu was also a bit excited, so she wanted to immediately ask this painter to come and paint a rainbow painting for her as well. Princess Linglong nodded gently. It is indeed excellent, although it is not as good as the Xianmen treasure mirror to keep the shadow, but the drawing is also like it. If we are talking about resemblance, naturally, it is more similar to Stay in the Shadow. Just use the Xianmen mirror to keep the shadow. Stay really too much like, always leave Princess Linglong brow sadness, make Princess Linglong look at this shadow, a heart plainly born some boredom to. This painting is much better, not to paint the sadness in the eyebrows. What's more, the sitting dynasty festival is to burn paintings, and the Xianmen treasure mirror cannot be burned.
Princess Shangqiu was feeling surprised to see such a unique painting. Princess Linglong, however, looked to the upper left corner of this portrait painting. A verse is inscribed in tiny letters in the upper left corner.
Princess Shangqiu did not notice just now, but Princess Linglong's eyes suddenly changed when she saw the poem.
It was already time for Princess Shangqiu's banquet.
The ladies and young ladies who originally came early and waited outside the Tsuweiwei palace came in together. They entered the palace and saluted the 2 princesses before they saw Princess Linglong was looking at a painting mesmerized. Today to come to Tsuweiwei palace can be the wife of the current secretary of the Ministry of War, the mother of the Xi family, the third-ranking enjoined Mrs. Xu Ji. There was the hairy wife of the deputy imperial secretary of the inspectorate, the same Mrs.
Xu Ji, a third-rank grant. There is the first daughter of Hang Tian Qianin, a famous talent today. There is also the hair wife of the university scholar of the Central Polar Hall, the youngest daughter of the secretary of the Delizi, who is very good at poetry, and the daughter-in-law of the inspector du Guzai. The 17 or 18 ladies and young ladies could not help but get curious when they saw Princess Linglong looking so mesmerized at the painting that she even forgot to get up to greet them. Although Princess Linglong was light in nature, she was extremely ceremonial. With this many ladies and young ladies, among whom there were even ennobled ladies, the princess was not so rude. But immediately after, they saw Princess Linglong sit up straight and look at Princess Shangqiu. Shangqiu, this painting is signed Chen Jianan of the Sunan province. You will inform the Ministry of the Interior and have them receive this painter named Chen Jianan into the capital. If he is truly able to paint such a picture, let him paint my portrait this time when he sits at the Dynasty Festival. The ladies and young ladies in the hall froze, and curiosity arose in their hearts. What is so unique about the portrait that can make the picky Princess Linglong like this? Many of these ladies and young ladies are even born with many thoughts. The sitting dynasty festival is only 1 day long, and a painter can't actually paint more than a few paintings in 1 day. If you can sit in the dynasty festival, and Linglong princess with a painter, since the face of a bright thing, where to go to the banquet in the next month or 2, there are chattable talk. Who is this painter surnamed Chen? How come I've never heard of him in the past? It's only good to get in touch as soon as possible, so that others don't get the jump on us. The thought rose in their minds almost simultaneously. The name of a man and the shadow of a tree. Princess Linglong is the most well-known character in Dayu. She leads the fashion chased by the ladies and gentlemen of Dayu. Without realizing it, Chen Jianan had been set on fire by the celebrity Princess Linglong. P.S. The author of the update has been a lot, 6 or 7,000 words a day, hanging 95% of the authors of the new book period. We do not raise the book the new book period to raise the book, for the authors is really the end of the disaster. Chapter 57, Chen Jianan observes the river. The Zhou family had stood on the water watching tower on the banks of the Qingshui River in the Sunan prefecture, gazing from afar at a young man who was fishing by the river. The young man was dressed in a blue shirt, with clean clothes, a fair complexion, and a tall stature, and was indeed a fine young man. But when this Zhou family head saw the angling teenager, his eyebrows almost twisted into a piece. He tried his best to hide his eyes, but he still couldn't hide the morose coldness in them. You guys, he's wearing the Xianmen treasure clothes I gave Xiu Jing. The Zhou family's senior spoke slowly. The few black-clothed men behind him didn't dare to raise their heads, lest their own master's anger would reach them. That Chumai has gone to hanging heavenly capital. This Chen Jianan even dares to be this leisurely, fishing by the river. Master Zhou grinned, his eyes growing more and more somber, not knowing what he was planning. Until after a burst of footsteps, a familiar voice suddenly came to Master Zhou's ears. Counselor Zhou, I advise you not to hit on this young boy. The Zhou family master turned his head, but saw the Sunan province co-counselor Lord Zhao Chuanjie, his hands together in the sleeve, followed by the government office of the 2 or 3 houses of the Long officials, and a few generations of businessmen, about just finished eating together. The Zhou family's master did not dare to be slow in the face of this second-ranked official of the Suwu state, but only hid the hatred in his eyes and saluted towards Zhao Chuanjie. My lord, my child died on the windstorm stage, in a deadly fight, so naturally I can't blame the others. The Zhou family's master bowed his head and spoke. Zhao Chuanjie took a few steps forward and came to the railing of the watchtower terrace, gazing from afar at the young man who was fishing on the banks of the Clearwater River and enjoying himself. I know that you contain hatred in your heart, the death of your own blood. It is inevitable that the grievances are deep and heavy, just things in the world are so. Once you probe towards others, it is inevitable that you have to be prepared for bloodshed. If the other person, your Zhou family, how I do not want to say more, as long as not in the eyes of the government office violated the law, no one will come to ask you Zhou outside. But this Chen Jianan is different. Zhao Chuanjie spoke slowly, his tone calm. But he has been in the official position for a long time, and even a powerful bureaucrat such as the first government co-counselor, naturally raised the majesty. The calm tone seemed to contain an amazing majesty. The Zhou family's master had originally lowered his head to listen, but when he heard these words from Zhao Chuanjie, he actually raised his head again. He looked at Zhao Chuanjie and said, Lord Tongqi, I know that Chen Jianan somehow got an 8th grade Hun rank and became a Hun official. Would a merchant dare to kill an official? Zhao Chuanjie let out a laugh. The Zhou family is not an ordinary merchant. The medicinal material trade is spread over several states. I don't know how many dignitaries and noblemen have shared the benefits in it, and the relationship is amazing. The deceased's uncle is also the inspectorate's history of scripture, a true figure of real power from the 4th rank, and still serves in the inspectorate, which is such a scandalous government office. Right. An 8th grade Hun rank now with no position or power, and even no offerings to receive, can be nothing in your elder Zhou's eyes. Zhao Chuan performance said here, suddenly turned, only, I want to remind you, this Chindian promoted Qi Lang folding, Dongbi, is the inspectorate of the word Shiji make sent. Do you know the issuance of that folding, is which one? Mr. Zhou listened carefully. Zhao Chuanjie narrowed his eyes, you are a rich merchant of my Suwu state, your industry is thriving. I don't know how many people in my Suwu state depend on your Zhou family for their meals, and there are many commercial taxes coming from you. I don't want to see you make a mistake for yourself. Counselor Zhou, the one who issued that fold is the current Song minister. The Zhou family's master's pupils shrunk. Why would an 8th-ranked clear-clothed Lang labor the Song minister to personally issue folders and merit bibs? I don't know why Prime Minister Song would personally sign Chen Dian's folding of the Hun rank, but as a fellow governor of Suwu state, I naturally have to think more when I come across something as strange as this. Encountered this kind of strange young man, even by virtue of the name of the Song minister, but also have to look after more. Cannot let him die, lest the future to give birth to trouble. This official in case planted in this file, inevitably not worth it. Your Zhou family several generations of the family business, and thus decline. I am afraid that it is also very unfortunate. Zhao Chuanjie's words were heard in the ears of the Zhou family's old man, but they were like words of thunder. His Zhou family was the gentry of Suzhou Wuzhou, with amazing connections, but if the person watching them with his head down was a figure like Minister Song, the Zhou family would be nothing more than a larger ant's nest. That folding is really signed by Minister Song? After a long time, Master Zhou took a deep breath and inquired somewhat undyingly. It was also at this time that another old man came along the banks of the Clearwater River and sat beside Chen Jianan, and the two of them talked and laughed and fished together. Iron Arm General. Zhao Chuanjie glanced at Master Zhou. Master Zhou naturally also recognized the old man who was seated with Chen Dian, and he couldn't help but breathe much more raggedly, feeling rather powerless again. Can let him feel powerless things, in fact, not much, but only in this a city boy Chen Jianan here gave birth to a lot. The letter. Master Zhou suddenly remembered the letter that Li Fushu, the son of General Xianzi, had written to his own children. The contents of the letter, he had long heard from the close attendant beside Zhou Xiujing.
Hanging heavenly capital Li family, another behemoth, just like the Tiger Hill outside of Sunan province, the mountain presses down. I'm afraid that the entire Sunan province will be turned into dust. For a moment, the Zhou family master's breathing suddenly calmed down. This matter, the insider has long written a letter to inform my wife brother, he has always loved my child. This matter I Zhou family no longer pay attention to, also pay attention to not, and see whether this Chen Dianan is always able to be so comfortable. He seemed somewhat relieved. There was suddenly another sharp footstep on the stairs of the watchtower stream. A government office clerk with 2 iron clothes hurriedly came, respectfully saluted to the Tongji Zhao Chuanjie, seems to have something to report back. What's the confidential matter? Zhao Chuanjie inquired. The clerk shook his head. It's not confidential, but it's very urgent. It's an order from the House of the Interior. Internal affairs? Zhao Chuanjie raised an eyebrow. Since there are no secrets, let's talk here. The Ministry of Internal Affairs sent a letter of order to the Sunan province. Chen Jianan immediately departed into the hanging heavenly capital. Many nobles in the palace are waiting for Chen Jianan. The order is that we must not be neglected. It doesn't say why? Back to the co-conspirator, no. Got it. Zhao Chuanjie turned his head, no longer looking at the Zhou family master whose face had changed again, but only gazed at Chen Dianan on the banks of the Clearwater River, not knowing what he was thinking. General Iron Arm caught a clear river fish up. Qinghe fish is a specialty of Qingshui River in Sunan province, with a large number of fish and delicious meat. Sunanfu is called the land of fish and rice, in which the word fish falls on this clear river fish. I fished all afternoon yesterday, but never caught half a fish. How is it that when the general comes, he can catch a fish? Chen Jianan was puzzled. General Iron Arm glanced at him and said, your heart is not sincere, you are still running your gungfu and channeling your true essence while fishing, so naturally you can't catch any fish. What does it matter? Chen Jianan was more and more puzzled. He had already practiced the second level of the White Jade Cicada Metamorphosis chapter, and although it was not as easy to guide and train the true essence as breathing, it was also not hindered by such things as fishing. How come he could not catch a fish? Instead of trying to instruct him on his fishing stance, General Iron Arm looked him up and down and sighed. Old and decrepit people, when they saw a gifted young man like Chen Jianan, their hearts always remembered their past young years. He came from a frontier family, and when it came to his generation, many of his clansmen had died in battle, and the family withered, but only 1 first-grade Shin Gong and 1 first-grade myriad technique were left for him. General Shin sold his family's property, went north to join the army at Tianmen, and hard by this first-grade Shin Gong and first-grade mythical method, he wrestled a 4th-grade general's position. Even now that he had injured his foundation, his cultivation had stagnated, and his true essence was even constantly drying up. But he is still a minister of Greatiu, has seen great rivers and mountains, has seen countless beautiful scenery, and thinks that this life is flawless. It was just that in the past few months, when he saw Chen Jianan, who had such extraordinary natural talent, he suddenly envied his youth. Chen Jianan will surely become famous at a young age. Compared to that, Li Fushu seems to be no less than that. Perhaps one day, the Hangtianjing Li family will recognize him as such a grandson. According to the temperament of the Minister of War, perhaps he will let this Chen Dian change his name to Li. With a lack of cultivation resources and no one to teach him, he's still this extraordinary. If he has the Li family's resources, this Chen Jianan is only going to soar into the sky. Old General Shen was thinking like this, and beside him, Chen Jianan was still fishing. But immediately afterward, old General Shen realized that Chen Jianan was holding the fishing rod with one hand and gently gesturing with his other hand knotted into a sword finger. It was quite subtle as it flowed with tiny true essence, one after another. A 3rd-grade Shin Gong grade blade technique. Elder General Shen perceived Chen Jianan's waves of true essence one after another. But then old General Shen suddenly froze. He looked far away to the Qingshui River, but he saw the same heavy waves on the river. General Iron Arm, do you see that the river waves look like a tidal surge of a large army? Chen Jianan suddenly asked. General Iron Arm was silent for a few breaths and nodded, like, just not enough like, you should go to see since hanging Tianjing through the city of the Huanglong River. Huanglong River water the strongest place, just under the Shuba Mountain. Huanglong River water pouring when the gusts of waves, indeed, as 100,000 troops call roar, but also as thousands of chivalrous people to draw their swords, and even more like 10,000 warhorses in unison, the vastness of the gallop to Huanglong River. Chen Jianan carefully noted down. Off to the side, the Iron Arm General steadied the rod in his hand and caught another fish. Chen Jianan looked enviously at his fish. He looked enviously at Chen Jianan. This Chen Yifan observing the river is about to realize the blade momentum, making his 3rd-grade Xiangong complete. In the Yufu Palace, Princess Linglong had specially invited a few Bachelor of State a few days ago and asked them to go forward to find the origin of a poet. However, these several bachelor's degree of the State Council even checked the canonical books for a few days and found nothing. There is no poet named Li Taibai in either the Dashi remnants or the records of Dayu. Princess Linglong was still undeterred and even consulted a few more university scholars, getting the same result. This time at night, Princess Linglong had that particular painting in front of her, and her 1,000 dendrobium pearl-like eyes fell on it. Hover over that figure drawing in the verse in the upper left corner. She just thought the man was extremely well drawn. and she felt that the poem was so good that when she read it, tears always dipped out of her eyes. Clouds think of clothes and flowers think of faces, spring breeze brushes the threshold and dew is thick. If I hadn't seen it at the top of Chuingyu Mountain, I would have met it under the moon at Yaodai. With only 4 lines in the area, Princess Linglong only felt that this poem was better than any poem she had ever seen in her life. In this world, there is simply not a poet named Li Tai-bai, otherwise he would have been able to write such poems and would have been famous all over the world long ago, so how could he be obscure? With this thought, Princess Linglong saw the signature in the lower right corner of this painting again. Sunanfu, Chun Jianan. Perhaps this Qin Dian is an extremely old one, and his long years caused him to unintentionally acquire this poem. Or, this Li Tai-bai is just an alias. The world's literati, pseudonym creators countless, but Princess Linglong thought about it, cannot think of the world and who can write such a poem under a pseudonym. The first time this cloud wants to be clothed and the flower wants to look like a flower, it appears on this painting. In that case, could this poem have come from this Chen Dian? Is Li Tai-bai his alias? Princess Linglong brainstormed a lot, and her heart was deeply interested in this painter who was far away from Sunanfu. I don't know if it's departed yet. She thought this in her mind. Chapter 58 Miss C's Family, Yellow Dragon River. It's pouring rain in Hangtenjing today. After the beginning of summer, this was the first time it had rained so heavily in Hangtenjing. The countless buildings and platforms in Hangtianjing became hazy in the storm, and many more people who came out to make a living fled away in haste because of the sudden downpour. Xiao, the 9th young lady of the C family, however, was walking against the wind and rain with a maid and a gentleman. This big government lady herself held an oil paper umbrella. The pouring rain was blown into the umbrella by the slanting wind, but Xiao's body naturally had a hazy chi emanating from it, covering up the rain. It's just a painter, just need mister to write down a letter and send it to the inn. And why do you need to labor, miss, to invite it yourself? The maid who followed behind Miss Xiao would not have that kind of shelter from the wind and rain, plus today's rain was too heavy, even holding an umbrella would not help. The rain fell on the maid, making her look quite distressed. Xiao frowned as she walked ahead. She also seemed to be puzzled as to why old Taijun had to let her come in person. On the contrary, the middle-aged gentleman in a scholar's tunic following Xiao said with a smile, the Sitting Dynasty Festival is approaching. These painters have instead become even more reserved, and I'm afraid that a single letter won't be able to invite a famous painter. But the painter that this old Taijun named for us to hire doesn't seem to have much of a reputation either. I've never heard of him in Hanging Heavenly Capital. That maid was somewhat puzzled. Xiao turned his head to look at her and said, old Taijun told us to go and invite, so we just go and don't say anything more. The maid spat out her tongue, and no longer say more. But this is quite some unconvincing in her eyes. The heart secretly thought, a division family is the house of the minister, the general's door. The division handed a letter, that the painter and how can not respond, would not dare to not allow? Old Taijun thinks too highly of these literati painters. The middle-aged gentleman glanced at the maid, seemed to have read the maid's mind, smiled and said, our family's high house, naturally there should be some temperament. The young lady went to invite this painter. It's actually good to spread the word, courtesy of the wise and virtuous no matter where it is considered a piece of etiquette talk. The maid was guessed by the middle-aged gentleman and hurriedly lowered her head. She is quite the favor of the young lady, usually no other maid that much rules, but she naturally knows her own identity. If the words are more upset the young lady, her heart is inevitably fear. Such words from this middle-aged gentleman also calms Xiao's mind a lot. She is also very incomprehensible. She is the Miss C family, the daughter of the dynasty's Rongtian general and the Marquis of the Killing Buddha. Even in this nobility all over the Hanging Heavenly Capital, it is also considered a first-class status. With her status, she even had to personally invite a painter, and she couldn't help but feel some grudges in her heart towards the old Taijun. What kind of painter is it that she has to hire in person? Thinking about this, even Xiao became a bit curious and his steps could not help but become much faster. Until we reached the Ganlu street in the east of the city, we saw the inn named Chinka from afar. I told you, this painter really isn't very famous. A famous painter would have already earned a lot of money, and wouldn't live in such a shabby inn? The maid thought in her mind. The maids of the big mansion, following their own young lady, are naturally used to seeing the world. As a young lady's personal maid, and extremely favored, the silver money in hand is naturally not a few. So in this maid's opinion, any daily lodging costing less than 10 taels would naturally be considered shabby. Chinka Inn is actually not shabby. Enough 5-story courtyard, from the outside of the inn is also green brick and green tile, is also skillful. The silver money per night accommodation, but also need to 300 or 400 wuxian. If it is placed in the poor state capital, many small stalls and vendors in half a month's time, I'm afraid they can't earn 300 or 400 won. The three approached the inn. It was only then that I saw that there were many more people from the great mansions in front of this inn. Many carriages were then parked in front of the inn, and many stewards and maids of the great mansions were talking around a middle-aged man. It's not that I didn't go to inform, it's that Mr. Chen just put down his luggage and went straight out the door. I'm just a shopkeeper, so how dare I ask your guest where he's going? My lord, why don't you wait in the store first? Don't let the rain wet your clothes. I'll have the little one prepare hot soup for. The middle-aged man nodded and apologized.
Xiao turned his head to look at the middle-aged gentleman. The painter we're going to hire is the one surnamed Chen, right?
The middle-aged gentleman nodded his head gently. The old Taijun personally asked people to go and make inquiries, and this Mr. Chen only came to hanging heavenly capital today. I thought it was already early for us to come and invite before noon, but I didn't realize that there were so many people already waiting.
What is this painter's origin? Xiao frowned.
Jingyin House, Taichang Temple Secretary House, Delizi Temple Secretary House, Ministry of Justice House, Inspector General's House of Royals Eye. The maid's eyes were sharp, recognizing many carriages that had once come to the Xi family's house. Surprisingly, there are so many large mansions that have come to wait. The middle-aged gentleman shook his head and smiled bitterly. I have also checked and asked a few of my peers, but they have never heard that there is another great painter with the name of Chen in the Sunan province. This battle, it's going to be even bigger than those great painters coming. No wonder the old Taijun wanted the young lady to personally come and invite them.
The maid staggered. Xiao thought about it and then entered a restaurant across from the Chinka Inn.
Old Taijun doesn't use me on weekdays, and since she specifically asked me to come today, I can't let her down, so we'll just wait here at the restaurant for this Mr.
Chen to come back.
Chen Jianan rode on the official boat personally sent by the government office in Sunan, passed through the Qingshui River into the Tongtian Grand Canal, and came all the way to Hangtianjing. The ship went extremely fast, but in 7 or 8 days it had arrived. When Chen Jianan was leaving, even the Sunan province Wei Jifu along with Zhao Chuanjia have personally come to see off. Words intentionally or unintentionally are inquiring why the Songshang will personally sign the folding of the granting of the Hun, Linglong princess, and why he will be asked to expedite to the capital. Chen Jianan snorted and just pretended that he couldn't understand the meaning of the words of these two Sunan prefecture's parents. The official ship should eat and drink are very good. Chen Jianan even has a separate room. From the room can see the outside scene, all the way to the rather comfortable. When he came to hanging heavenly capital, the Sunan prefecture government office had already booked an inn for him for a month, allowing him to save a dozen or so taels of silver. Chen Jianan naturally knew that the reason why the Sunan prefectural office was so facetious was still on the face of Song Xiang and Princess Linglong. These grown-ups who were able to achieve the rank of 4 or 5 officials had an extremely keen sense of smell. Spending some silver and making some proper investments is too rare for them. So Chen Jianan wasn't polite and stayed at that Chinka Inn. After checking in, Chen Jianan borrowed an umbrella and walked alone in hanging Tianjing. The hanging heavenly capital was worthy of being the city of hanging heaven. Even with this kind of fluffy rain, it was still possible to clearly perceive the bustling hustle and bustle of the place. Many luxury carriages wandering recklessly, the street and the restaurant can be clearly heard laughing and clamoring. The so-called city column pearls, households full of luwachi is about this. He walked all the way with an umbrella, and even in the daytime, he could see the bright lights staggered on many buildings, the mighty flying eaves on the green tiles and red walls, the fluttering flags of countless stores that were cluttered by the downpour, the saved heads, and the bustling crowds, all proving that this was a city that was prosperous to the core. Chen Jianan sked, and so he came all the way to the east of the city on the banks of the Huanglong River. Because of the rain, the Huanglong River is particularly swift today, and is blocked by deliberately raised banks. The Huanglong River in the rain was flooded with waves and rolled away, like an arrow shooting straight into the distance. Chen Jianan opened his eyes wide and looked at the river carefully, and couldn't help but be mesmerized. About half an hour passed quietly, the heavy rain gradually weakened, suddenly a brocade-clothed gentleman galloped past, a street vendor picking burdens hastily dodged, lost his balance, and was about to fall to the ground. Chen Jianan glanced at it and casually kicked out a stone, hitting that basket, which then landed smoothly. The vendor fell to the ground, ouch screamed, and see his basket of goods is fine, then put down his heart, get up and pick the stretcher away. According to the plot in the playbook, did the young knight-errant step in, not only to save the victimized people, but also to teach a lesson to that rich gentleman just now? By Chen Jianan's ears, a voice suddenly came. The voice was quite a bit older and had some laughter in it. Chen Jianan turned his head, but he saw an old man in the distance also standing by the riverbank, watching the Huanglong River from afar. This old man was there just now, only Chen Jianan didn't care. You're joking, old man. Chen Jianan grinned, it's just some commonplace tricks, it's fine to hold up a basket, but I'm afraid it's not enough to teach a rich man a lesson. To be able to steer a horse in the capital, one would think that the background is extraordinary. If I don't get my own way, I'll inevitably give rise to trouble. That old man couldn't help but walk up after hearing Chen Jianan's words and laughed. Hanging heavenly capital is good for everything. It's these sons of the world that are too domineering. Steering their horses is just a small matter, and they even cause deaths from time to time. Chen Jianan said, they are all sons of the family, naturally they have to be more domineering, otherwise wouldn't the word family be meaningless? The old man thought sideways and nodded, indeed, the lineage itself represents privilege. However, you look quite young, you should not be resentful of this privilege in the way of the world, and how could you find it usual? Could it be that you also come from a family? There are many things that are not useful for an ordinary person to be indignant about. Chen Jianan couldn't help but smile, the court has so many adults who have acquiesced, so what am I not angry about as a humble citizen? Even if I am not angry, it won't change anything. Instead of hurting myself in vain, I might as well take a closer look at the rushing waters in this yellow dragon river, and I might be able to reap great rewards.
Rectifying the domineering families is indeed the business of the adults in the court.
The old man frowned and said, "It's just that if there is no support from ordinary people like you and me, where will the adults in the imperial court who want to do something get the strength to do it? If one only wants to rectify the worldly family treason, then one will never be able to rectify the worldly family." Chen Jianan turned his head, his gaze looking towards the rushing river again. The lineage is immortal, passed down from generation to generation.
Especially at this time of internal and external problems, the family is the cornerstone of the empire. How can Dayu fight against Dakian and Dili? It was because the court needed them that these families were so domineering. The adults in the court want to innovate, but everywhere their hands are tied because of this, and they are only able to promote the commoner clans and divide their resources to allow them to rise. But, if the concubine clan fights the world family, even if the world family is knocked down, how can we guarantee that the concubine clan will not become a new world family gate?
In this world men scorn one another and flatter one another, each wishing to be above the other and each prostrate before the other, each hating the other and wishing to replace the other. It's human nature, and it's not enough to change it without a radical revolution.
As Chen Jianan narrated, another ray of light flashed in his eyes as he inquired, "Am I right, Minister Song?"
The old man was slightly stunned and suddenly laughed out loud. "You think I'm song-washed rain?"
Chen Jianan's face collapsed. "Not?"
When he first came to Hanging Heavenly King, an old man came running to talk to him about the views of the world. In this Hanging Heavenly capital, the only person he had any interaction with through Chumai was Song Xiang, so Chen Jianan rightly thought that this old man was the Song Xiang who wanted to persuade him to do something.
But he seems to have guessed wrong?
People scorn each other, and flatter each other. These words you say are excellent. I did not expect today's heavy rain. I came to the Huanglong River to prevent the flooding of the Huanglong River. I did not expect to also bump into you, such an interesting teenager. What is your name?
Chen Dunan. Chen Dunan smiled awkwardly.
The old man nodded gently and said, "If you have time to spare, you can come and meet me on Jiuguan Street. My house is under the highest and biggest sycamore tree on Jiuguan Street." Chen Jianan nodded his head, and the old man waved his hand at him and left on that note.
"Not Minister Song?"
The corners of Chen Jianan's mouth twitched a bit. He has an extraordinary demeanor, yet he is not Prime Minister Song, and in his words, he is clearly dissatisfied with the world's families and gatekeepers. But speaking in generalities and leaving 3 words out, even if he is the head of a worldly family, there is no harm in that,
he thought in his mind.
While this was going on, a few more horses came galloping in the distance.
"Mr. Chen." 2 men in mandarin uniforms dismounted and saluted.
"The nobles of the palace are invited. P.S. Read everyone's messages and comments, as if indeed should be fixed time to update, then update in everyone off school time 12 o'clock noon and 6 p.m. After the shelves will generally be put on the night or early morning additional time."
Chapter 59, We're as good as gods.
Many of the buildings in the Hanging Heavenly capital were already extremely luxurious and towering. But when Chen Jianan followed those few messengers through the 12-mile-long Qilin Street and walked through a red wall covered with green trees, he saw the Great Yu Imperial Palace. Dayu was founded 480 years, the palace several times repair and expansion, now is already a huge place. Those towering palaces seem to stab into the clouds, gorgeous jade tiles and beast sieves look out in all directions, the sun's light shines down, and through the golden blaze reflections, so that this palace complex will seem to be glowing with golden light. The citadel tower is high across the center of the sky. Climb up and raise your eyes to the 4 wildernesses. The so-called 100-foot-tall building is about right.
Chen Jianan sighed in his heart. Those steel pavilions in his memories were still much inferior to such a splendid building.
Only, it was not the inner court summoning, it was not the imperial palace summoning. Chen Jianan naturally could not go through the main door to enter the Hanging Heavenly Palace, and he could not even go through the side door. In addition to 1 main imperial gate, the Hanging Heaven Palace still had 15 main gates, 32 side gates, and even 360 side gates supplying the harem, the interior, and the various divisions. Chen Jianan then took one of the southwest side doors and entered this Hanging Heaven Palace. Once inside the palace, as far as the eye could see, there were long corridors that seemed to have no end in sight.
"Mr.
Chen, please also keep your head down as you walk, don't look around." A middle-aged mandarin who had come to bring him along reminded Chen Jianan.
Chen Jianan followed behind the duo for half an hour, only to see a palace open up in front of him. The plaque reads, Yufu Palace. As the saying goes, the morning frost is cold in the 9 palaces, and the moon falls brightly in the 10 miles of buildings. In front of this palace layers and layers, although there is no 9, but there are 4 or 5, and there are many pavilions, it seems to be extraordinary grandeur. The 3 of them were questioned heavily again before they stepped inside. The royal grandeur is true to its name.
Chen Jianan sighed in his heart as he admired the scenery of this Yufu Palace.
"My noble person, the title Linglong, wait until Mr. Face to face with the noble person, will be called Princess Linglong, don't be abrupt to the noble person." The middle-aged mandarin opened his mouth to remind again. "Princess Linglong?
Chen Jianan could not help but be surprised. The name of this princess, not to mention that he was a person from Daiyu, it was the people of the remaining 6 countries, or the people of the small countries in the world. I'm afraid that they had heard of it. So they walked past the flowing goblets and water, and then a few pavilions, and then they saw that they had reached the main hall.
Chen Jianan suddenly heard a voice of questioning. Who is that man? How could there be a young man outside the palace in Yufu Palace?
He looked sideways, but saw a woman sitting under the octagonal pavilion not far away. The woman was draped in a cloak of emerald-patterned brocade feather satin, wearing a wispy gold picket line gauze skirt with a thin luo robe, without any embellishment on her body, with a little bit of redness on her brow, extremely beautiful. This woman's identity seems to be extremely high. She sat alone in the octagonal pavilion. The pavilion has 4 courtesans serving. There are 2 green eunuchs steward bowing on standby. Outside the pavilion there are 8 courtesans waiting. When she asked, a eunuch steward immediately got up and walked in the direction where Chen Jianan was. The middle-aged mandarin in front of Chen Jianan let out a bitter smile and hurriedly greeted him. The 2 of them whispered for a while, and then the eunuch steward returned to the octagonal pavilion. Reporting back to the county princess, the visitor is the painter that Her Highness personally summoned. The Sitting Dynasty Festival is approaching, and this painter is the one that Her Highness is going to use at the Sitting Dynasty Festival for the royal use. The eunuch steward reported carefully. The woman who was called the sheriff, however, frowned. My elder brother is not in hanging heavenly capital. The princess's sister-in-law is really a bit careless. Yufu Palace is the princess's bedchamber, so naturally there should be many taboos. It's not proper for such a young man to come in and out of the Jade Palace.
Is it in order? What is his status as a painter? How can he come into the palace?
That eunuch steward still bowed, not even daring to look at the hem of that county princess's dress, and only replied, reporting back to the county princess, this Mr. Chen has a rank of honor, being an 8th-ranked clear-cloth lang, and in accordance with the rules of the palace, and with the princess's summons, it's in order to come into the palace. The eunuch steward replied in this way, but only answered the inquiry of the county princess is not in line with the rules, but did not dare to answer whether it is in order or not.
A chikuro? There's such an honored official?
That sheriff lord's brow wrinkled slightly. Without her giving the word, the 2 mandarins who brought Chen Dian into the palace only dared to stand in front of the wigwam, not even daring to take a step forward.
Chen Jianan was quite knowledgeable. What exactly is the identity of this county princess? To Yufu Palace is not Princess Linglong's Yufu Palace?
He was wondering in his mind. Out of the corner of her eye, however, she glanced at that county princess slowly and methodically picking up an extremely delicate snack on the table, placing it into her mouth, chewing and swallowing slowly, until her throat shrugged and she swallowed the snack into her stomach. Only then did she say, it is against the rules for a young man to enter the Yufu Palace itself, not to mention that Princess Linglong has a family, or how could a young princess disregard etiquette in this manner? Chen Jianan was more and more surprised, and in his heart, he could not help but ask himself again what is the origin of this county princess. But then he suddenly remembered what Shumai had said to him earlier.
He said that there is a Taodai sitting in the clouds overlooking Daiyu in the hanging heavenly capital, blinding the holy hearings, appointing villains, and the cool officials are coming out to cover the sky with only their hands, and the dynasty and the countryside are becoming more and more horrible and solemn. Later he realized that the so-called Taotai in Shumai's mouth was the Embua Gong who was under 1 person and above 10,000 people. The daughter of the Duke of An, she was also made a county princess. Counting the powers and nobles of Daiyu, I'm afraid that the only one who can be this reckless in Princess Linglong's Yufu Palace is the Duke of An's daughter, the current, Jade under-sheriff. 2 years ago, Duke An personally knelt down and begged Emperor Zhaowu, requesting that Princess Linglong be married to Duke An's eldest son, and Emperor Zhaowu readily agreed. And this Yuxia sheriff is exactly Princess Linglong's little aunt.
Princess Shangqiu was sitting on a chair made of precious Joeen wood, peeling a tribute orange in her hand. The orange was peeled and handed back to Princess Linglong in the toffee chair beside her. Princess Linglong was half reclining on a chair, eyes closed. Her body was just as it was titled, slender and luscious, every bump and bump was just right, and nothing could fail to capture one's attention. She casually took the orange that Princess Shangqiu had peeled and put it back into her mouth. Between the gentle movement of the vermilion lips, an indescribable delicacy came out. Originally it was a pleasant afternoon light, suddenly a palace maid came in a hurry.
Princess, that Mr.
Chen entered Yufu Palace and happened to bump into County Lord Yuxia drinking tea in the octagonal pavilion. There was no need for this courtesan to speak further.
Princess Linglong and Princess Shangqiu then already knew that it must be Wei Lingyu using the excuse to vent Princess Linglong's grievances of not seeing her.
The 2 masters did not speak, but a large court lady on the side frowned and said to that court lady, I have instructed you several times, but did you not instruct them to avoid the rainfall pavilion? That courtesan hurriedly knelt down and said, I carefully ordered, and the mandarins who went to pick up Mr.
Chen to come over did avoid the rainfall pavilion.
However, I never thought that perhaps County Lord Yuxia had stayed in the rainfall pavilion for several days and got bored of staying there, so she switched to the Guanlan pavilion again just now.
Shangqiu. Princess Linglong suddenly spoke.
Princess Shangqiu put down the orange in her hand and sighed. Sister, you know Wei Lingyu's nature, she came 7 or 8 times and you never saw her, she must have been very annoyed in her heart, and this Mr. Chen just happened to bump into her anger. After Princess Shangqiu finished speaking, she suddenly reacted and inquired again, Sister, this Mr. Chen, is he Chen Dian from the Sunan province? Princess Linglong nodded with her eyes closed. Princess Shangqiu took the hot handkerchief handed over by the palace maid behind her and wiped her hands, then stood up. I'll go fetch this Mr. Chen, but hopefully Wei Lingyu won't make things difficult for an unusual painter. In front of the Guanlan pavilion, whether it is a few eunuch stewards, or a few palace maids, and even the 2 mandarins have their heads deeply bowed, as quiet as a cicada, not daring to breathe a breath. That county princess, however, looked at ease and ate another piece of dim sum. There are more painters in the world, but I have never seen Princess Linglong use such a young painter to paint the portrait she needs to sit for the dynasty festival. How well can a portrait be painted when you're this young? You go tell him to get out of the palace. At Princess Linglong's place, I will find another painter for her with high attainments in calligraphy and painting and an extraordinary reputation. She spoke casually to one of the eunuch stewards. That eunuch steward immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He fell to his knees without saying a word and heavily knocked his head on the ground. A dull ringing sound came from the eunuch steward who did not even grunt before falling to his knees like this. Useless thing, not even daring to go and spread the word. County Lord Yoshimo glanced at him, but it's not your fault if your master didn't order it. Bring a pen and paper. Sheriff you casually ordered. That eunuch steward immediately took out paper and pen from the box outside the Guanlan pavilion and carefully laid them out. He was about to sharpen his ink, but the sheriff suddenly shook her head. It's just writing a word, what's the point of sharpening the ink? The sheriff picked up the quill and just wrote a word on that paper and folded the paper again. Go take it to that painter. The sheriff ordered casually. That eunuch steward picked up the piece of paper with both hands, walked down the Guanlan pavilion, walked across the stone steps, and came in front of Chen Jianan. Your Honor ordered, and asked the gentleman to take a look at the paper. The eunuch steward's voice was shrill and rather polite. Chen Jianan, however, clearly saw dripping sweat at the temples of this eunuch steward. As the saying goes, accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. Now that they were serving this county princess, it actually made them sweaty and nervous. Chen Jianan took the paper, and the moment the paper entered his hand, he only felt a raging qi rushing straight to him, as if it was going to invade his soul and her mind. Chen Jianan subconsciously visualized Nan Lu Jing in his mind. A brilliant thought rose up from his mind, and in an instant, the raging qi was dispersed by this terrifying thought, as well as the brilliant light emanating from the viewed Nan Lu Jing. This sheriff is really a bit vicious. Chen Jianan's face did not change, not even going to look at that Guanlan pavilion a glance, just continued to open that piece of paper. In the distance, Princess Shangqiu was hurrying with 2 palace maids. I happened to see Chen Jianan open the paper. Princess Shangqiu remembered Wei Lingyu's usual tricks and couldn't help but frown, saying in a loud voice, don't open. But her words seemed to have been said too late, as Chen Jianan had completely opened the piece of paper by now. He looked down and saw an extremely scrawled word roll written on the paper. Rolling? Chen Jianan looked mesmerized. The county princess in the Guanlan pavilion, however, laughed out loud with her palms. She didn't care how Chen Jianan was, she just pointed at Princess Shangqiu and said, Shangqiu, you're too late. How can you paint when this painter turns into a demented person and can't hold a brush? Princess Shangqiu stood still and couldn't help but stomp her foot. Wei Lingyu. This painter is innocent. And why do you need to? Wei Lingyu raised her head, a smile on her face, making her more and more beautiful. The god of heaven is angry, the river breaks the dike, the mountain collapses, and the mortals who suffer are all innocent? Shangqiu, when will you understand that for the vast majority of mortals under the sun, we are then no different from the heavenly duke? Princess Shangqiu took a deep breath before she had the time to take a closer look at that Mr. Chen. This Mr. Chen is actually this young? This Mr. Chen was looking down at the piece of paper. He was dressed in a blue suit, his posture was straight, his body was well proportioned, his face was white as jade, yet his body was robust, surprisingly quite handsome and colorful. Because of this, Princess Shangqiu felt more and more pity. Wei Lingyu, however, put her hands behind her back, humming a tune in her mouth as she walked out of the Guanlan pavilion and headed towards another place. She vented the resentment in her heart towards her own sister-in-law and was much more relaxed. Invite the eunuchs who are proficient in the Tao of Divine Embrace to come to the Yufu Palace. When Princess Shangqiu saw Wei Lingyu leaving, she hurriedly came and walked not far from Chen Jianan. But before she could approach, she suddenly saw Chen Dian move. He turned the white paper in his hand over and over for a while, shook his head and whispered, this word is too ugly to write. Princess Shangqiu opened her mouth, you're fine? Only then did Chen Jianan look up and asked in disbelief, I'm supposed to be doing something? Princess Shangqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Instead, Chen Jianan looked towards the Guanlan pavilion where Wei Lingyu was just now. To the vast majority of mortals in the world, we are then no different from the Lord of Heaven. These words still echoed in Chen Jianan's ears. In his mind, he silently thought, I really want to tear the mouth of this bull sheriff. Chapter 60, The Colors of Man Are as Dust. Princess Shangqiu walked in front, wearing a gorgeous dress, her long skirt trailing on the ground but not a piece of dust, not a drop of water. Like her, such a character, that is, the clothing worn by the ordinary, is bound to be the Shenmen magic method with extremely precious material sewing. Chen Jianan has already seen the strange. But Chen Dian was a bit strange in Princess Shangqiu's eyes. From time to time, she turned her head and glanced at Chen Jianan, her turquoise blue pupils still seeming to contain some doubt. Princess Shangqiu really never thought the interior government a long way from the Sunan house to invite the painter was so young, looks about only 17 or 18 years old, only the eyes are calm, some old age. At the age of 17 or 18, the probability of presenting a painting and sending it to the inner court, and ultimately this painting being sent to this Yufu palace is actually extremely small. The inner court doesn't collect everyone's paintings. First of all, there must be origin, there must be merit, and secondly, after all, is the court used, a variety of rules are actually quite a lot, such as sending the artist paintings. In addition to the state government, it is also only the status of the character is quite extraordinary to be eligible. It is not really easy for an ordinary painter to send paintings into the inner court. And this Chen Jianan happens to fulfill this many not easy. 17 or 18 years old, the body has a Hun rank, this painting, and is returned to the cloud room sent into the inner court, and Wei Ling you just wrote that word, in fact, has been very vicious. This Chen Deacon looked at it, but it seems like nothing in general. Princess Shangqiu was curious in her heart, but he was more curious about Chen Dian's skill in painting with 7 colors. Mister's brush and ink, I've asked someone to fetch it, and when Mister finishes drawing for sister, he'll draw one for me as well. Before stepping into the main hall of Yufu Palace, Princess Shangqiu also commanded this. Chen Jianan also had some curiosity in looking at the young princess. This Princess Shangqiu didn't have much of a stance, and didn't put up a fight when she spoke. In this hanging heavenly capital where power and nobility were like clouds, such nobles should be in the minority. As he thought about it, he followed Princess Shangqiu into the main hall of Yufu Palace. Said as the main hall, in fact, like a huge parlor, the hall placed many tables, chairs, futons. I do not know what kind of wood these tables and chairs are made of, fragrant, smell in the nose, more refreshing, should be extremely valuable wood. And behind a piece of gauze curtain on the stage, Chen Jianan vaguely saw a hazy shadow sitting up, watching him. You're the Chen Dianan who painted that 7-colored painting? A melodious voice came from behind the gauze curtain, and there was some doubt in his tone. Chen Dianan saluted in response. Princess Shangqiu walked onto the stage and also entered behind the curtain, whispering with Princess Linglong for a while. Princess Linglong added, this time to come to this Yufu palace, but let Mr. Chen be aggrieved. Chen Jianan was about to respond, but that Princess Shangqiu said with a smile, this Mr. Chen is quite extraordinary. Wei Lingyu's words did not take over his mind. I think that this little Mr. Chen should also be a cultivator, and his cultivation is not low miles. Princess Linglong gently nodded her head, and in her tone there was more praise. At a young age, even though there is no imperial examination merit, there is the 8th rank of Qin Jilang's rank of honor, and there is a handful of good skills in painting, and there is even cultivation in the body. Mr. Chen must come from a famous family? Princess Shangqiu also looked at Chen Jianan with some curiosity. In accordance with the reasoning, into the Jade Palace of the characters, the identity of the origin should actually check a clear. Just this time, Princess Linglong want people to be anxious. Sitting in the festival is not far away. Just find Sunan House asked whether this person is innocent, plus the Ministry of Mandatory since this person has given the 8 product clarity clothes Lang's order of merit, will be everything from simple. Chen Jianan thought about it, said, Chen Jianan was originally a yellow door painter in the Sunan Prefecture Yamen, and there is no family, scholarly origin, the father of the family in the Sunan Prefecture to teach children literature for 17 or 18 years, and this Hun rank is because Chen Jianan coincidentally stood up to some merit income. He honestly said, if he really want the identity of the court painter, in the future, his history cannot be hidden from the 2 princesses, and he is from a clean background, and does not need to hide anything from the people. When the 2 princesses heard these words, they were both a bit surprised, but they didn't ask any more questions. Princess Linglong said, such an origin is also considered a family of books. Then, how about Mr. Chen brush and draw a picture for Princess Shangqiu? Chen Jianan was about to speak. Then a steward bowed and came in, bringing another traveling bag that Chen Di had placed in the inn. So Chen Jianan didn't say much more. He took out the canvas, paints, and 3 different brushes from his luggage, and asked for another rack to set it up carefully. Princess Shangqiu was quite young and still somewhat girlish. Chen Xianan was going to make that 7-colored portrait for her, so she walked out of the gauze curtains with gusto and sat not far from Chen Xianan. This ink material is a bit dry. Chen Jianan asked for hot water to dissolve it slightly before he put up his brush to draw. The essence of oil painting is to paint a layer on top of a layer, layer upon layer, pigment upon pigment, and when you look closely it looks like one mountain of pigment after another rising up and stretching across the canvas. This Shangqiu princess's skin color, Chen Jianan then painted 6 layers, hair, clothing have their own 8 or 9 layers, painted quite seriously. He drew a mold and faced Princess Shangqiu and said, "Nowadays, the princess can do as she pleases, and there is no need to be so formal." Princess Shangqiu stood up and stood behind Chen Xianan with her hands behind her back, watching Chen Xianan paint with a lot of amazement in her eyes.
How interesting.
Princess Shangqiu's eyes widened, layer after layer piled on top of each other, but instead, the more you draw, the more it looks like. Just as Shin said before, although this oil painting is not as loving and atmospheric as ink painting, it is better than painting portraits with more colors and layers, more vivid, quite pleasing to the eye, and more able to paint the beauty of women. Chen Jianan painting, Shangqiu princess carefully watched. Chen Jianan so spent half an hour, the canvas already Shangqiu princess's face. Princess Shangqiu's eyes sparkled as she nodded her head and said, "It is indeed extremely good-looking and quite special. In fact, it is to paint her even more beautifully." Chen Jianan changed a brush, while tracing the edges of the painting, while saying, "Time in a hurry, this painting is also painted in a hurry. In fact, this kind of painting is still a slow word, hit the bottom of the bottom in fact, should wait for it to dry in sunshine, and then paint the second layer, the third layer.
That's why this painting doesn't look translucent.
It can still be painted better?" Princess Shangqiu's eyes lit up as she stepped closer again and said to Chen Dian, "Then you should carefully note down my appearance, and when you go back, you can paint a good one for me." Chen Jianan looked at Princess Shangqiu, who should be a mixed blood, with a skin color different from the white of the Dayu people, with turquoise blue pupils and bright red lips. He swept his eyes away and continued to look down and paint until he was done.
Since the palace maid carefully presented that canvas into the gauze curtain, Princess Linglong looked at the painting, after a few breaths of silence, finally opened her mouth.
"Good. Please Mr. Chen to draw another one for this palace, just. Will this palace draw happier?" Immediately, a palace maid on the left and right pulled back the gauze curtains. Chen Jianan looked up. He didn't know how many beautiful faces he had in his memories of his previous life, whether he had seen them with his own eyes or they had been forced into his eyes after multiple modifications during the information explosion. But even if he had seen that many beauties, when he saw the face of Princess Linglong, he could not help but sigh in his heart. Beautiful indeed. What all the sweetness through a look, the color of the earth as dust, or bright eyes cut water jade for muscle, suspected to be a fairy down to earth are not enough to describe the beauty of this Linglong princess. Only, Chen Jianan still lowered his head after only one look. This is the palace. If you can't hold yourself, you'll die. Princess Linglong saw that Chen Dian was a courteous one and could not help but nod her head in satisfaction and put her heart down.
Chen Jianan set up a new canvas and continued to paint.
When painting, on the contrary, he could enjoy the beauty of this Linglong princess in a bright manner. Chen Jianan did not have any evil thoughts, the memories of his past life were messy and complicated, making the current him feel like he was in a different world.
Red powder skeleton, white bone and skin.
But it is not bad to use it to feed your eyes. Princess Linglong is gorgeous and quite eye-catching, so Chen Jianan took pleasure in painting and nourished his eyes.
Another half hour passed, and Princess Linglong's portrait became a success.
The palace maid handed over the portrait. Princess Linglong looked carefully, but saw the portrait of her serenely smiling, face like heavenly people, but no so much sadness. "Good." Princess Linglong said another good word, and the gauze curtains on the high platform were closed again. But her voice came from behind the gauze curtain, but it was much more pleasant. "Mr. Chen's words, this palace is very satisfied, 1,000 miles to summon Mr. into the palace to draw for this palace, but it is a nuisance to you. It is not far from the sitting dynasty festival, Mr. Why don't you hang the name of a court painter in my Yufu palace, and receive the salary of the Ministry of Internal Affairs? You then see what is still missing." Then only with Shu Kuai girl said. As soon as Princess Linglong's words fell, the darkness of the high platform came out of a courtesan with her hair in a bun and saluted towards Chen Jianan from afar.
Chen Jianan returned the salute.
Princess Shangqiu, who was on the side, rolled her eyes and asked again, "Where does Mr.
Chen land nowadays?"
"The Sunan government office settled me in an inn for a temporary rest."
Chen Jianan answered truthfully. Princess Shangqiu looked sideways behind her and instructed a eunuch steward to say, "Isn't there another set of mansion on my Foshan Street?"
I had intended to give it to General Hongye as an aliyah for practicing calligraphy, but the general, being in a high position, refused to accept it for fear of suspicion. The mansion is not big, empty is also empty. It happens to be close to the palace. It is just right that Mr.
Chen temporarily moved over to live it. Wait until after the sitting dynasty festival to say, "Mr. Chen today in Wei Lingyu Place suffered aggrieved, this small favor, as compensation." Chen Jianan didn't move and curtsied to thank him.
The reason why he handed in his portrait and wanted to get a job in Hangtianjing was that he wanted to live as close to the palace as possible. As Chumai said, there are swirls of swallowing people everywhere in Hanging Heavenly Capital, especially since Chen Jianan's purpose of coming to Hanging Heavenly Capital is not pure, and he always has to be wary of behemoths such as the Li family and the Si family. Being closer to the Hanging Heaven Palace, in case it really came to the point of tearing his face off, he thought that he would be able to avoid some of the dangers in the shadows. Even if Princess Shangqiu didn't reward her with the status of a palace painter, out of her own pocket, she would still be qualified to land in the 8 streets and 32 alleys of Hanging Heaven Palace. After painting and gaining benefits, Princess Shangqiu had something to leave, and Chen Jianan was about to consciously retire. However, Princess Linglong suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Mr.
Chen, I have another matter to inquire about." Then where did Mr. Chen get such a poem as Cloud Wants Clothes, Flower Wants Face? From Chapter 61 Thick and Strong Hotianshi. At this time, in addition to a few palace maids and a deacon, there was only Princess Linglong behind the gauze curtain, with Chen Dianan in the hall. Princess Linglong's lips slightly opened, slowly reciting, "The clouds want to be clothed and the flowers want to look good, the spring breeze brushes the threshold and the dew is thick. If I didn't see it at the top of Chuanyu Mountain, I would have met it under the moon at Yao Tai." Princess Linglong's voice, which was already like 1,000 dendrobiums of pearls, recited the poem, and even more so, she recited 9 points of the poem's elegance. To cloud metaphor clothes, to flower metaphor face, is to praise the woman's face, but no flattering attitude, and all is elegant tone. This palace before also quite good poetry, but never seen such poetry. Princess Linglong did seem to be extremely fond of this poem, and as she recited it, the sadness in her brow almost dispersed, and she was left with only the association of the poem. The fairy at the head of Chuanyu Mountain and the goddess under the moon of Yao Tai. Who in the world could write such a poem? What beauty in this world can deserve the praise of this poem? The reason why Chen Jianan inscribed this poem on the painting was actually to draw the attention of the nobleman who was looking at the painting. Now that I think about it, he was summoned into hanging heavenly capital from Sunanfu in such a hurry. I'm afraid that the cause of this poem should also take up 40 to 50%. Report back to the princess, this poem is my unintentional income, signed by Li Bai, the word Tai Bai. I also checked many canonical books, but never found out the source of this person. Chen Jianan bowed his head and replied. This kind of poetry, he did not dare to easily assume that he did, otherwise once famous is a shocking reputation. Even if Chen Jianan's memories of his previous life seem to be attached to elegance and have done some imitation poems, his poems and Li Bai's poems are not right. Can this be compared? If he really wants to claim the poetry fairy's poem, if he is asked to compose a poem on the spot, he will be exposed one day. With a reputation, ordinary people asked him to make a poem, he can still be excused, but if it reaches the heavens, really big people want you to make a poem, if he can't do it, but in vain to find trouble for themselves. Thoughts ran through his mind. Princess Linglong asked again, "Are there any other poems?" Chen Jianan shook his head. However, when Princess Linglong heard this reply, she fell silent for a long time. After a long time, Princess Linglong let out a long sigh. Thousands of years, the world is a sea, in which there are a few lost pearls is normal. But Princess Linglong saw this poem, and then look at other people's poetry of beauty, how can it catch her eyes? She only found it tasteless. Just as she had already cultivated the Ye Bright Moon Glazed True Solution, then looking at the world's moonlight gulping cultivation techniques, she only felt that none of them were eye-catching either. Princess Linglong is already sentimental, and because of this marriage is quite a lot of sadness. These days the heart jumped a little, mostly because of this poem, and this special colorful portrait of the reason. One of the more reasons is because of this verse. She thought that she would be able to find more such poems by summoning Chen Dianan of Sunanfu, but she did not expect the results to be as expected. So she waved her hand and said, "In that case, you should retire, and if you need anything, you should speak with Shu Qi." Chen Dian saluted and retired. When she walked to the door, she suddenly heard Princess Linglong let out another long sigh. This sigh was full of depression and sadness, and seemed to have been heartbroken. There's something wrong with this Princess Linglong's state, huh? For me, is it a good thing or a bad thing? Chen Jianan narrowed his eyes, a bright light flashed in his mind, and suddenly turned around and said, "Princess, the poem is gone, but there are a few remnants of the words. If the princess likes it, I will write it out." The moonlight had already spilled over the streets, and the top of the clear guest inn was laden with silvery moonlight, the brightness and outlines clearly visible. Originally this night should be a quiet night, especially the Qingjiang Inn opened in the remote streets, and live in the store and need 2 or 3 points of the threshold of the location. But today, whether it was day or night, there were always many people waiting in front of the Qingjiang Inn. From time to time, the shopkeeper quietly poked his head out to take a quick look, and then shrunk his head back in, lest one more look would incur the displeasure of these nobles. Xiao had never waited for someone for this long. Originally Chinka in opposite the restaurant to close, the middle-aged scholar but with the restaurant shopkeeper said a few words. That shopkeeper will never mention the closing thing, just from time to come over to personally pour tea for the 3 people. "Miss, I really can't figure it out, but it's just a painter in the district, hanging Tianjing, and even the whole Dayu has to be a painter. Why make so many big mansion carriages waiting here?" The light snow maid lowered her head and played with the cups on the table in boredom. For this maid who grew up with her, Miss C will be quite tolerant, and even took the initiative to explain, hanging days in the capital of the ladies, many have not practiced, and do not have to deal with the business of the family as the family's men, not to mention the need to go to the imperial court, every day in the home, always looking for something to do, so that they can socialize with the other ladies and girls. She looked at the Chinka Inn from afar. When there is socializing, there is climbing. The other day old Taijun personally went to Princess Shangqiu's Tsuiwei Palace, and I heard that Princess Linglong also came that day.
Princess Linglong had always led the fashion of hanging heavenly capital, and even the whole of Dayu. She wore a 100-flower trailing dress, so the ladies and young ladies went to buy the 100-flower material, and a few days ago, she attended a banquet at the residence of the wife of the left imperial governor, and wore a vegetarian hairpin on her head. And didn't you see that several ladies in the residence in the past few days have begun to wear vegetarian hairpins as well? In the matter of beauty and style, who can be closer to Princess Linglong some, often can harvest more envious eyes, and other ladies and girls to socialize, speak also can be higher voice some.
This Sunan house painter you came so much big house carriage. I think the reason is also in the Tsuewe palace that Princess Linglong is also in the banquet. Si Yao explained so.
The maid, Light Snow, finally understood and also sighed. To be recognized by Princess Linglong, this painter should have a few real talents. A master and a servant were talking. That middle-aged scribe came back again, with some helplessness on his face, and said, "Miss, just now that shopkeeper came out and said, saying that I don't know when, that guest's luggage has been taken away, and the door of his room is wide open, and it seems that he doesn't stay in this Chinky Inn anymore."
The corners of Light Snow's mouth twitched. Xiao frowned and looked down again at the carriages that were scattering in all directions. Tomorrow I will ask Princess Shangqiu privately to see where this painter has gone.
The middle-aged scribe nodded gently and said, "Miss, don't be bored. The old Taijun is quite a bit annoyed because of that Li family's Lianqi entry matter, and now that she has taken the initiative to bring up a pastime, Miss will be on the lookout for something, which is also considered filial piety.
This painter,
with the surname of Chen, he is the Zhongshu sheriff, he is the Xiaoyuan pavilion waiting for the imperial decree. I will also invite him to come and paint for the old Taijun."
Si Yao stood up and descended the restaurant. After Chen Dianan left the palace, he really didn't go back to the Qingjiang Inn.
His less valuable luggage had been taken by Princess Shangqiu's men to the streets of Foshan. With the hanging heavenly palace as the center, 8 streets and 32 lanes radiate out and are neatly arranged.
Folsom Street is one of the main streets.
The premises that Princess Shangqiu had lent to Chen Jianan for temporary residence was on this main street. Chen Jianan followed a few eunuchs and deacons out of the palace, came to Fozang Street, and entered this small courtyard not far from the hanging heavenly palace, and his eyes steeply lit up. It was indeed a small yard, but a 2-entry one. But the pink walls and tiles, patchwork, and there is a green stone rescue path meandering among them on both sides of the path, or grass luxuriant flowers, and there are rockery jagged, or standing or lying. Under the wigwam, the spring gurgles and gurgles around the time, and its sound is as clear and pleasant as a ring of peals striking each other.
There are also corridors and twists and turns, pavilions and carvings. An excellent yard indeed. Chen Jianan instantly pulled in his good feelings towards this Princess Shangqiu.
He is not what celebrity, Shangqiu princess, even if 1,000 gold to buy horsebone, only afraid to buy his head. Thinking about it this way, the reason why this princess gave him such a good courtyard to live in was roughly because he was embarrassed by Wei Lingyu, and Princess Shangqiu made compensation as a result. This princess acts in a manner that is not really like a princess.
With this thought in mind, Chen Jiamin entered the East Hall again.
Although the East Hall could not be called luxurious and extravagant, it was spacious and atmospheric.
"Mr. Chen, you will stay here. Tomorrow I will send 2 more maids over. Let them did and go to pick up some food. Don't let them serve you on weekdays."
This small courtyard is elegant and quiet, so you can work on your painting skills here. That deacon had a smile on his face and spoke extremely politely. Chen Dianan took out 2 taels of gold from his sleeve, quietly handed it to the deacon, and smiled. Chen Mao is not a young master or son of any origin. It's inconvenient to have someone serving beside him. "I don't want a maid." The deacon asked someone to buy some fruits and vegetables every few days. The deacon took the gold unannounced, spoke more politely, "Mr. Chen is presumptuous. At the moment is the arrival of the sitting dynasty festival. Able to hang the name of the palace painter are considered to be a great talent. My Dayu was founded on literature and martial arts, and although painting is not a skill of the heavens and the earth, it has been favored by several generations of sages in Dayu. When the saints see it highly, it is a little stronger than any origin. Get, Mr. Chen is not allowed to disturb. That maid does not have to come. In the future, if your lordship still lacks anything, you only need to inform the strongest concierge in Foshan Street, that is. Higher neighborhoods, with doormen on the streets."
Chen Dianan smiled and sent this deacon out.
He returned to the courtyard, looked around, the sound of gurgling clear springs flowing resounded in his ears. He then accompanied the sound of the clear springs, carefully visited the small courtyard. His heart couldn't help but sigh. This courtyard, just to take care of it, every year it would cost thousands of taels of silver. Sighing for a while, Chen Jianan, but also do not forget the main thing. He looked up to see the sky. At this time the sky bright moon hanging high, bright moon shrouded the garden full of flowers and plants, beautiful. What Chen Jianan was looking at, however, was not the color of the moon. It is precisely the time of the people, and the hour of dawn has not yet arrived, so I wonder if I am being abrupt if I go forward to pay a visit to the senior that old Huan Liang talked about? After Chen Jianan pondered for a few breaths of time, the heavenly jade capital diagram slowly opened in his mind, and when his consciousness sank into it, he saw that in the Kunlun Zephyr, the Ho Tian Chi was gulping down the Kunlun spiritual Chi. After a dozen days of containment, this one Ho Tian Chi had actually grown 1/3 of its size in the Kunlun Zephyr. It was only a pity that in the last few days, it grew slower and slower, almost no longer, and Chen Jianan felt more and more fatigued these days. The number and grade of medicinal herbs planted in Kunlunzai was directly proportional to the strength of his cultivation. The Hotianshi did not grow anymore, which meant that under the current cultivation level of Chen Jianan, this was already the limit of what the Hotianshi could grow to.
However, Chen Jianan was already quite satisfied.
This Hotianshi of mine was already thick and strong, but now it has risen by a third to almost grow the size of the two Hotianshis that Si Hogui and Zhang Taiping grabbed combined. If this Hotianshi is practiced to make a pill, I'll surprisingly be able to break through the third level of the white jade cicada metamorphosis psalm and step into the divine embodiment realm, and even go a long way out in the divine embodiment realm.
It's a waste not to use it now.
As he thought of this, his consciousness withdrew from the heavenly jade capital diagram, and he took out the white stone that carried the chi of the Hotian heaven and loaded it into the Chenglu rings, and he decisively got up, and go to that 82 street and look around, and if the lights go out, just come back.
With this in mind, Chen Jianan walked out of the courtyard and out of Foshan Street.
He walked for a while, and between glancing up, he was surprised to see a street plaque.
Jiuguan Street?
Chen Jianan looked inward, and sure enough, he vaguely saw a huge sycamore tree with a canopy that covered the sky and was quite bushy.
Is this the residence of the old man we met today, on the banks of the Yellow Dragon River? It's not easy to live here.
Chen Jianan sighed and continued to rush. He asked two old men along the way. Baliang Street was not in the center of the city, but in the north of the city. Fortunately, it was not in the remote north of the city, and it was not very far from the city. But even if it wasn't too far away, Chen Zian had walked for half an hour. The time was already approaching the Z hour, before Chen Jianan saw the street plaque of Baliang Street. This street, more than selling some antiques, paintings and calligraphy, and sell some exotic knickknacks, near the hour, most have closed, but there are still a few scattered stores open door. It was thought that the owners of these stores also lived on these 8 or 2 streets in their weekdays. Chen Jianan stepped into Baliang Street and stepped into it, looking at many house signboards along the way, and finally, at the end of Baliang Street, he found the destination of his trip.
Resting habitat.
Chen Jianan let out a long breath. This store is still there, then this boss should also still be there. He went a little closer, but saw that inside the threshold of this resting habitat, on a chaise longue, a middle-aged man was asleep with an alabaster pot in his hand. The recliner swayed, but the middle-aged man seemed to be sleeping extremely deeply and leisurely. Chen Jianan coughed, and the middle-aged man did not respond. He thought about knocking on the door again, and the middle-aged man still didn't respond. Chen Jianan frowned and shouted, "Boss, sell something." The middle-aged man's eyes snapped open, spilling the tea in the purple clay pot in his hands. Someone. He hurriedly stood up and looked at Chen Jianan. "Guests are here? I have some old treasures in my store. Most of them are from Dashi. There are Dashi's tobacco smokers, exotic scented tea lights, several spices unique to Dashi, and many Dashi's antiques. Let's see what the guest wants." This middle-aged man was tall, square-faced, and looked like a majestic model, but at this time, his face was full of smiles and his eyes were slightly narrowed, but he looked like a mercenary businessman.
Chen Jianan laughed. "I came to find someone, and that person is named Chu Junhui." The middle-aged man's face changed and he frowned at Chen Jianan. "Where did you learn this person's name? What is the reason for looking for him? Again?"
Chen Jianan thought briefly and said, "This name was informed to me by a senior. What it is about, I can only say when I meet him." The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and poked his head out the door again to look around before closing the door.
He coughed and said, "I am Chu Junhui, who informed you of my name. And what are you looking for me for?" Chen Jianan looked at him suspiciously. This middle-aged man's face did not change as he gazed at Chen Jianan. A full dozen breaths of time passed. Chen Jianan suddenly said, "There is a senior who asked me to come to seek Chu Junhui, and begged him to refine pills for me." That middle-aged man's brow furrowed violently. "I haven't alchemized pills for 30 years, and there are no more than 5 people in the entire hanging heavenly capital who know that I once practiced the Tao of alchemy. Who exactly is that predecessor of yours?" When Chen Jianan heard this, he finally believed that this person was the person that old Huang Liang had asked him to find. "It's just that this guy, he looks a little too young." Baliang Street, Habitat for Humanity, Chu Junhui, 30 years. With many pieces of information intertwined, Chen Jianan finally said, "That senior only asked me to tell you that he has tattoos on his feet and was once a hanging saddle scout." Chu Junhui was stunned, his pupils contracted slightly, and he took a careful look at Chen Jianan. "What are you to him?" Chen Jianan was about to reply. This middle-aged man, however, suddenly waved his hand and said, "Forget it. If you can say that there are lines under your feet, and if you can say that you are hanging saddle scouts, you are already in the agreement. Come on, tell me what kind of Dan you want to practice." With a light movement of his mind, Chen Jianan took out the white stone that carried the chi of Hotian from the Chunlu ring. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. "Where did you get the ladder? Why is it so thick?" Chapter 62. I'll send you off with the world's most famous wine. The size of the white stone remained unchanged, but the Hotian she contained within it was already much thicker. Chu Junhui lowered his head and carefully looked at the white stone for a while, and a flash of doubt suddenly flashed under his eyes. "This stone that carries the chi of the latter day is somewhat interesting.
He muttered to himself and then looked up at Chen Jianan. You have good luck to be able to obtain such a rare Hotian Qi. It's enough to refine into an excellent elixir to help you sense the mud pill and raise the divine embodiment. Only, I can make pills for you, only that the herbs still need to be found by you. Chen Jianan nodded. This is naturally deserved. Dare I ask, senior, I wonder what herbs I should prepare. Chu Jun, who walked over to the table at the side, picked up a brush, carefully wrote down the herbs, and handed it to Chen Dianan. Shanglu, Longsuki, Heiqianjingmo, Thousand Years Ison, Senjutsu Fruit, Huachonglu, Awakening Wood. Chen Jianan took a cursory look, but he saw that there were 40 to 50 medicinal herbs written on the paper, which made his scalp a little numb for a moment. Some of these herbs, just by looking at the name, one could tell that the herbs were worth a lot of money. Spending money was actually nothing for Chen Jianan. He still carried more than 700 taels of gold today, so as long as the herbs were not too expensive, about all of them could be afforded. I'm afraid that some herbs are too rare to be found at a moment's notice. It seems that we also need to write a letter to Su Yuansho, asking him to look for it as soon as possible. Chen Jianan frowned slightly. Sensing the mud pill and nurturing the divine embodiment was an extremely long process, and even if one's enlightenment and talent were extraordinary, it would take a year and a half of empty time. After all, the mud pill was fragile, and in order to contain the divine embodiment it needed to be accumulated meticulously and polished properly. During this period, on the other hand, the growth of true essence was very limited, and the increase in battle power was minimal until the divine embodiment was finally realized. If there was no such acquired qi, Chen Jianan intended to use the mud pill shattering condensation technique, recorded in the White Jade Cicada Molting chapter, to forcibly accelerate the speed of the accumulation of divine embodiment. It was just that in this way, the foundation would inevitably be unstable, and the speed of cultivation would slow down a bit after divine embodiment. The reason why Sihu Gui dared to bet with him was because the level of true essence breaking into divine embodiment was too time-consuming, and many cultivation resources were needed in order to build a good foundation. In his opinion, with Chen Jianan's origin, where would he get the cultivation resources? Time and foundation. Chen Jianan could only choose one of the two, and the consequence was that no matter which one he chose, he would have no chance with the fledgling tiger tablet. The reason why lineages, sects, and Xian sects were powerful was because they monopolized the vast majority of cultivation resources in heaven and earth. Not to mention the common people, even the humble and commoner clans will never be able to make a name for themselves. There is always a turnaround in everything, just like Chen Jianan got the White Jade Cicada Metamorphosis chapter, and even got this one latter-day Qi. Having obtained the latter day's Qi, it was natural to want to use a more secure pill, along with this latter day's Qi, to break into the divine embodiment. 1 month's time, I wonder if he can find these herbs. Chen Jianan was calculating in his mind. In addition to these herbs, there are also 2 types of Xian minerals needed, namely purple dragon ore and peacock lark mica, which have to be ground into powder to be added into the medicine together, in order to ensure that the wonderful use of the Hotian Qi can be maximized. Just as Chen Jianan was deep in thought, Chu Junhui spoke again. You and wait here first. The purple dragon ore is extremely like an unusual iron ore. I happen to have a formula here to solve the problem of wine. Wine drops on the purple dragon ore, the ore will glow purple. Can help you identify the authenticity of the purple dragon ore. Do not let anyone cheat. As he spoke, he had already entered the inner room of this store. When Chen Jianan heard that he still needed 2 more types of ores, he was somewhat helpless in his heart. Cultivation itself is a pile of gold and silver mountains. Now he wants to cultivate faster, he needs more, but there is nothing he can do about it. Chu Jun went back to look for a prescription to cure the alcohol. Chen Jianan finally had the time to take a look around at this rest habitat. Rest habitat door is not big, but the interior is not small. Placed many porcelain, calligraphy and painting, iron decorations. In addition, there are many things that Chen Jianan has never seen. His eyes traveled all the way around the room and suddenly stopped at the north wall. Embedded in the north wall was a huge deer head with its 2 horns acting as 2 racks, which surprisingly held up a knife. That knife, the sheath and handle are black, in addition to not the slightest superfluous decoration, muddy as a color, as if heavenly. When Chen Jianan saw that knife, for some reason, a strong desire suddenly surged in his heart. I wonder what grade this knife is. Chen Jianan walked forward and looked at the knife carefully. Since this resting habitat is a store, I suppose there should be no rudeness in a guest taking a look at this knife. With this thought in his mind, he reached out his hand again and slowly gripped the blade. As the long knife entered his hand, the aura in the castle peak building was heavy and mixed with the light of Nan Lu Jing, which fell on this knife through Chen Jianan's true essence. The name of the sword is Spoon and Rice, and it beheads the Iron Army of 922, and is fed with blood, and is greatly ominous, and its forging grade and power are unknown. Chen Jianan raised his eyebrows slightly. The name of this sword is a bit too strange, such a great killing weapon, but it is named Soup Rice. And with the Green Mountain House's arcane arts today, we can't even see the grade and power of this blade. He played with the 4-foot blade and unsheathed his sword again, but it was nothing out of the ordinary to see the cold light of the scabbard on display. Clunk! Something fell to the ground and shattered away. Chen Jianan turned his head, only to see a jug of wine in Chu Junhui's hand fall to the ground at some point, smashing on the ground and shattering. with the wine flowing all over the place. He saw that this owner of Habitat for Humanity was gazing at this knife in his hand without moving. Chen Jianan also looked at the soup and rice in his hand and smiled sarcastically. I saw that this blade was a bit strange, and it was in the store, so I thought it was something for sale, so I looked at it. But is the knife for sale? Chu Junhui took a deep breath. His expression seemed to become a bit solemn as he shook his head. This blade is ominous. Falling into the hands of a young man will inevitably ruin the young man.
Chen Jianan shook his head with some disappointment. But, later life, your chance has come.
The mercenary on Chu Junhui's face all but disappeared, and he went back to the inner room and took out another jug of wine, but it wasn't the Yifang Xiejiu that had just fallen to the ground. This wine is called Luofu Chun. The old sword mountain Jiang Shangshu once wrote a poem praising said 3 mountains at hand do not return, a cup to pay Luofu Chun. The brew is from the 5 Thunder Monarchs Luofu Si, and it is the rarest and most famous wine in the world. Chu Junhui said, and went to the table, set out 2 cups, and inquired, little brother, you know my name, but I don't know what your surname is?
Chen Jianan declared himself. Deacon Chan. Great name.
The world is too busy to be attached to each other, and I wish to live in peace in the peach garden.
I think the father who named you wanted you to live a stable life.
Chu Junhui praised, but his eyes suddenly became sharp. Chen Jianan, today I have a favor to ask. If you agree, I will use the rarest and most famous wine in the world to see you off.
Chen Jianan didn't say a word and listened in silence.
Chu Junhui continued, in addition to that, the medicinal materials needed to refine that Hotian divine embodiment Dan, don't need you to worry about it. I will prepare them all within 2 days, and do my best to refine a rare clay pill in the world for you. Chen Jianan's face did not change and he still listened.
Chu Junhui asked again, where is your sword?
Chen Jianan took out the yang flint from the Changlu ring and finally opened his mouth, asking curiously, how did senior know that I use a sword?
Is it because I'm going to buy this ominous blade? Without using the knife, you can't remove this evil blade.
Chu Junhui took this 300 forged, yang flint, long knife, glanced at it and nodded, with your cultivation, this knife is enough, just.
If you step into the divine embodiment realm, this 300 forged knife will inevitably not be enough.
I still have some more here. I will assist you in refining this blade into 1,000 forged, and with your divine embodied cultivation in charge of 1,000 forged blade, it will be enough for you to use it for a few years.
Chen Jianan became more and more curious. Senior, I wonder what you want me to do.
Chu Junhui's gaze fell on the evil blade, soup and rice, in Chen Jianan's hand, took a deep breath, and said, let me tell you a story. Dayu has been at war with the northern country of Dali for a long time. Dali controls the vast grasslands. The cavalry is like a storm, repeatedly violating the border. I don't know how many heads of the people of Dayu have been hit by the Dali cavalry in the Grass Valley. Over the past 20 to 30 years, Emperor Jiawu has sent troops to crusade against the northern kingdom many times, and many meritorious generals have emerged from them. Where Dayu and Dali meet, there was originally a mountain called Blackstone Mountain, under the jurisdiction of Dayu, which was barren and food was scarce, plus the mountain roads were difficult to navigate, so the 160 families on the mountain, though a bit poorer, were far from the war and barely got by. Suddenly one day a general came and killed all these 160 families, 642 people, and cut off their heads. When Chu Junhui said this, he paused slightly and asked, Chen Jianan, do you know which country's general this is? Chen Jianan said, since senior asked me, then he must be a general officer of Dayu.
Chu Junhui nodded his head and said, the generals of Dayu have come here on horseback, killing off the civilians and taking away their heads. What are they doing? Chen Jianan's eyes flashed, kill Liang and risk your honor. It is precisely killing Liang and risking their honor.
Chu Junhui stroked his palm. It's just a pity that they were ultimately negligent, and a teenager who grew up eating 100 meals walked away, and in the blink of an eye, it's been 9 years of light. That sword in your hand, named soup and rice, is an evil sword. That young man who ate 100 meals wielded this blade and killed over 900 of the Great Yu Iron Army. The 900 soldiers who had once killed Liang and were scattered and placed in 4 places, a few centurions and lieutenants, had already been killed by him. There is also a young general sitting in the high hall today, with his head hung low, waiting for the young man to come. This young man once took the initiative to sell his body as a slave into the general's residence. Assassination failed, and later lacquered body swallowed carbon, repracticed the wonderful method, and then assassination, both times were defeated. Although he walked away, this knife is separated from him, tossed and turned in my hands. Chu Junhui's eyes burned as he gazed at Chen Jianan. Now the young man who was once here has come to hanging heavenly capital again, only the karma on me is too heavy, and when I delivered the knife for him, he could not live. Chen Jianan, you can get the fancy of that hanging saddle scout. I think you have some temperament. Will you go forward to deliver this long sword outside the hanging heavenly capital? If this matter can come to fruition, even if I, Chu Junhui, owe you a great favor, alchemy or artifact refining, but it is only incidental, one day, you will know that the role of my favor is heavier than a mountain. Chen Jianan looked down at the knife. Since it's just a knife delivery, wouldn't it be better to find a random boy to go? Chu Junhui shook his head. There is also karma on the sword. An ordinary person can't hold the sword. Chen Jianan thought about it, suddenly walked to the table, took the initiative to open the famous wine Luo Fuchan. A moment of wine overflowed and went, the rest of the habitat all the aroma. Kajun looked back at him. Chen Jianan drank a full cup to himself, and seemed to feel that it was not too much, and grabbed the wine pot with one hand and drank a few large mouthfuls. Burp. He hiccuped, his cheeks flushed a bit more, and he put the remaining half bottle of Luofu Spring into the Chenglu ring. He wandered out of the resting place. This knife is too evil and heavy to be put into an unusual Qiankuan ring, and it is too noticeable. I have a knife box here, you can carry it on your back. Chu Junhui spoke in a loud voice and threw in a knife box. Chen Jianan placed the soup and rice into it and carried it behind his back. Chu Jun looked back at Chen Jianan as he left and clasped his fists at him. Little brother's great righteousness, I thank you on behalf of the 642 lives of Blackstone Mountain. Chen Jianan drank a little on the head, turned his head and said vaguely, I have not seen the 642 lives of the Blackstone Mountain, and I don't know how miserable it is. But, the teenager who sold his body into slavery and swallowed carbon with a lacquered face to take revenge, I am very interested. I have to go see what he looks like. Chapter 63, Chen Dianan's Blade Power. It was past the hour of midnight and the moon was still high in the sky. The moonlight was then like silver, and seemed to shine out of nowhere. Hanging Heavenly Capital does not have a curfew, but after midnight, there are only 3 gates left that allow entry and exit. Chen Jianan drank a few mouthfuls of Luofu wine, only to feel that his body was hot and dry, and the true essence in his body was boiling and blazing. It was as if he had eaten the blood-burning ginger fruit that day, causing his entire body to be filled with power. It is indeed a fine wine that can make everyone today able to write poems and praise it. He walked 12 or 13 streets with his magazine of knives on his back, straight to the outskirts of the city. Instead, there was a guest in the resting man's house. Come as an old man, this old man had dark purple brocade robes embroidered with gold cloud pattern in the moonlight hidden, the waist girded with a white and colored belt, fell a warm jade plate, at a glance as a status. He had a thin face and a silver beard under his jaw, meticulously groomed. If Chen Jianan were here, he would be able to recognize this old man as the one he had met on the banks of the Yellow Dragon River earlier. At this time this old man casually entered the rest habitat, and seeing Chu Junhui busy in the inner room, he searched around the store, looking left and right, until he saw the deer head embedded in the wall, saw the sinuous coiled antlers. Then he saw that the soup and rice, evil blade on the antlers was gone. The old man frowned slightly and looked around, still no sign of this long knife. He turned his head to the inner room. Chu Junhui lifted the curtain and slowly walked out. Your Highness, it's already past the hour of dawn, why do you still have the grace to come to my place for a stroll? Chu Junhui casually put down several herbs and brewed a pot of tea. How did this soup and rice disappear? The old man whom Chu Junhui called His Majesty frowned. Chu Junhui laughed and said, Yuliku has already arrived at Shioba Mountain, and this long knife of soup and rice, I have already asked someone to deliver it. The king's brows almost twisted into one place as he said, who dares to send this sword? The smile on Chu Junhui's face converged. Some nobles in Hanging Heaven Beijing don't want the young General Chu to die. Day after day they are on guard against me in this 8 or 2 streets. They are waiting for me to send the knife, and then they can use the name to kill the Juliku. It's just that I don't want him to die, and I have to get that soup and rice to this sword, so that one day he can behead people, cook the soup and rice, and avenge his great hatred, and seek that transcendent creation. The king sat down in front of the table in the store and tapped his fingers, seemingly in thought. You seek a dead man? Who is willing to go to his death for this? Or perhaps, you did not inform things and hid them from him, so that he could deliver the sword? Am I not such a villain? Chu Junhui poured tea for the king. It is true that I did not tell him that there would be great karma for sending the sword, and I am only afraid that it would offend quite a few people. The king raised an eyebrow. You're not considered a villain? But no one knows that it was him who went to deliver the knife. Chu Jun returned to meet the king's inquiring gaze and said, the one who went to deliver the knife today is a true elemental minor cultivator. The more the king's expression grew a bit baffled, a true element minor cultivator? How can a true element realm cultivator hold the spoon rice evil sword? Even if it is lucky to pick it up, the evil chi on the knife will gradually erode his body, causing him to enter the devil and die. Chu Junhui, what exactly did you get up to? Chu Junhui's face didn't change, pointing in the direction of Shuba Mountain outside the city. With the cultivation of your majesty, why do you need to ask me like this? Why don't you open the third eye of the divine phase and take a look yourself? The king sipped a cup of aromatic tea, stood up, and walked beyond the resting habitat. He looked up. Behind him, there was suddenly a cloud rotation, more heavy dense gas emitted. In a moment, a divine phase appeared in the void behind him. Looking down, it is like a heavenly god looking down on the earth. That divine appearance was really majestic, with a body of more than 3 zhang, wearing a red gold helmet with blazing flames burning on its head, and wearing metaphysical armor with intricate patterns cast on its body. What was even more extraordinary was that this divine phase had a third vertical eye stretched out on its forehead, with a cold aura gulping out of its pupils, like containing heaven and earth, and it was even more subtle and powerful than Chu Mai's divine phase. At this moment, these 3 eyes would be hanging in the air, the eyes between their foreheads slowly rotating as they looked towards the Shioba Mountain in the distance. A void of spiritual light shone away. Then he saw a young boy carrying a knife case on his back, already out of hanging heavenly capital and walking on the road leading to Shuba Mountain. The knife box looks ordinary, but the king knows that the long knife of the soup and rice is bound to emit a cold and evil chi, and the evil chi is devouring the teenager's flesh, yuan guan, and true essence. This teenager is quite familiar. The king frowned and looked closely, but he saw that this blue-clothed teenager was actually the teenager he had met on the banks of the Yellow Dragon River. This youngster is only at the cultivation level of true elemental result, so how can he afford to hold a long sword of spoon rice? Although the evil knife is not heavy but has a spirit, if not for the cultivation of Puyuan innate, it is the divine embodiment realm only cannot afford to hold this knife. If you forcefully pick it up, you will only hurt yourself. But it was this true element realm teenager, who was carrying a knife box but still walking smoothly, who was ascending Shoba Mountain. It seems that this teenager has some talent for the Tao of the knife, and was able to make the spoon rice evil knife willingly lie in the knife box behind him. The king couldn't help but sigh in admiration. On the banks of the Huanglong River, Chen Jianan's eloquent talk has already caused him to look sideways and remember. Today, this teenager even picked up the long spoon rice sword, which really surprised him. But then the surprise on the king's face disappeared and turned into worry. With the true element realm taking the knife out of the city, plus the fact that the knife box is also a Shen-sec spiritual treasure, and with the blindfold door that you attach to it, no one will be suspicious, and there will indeed be no danger. But, this young man has such a talent for the Tao of the blade, if he were to be corrupted by evil, wouldn't it ruin a good talent? The king could not help but glance at Chu Junhui, who was leaning against the doorframe, with more than a hint of reproach in his eyes. Chu Junhui, however, laughed out loud. Your Highness, look carefully. HM? An even more brilliant light shone out from the third heavenly eye of the heavenly general's divine phase above the king's head. Then he saw that Chen Jianan's body was actually emanating heavy after heavy blade momentum. This blade force was like a wave, layered and continuous. And there are like 10,000 horses and thousands of troops roar together, killing the north, a series of broken city there are 8, bringing up the sound of the whistling wind. The king's pupils shrank. Blade power? He's only at the realm of true elemental results, and he's already cultivated Xiangong perfection and realized the continuous blade power? He suddenly remembered the scene on the banks of the Huanglong River, where Chen Jianan looked down at the waves rolling away from the Huanglong River. This sword momentum, it's like a great river and a great army charging the yellow earth rolling. What sword technique is he practicing? To be able to realize the slaughter of 10,000 troops with the waves of a great river? With this blade power and the ability to pick up spoon rice, he is indeed the right person to deliver the blade, and the evil blade of spoon rice will not hurt him. The king breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Junhui still smiled at him. There are not a few sons of the world who have practiced Xiangong in the true element realm, or even the first grade Xiangong, but those who have practiced the third grade Xiangong to perfection, and have realized the blade momentum, are few and far between. You see, Ulika has his own luck, to have such a suitable person to deliver the sword for him. The king is thinking more. What is the origin of this young man? The talent is strong, not weaker than those young heroes in the front of the Tiger Monument. Another half a year is the Tiger Monument when the list is changed. Chen Jianan's name will be on the list. But I don't know what his family background is, what his background is, and how much he can be ranked on the fledgling Tiger Monument. Shuba Mountain was rolling, as if it was a huge dragon winding and circling across the earth, and the main peak towered into the clouds. Even under the bright moonlight it was hidden from time to time because of the cloud cover. The reason why this mountain got its name, Shuba, seems to be related to a precious sword, but the scenery of Shuba Mountain is famous all over the world. Just at the foot of the mountain, there is a clear spring gurgling out, splashing water as crystal clear as age. And where the mountains are high, and there are peaks lined up, there are steep as a sword straight into the sky, seem to want to try to compete with the sky high. Chen Jianan, this is the first time to come to Shuba Mountain, walked to the foot of the mountain. He only felt that behind him in the knife box, the soup rice evil knife more and more hot, the breath flowing out of it, and his 8 north to go to the knife collision of the momentum is also more regular. It seems to be for him to show the way to go. Chen Jianan then followed the aura that flowed out from the long knife of the soup and rice, and walked all the way into the mountains and forests, and then along the rugged mountain paths to a place surrounded by clouds and mist. Behind the labyrinth of clouds, there is an old temple. The temple was in disrepair, and the forest wind whistled through the mountains, even making creaking noises, making it rather eerie. Chen Jianan came to the front of the temple. He looked down and thought about it, then he unclipped the knife case behind him and took out the soup rice, long knife from the case. At this time, he was holding a long sword in his hand, and soup and rice was surprisingly more angry than in the resting man's residence. Chen Jianan thought for a moment and slowly unsheathed his sword. The mysterious aura on the blade was still flowing wantonly, constantly flickering. As for Chen Jianan's body, there was also a strange potential intersecting in the true element that constantly rose and fell. Coming here to deliver the sword has caused me to fully grasp this, back to north going, sword momentum. Chen Jianan let out a long breath and stroked the blade some more. Farewell. He whispered softly and stabbed the spoon into the earth, the sheath of his sword leaning against it. Then he rose to his feet and retreated slowly until he passed through the cloud again. The dilapidated temple was hazy behind the clouds, and Chen Jianan raised his eyes to look at it, but he saw a man come out of the temple. The man's face was similarly covered by clouds and mist, making it impossible to see him clearly, as he slowly walked over to the long sword of the spoon rice. Probe. Drawl. It was as if a strong wind was whistling, and a gust of wind came from the drawing of the sword, and all the clouds were blown away. Chen Jianan raised his eyes to look, but he saw a figure with an evil spirit mask on his face and tattered armor on his body, who had already sheathed the souffle, and paired it around his waist. That armor should not be his, it's not even the right size. After that person matched the knife, he looked at Chen Jianan from afar, and then held the knife sheath with his hand and bent down toward Chen Jianan to salute. Chen Jianan took a deep breath and turned around to go down the mountain. He took a few steps, but suddenly remembered something else, so he turned his head while saying, "May I ask, senior, why is this blade called soup rice?" At the end of Chen Jianan's words, his voice was already weak and inaudible. For when he turned his head, he realized that before the dilapidated temple, there was no one left. Not receiving an answer, Chen Jianan rather felt pity and shook his head as he continued traveling. But as he took a step, another raspy, indistinct voice came with the wind. "I have been back to my hometown, and I have cooked a good soup and rice, but I don't know who to call for it. So when I spilled that spoon rice and forged a knife from my neighbor's kitchen knife, I called it spoon rice as well." Chen Jianan nodded his head and went down the mountain. "I don't know who I'm going to give it to when it's ready." He has traveled a long way and has come to the capital several times, thinking that he wants to invite people to have a meal of this soup. He somewhat understood the man's hatred. The king had already gone back, yet he had asked someone to send 2 extremely precious and special medicinal herbs. Chu Junhui took the herbs and walked into the inner room, rummaging through the long and used Dan tripod. He stretched his body and muttered to himself, "Mount Qixu's people practiced a precious elixir for her female disciple, causing her to enter the divine embodiment in 17 days. My alchemy is naturally inferior to that of the Qixu mountain people, and the herbs of the Qixu mountain people are naturally more precious. But this Chen Jianan is gifted with extraordinary talent, and has this rare a posteriori qi, plus the king's Jingxian grass and seeing knowledge bugs. I'll make the alchemy, so it won't be difficult for Chen Jianan to enter the divine embodiment for 30 days, or even go further in the divine embodiment realm." Chapter 64, The Furnace's Third Level, A New Treasure Medicine in the Kunlun Zephyr. Chen Jianan went back to Foshan Street after getting off Shuba Mountain, and did not go back to the rest habitat. Jujunhui alchemy refining Dan refining knife need 3 or 4 days time. Chen Jianan before from time to time their own refining tonics, but also understand that is not a simple thing, especially refining products of very high grade pills often need hundreds of thousands of procedures. Jujunhui was able to fuse the Hotian Qi and refine a barrier breaking elixir in 3 or 4 days time, so Chen Jianan was already quite satisfied. He then stayed at Hanging Heavenly King. Fozang Street is quiet enough, except for people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, carefully inquired about the pigments needed for Chen Jianan's painting. No one came to disturb for 2 or 3 days in a row, so Chen Jianan practiced in this courtyard. At this moment, Chen Jianan's second White Jade Cicada Metamorphosis chapter has reached the peak, urgently need to break the barrier. The true essence is like a fruit, swaying in the continuous refinement of his internal organs, flesh and sinews. Coupled with the melting furnace body refining treasure record left to him by Chen Shuijun, Chen Jianan had also lived quite a fulfilling life these past few days. The water in the courtyard was gurgling, and right in the middle of the sound of this flowing water, Chen Jianan was practicing tiger clasping in the courtyard. The tiger clutching fist was wide open, almost mobilizing every piece of flesh and every sinew on Chen Dianshan's body. His tiger clasping fist had long since become a great success, and the reason why he was still focusing on practicing at this time was that he was using the tiger clasping fist to let the true essence flow through the upper and lower parts of his body, thus practicing the melting furnace body refining treasure record more quickly. This third grade Xian Gong, the 5th weight would already be considered a great accomplishment. Chen Xianan had already stepped into the second realm back when he was in the Sunan mansion, and now that another 20 to 30 days had passed, Chen Xianan was running the furnace refining body treasure record, and it was as if the top and bottom of his circumference was a giant furnace. His true essence seemed to be burning, causing every ounce of impurity in his flesh up and down his circumference to burn out completely. At this time he was under the guidance of the tiger clutching fist. A large tendon in his limbs was almost completely stretched out, his internal organs were constantly expanding and contracting, and his skin and flesh looked white and soft, but it was already very hard. Chen Jianan refined for half an hour, and then walked to a rockery in the courtyard, and flexed his fingers to gently flick. Click! A corner of that wigwam immediately broke and flew out. Chen Jianan's eyes flickered slightly. The third level of the melting furnace body refining treasure record, with bones like stone and flesh like aged leather felt. Not to say that the sword is invulnerable, but it is already considered very strong. Once the melting furnace body refining treasure record has been practiced to the 5th perfect level, then the bones are like iron, the skin and flesh are like shields, and with the flesh cultivation alone, without operating true essence, one is able to beat a strong person at the peak of the true essence realm to death alive. If it's coupled with true essence, a single punch will only erupt with a huge force of 6 or 7,000 pounds.
Chen Jianan couldn't help but sigh in admiration at the subtlety of this third-grade Xiangong. It's just a pity that even with the melting furnace quenching pill, coupled with drinking ginger tea day in and day out, the speed of this melting furnace refining body is just a little too slow. When Chen Jianan thought of this, the heavenly jade capital map in his mind slowly opened, and his consciousness sank into the white jade capital Kunlun Zephyr. There were still many medicinal herbs growing in the Kunlun Zephyr, including the many medicinal herbs needed for the melting furnace quenching pill that came with the melting furnace treasure record, as well as several medicinal herbs needed for the cicada shedding pill. The cicada molting pill was an excellent yuan gate breaking pill when practicing the first and second levels of the white jade cicada molting chapter. At the divine embodiment realm, the divine embodiment's meticulous control of the true essence was enough to suppress the cicada shedding pill's swift medicinal power, and it could then be used as a pill to be swallowed from time to time for cultivation. Because of this, Chen Jianan had always planted the many herbs needed for the cicada shedding pill in the Kunlun Zephyr these days. Once I break into the divine embodiment realm, if I can take a cicada molting pill every day and digest the medicinal power in it, the speed of my cultivation refinement will definitely not be slow. Chen Jianan thought this in his mind. He still didn't know that in more than a month's time the melting furnace treasure record had been refined to the third level, the speed was already strangely fast, and no one would be too slow. What's more, I don't know if the other person, a daily cicada shedding pill, I'm afraid that in less than 3 days, it will be the true essence of the turmoil, bursting veins and die. However, after more than 10 years of Chen Shujun's root alteration and bone building, Chen Jianan already had roots and bones like jade, which were extremely extraordinary. If your root bone is like jade, you can really do whatever you want. Chen Jianan counted the many medicinal herbs planted in the Kunlun Zephyr, and his gaze fell back on the continuous patches of red Chinese ginger. 50 red center ginger plants are thriving in the Kunlun Zephyr Kunlun aura. There was another blood-burning ginger fruit that was ripening. The blood-burning ginger fruit was extraordinary in its utility, but the effect would be greatly reduced after every swallow, and Chen Jianan had eaten one on Dongfeng Street in the Sunan Prefecture, yet he had also prepared a second one. Even if the effect is greatly reduced, the second blood-burning ginger fruit, I'm afraid that it can also increase 1 or 2% of the true essence, which can also be of great use at critical moments. In addition to this, the rhizomes of 40 of the 50 red Chinese ginger plants were connected to each other, supplying each other with nutrients, and a flower blossomed above the aura of the Kunlun Zephyr, with a fragrant aroma. The blood-burning ginger fruit is the 10 red medium ginger plants hooked together to grow into, but I wonder what will grow out of these 40 red medium ginger plants? Chen Jianan was quite looking forward to it. However, in the past 10 days or so, nothing has grown out of the flower except for its aroma. Even the 40 red-centered ginger plants that were connected to each other no longer drew on the aura nutrients in the Kunlun Zephyr. It seems that with my current cultivation level, the aura in the Kunlun Zephyr isn't enough to support the complete maturation of this herb. I wonder if this herb will mature when I break into the divine embodiment realm. Thoughts flickered in Chen Jinan's mind. This red medium ginger was unintentionally acquired by me and planted in the white jade capital Kunlun Zephyr. I grew many herbs after this, but there was never anything that could compare to red Chinese ginger. Come to think of it, this red medium ginger should be very precious, even if it's not refined into a pill, but just brewed and drunk as a tea, it's enough to beat up the roots and bones, and it's also quite useful for true essence cultivation. After this red Chinese ginger, Chen Jianan never encountered such a good herb again. The hanging heavenly capital is vast and prosperous. I don't know how many capable people are hidden, and I also don't know how many heavenly herbs and treasures should be hidden. Living in the hanging heavenly capital for a long time, I may be able to find better medicinal herbs in the future, and plant them in Kunlun Zephyr. For Chen Jianan, Kunlun Zhe played a huge role in his cultivation path, a role that was almost irreplaceable. If there was no Kunluns, Chen Jianan would have embarked on the path of cultivation even later, and without the support of those tonics, the speed of cultivation would never have been as fast as it was. Carefully manage Kunluns in order to walk a little farther and more steadily on the path of cultivation. As Chen Jianan thought about this, he also saw that there was no figure of old Huang Liang or Pepper Slave in the loosening Yang Ke, and his consciousness left the white jade capital. He got up from the pavilion and was about to go back to the house for some rest when he heard someone knocking on the door. Chen Jianan went forward to open the door, and saw that the one knocking on the door was the concierge at the very front of Folsom Street. He said that he was a concierge, but this person was tall and strong, with a black power suit, a sharp gaze, and an even more exuberant aura than those iron suits in the Sunan house. Mr. Chen, there is a visitor in front of the street who says he wants to pay you a visit. The concierge saluted. Chen Jianan poked his head out and looked far away from the entrance of Foshan Street, then saw a sedan chair parked there. Who is the visitor? Chen Jianan inquired. It's a sedan chair from the Minister of War's residence, and the visitor is Miss C5, the daughter of General Rong Tian. The concierge replied. Chen Jianan couldn't help but frown when he heard the reply. Ms. Zell, what's the point of seeing him? However, he did not give it much thought, and only shook his head and said to the concierge, take the trouble to return the message, and say that I am in the midst of painting, and am not in a position to see the guests. He finished closing the door and the concierge went forward to respond. On the sedan chair,
Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard the concierge's reply. The light snow maid who was sitting on the side peeling lychees for her was even more surprised. She wiped her hands and walked off the sedan chair, asking the concierge in a low voice, "Did you inform that Mr. Chen of my lady's identity? Where did the sedan chair come from?" The concierge respectfully said, "I naturally said carefully, but Mr. Chen said that he was painting and could not be disturbed, so it was inconvenient to see the guests. We are but doorkeepers who guard the streets, and we carry the word as the grown-ups who live in the streets say." Light Snow can't help but take a deep breath. She got into the sedan chair again, huffing and puffing as she said, "This painter with the surname of Chen really thinks of himself as a character. Even my C family he dares to turn away from the door." Xiao was also very confused. According to the reasoning, if the painters want to make a name for themselves, they have to rely on them, the real big mansions. Only when you are treated politely by a big family and begged for your paintings can a painter accumulate fame and become really famous before he can sell them for a price. But now that this painter's surname Chen did not even see the characters from the residence of the Secretary of the Ministry of War, then what characters did he want to see? Outside the sedan chair, that middle-aged scribe just saw from afar Chen Jianan probe out, and afraid of their own miss angry and hurt, they took the initiative to say, "Miss is not necessary to be concerned. This concierge called Mr. Chen is Chen Gongzi. It seems that the one who probed out just now is Chen Painter. This person is quite young, which surprises me. Young people who are new to hanging heavenly capital and have been favored by Princess Linglong and Princess Shangqiu naturally have a bit of arrogance. Coupled with the fact that the sitting dynasty festival is approaching, the status of the painter has also risen in these 2 or 3 months, and he is treated with courtesy everywhere, and those few moments of arrogance have become even more intense." The maid, Light Snow, also nodded her head and snapped, "Without ever having seen much of the world, this kind of arrogance grows stronger, Mr. And she is right, but it's a pity that the old Taijun prefers this flinty young man to paint. It's really hurtful. Sitting dynasty festival after you will know hanging Tianjin courtesy of the painter, but in the end there are degrees. This kind of arrogance, in the future, if it is annoyed with the bossy world's sons and daughters, one day across the countryside, it is not unlikely. No harm done." Xiao shook his head, "Send someone to keep an eye on him. There will always be a time when he leaves this imperial city's 8 streets, so we'll go invite him then. The painter is asking for nothing more than a few taels of silver, so just give it to him. There's always a price he can't refuse." Chapter 65-22 On the Daisy Tiger Steel, meeting an old friend in the Moon Rover building. For Qin Jianan, Sunanfu Chihuang Street or this Hangtianjing Fozang Street, there is actually no difference. For 4 days in a row, Qin Jianan did not go out, only practicing in the mansion. Even his meals and food were sent by that deacon. According to reason, this eunuch deacon in charge of Princess Shangqiu's estate on Foshan Street would not be this attentive. Even if Qin Jianan stuffed him with 2 taels of gold, for this kind of deacon who has some power, 2 taels of gold is quite a bit less, but it is not enough to make him serve like this. The reason is also that there is oil in this business of delivering food. Princess Shangqiu previously ordered down, to try to meet the requirements of this Mr. Chen, coupled with the daily delivery of meals and no standard, send the city luxury residents, brocade guest, Lan Ruofang's meals are sent, send some ordinary stores meals are also sent. How much silver has been sent, and it's not something he just says. So Qin Jianan these days eat also very good. Every meal there are always different colors of 5 or 6 dishes. Let him say no wonder the world often say hanging days in the capital of the gold grotto, 102 gold an inch of people. In this hanging heavenly capital, one of the most prosperous cities in the world, as long as you have gold on hand, you can live as big and as tall as you want. Toward about evening on the 4th day, another porter came knocking at the door. Chen Xianan did not intend to open the door, simply because from the 3rd day onwards, there were always some stewards, or young masters and young ladies who came to visit, seemingly to ask him to paint. Chen Jianan naturally is not what pretentious, not for gold and silver folded character, just he brought back from the Sunan house of pigment painting a few paintings have not, but the house of the interior has not yet made a new pigment to, he just want to paint cannot be painted. So he had already instructed the concierge, after a few days of guests came, on the grounds that there is still no pigment for painting, and shirked. Only today, the concierge knocked on the door a little sharply. Chen Jianan thought about it but opened the door. "Mr. Chen, a guest has come." The concierge made a look toward Chen Jianan and whispered, "The visitor is holding the inspectorate CSE token, we dare not be slow." "Inspectorate?" Chen Jianan poked his head out to take a closer look, only to see a familiar figure. A smile came to his face, and he thoughtfully closed the yard door carefully again, to the corner of Folsom Street. Chen Xianan. Jiang Taiping was probably taking a break from his duties today and was wearing a pair of civilian clothes, and he didn't know whether the long sword of return Haji on his waist was not brought, or whether he had a Shin Men Shin Kuan treasure on his body. "It's only been a month since I've seen you, and you're living in this imperial city's small courtyard." Jiang Taiping sked and spoke without haste, yet it caused him to cough repeatedly. Chen Jianan couldn't help but ask, "Brother Taiping, are you injured?" Jiang Taiping waved his hand and said, "There's no harm in it, since you've come to hanging heavenly capital, I'll be considered the host, so it's just the right time to take you to have tea." Chen Jianan laughed. Originally, if you came to my door, I should have entertained you in my own courtyard, but my courtyard is just a borrowed place, so it's not convenient to entertain you. Jiang Taiping patted his shoulder and said, I didn't know that in addition to your extraordinary cultivation talent, you also have a good hand at painting, and when you first came to Hanging Heavenly Capital, you were even able to offer yourself for employment at the inner court, and transformed yourself into a court painter again. Chen Jianan asked curiously, how did Brother Taiping know that I had come to Hanging Heavenly Capital, and how did he know that I had become a court painter? He asked out loud, suddenly remembered that Jiang Taiping is the inspectorate of the word of the Xieji make. The inspectorate of the work is to monitor the 100 officials, to detect the work of the entire Dayu. It would be strange if they didn't know about it. When Jiang Taiping saw the expression on Chen Jianan's face, he knew that Chen Jianan had guessed the answer, so he stopped explaining. Side by side, the two of them walked out of Foshan Street and crossed 2 more long streets to the southern city of Hanging Heavenly Capital. The 8 streets and 32 alleys of the imperial city centered on the Hanging Heavenly Palace are inhabited by many dignitaries, but there are not many stores, not to mention any fireworks. The truly most prosperous part of Hanging Heaven Capital is actually the South City. As the two walked down the street, Jiang Taiping casually introduced himself. Chen Jianan looked around and couldn't help but sigh once again at the prosperity of Hanging Heavenly Capital. At this time has reached the evening, the twilight is sinking, the first lights, the city hustle and bustle, the long street building embroidered households lined up, carved beams and painted buildings, damask and silk with the wind, a lot of light and shadow in which flashes. Bustling crowds, shoulder to shoulder, from time to time there are dignitaries sitting high on the noble carriage, front and back, but at the same time there are many commoners shuttle in the city alleys, or lingering to watch, or for the livelihood of the running. Wine shop tea house, full of guests, literati poetry, talk about the past and present, business travelers gathered here, talking and laughing. Again, the aroma of delicacies filled the world, causing many to stop and stare. The most prosperous place in Dayu is Hangtianjing, and the most prosperous place in Hangtianjing is the southern city of Kyoto. Jiang Taiping smiled and inquired, do you have any acquaintances in the Hanging Heaven Capital? Chen Jianan remembered Shen Shaoxing and nodded his head. There is an acquaintance, only that she has reached a bottleneck in her cultivation and is now in seclusion to break through the realm, so I'm afraid that it will take 7 or 8 days of light before I can meet with her. He had long corresponded with Shen Shaoxing, and Shen Shaoxing had stepped into the divine embodiment upper realm for a long time, and had long since condensed 6 divine embodiments, and with one more step forward, he would be able to condense the 7th divine embodiment. The divine embodiment realm, boiling down the true essence and condensing the divine embodiment. To condense a single divine embodiment was already considered a divine embodiment initiation. When the 4th channel was condensed, there was a qualitative change in the divine embodiment, and it was considered to be in the upper realm of divine embodiment. The 7th divine aura had become a reality, which meant that it had stepped into the realm of divine aura perfection, enough to knock on the 5th level, Jade, realm. This was also the reason why Chen Jianan had come to Hanging Heavenly Capital for several days without ever seeing Shen Shaoxing. I'm taking the day off, so it's a good idea to find a tavern so I can quiet this landlord. The two of them came to the banks of the Huanglong River and went up to a somewhat prestigious restaurant called Range Moon Residence. This Moon Rover residence stands on the banks of the Huanglong River, not to mention how its surface is brilliant with flying eaves and arches. Stepping into it, one can see that all the tables and chairs of this restaurant are made of sandalwood, beautifully carved, and the tablecloths are delicate silk, embroidered with delicate cloud patterns. A carved screen separates one second-floor elegant room from another, and all the screens are covered with calligraphy and paintings. Chen Jianan and Jiang Taiping went up to the 2nd floor, sitting at the balustrade of the restaurant, on the just visible bright moon, the lower visible Huanglong River beautiful scenery, the lake sparkling, painting workshop boat leisurely sailed past, the distant green hills rolling. This place, a meal would cost quite a bit of silver. Chen Jianan inquired curiously. Jiang Taiping smiled at him and said, I came to eat, but I don't need much silver, I have the handle of the owner of this Range Moon residence. The corner of Chen Jianan's mouth twitched as he said, do you still have any kingly laws when you are wreaking havoc on merchants and traders like this? Jiang Taiping laughed and said, even if you are an ambassador of the earth character Xieji, there is not much in the way of salary and silver, so how can the brothers support their lives if they don't find some other way out? There are naturally agreed rules in the inspectorate. As long as you don't go overboard, look for some handles, pin down the big merchants in the capital, or the bureaucrats in other state capitals, it's not a big deal. Besides, it's better to take advantage of these big dogs than to exploit the people. Jiang Taiping spoke. There is already a shopkeeper personally came to pour tea for the two of them, and bent down and said, Lord Jiang, or as usual? Put on some good ones today, I have guests coming. Jiang Taiping said here, then paused, don't worry, I'll pay for the extra silver myself. The shopkeeper nodded and left. Jiang Taiping also explained, although he caught the person's handle, but the owner of this Range Moon residence is also regarded as a famous person in Beijing East, and has made friends with many dignitaries. So even if you extort, you have to stop in moderation. If it's a little too much, if there are dignitaries coming forward to make peace, you won't be able to extort in the future. And knocked out the doorway? Chen Jianan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. But Brother Taiping, I see that your breath is comatose, your face is pale, your speech is breathless, and you are obviously seriously injured.
Jiang Taiping took a sip of tea and laughed. Didn't I snatch a Hotianchi from the Xi family's son, Xi Hogui?
It just so happens that the two heavenly character Xieji ambassadors of the inspectorate come from the Xi family.
Chen Jianan understood at once and looked at him with some concern.
Jiang Taiping, however, casually shook his head. Although I'm just a fisherman's son, I've been in the inspectorate for many years, and there's Lord Chu looking after me, they don't dare to kill me. Chen Jianan looked him up and down, only to feel that his breath was like a candle flame, fluttering with the wind, and that he was indeed extremely injured. All suffered such heavy injuries, but still want to talk tough. Chen Jianan thought about it, from the sleeve took out 18 or 19 slices of red Chinese ginger too. With this thing to make tea, on the flow of true energy is very beneficial, compared to the unusual soup medicine, ginger tea daily take is not too much, the effect will not be discounted. Taiping brother or as soon as possible to heal it, otherwise if you get another beating, I'm afraid of really die. Jiang Taiping was not polite, but he was a bit surprised and laughed. I'm just meeting you in passing, you're willing to part with such a treasure? I'll have as many of these babies as I want. With this thought in his mind, Chen Dianmin said, Uncle Chu has saved my life, and since Uncle Chu trusts you, it's nothing for me to give you a few slices of red Chinese ginger. Jiang Taiping, however, sighed and shook his head. It is not easy to live in Kyoto. This sentence is not for the ordinary people, but also for the officials in the hanging heaven capital. Tilting from step to step, looking down from level to level, you still need to take risks to earn your chance. For example, in Sunin's mansion, that Sihu K happened to not have his Duji sword with him, and he also happened to have the chance of the Hotian Chi. I just took the risk. Now I have got the chi of the latter day, that is, to take a few severe beatings, as long as I don't die as. And, Jiang Taiping said, his eyes flashed some inexplicable light, those two heavenly characters of the Xieji, it is always impossible to always sit on the high ground. Chen Jianan just pretended that he didn't hear, and the two of them drank tea and ate vegetables to enjoy the scenery. About half an hour had passed when a man suddenly walked in the elegant room where the two were leaning against the railing. The man was dressed as a Confucian scholar, his age was already middle-aged, and he came to the table of the two and saluted them. Mr. Chen. The man had an easygoing smile on his face, but he did not speak with any semblance of politeness, and said directly, my master would like to ask Mr. Chen to paint for him, and I wonder if I could trouble Mr. Chen with the brush? Chen Jianan also recognized the people. Yesterday, when he probed out, next to the Xi family carriage, there stood this middle-aged scribe, painting for the Xi family? Chen Jiamin smiled in his heart and shook his head. It is really unfortunate that the pigments Chen needs to paint are not yet ready. There is no need for Mr. Chen to worry about this matter. That middle-aged scribe spoke extremely politely. My master has already asked the Ministry of the Interior, and will be able to have that pigment ready tomorrow. If Mr. Chen has the leisure, the palace will send a carriage to pick him up. If the painting is good enough, I will also have to trouble Mr. Chen to paint another one for my Taijun at the sitting dynasty festival. When the middle-aged scribe said this, the smile at the corner of his mouth grew wider and wider as he said, please also rest assured, sir, as you are a court painter and penning for Princess Linglong, the ink and brush is very precious. My master is not an unreasonable person, and the cost of touching up the brush is naturally negotiable when Mr. paints for my old Taijun. A smile also appeared on Chen Jianan's face as he nodded his head and said, even in hanging heavenly capital, the Xi family is a truly high-class family, so naturally, I won't worry about the cost of moisturizing the pen. It's just that. These days I still have important things to do, I have no time to paint, but I also asked this gentleman to go back to report to your master. 3,000 taels of silver. The smile on the middle-aged scribe's face remained the same, and his eyes were confident. Sir, even if the sitting dynasty festival is held once every 10 years, which is very expensive, the rest of the painters in the current dynasty who are able to get this kind of ink and brush fee are few and far between, except for the Zhongshu sheriff and Xia Yueng's pending edicts. Mr. Chen is a young man of great ambition, and his paintings are quite in line with my old Taijuan's heart, so this price is considered a courtesy from my Xi family to Mr. Chen. 3,000 taels of silver? The corner of Jiang Taiping's eye on the side twitched and looked at Chen Xianan, but he saw that Chen Xianan remained impassive. The Great Yu landscape is vast and has many silver mines. The combined productivity of this world was much higher than the ancient dynasties that Chen Jianan remembered from his previous life. The circulation of silver was also considerably higher than the ancient dynasties in Chen Jianan's memory. Only, however, the gap between the upper and lower levels has also been widened indefinitely. Even in the rich Sunan prefecture, many people's living expenses for a year are only 10 or 20 taels of silver. But these magnates can offer 3,000 taels of silver for a single painting. For Chen Jianan, silver was actually not very attractive. He had more than 700 taels of gold on his body itself, plus the medicinal herbs needed for cultivation were all produced in the Kunlun Zephyr. The technique, weapons should not be lacking. Chen Jianan, even if you want to come to the silver pair, does not have much effect. And in this world, there are a lot of things that can't be bought without status and position, and without a worldly Shenmen family origin. For example, heavenly gongs and divine abilities, xianmen treasures, and swords and weapons that were several thousand forged, or even 10,000 forged.
So Chen Jianan shook his head once again.
The middle-aged scribe finally frowned. Does Mr.
Chen know the identity of my master?
My master comes from the military minister's residence, and is the first daughter of General Rongtian. In terms of lintel, apart from the 60 surnames, there are few lintels higher than my C family in the entire Hanging Heaven capital. Chen Jianan knew the meaning of this middle-aged scribe's words, but he still shook his head. The middle-aged scribe bowed his head and thought about it, still not being rude, and saluted and retired. Jiang Taiping on the side were a bit dumbfounded, until the middle-aged scribe left, only then whispered, "Why don't you agree to him? That's 3,000 taels of silver." Chen Jianan thought about it and laughed. "I once bowed down for 200 taels of gold, when I needed those 200 taels of gold. I have enough gold and silver on me nowadays to feed me, and I will not do the business of this C family." As he spoke, he remembered the words Chen Shujun had written on a piece of paper. "I have someone I miss who is far away from me." The pear tree Chen Shujun had planted in the courtyard and tended to for more than 10 years, and the condescending look in his eyes the first time he saw Siho Gue. All of this made him very uncomfortable. Jiang Taiping sighed head, seriously looked at Chen Jianan, nodded his head and said, "Not bad, there is qi, today's world, there is qi are all the magnates, we such a small people have qi is not much. I just hope that this temperament won't be erased when you come to Hanging Heavenly Capital." He paused at this point and added, "And don't lose your life because of this kind of temperament, exposing your body to the wilderness." Jiang Taiping's character was quite compatible with Chen Jianan. He also nodded his head and laughed. "You didn't die even though you took Siho Gue's Hotian Qi. How could I, a court painter who lives in the imperial city and has to paint the portrait of Princess Linglong, die so easily?" While the two of them were chatting with each other, not far from the elegant room, the middle-aged scribe once again came, and side by side with him there was also a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes. That person's face was as white as jade, well-dressed, with an extremely translucent jade pendant around his waist, slowly coming. The scribe from the C family came again. He did not salute this time, he just smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, you have only been in Hanging Heavenly Capital for a short while, plus you live in Foshan Street. I don't think you've been to the Palace Painting Academy of the Ministry of the Interior yet. This is a Longjong of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, a bursar of the Academy of Collecting Virtues, a pending edict of the Academy of Drawing and Painting, and a godly candidate of the Academy of Palace Painting of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Chang Weigu, the Jiqion, is the head of the court painters, just like the chief officials. And this Chang Weigu is not just the court painting courtyard, or the internal affairs of the Longjong, the internal affairs of a chief minister, 2 chief of the office of the Longjong, 6 Longjong. The groom has great power." When Chen Jianan saw the visitor, he knew what this scribe from the C family was up to. At this very moment, this internal affairs department Longjong was looking up high, looking towards Chen Jianan, without taking the initiative to speak. It was as if he was waiting for Chen Jianan to salute him. Chen Jianan was about to speak when he suddenly heard the banks of the Yellow Dragon River become much more clamorous and noisy. A few people looked over the fence. They saw 40 to 50 soldiers wearing armor with swords and walking. Walking in the forefront are 2 lieutenants on horseback, while 40 to 50 soldiers in the center, but there are 2 sedan chairs. That Chang Weigu saw the sedan chair, could not help but turn his head to look at the scribe beside him and sighed. The Marquis of the Killing Buddha was ordered by the sage to take a trip to the Old Sword Mountain, but I do not know if he could have invited to the Old Sword Mountain that mountain master Jiang Shangshu of the 10,000-mile west wind and one sword cold. The C family scribe glanced at Chen Jianan and laughed. The Marquis personally went ahead, even if he didn't invite the mountain master Jiang Shangshu, but he invited the teenage sword master from the Old Sword Mountainside, and in that second sedan chair is the 22nd ranked on the Daisy Tiger tablet, life sequence. Fledgling Tiger tablet on XXIA. Chen Jianan and Jiang Taiping exchanged glances and couldn't help but look at that second sedan chair. However, the curtains of the sedan chair were lifted up, and a young boy who looked like he was 17 or 18 years old was curiously looking at the bustling scene of the southern city of Hanging Heavenly Capital, and there was still some marvel in his eyes. Still immediately afterward, the pair's eyes were drawn to the young man riding in front of them. The young man rode by, but looked up at them, his gaze sharp as a knife. Chen Jianan raised an eyebrow. Sihu Gue. At this time, Siho Gue was wearing a knife on his waist, and on the knife there was a hunting knife chi emanating and dissipating, with a heavy killing intent. Is this the Yi fighting pole that Siho Gue wagered with me? Chen Dianmin secretly thought to himself, what an excellent sword. A smirk surfaced on Jiang Taiping's pale face, and he also grinned from afar towards Siho Gue. Until Marquis Killing Buddha's carriage passed, the scribe from the C family laughed and said, Mr. Chen, you have yet to bow to this interior ministry Longjong, your top boss. Chen Jianan turned his head, suddenly a little bored in his heart. A position of such leisure as court painter is not immune to fly tipping. Internal Affairs Bureau Longjong, Jixianuan bachelor and other literati, but also inevitably stained with foul-smelling bureaucratic gas. Chen Jianan suddenly understood why Qin Shujun had resigned. He was about to get up and go back when a mid-air laugh suddenly came from the doorway. Chen Jianan? Chen Jianan turned his head, but he saw that at the stairs on the second floor, an old man was looking at this place with his hands behind his back. It was the old man he had mistaken for Song Xiang that day at the Yellow Dragon River. The Xi family scribe, Chang Weigu, the Langzhong of the Ministry of the Interior, similarly turned to look, and his complexion suddenly changed drastically. P.S. Sorry, timed it to 6 o'clock tomorrow, luckily the author caught it earlier. Chapter 66, The Real Fierce Man. The people who drink tea and wine in this lunar residence are roughly the best people in all walks of life. Especially this second floor of the elegant room near the river is a lot of Beijing officials here. At this time this old man called out the name of Chen Jianan. I do not know how many people attracted the attention of the eyes. Immediately, many people stood up and saluted towards this old man from afar. The Xi family scribe and Interior Ministry Langzhong Chang Weigu also hurriedly turned his head and bowed with a respectful clasp of his fists. The king. Chang Weigu pursed his lips, not quite understanding how this teenage painter who had just come to hanging heavenly capital from the Sunan prefecture knew the king of Duunk. Chen Jianan was also a bit surprised. He had only met the old man once, but the old man standing in front of the stairs had a smile on his face and waved at him, as if they had known each other for a long time and were quite familiar with each other. He made a wink towards Zhang Taiping and said quietly again, thanks to Brother Taiping's hospitality, I've just taken this opportunity to get away. Zhang Taiping nodded at him. Chen Jianan then stood up and reached this old man, similarly clasping his fists and saluting. That old man didn't know what he had said to Chen Dian, and the old man and young man went downstairs on that. The face of Chang Weigu, the Langzhong of the Internal Affairs Office, was a bit ugly, even the corners of his eyes were a bit twitchy. While he was also quite jealous of this matter, he sighed and said, Brother Wenyan, you have caused me a lot of trouble. I came with you this night, and posed in front of that teenager, wanting to use my official position to suppress him, and that teenager named Chen Jianan must be very disgusted with me in his heart. If this teenager is an ordinary person it would be fine. To show you, he seems to be quite familiar with the king of Duunk. The king even called out his name in front of a large crowd. The Xi family scribe, Zhang Wenyan, also frowned. He turned his head to the other yawning room. The elegant room was covered by a screen, and the light snow maid was pouring tea for Miss Xi in this elegant room. Xiao's face was a bit gloomy. For this Chen Dianan, she had spent a lot of her cultivation time for several days in a row. Originally thought that this young man from the Sunan province had not seen much of the world, and only need to spend some silver to ask him to paint. But for some reason, this Chen Dian was not moved by the 3,000 taels of silver, as if the lintel of his own Xi family could not move him. It was like an ignorant and fearless newborn calf, charging at will, not caring whether it would hit the south wall or not. And then one tries to press him with his top dog, and it turns out to be so surprising. And how is this teenager related to Prince Duunk? Prince Duunk is proud of his nature, although he is a leisurely prince, but he does not see many young masters and young ladies of the big houses. But this night in this moon-ranging residence even took the initiative to bring Chen Jianan to leave with him. The king also wants Chen Dianan to paint for him? Xia thought about this and shook his head. I didn't hear others say that Prince Duan likes paintings, and the palace painter is meant to serve the royal family, and the next person who wants Chen Xianan's paintings can only ask him to paint them. Prince Duan only needs to inform the Ministry of the Interior that it is, and it would be a dereliction of duty for Chen Jianan to be unwilling to draw it instead. Moreover, the fact that Prince Duan was shouting out Chen Dian's name and still had this smile on his face really puzzled her. Miss, no wonder it's Chen Jianan who is this arrogant. It turns out that he also has some background. Light Snow Maid said. In 3 days, the 14th uncle of the North Courtyard will be taking a break from his duties, so have him go to the inspector's courtyard to check the dossier and take a look at the origins of this Chen Jianan. Xiao ordered down, and Light Snow carefully noted it down. Zhang Wenyan had already returned, but that household Langzhong had already gone down to the Range Moon residence. Chang Weigu was busy preparing gifts, and tomorrow he will go up to the door to seek that Chen Jianan to ask for forgiveness. Zhang Wenyan smiled helplessly and said, this painter has turned out to be a difficult bone to chew on. I've been in the mansion for many years, and I've yet to see such a greasy teenager. Xiao fingers lightly buckle table, thought for a moment, Duong Prince nature strong straight, see him and Chen Jianan quite familiar, this internal affairs Langzhong really should be careful some, if it is bumped into the Duong Prince's muzzle, his meat and potatoes general Langzhong position is only afraid of not to protect. It is only because of our Xi family. You go early tomorrow morning to ask Chang Weigu what gifts he wants to prepare. I see family out is. As for this Chen Jianan, Xiao rubbed his eyebrows, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Old Taijun rarely entrusted her with anything, and now old Taijun just wants to ask a painter to paint. She can't do it. Old Taijun's heart is bound to have a few disappointments. If it had been Big Brother, or perhaps cousin Hogue, how would this have been handled? They are the best at using their power to oppress people and show off the majesty of the Xi family, so perhaps this matter has already been accomplished. Xiao thought about it and eventually stood up. When I see Prince Duan, I can't pretend to be confused and use this method again by pressuring people with my power. Tomorrow I'd better go to meet Princess Shangqiu and ask her for help. Chen Jianan and this old man went down to the Range Moon residence. The old man, however, did not get into the sedan chair that was prepared for him, but instead walked side by side with Chen Jianan. The two walked in the Huanglong River into the hanging heavenly capital of this section is quite peaceful, only the morning and evening some of the rapids and waves, most of the night winds and waves are calm, let the boat walking on it, the lights swaying in the river, quite some beautiful. That day, Chen Jianan was abrupt and recognized the wrong person. Please forgive me, your highness.
Well, you know who I am? Just now, many people in the Range Moon residence saluted and greeted, and Deaconess and heard them.
It's also true that although I'm just a loafer in the capital who only likes to roam and enjoy myself, I still have the status of a prince. Prince Duan Ke looked at the river, suddenly looked at Chen Jianan and said, you went to Shoba Mountain a few days ago to deliver the knife. Did you ever think that Yu Li Ku was stupid? Selling his body as a slave, mutilating himself, making himself inhuman, but only for revenge? Chen Jianan's eyes changed slightly. Prince Duan, however, laughed, I just told you, I am just an idle man who likes to wander around, and that night I happened to turn to the street of 8 or 2, and saw Chu Junhui, and also saw you drinking wine and carrying a knife box. But don't worry, it's a good thing you went to deliver the sword. A famous sword has its own owner, and it's a deep pity for me that it's gathering dust on the antlers. This kind of identity character, not to lie to him, Chen Jianan smiled, the late generation is quite admiring this person, although people have their own aspirations, but this kind of character who is so sentimental and righteous is actually rare. Prince Duan asked again, but he took a dead-end path that doesn't work. That young general's cultivation is getting stronger and stronger, he is even about to break into the Jade K, and the innate air has been perfected, just waiting for the Taoist true qi to enter his body. Yu Li Ku's 2 assassination attempts have injured his own foundation. Originally, with his talent and chance, even without much background, he was in the top 50 on the fledgling tiger tablet, but now he has fallen to 88 rows, which is lamentable. 88. On the Daisy Tiger tablet, Chen Diantian couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This 88 seems to be a great number, but the world does not know how many people, the world's billions of teenagers ranked 88, visible in this young assassin's extraordinary. What was even more admirable to Chen Jianan was that the Daisy Tiger steel tended to also look at the young genius's origin and background. But this teenager is a loner who crawled out of the pile of dead people, and such a person is able to be listed in the 88 rows on the Daisy Tiger tablet, which is enough to make Chen Jianan admire. If it were not for the fact that in the hanging heavenly capital, there were some people who did not want him to die and secretly helped him, I am afraid that he would have already died in the hands of the soldiers and horses that surrounded him on the first 2 occasions. I just said that he took a dead-end path that didn't work, but if you think about it, there was actually no path under his feet, and he just charged across the street, not knowing how to build up his strength. The king said this. Chen Jianan lowered his head to think, and said seriously, some people's temperament is like this, only focusing on moving forward, courageous and fearless. But where is the front? The king had his hands behind his back, and his tone was somewhat solemn, but if he goes the wrong way, if he walks not ahead, but contrary to the way of life, is he not going the wrong way? Chen Jianan suddenly laughed and shook his head. Your Majesty, I have a different opinion than you. I think that since it's a walk, for those who have found their purpose, wherever they go is forward. The survivors still have a faint hope in the pale red color of blood, and a true fierce warrior naturally rises to the occasion and doesn't bother about much. This Yu Li Ku is a fierce warrior. Prince Duan was slightly stunned, and suddenly stopped and laughed out loud. Not bad, your temperament is more to my liking than Chen Shuijun's. Chen Shujun is too silent, hiding everything in his heart and waiting until he has the full opportunity to cry out. It's not much of a drawback, but it's always a little less bloody. But you are different, Chen Jianan. You have a fierce temperament, have a youthful spirit, like me when I walked the world with a sword. As his words reached this point, a fierce aura suddenly erupted from his body. That aura was like a storm, sweeping straight towards Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan subconsciously operated his true essence, and his body's blade power flourished, cutting through the heavy wind and waves. Blade potential. The aura on Prince Duang's body collected, saying, at a young age and true essence cultivation level, you've already brewed a blade potential. You came alone to hanging heavenly capital. If others knew your identity, they would think you were unwise. But I feel that you, a teenager, is very interesting, and will bring something different to this hanging heaven capital. I just like to see something different, Chen Jianan. This king suddenly wants to learn how to paint. Would you like to be my instructor? Chen Jianan was unsurprised that this prince knew of his origins. There weren't many who could be called princes in hanging heaven capital, so how could they come into contact with idlers for no reason? Even Chen Jianan suspected that today's chance meeting in the moon-ranging residence was most likely a deliberate act by this prince. And now, this king wants to let him be the teaching teacher of the royal residence. Is actually stored in the mind of sheltering him. Siho Gue sent that teenage sword master to the Si family's separate compound in the imperial city, and carefully arranged for it to be in place before he left the imperial city. But he did not return to the general's residence, but went to a horse farm in the east city. In that stable, there was someone dressed in green and holding a long sword. The vertical and horizontal sword she scattered out in all directions, seeming to cut through the clouds in the sky, and strands of innate true essence pierced into the earth, causing the winds to howl. Siho Gue looked at this person from afar and laughed. That Chen Dianan who wanted to cut off your right hand has come to hanging heavenly capital. The sword chi stagnated and then became sharper. A carp was mixed in with the pool water of only live goldfish. It mixes with the pool water, but it can die. Chen Jianan bid farewell to Prince Duan Ke, but did not return to Foshan Street, but went to Baliang Street. That barrier-breaking elixir and the Yang Sua Long Blade, I think they're all ready. Chapter 67, Opening the Mud Pill Palace, 7th level of overnight Xiangong. Chen Jianan arrived at Baliang Street and arrived at the entrance of the resting human residence, but found that the candles in the resting human residence were flickering, but the inside was empty. Boss Chu. Chen Jianan called out to no one to answer, so he thought about it and went into the store. About something went out, so I waited in the store. With this thought in his mind, he arrived at the store to make the case, but he saw a long knife on the table, and a very small wooden box, plus a tome. Chen Jianan could naturally recognize that this long knife was his Yang Sua long knife, only that today's Yang Sua long knife seemed to have become a bit different, with the sheath and hilt of the knife being a bit darker, the blackness was deep, as if it contained great power. The owner of this resting habitat is really big-hearted, the store door is open, and these few things are just casually thrown on the table? Chen Jianan picked up the Yang Sua long sword, his true essence flowed, and the heavenly jade capital map slowly unfolded in his mind. A light shone out from the cloud-shrouded castle peak building, merging with Nan Liujing's light, passing through Chen Jianan's eyes and landing on this blade. The name of the knife is Yang Suir, smelted by the qi of the latter day, after 2000 heavy forging. The blade is sharp, the blade has qi, when injected with true essence, it will be on fire, and the blade will be continuous. 2000 forged? Chen Jianan's eyes lit up. It seemed that this Chu Junhui was indeed true to his word, and had certainly put a great deal of effort into this Yang Sua long knife. In just a few days, the 300 forged knife had turned into a 2000 forged long knife, the jump in value of which was almost incalculable. Chen Jianan urgently wanted to try the sharpness of this long knife, but I also remembered that now here is hanging Tianjing, although not a curfew, but if you freely dance with a knife and a gun, I am afraid that will inevitably lead to trouble. So he pressed down the impulse in his heart and put the Yang Sua long blade into the Chunlu ring. This Hotian Chi is truly marvelous. The residual Hotian Chi from alchemy is used to forge the Yang flint. It's even equal to recreating the Yang flint. The leap from 300 forged swords to 2000 forged swords was many times almost impossible. The materials used to build the 100 forged long sword were not enough to support 2000 heavy forging and smelting, but with the addition of Hotian Chi, it almost turned the impossible into the possible. In addition to the Hotian Chi in this long blade, Boss Chu must have added some precious materials. Chen Dianmin was a bit pleased in his heart. He had gone to deliver a sword and had not suffered any dangers, and even the evil aura emanating from that, soupy, evil sword had helped him to fully master the sword's momentum. At the same time, he also consummated his own thoughts. A character like Yu Li Ku, he was willing to help out a bit, and the souffle should be returned to its owner's hands. However, it was such a thing that was quite beneficial to Chen Jianan, but Chu Juanhui's reward was extremely generous. As Chen Jianan thought about this, his gaze fell on a tome again. Long Day's Peaceful Retreat Sutra. Chen Jianan roughly flipped through the tome and scanned through a few glances, and was instantly surprised at Chu Juanhui's meticulousness. A third-grade Xian Gong, Long Day and Hidden Scripture. Collects qi and restrains the energy, covering the divine embodiment. Others viewed it as impenetrable and impervious, making it difficult to know the depths. This kind of convergence of energy and cover the spirit of the Xian Gong should be very precious. Chu Junhui placed on the table as to want to give to Chen Jianan. Without hesitation, Chen Jianan took the tome and his gaze finally fell on the wooden box placed in the center. He slowly opened the wooden box, into his eyes that is a white pill, white and transparent like a pearl. There was also a faint layer of mysterious qi wrapped around this elixir, slowly flowing as if it was a dragon pearl that had just been spat out. Without wasting any more time, he collected the pills and went back to the small courtyard on Foshan Street, closing the door to his room. Only then did he sit cross-legged in the small pavilion in the backyard and swallow this elixir. The white jade cicada shedding chapter operated quietly, and the fruits on that true element wonder tree in Chen Jianan's Yuanguan trembled, flowing out a stream of true element that was like white jade. The powerful medicinal effects seemed to be working, and it was as if Chen Jianan's true essence had changed into an eye, causing him to see through his physical body, as well as his fluttering soul. White Jade Cicada Molting Chapter. 3rd level, Casting the Mud Palace. White Jade as Palace, Cicada molts as gods. Chen Jianan's true essence flowed and rustled, causing his physical body to undergo a subtle change, and it was because of this change that made his mind tingle more and more. Chen Jianan took a deep breath and opened his eyes. Sensing the mud pills, casting the mud pills palace, so that a channel of the divine embodiment to stay in it, is the path that the divine embodiment realm must go through, and to be a watermill work, too fast instead of causing the mud pills to be unstable. It was just that the medicinal effects of this pill refined from the Hotian Qi seemed to be extremely swift. As the medicinal power was brought out by a strand of true essence, Chen Jianan only felt that his mud pills had stabilized a lot. And, as the mud palace gradually took shape, Chen Jianan suddenly felt extremely familiar. I went to the White Jade Capital day after day, my consciousness is like a divine embodiment, and the White Jade Capital is like the Mud Pill Palace.
Since it is so familiar, why should I be careful everywhere? Even if it's faster, I'm afraid there's no harm in it. He couldn't help but close his eyes once again and try to speed up the casting of the Mudball Palace. The flow of true essence accelerated, the white jade cicada shedding chapter ran wildly, and Chen Jianan only felt his true essence depleting at a rapid pace. However, whenever his true essence was about to be depleted, the Hotian Qi in the elixir would emanate out and replenish his true essence. No wonder this latter-day Qi is regarded as a rare opportunity by even a rich son like Si Hogue. Chen Jianan was fully focused on casting the Mud Pill Palace, and it was as if a place of nothingness had been opened up in his brain, by which he could contain the condensed divine embodiment. Until an hour has passed. Chen Jianan opened his eyes and his consciousness sank into the Mud Pill Palace, but he saw that the Mud Pill Palace was already standing here, and it was just a matter of the divine embodiment entering. In one night's time, Chen Jianan had already constructed the most time-consuming Mud Pill Palace, which would have been mind-boggling if an onlooker had seen it. Even at this time, Chen Jianan, in his heart understood. With this root bone and talent of mine, I'm only afraid that it's not too much to call me a cry of genius. A smile came to his face. Only one step away from the divine embodiment realm was condensing divine embodiment. Coagulation of the first divine embodiment, the next person needs more than a month of time, daily sensing mud pills, warming mud pills, allowing it to give birth to the divine embodiment, but I do not know that my mud pills, a few days can give birth to the first divine embodiment to me. And how to warm up the mud pills? Chen Jianan was thinking this in his mind when a sudden cry of alarm came from him. Chen Jianan was startled and turned his head to look, but he saw that on the wall of the backyard, a young man wearing a Taoist robe and a Taoist bun let out a cry of shock and fell off the wall. Someone's been snooping. Chen Jianan's complexion changed slightly, and he flexed his body and jumped onto the wall. However, he saw that the teenage Taoist monk from the party had suddenly disappeared into thin air. It's the young man who came in the sedan chair with General Rongtian yesterday. Although it was only a hurried glance, Chen Jianan had already recognized the identity of this teenager. The 22nd character on the fledgling tiger tablet, the junior mountain master of Old Sword Mountain, learns from others to climb the wall and falls off? Chen Jianan cried and laughed a little, thinking about it but not pursuing it any further. Chased it down, couldn't beat it. Moreover, I have not done anything harmful to the world, so if he wants to see it, let him see it. Chen Jianan thought about this, so he also went down the wall, and did not stay in the backyard, but instead went back to the house and sat down on his knees, and in his mind the heavenly jade capital map slowly opened. His consciousness fell into Nan Lu Jing, loosening the Yang K. Loose Yang K is empty, purple gas in yellow cord is more and more dense. Chen Jianan's eyes cannot help but go through the clouds and mist, through the void, fell on the Kunlun Zephyr. But only to see that the Kunlun Ze, dense Kunlun aura is also more and more thick. 40 plants red in the ginger connected to a piece of the flower, even began to absorb the Kunlun aura. I have opened up the Mud Pill Palace, and the Yuan Pass has become more expansive, and the Kunlun Z in this heavenly jade capital diagram has become more and more mysterious. When he thought of this he, with a fine count of the Yujing Qi in the void, found that there were more than 10 more channels of Yujing Qi. When my divine embodiment settles in the Mud Pill Palace and I completely step into the divine embodiment realm, I think there will be many more channels of the Jade Capital's Qi, and that I will be able to utilize this Jade Capital's Qi to check out the chances and treasures in my surroundings with the help of the mirror building. Chen Dianmin was quite happy in his heart and sat down again on his knees in the loosening Yang Ke, allowing the purple Qi and yellow court to slowly float in and wrap around his body. He closed his eyes and the long sun and hidden scripture, Xiangong's secret book appeared in his mind. He carefully empathized until the outside world dawned, and only then did his consciousness leave the white jade capital. Chen Jianan opened his eyes in his room, the sunrise outside the door, the light fell on the window pane and shone a little dappled. He operated the long sun and hidden scripture, only to feel that his own true essence, his own Qi, and even the open mudball palace were all covered by a cloud. In the first level, the true elemental Qi is hidden. Third weight, hazy. The fifth weight, true or false, is extremely untrue. In the seventh level, it is like a thick fog covering the mountains, and all kinds of things are hidden in the fog. Chen Jianan overnight, with the help of his own enlightenment, with the help of loosening the purple Qi in the yellow cord in the Yang Ke, practiced the seventh weight, achieving the perfection of the long day in hidden scripture. The long days of peace and seclusion, the worlds and dharmas are like a marvelous mist covering the great worlds, hidden within them. This is a Buddhist Xiangong. Chen Jianan was quite satisfied. At that exact moment, there was suddenly another sound from the backyard. Chen Jianan frowned and went to the backyard, only to see an extremely small package land in the courtyard. He opened the package, but there were 2 tails of silver inside. I have no intention of seeing this, so don't be offended, this silver is even my reparation. Chen Jianan cried and laughed as he looked around, but there was no one else in sight. What a pristine reparation gift. Chen Jianan accepted the 2 tails of silver and decided not to bother much with this Old Sword Mountain Junior Mountain Master. In the Tsuiwei Palace, Princess Shangqiu leaned on her chin with both hands and looked at the many letters on the table case. This Chen Jianan looks young, but he is quite sophisticated in handling things. So many big mansions went to ask to see him, but he didn't see them. Now all these letters begging for paintings are written to me. She stretched out a white, jade-like arm and flipped through the letters. The residence of the governor's eye, the residence of the secretary of the Delisi, the residence of the general Longchamp, and the residence of the secretary of the ministry of Warsi's family. There is also a letter from the minister of the household, Mr. Li's house, and Sister Linglong should not have hung that painting in the east hall of the Yufu Palace. Chapter 68, What Day is Coming? Chen Jianan hadn't slept all night, but he didn't feel tired. Instead, his thoughts were very active, his essence was full of energy, and it was as if something was brewing and coalescing in his mind. Early in the morning, the Internal Affairs Department sent many pigments. Chen Jianan opened the special pigment box to take a closer look, but found that the Internal Affairs Department modulated these pigments are very delicate, and there are 7 or 8 more colors, which made him a little surprised. This house is surprisingly efficient. So he set up a canvas in the backyard, and found 4 kinds of brushes, so he drew on the wigwam and flowing water in the yard. Nowadays this oil painting seems to have become one of his skills to settle down, the identity of the court painter, although not honorable, but it allows Chen Jianan to have a place in this hanging heavenly capital. That was why Chen Jianan was also willing to explore the memories of his previous life in his mind and scrutinize this skill. Oil painting scenery, in fact, than painting portraits to come more simple, portrait posture, skin color, details are all the most important, cannot do without. Instead, you can paint the scenery a bit more roughly, without having to care about that much detail. Coupled with numerous oil paints and bright colors, the scene painted is very different from ink painting, less atmospheric, but more colorful. In fact, Chen Jianan more like landscape painting, ink painting, ladies drawing some, just this world capable of many people, painting landscape painting, ink painting. Chen Jianan even if the horse can't catch up with these people, might as well change a track, such as oil painting this currently only he a personal track. He drew for a long time, finally the wigwam flowing water reflected in the painting. He put away the brush and looked carefully, could not help but gently nodded his head. When he reached the divine embodiment realm, even if he had only constructed the mudball palace and had not cultivated divine embodiment, his subtle control of the brush and his sensitivity to details had improved a lot, and he became more and more comfortable with painting. This painting is so strange. It was midday, just as Chen Jianan wanted to put away his canvas and go for lunch. A voice, however, fell into Chen Jianan's ears, and Chen Jianan's eyebrows moved as he turned his head to look. That old Sword Mountain Junior Sword Master was indeed lying on the wall, and was looking at the painting in front of him from afar, with some ignorance and surprise in his eyes. A few breaths of time passed, and this teenage sword master seemed to finally realize that he had been discovered by Chen Jianan again. He wanted to run away, and then suddenly remembered that he had long ago given 2 taels of silver to Chen Jianan. That's half his fortune. In 11 or 12 years on Old Sword Mountain, he had saved but 4 taels of silver plus more than 600 copper plates. He gave out 2 taels of silver. At once in order to make amends this made him justify himself. This, senior brother, is this your home? This young man was lying on the wall, his 2 eyes were especially large, his Dao bun was also a bit messy, and his address was also very strange. I then live next door to the next door, but it's just that I'm the only one who lives in the huge courtyard, so it's really a bit boring. Yesterday, when I watched you cultivate and break the barrier, I was momentarily curious, so I turned over 2 courtyards in a row, wanting to see who actually constructed the mud pill palace so easily. Chen Jianan was a bit surprised up and asked, you live next door to the next door, and you can actually sense that I'm constructing the mud pill palace? The young man nodded his head and rather frankly pointed to his brow. I have a sword here, which is like my eyes, helping me to see things that are farther away. Chen Jianan pondered for a while and asked again, now, you may sense my cultivation? The teenager simply jumped to the wall, knitted his right hand's 2 fingers into a sword finger, and gently wiped it across his forehead. In a matter of moments, there was actually a short sword mark looming on his forehead. Chen Jianan only felt that sword energy seemed to burst out from the young man's eyes, piercing his skin with raw pain. Ha! That young man, however, suddenly frowned and said, I really can't see it, your yuan guan and mud pill seem to be covered by a cloud, even the sword in my forehead can't be seen. If you want to see it more closely, you will have to run your divine power. Chen Jianan was quite satisfied with the Perfection Realm's long day in hidden kung fu, and seeing that this teenager was squatting on the wall, very anxious, he laughed and said, Yuan, come down, be careful of stepping on the green tiles of the wall. This teenager instantly looked down at the tiles on the wall and hurriedly jumped into Chen Jianan's backyard. These houses are so beautiful, even the walls are built with tiles, they are really much more flashy than our old Sword Mountain. If we step on them, it's really not good. This teenager seemed to be so uninvolved in the world that he even spoke with some ignorance. Chen Jianan laughed, then said with him, this imperial city are living in the dignitaries, you lie down on people's walls all day long, I'm the lone person would be fine, if there is a female family member at home, see you peeking, I'm afraid to make a mess. The teenager nodded hurriedly, somewhat embarrassed, I don't have any peeping problem, it's just that the courtyard that is bigger than all the houses of our old Sword Mountain put together, then only I live alone, it's really uninteresting. Plus the speed of senior brother's cultivation really takes my breath away, that's why. When the young man said this, his words paused and he asked again, I wonder under which Xian sect's authentic sect does senior brother worship? What is the ranking on the fledgling tiger tablet? Chen Jianan shook his head. I practiced alone and did not have a mentor, and there is no name of mine on the fledgling tiger tablet.
The young man suddenly stared at him with wide eyes, looked him up and down, shook his head and said, I saw that senior brother's true essence was like jade, brilliantly flowing, which was also covered with a wisp of light gold, quite extraordinary. I think that it should also be an excellent mythical method, and thought that senior brother had a senior person to teach him, but I never imagined that senior brother, who is a sole disciple, would also be able to cultivate it so well. Chen Jianan got curious and said, is the speed of my constructing the mud pill palace fast? This teenager nodded his head and said, I saw senior brother that you swallowed an elixir refined from the Hotian Chi, but even with this precious elixir, the 3 disciples on Old Sword Mountain, the fastest to construct the mud pill palace, took more than 10 days.
But you, a dozen days or so? Chen Jianan's eyebrows moved slightly.
To be able to labor Rongtian General Si Yuan Jin personally go to invite people Old Sword Mountain, think is not simple. Old Sword Mountain disciples construct mud pill palace, but also to spend more than a dozen days' time. This allowed Chen Jianan to clearly understand the speed of his cultivation for the first time. Although the red center ginger can cleanse the root and bone, but I drank the red center ginger tea, but just 3 or 4 months, the red level of the medicinal herbs, it is not always enough to let me get rid of my bones.
So I was born with this talent, this root and bone?
When Chen Jianan thought of this, he suddenly remembered Chen Shujun. Ever since Chen Jianan's heavenly jade capital diagram was displayed, he had seen Chen Shujun bring in meat with special spiritual chi several times. Perhaps he was tonifying him, thus making his root and bone talent more and more extraordinary? But if the roots and bones can become better by eating meat with spiritual chi, then all of the worldly family's sons and daughters in this hanging heavenly capital will surely be able to construct the mudball palace in a few days.
Chen Jianan thought silently in his mind. He was a little more curious about his father who had left without saying goodbye. While this was going on, there was a knock on the door outside the courtyard. Chen Jianan thought for a moment and smiled. I am also alone in this courtyard of mine. At this time it happens to be noon. I have someone here to prepare a meal over, so let's eat together. How is this good?
That teenager seemed to dislike being alone, and although he said this, his eyes had a little more luster in them.
No harm done.
Chen Jianan said, it's just adding a pair of chopsticks. Chen Jianan went to open the door and brought back several layers of lunchboxes. That teenager did not know when he actually also brought back many lunchboxes to be set up in the octagonal pavilion in the backyard.
There are also people to send me food. This teenager said, I only came last night, this morning has sent me once.
Quite sumptuous, I have never eaten that good in the mountains, just a little too much. Fong sent many more, he said as he opened his lunchbox. The meal that the Si family had prepared for this teenage sword master was really extremely sumptuous, and many of the ingredients used were things that Chen Jianan had never even seen before.
Looking again at Chen Jianan's internal affairs supply, it is also considered extremely abundant, but compared to this teenage sword masteress, there are many gaps. It's turned into me taking advantage again? Chen Jianan laughed in his heart, but he wasn't polite.
The duo set out 7 or 8 lunchboxes and ate them all.
By the way, elder brother, after talking to you a lot, and even having a meal, but I don't know what your name is?
Chen Jianan declared his name, and the teenager also said, my name is Lai Sequence, under the tutelage of Old Sword Mountain.
How does Old Sword Mountain rank on the Xianmen Monument?
Chen Jianan casually inquired, taking another sip of tea.
It seems to be 4th.
Ri Shui rubbed her bulging stomach and answered casually as well.
Chen Jianan immediately sprayed out the tea in his mouth. 4th on the Xianmen tablet, wouldn't that be 1st in Dayu?
Chen Jianan tended to the water stains that had fallen on his clothes. Old Sword Mountain is not in Dayu. Lai Sushur said, it's on the southwest edge of Dayu. Chen Jianan glanced up and down at Lai Sequence, and was rather sighed in his heart. This teenager seemed to be extremely well protected by this Old Sword Mountain, not caring about the world and only focusing on cultivation. The two were talking when that eunuch deacon came up to the door again.
Chen Jianan went to open the door again and retrieved a bunch of letters.
Princess Shangqiu had actually passed on the letter written to her to ask for a painting to Chen Dian again. Chen Jianan brought a bunch of letters, and Lai Shuji was a little curious and inquired, these letters?
It's all for me to paint.
Chen Jianan casually placed these letters on the table in the octagonal pavilion. Lai Sequence was a bit envious, saying, not only is Senior Chen strangely gifted, but he also paints so well that there are so many people begging for Senior Chen's paintings.
When Chen Jianan heard these words from Lai Sequence, his heart became curious again. Brother Lai, what is your cultivation level?
I just cultivated into the divine phase. Master always thinks that my cultivation is too slow, and when I constructed the mud pill palace, it also took me 13 days.
Lai Sequence replied, cultivating into the divine phase, wouldn't that be the Jade K realm?
The corners of Chen Jianan's mouth twitched. He always felt that this Lai Sequence was looking for him to be happy, but on the other hand, this teenage sword master's eyes were very clean. At his own peril, he simply flipped through the pile of letters on his desk. Then amongst these many letters, Chen Jianan saw a letter and his eyes instantly turned serious.
That envelope says,
respectfully submitted, Mrs. Li Suk. The 3rd rank enjoined Lady Shuji, and surnamed Li.
which hangs in the sky is actually not much in the capital. A letter from the Li family.
Chen Jianan remembered the letter he had written to the Li residence when he was in the Sunan residence. Mother Superior sees the word as if it were a meeting, and eat regularly, cherish your health, and we will see each other in the coming day.
What is the coming day? How about today? Chapter 69, Putting on a Garment and Becoming a Demon with a Vermilion Body. High summer is here. The weather in May, the sun was blazing, especially in Hangshan Jingshong, which was located in the north. The leaves of the trees were all whitened by the sun. Only the clouds in the sky are getting whiter and whiter. Chen Jianan then sent off Lai Shusher under this white cloud. This time, Ri Sushur did not climb over the wall, but took the main door to go out.
Chen Jianan returned to the courtyard, and again in the octagonal pavilion pen down the paper, came rustling sound. Within moments, a letter had been written. Chen Jianan looked at the letter on the desktop, his eyes growing calmer and calmer. The most important thing about brewing the mud pill palace and condensing the divine embodiment is that there is no stagnation in the thoughts, and the divine energy is self-generated. The reason why he came to Hanging Heavenly Capital was because of all the obsessions in his heart. Many memories of his past life lingered in his mind, causing him to develop some of what Prince Duan Ke called a fierce temperament. Under the influence of these qi, he wanted the name engraved on the Daoyu monument, wanted the divine power under the Dao after engraving the name, and wanted the Duji long sword in Si Ho Gui's hand. He also wanted to find Li Fushu, who intended to use Zhou Xiujing's hand to put him to death, and cut down the time when he wrote to Zhou Xiujing. On top of that, he wanted to meet the white coat he had seen countless times in his dreams. Thus, on the 5th day after arriving at Hanging Heavenly Capital, Chen Jianan wrote a letter to Princess Shangqiu. Since I'm going to Hang Tianjingli house, I can't be all unprepared, and I'll write a letter to Princess Shangqiu first, and if she doesn't allow it or doesn't have the time to spare, I'll write again to Prince Duanque, so that I'll be prepared for everything.
Chen Jianan thought this in his mind.
The last time he saw Princess Shangqiu, only think Princess Shangqiu gentle character, no princess frame, and even he suffered Wei Lingyu's scolding, Princess Shangqiu will also think about him, take the initiative to compensate for his. In this world where classes are clearly defined and the upper and lower levels of respect and inferiority are in order, there are actually very few such characters.
Chen Jianan still remembered the way Zhen
Xianzi's General Li Baodu, that is, that uncle of his, gazed at him as if he was looking at a handful of clay. So Chen Jianan wrote a letter to Princess Shangqiu, thinking of inviting the extremely talkative Princess Shangqiu to go with her to the Li mansion. He gave the letter to the concierge, who then passed it on to the eunuch deacon of the House of the Interior, who would naturally send it to Tsuweiwei Palace. In the Tsuweiwei Palace, Princess Shangqiu was entertaining guests. Today came to Tsuweiwei Palace and the guest is today's harem pivotal figure, the daughter of the current state master, today's only imperial consort Jiang Hazelmoon. According to the rules, concubines are not allowed to take a step out of the Hanging Heavenly Palace, but princesses are not included in this rule. So in Tsuweiwei Palace, from time to time, some concubines come to be a guest, listening to Princess Shangqiu say a little bit about what she has seen outside the palace. Royal concubine actually does not come often, and stays in her bright moon palace from time to time. The reason why I came to be a guest in Tsuweiwei Palace today was because of a few lines of poetry.
Clouds thinking of clothes and flowers.
Jiang Hazelmoon recited the verse softly, her brow furrowing slightly. Her face is like the moon in mid-autumn, white and bright, eyebrows like a distant daisy, like a smoky moon haze, without pointing, and beads of the lips are like a red lotus blooming under the moon, delicate as a drop. Its hair was like ink clouds, pulled into a gorgeous high bun, pinned with a bright moon dano, and the bamboo cui hanging down swayed. Even though this imperial concubine was wearing a wide moonlight white damask dress, the ribbon alone that was tied up revealed amazing curves. Can stand out in the many harem beauties, become the dynasty's only one imperial concubine, this Jiang Hazelmoon's posture can be seen. Jiang Hazelmoon was not in love with poetry, and only felt that poetry and literature were not used, and were not as inspiring as power and force, until she heard this short poem of 4 lines. Almost every sentence made Jiang Hazelmoon feel quite compatible with herself. This verse, which seemed to have come out of the Jade Fragrance Palace, made Jiang Hazelmoon, who had always been quite a bit at odds with Princess Linglong, feel that this verse was just too good to be true. She also needed such a poem to praise her beauty. Women are like that, as if there are 1,000 variations hidden in their minds, which makes it difficult to guess. Princess Shangqiu was a bit saddened, and she naturally knew that the poem came from Chen Jianan's painting. Princess Linglong had also asked her to look for the poet who made this verse, but the result was also in vain. Today, Jiang Hazelmoon, who rarely came to her at Tsuweiwei Palace, came in person and begged for the origin of this poem as well, which really made it a bit difficult for her. Aunt Hazelmoon, Shangqiu really doesn't know who the person who made this poem was. She only knows that the first time this poem appeared, it was from a painting handed over by the House of Internal Affairs. Princess Shangqiu said, that painting is still in Sister Linglong's hands today. Jiang Hazelmoon's long eyelashes moved slightly as she said, then whose hand did this painting come from?
It's a painter from the Sunan prefecture named Chen Jianan. Princess Shangqiu answered honestly.
Jiang Hazelmoon in this harem and the prestige is quite heavy. Some people secretly to peacock posture, snake and scorpion heart to describe Jiang Hazelmoon, but she was found out. The secretary of the House of the Interior then disappeared. No one knows where he went, but everyone knows how he ended up. Princess Shangqiu naturally understood that Jiang Hazelmoon attached considerable importance to this matter, otherwise she wouldn't have personally come to her at Suiwei Palace, but would have summoned her to go forward to the Bright Moon Palace, so she didn't hide it. After all, it wasn't a hidden matter.
Is that the painter who was going to paint Linglong's portrait in the Sitting Dynasty Festival?
Jiang Hazelmoon, lips gently open, sound like a warbler, eyebrows and corners of the eyes, surplus with a wisp of unspeakable charm, showing the world's posture. Princess Shangqiu nodded her head obediently. Fortunately, Jiang Hazelmoon did not stay in Suiwei Palace for much longer, and went straight back after asking her name. Princess Shangqiu took a long breath of relief. The harem is indeed the most majestic with Jiang Hazelmoon. Even the rather favored Princess Shangqiu has to be careful to serve. At that exact moment, a palace maid delivered several letters and carefully placed them on the table. Princess Shangqiu didn't want to look at it, so she happened to glance at Chen Jianen's name. This Chen Deacon has just come to Hanging Heavenly Capital, and with a poem and a painting he has already labored so many people to come and seek him. Princess Shangqiu was suddenly more and more curious about Chen Jianan, so she singled out his letter. A secretary courtesan came forward, opened the letter, and read it carefully. Princess Shangqiu immediately laughed. This Chen Jianan doesn't dare to accept the invitations of the many great families and mansions in the Hanging Heaven capital because he hasn't seen the world before and is timid in his heart? That's interesting. He can't be called timid in front of me and Sister Linglong, or even in front of that ferocious Wei Lingyu. What is this teenage painter doing to make a name for himself? She thought this in her heart, but then shook her head. Going out to breathe a sigh of relief is not bad. Going to the Li Mansion, you can also meet Sister Ainshi, or just go along with you to take a look. Chen Jianan thought that the letter would take at least 1 or 2 hours to come and go. But I did not expect just a short 1 hour. The eunuch deacon will come in a hurry, informing him that the carriage has been prepared. Princess Shangqiu has departed from the Tsuiwei Palace, will go to Li House. Chen Jianan was writing a letter to Prince Duan Ke, and when he heard these words from the eunuch deacon, he stopped writing the letter, went out of the courtyard, and got into the carriage. The Li family was a three-armed family, once the great government of the Northern Cloud State, and it had been more than 100 years since it moved from the Northern Cloud State to Hanging Heavenly Capital. 100 years of family in Dayu cannot be said to have a deep heritage, but it is the Li family of the dynasty as the house of the Shangshu, is the general's house. The family has Li Chucho, so a minister of the household, the master of the second house and the command of 90,000 soldiers and horses of the Xinzi general, on the official general, the unusual several hundred years of the family but simply cannot be compared with the Li family. It's just that. The high and low of the family, but it is not the official position that says, the inheritance of the clan, the generations of merit, and the number of strong cultivators are all related to the high and low of the lintel. That's why the 100-year-old Li family is not considered to be high and untouchable in the Hanging Heavenly Capital. Perhaps because of this Li house built but quite extravagant, want to show this lintel too. Li Mansion stands in the south city of Longmen Street, the roof of the glazed tiles in the sun shines colorful light, like neon lying on the ridge. Stepping into the ceremonial door, the courtyard opened up again, with a huge white jade stone platform in the center, carved with a carp leaping out of the water. Gurgling pool water from the mouth of the fish sprayed, fell into the lotus pond under the stage, splashing beads of jade, the pool surrounded by hollowed-out emerald jade railing, the pool koi carp red like a flame, gold like a brilliant sun. Then there is the main hall East Hall. The corridor columns are all river newspaper of 1,000 years old wood, painted with vermilion. The floor is paved with brocade carpet, ebony tables, and chairs expensive time, even in the daytime, but also under the candlelight flow of the ghostly light. There are even a couple of jeweled buildings among them, each housing a different person. In the middle of an agitated building, Elder Taijun Li's head was wrapped in a forehead band, with a precious stone set in the center of the band. She had gray hair and was lying in a recliner with her eyes closed and a string of rosary beads in her hand. Li Qingran returned from the Bright Moon Terrace on a rare occasion today, so she carefully kneaded the temples and the top of her head for this Li family's old matriarch. A white true essence wrapped around her hand, making the Li family's old Taijun quite pleased. Have you ever gone to see your aunt? Elder Taijun Li closed her eyes and asked, did your aunt ever try on those red clothes? Which one did she like? Li Qingran fell silent, still meticulously pressing Elder Taijun Li's head. Elder Taijun Li seemed to be suddenly annoyed, sat up and said with a cold snort, ain't she really let me down? Let me down when she was 18 or 19, let me down when she was 20 or 89, and now in her 30s, she's still this foolish, and doesn't have any eyes for me and her father at all. Li Qingran didn't say a word. Elder Taijun Li, however, waved her hand, then feel free to prepare a red makeup for her. If she doesn't want to pick, then she won't. Li Qingran couldn't help but purse her lips as she listened to Elder Taijun Li's cold words. Grandma, is Auntie really going to marry into the Xi family? Elder Taijun Li said, what has been decided? How can there be any change? Li Qingran was very puzzled. Grandma, Auntie is the first daughter of you and Grandpa. Even if she's older, she's not going to go to the Xi family to be a concubine. If she really wants to go, wouldn't she just be a flat-out joke and be reduced to being the laughingstock of others? What do you know? Old Taijun Li opened her eyes and glanced at Li Qingran,
How much do you know about the gullies and ravines in this hanging heavenly capital? Although the C family is not one of the 6 surnames of Dayu, but it is as good as the sun, the contemporary head of the family is married to the Xie family's eldest daughter. Si Yuanjian is expected to ascend to creation, and the Minister of War is even given the position of the Grand Upper Secretary, which is the second rank of the honors. And the sages personally gave the C family the 3rd rank of the heavenly merit, and the 3rd rank of the divine ability. Miley family seems to be on par with the C family, but in reality, the gap is too far compared to the C family. Your uncle has not been able to refine the dragon vein chants for a long time, and his skill in ruling the army has not made any breakthroughs, and he is far away from the realm of creation, so how can he be compared to the C family, which is associated with Xie's family name? Li Qingran's face showed some stubbornness, saying, but 7th uncle has already worshipped in the dragon-raising Quan. The dragon-raising Quan is the 8th line on the Xianmen monument. With such a birth, isn't it expensive enough? Elder Taijun Li's brows wrinkled up, getting more and more irritated. The 7th uncle of yours only returns to hanging heavenly capital once every 3 to 5 years, and everyone in the world knows that your 7th uncle is not close to Miley family, so what can Miley family rely on him for? What's more, although the Great Master and the State Master attacked each other, but they are both greatly embanked on the world, those ranked in the forefront of the Shin sect. Your 7th uncle is a son of the family, but into the raising of the Dragon Guan, doomed to become more and more distant from the Dayu. But aunt is unwilling to marry. Li Qingran suddenly interrupted. Your old Taijun, I heard from my 7th uncle that Chen Shujun and auntie had an extraordinary chance. The 2 of them had won a 9th grade purple Ganoderma lucidum, and great-grandpa promised them that if they could find a Dan master who could refine the 9th grade purple Ganoderma lucidum, and refine the 9th grade purple Ganoderma lucidum into an elixir that would renew grandpa's life, then Miley family would fulfill Chen Shujun and auntie. But then the incident of the death of the great-grandfather was Qingran. Elder Taijun Li's gaze suddenly became much colder. It's just hearsay, don't take it out and say it. Chen Shuijun doesn't have any chance, nor any talent, nor any birth, and is not worthy of Miley family's young lady. Your aunt has also wasted more than 10 years of her life because of Chen Shuijun. Originally, she could have married the Xie family's eldest son, but now she can only serve as a concubine to the C family. This is her own sin. It's the sin of Chen Shuijun. It's no one else's fault. Li Qinran lowered her head, and only after a few breaths of time did she raise her head and say, but auntie doesn't want to marry into the Xie family, much less the C family. It's not up to her. The Li family's old Taijun slowly lay down and closed her eyes. She is the bloodline of the Li family, so she naturally has to think about the Li family. Her words came to this point, and her tone was a few points more severe. In the future, don't pass those inexplicable letters to her. Take for example the letter that came from Sunanfu. What did the Chun family say in their letter about meeting each other someday? It's really out of his depth. The gap between the mundane people and the worldly families is like a chasm. That Chen's son has been reduced to a commoner. Don't want to climb into a relationship with my Li family. Li Qinran didn't know if it was Bai Lianqi who thought of her own fate in the future. Her heart became more and more indignant. She frowned and said, but Chen Shujun pulled away that sword on the rockery, proving that he wasn't just depressed and wasted away for these 18 years. Perhaps he will be able to outsmart the General Rongtian of the C family the next time he comes. And that Qin Jiazi, he is aunt's bloodline. Even if he is just an ordinary life, how can he stop the kinship of flesh and blood? Elder Taijun Li lost her smile and didn't even reply. Tastes flowed in Li Qingran's heart, and he suddenly remembered what Li Zhoubai had said to her. Hanging heavenly capital seems to be full of juju and countless nobles, but this place is the same as the capitals of the remaining 6 countries. It is a place of demons and monsters, and those who are not strong-minded will inevitably turn into juju-attached demons after they have sat in the high places and put on the gorgeous clothes, and will break the flesh and blood in their hearts and want to sit in a higher place only. While this was going on, a maid came to report. Elder Taijun Li sat up at once, some smiles on her face. Princess Shangqiu still misses my old self? That maid respectfully reported. Princess Shangqiu also brought a painter, saying that it was the same court painter who painted Princess Linglong's portrait. Elder Taijun Li was immediately flattered and smiled. Elder Taijun Li went to Hang Tian Jingyin's residence as a guest before, and listened to Mrs. Zhao of Jingyin's residence talking about this painter and the marvelousness of that 7-color painting, and also said that Princess Linglong had decided that her portrait in the Sitting Dynasty Festival would be painted by this painter. This gave Elder Taijun Li a heart attack. But Mrs. Zhao also said that this painter is quite difficult to invite. Went to the door to invite, people were persuaded back. Even the C family old lady has not been invited. Mrs. Zhao even sighed long and hard when she talked about it. The Sitting Dynasty Festival is coming. This young painter is also famous because of Princess Linglong's fame and hangs the heavenly capital. Many people go to invite this painter. In fact, to invite Princess Linglong's fame, to invite the same special as Princess Linglong. Only now it seems that I can't invite this painter in the Sitting Dynasty Festival. I can only wait until after the Sitting Dynasty Festival, when his fame has cooled down, and then let him come to paint my portrait. Li Lao Taijun returned to the house, also as Mrs. Zhao generally wrote a letter to Princess Shangqiu. In fact, did not hold much hope, just thought to try. But I never thought that Princess Shangqiu would actually bring this painter. Other big mansions and families could not be invited.
but she invited the Lee family, which was really an excellent thing.